Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The tower appeared. It was said that they had lost. The swords were stuck in the ground. The thought arose that at the moment when it was said, at the moment when it actually happened, words were spoken that no one dared to say. People stood in front of the tower. It was heard that this was really the end. He could not even think about such a separation. He thought about how exactly the end would come. Looking straight ahead, the guy heard that it was a shame, so they would just put an end to it. Everything was over anyway. The man hit the ground with his weapon and shouted that yes, what was over. Archie frowned and added that nothing was over yet. Holding the weapon in his hands, he heard that he spoke well despite the fact that everything was dying, to which he replied that he would not die. Hercules looked away and asked that no matter how immortal he was, he thought he could behave like this in front of an external god. Standing in front of the sage, he added that this place would soon be discovered. A glow appeared around the sphere. It was heard that perhaps it had already been discovered. The sphere bounced off the ground. Kai walked forward. Looking at him, the man said that he had returned, to which he replied that he thought they had died. The hero lowered his head, hearing that he was alone. The protagonist silently looked down. Gritting his teeth, the man asked that it was really all of them, to which he was answered approvingly. The people stood still. It was heard that everyone was dead. The sphere lay on the ground. Looking to the side, the man asked who it was, to which Kai replied that it was stupid chaos. Frowning, Archie asked that it was actually one of the outer gods. The hero placed his hands on his knees. It was heard that from what had happened this time he had clearly learned, they were internal. Looking straight ahead, he added that they could not defeat the outer ones. A portal appeared in the air. It was heard that they could not defeat. The man stretched his hand forward, and someone said that now. The hero opened his mouth and thought that this was the way. Kronos stretched his hand forward. It was heard that he should return to the previous world line and start over. Perhaps in the world he would return to, he would not be there. This was the only way. Such was the price for turning back time and turning the world line inside out, so he should not waste time looking for him. Sitting on a log, the hero asked that even the very fact of existence would disappear, to which the magician replied that he also did not know what form he would end up in. Looking at his watch, the protagonist heard that, however, it made no difference if he was the only one to disappear. The protagonist closed his eyes. Raising himself, he said that he would prefer to end everything here, to which Kronos replied that but this was the last chance. Gritting his teeth, Kai asked what then who would go to the past. People silently looked at him. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that he knew it was him, to which he was told what exactly. Archie smiled, hearing that he was also a strong candidate. Why him? To which he replied that he was the last to enter the tower. Images of people appeared. It was heard that despite this, he adapted to this world faster than anyone else, and fought with them shoulder to shoulder. Rising in the tower, Early rose to the top floor of the tower and accumulated legends, was on par with them, who received divine life and rights. Taking a step forward, the guy asked that he had not forgotten. Creatures from the upper floors receive a limitation when entering the lower ones. Standing in front of the hero, Hercules said that but the tower can only be changed by rising from the bottom, so only he remains. The hero looked away, hearing that when returning to the past, their relationship will not be the same as now. Even if he cannot recognize him, let him make it so that he can. Archie smiled broadly and said that he should hit those who couldn't come to their senses once. It wouldn't work, then he should just kill them, to which the man replied that he should try. The people stood still. It was heard that they were all speaking well, very well. The hero raised his hand. Looking at the mechanism, he thought about people who never listened to others. The mechanisms appeared. The thought arose that he would try. The man stretched his arms forward. The hero looked down. Looking at his hands, he thought that the body was very light. The stats that supported physical fitness, mana, everything disappeared. Clenching his fist, the protagonist added that they did not send the body into the past, but turned back time itself. Frowning, Kai thought that in the end he would have to start from the very beginning. First he would find out how far he had returned to the past. Suddenly the guy struck him. His foot slid along the ground. Smiling, the young man asked what was holding on. He looked at it. An idea occurred to him what it was. The emblem of the educational institution appeared. An idea occurred to him that it was a university. Yes, he had been a student once. He had already forgotten, since it was a thing of long ago. The guy swung at him. An idea occurred to him that what was his name, and he said that he should look him in the eyes, or were his tears in the way, he was being impudent. The protagonist deftly dodged the blow. The student looked at him in bewilderment. Kai gritted his teeth and said that it was today or tomorrow. Clenching his fist, he added that what date was today. If he answered quickly, he could close his eyes to his recent blow. Anyway, it was weak, not painful at all. Frowning, the guy shouted that he had gone crazy. What had he gotten into there? How dare he poke him? The hero parried his blow. He frowned. A phone appeared. It received a call. A notification appeared that they would start. The time on the phone showed. It said that there were 9 hours until the tutorial. A view of the city opened up. People were walking down the street. Carl gritted his teeth and thought, what a nightmare, a lot of people, and someone turned to him. Sitting at the table, the guy shouted that he was here, why couldn't get through to him? Smiling, the young man said that he was an hour late, he had a fine of 50,000 won, to which Carl replied that he shouldn't talk nonsense. The guy started drinking. Sitting on the couch, the young man asked why he was so sad, he came to relieve stress, no, to which Carl replied that he should forget and pour himself another. Holding the glass in his hands, he heard, well, what's up with Kai? The guy gritted his teeth tightly. He put his hand to his face. Holding the phone in his hands, the hero said that now he remembered, and it was the weekend at the university, so there was nothing to do. Looking at the guy, he added that no matter what, let him try too, there was very little left. The thought appeared that this bastard was talking some kind of nonsense, would beat everything out of him so that he would never be able to get up again. Sitting on the couch, the guy said that he was half dead, probably went to the hospital, to which he was answered that he should at least know when to stop, he would commit suicide anyway. Smiling broadly, Carl asked what difference did it make, this degenerate didn't even have parents, there would be no consequences anyway. To which the guy replied that for sure, well, he would hit him a couple of times, the dead man would still be guilty. People clinked glasses, it was heard that they would drink. The clock appeared, it was heard that there really were a lot of people. Standing in the middle of the street, the young man said that the holiday weekend was long, soon it would be 2020, how about a third alcoholic round in honor of this? Carl gritted his teeth and said that if they were going, then faster. Looking at the phone, he added that he was sobering up. The suitcase was moving along the road. The hero walked forward, he heard that it was not Kai there. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that he looked fine, a thought appeared, what the hell was this bastard doing here? Lucky, he was dead. The mask fell to the ground, he heard that they would go and say hello, what hell, that he was starting again. The protagonist walked forward. He turned around, hearing the address. The guys were standing in front of him. Gritting his teeth, Carl asked what he was doing here. They surrounded Kai. The hero lowered his head. Looking at his watch, he said that it was almost 12 o'clock, let them also enjoy the remaining 3 minutes to their heart's content, then hell would begin. Standing in front of him, the guy asked what the hell he was talking about lately. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in fear. Kai was holding a knife in his hands, it seemed that he had gone crazy. Looking at him, the guy asked how long he had beaten him, what had brought him to this, let him apologize quickly, to which the young man added that he was definitely wrong. The hero grabbed the axe tightly, it was heard that he did too. It was not necessary just like that, no matter how angry he was. Picking up the backpack, he thought that here was the highest turnover of people in Seoul, there were enough people. The protagonist walked forward. Looking straight ahead, he thought that everything was starting. The clock was lying on the ground. There was 1 second left. The clock suddenly rang. People grabbed their heads. Pink rays appeared in the city. Standing among the people, the hero said that 3 minutes, time was up. The guy looked at him in fear. A view of the city opened up. It was said that District 20131, the population of 12,014 people, the tutorial begins, let him survive the zombie invasion, in 30 minutes all the zombies will be eliminated. The monsters walked forward, it was heard that these were really zombies. Frowning, the protagonist thought that the number of zombies was appropriate, it was because of the setting of the difficulty level of the tutorial. The creatures appeared, the thought arose that the more people in the area, the higher the difficulty level, thus the balance between the areas would be maintained. Lightning flew around the hero's hand, it was said that in Hongdae the density of people is extremely high relative to the area of the streets, the area is limited to the escape area, wherever he goes, zombies are everywhere, in other words. Holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist thought that soon these streets will be flooded with blood, through the commands of the system window you can check your condition, the basic weapon was received old knife. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked what the basic weapon is to fight zombies, the thought came that they give something that the language does not turn to call a weapon. The weapon fell to the ground, the thought arose that the theme of the first tutorial is survival, the old one would have been enough for him to survive. But now this is enough for him. Kai unscrewed the lid of the can. He stretched out his hand to the side. Looking at his weapon, the hero thought that they would start. Suddenly he rushed forward. The protagonist struck the monster, notifications appeared that the first zombie was destroyed in the area, 100 points were received, a strong increase in experience, the level was raised. Looking straight ahead, Kai thought, good, he feels his body getting lighter little by little. Blows were flying at the monsters. The zombie raised its head up. The hero struck them, a notification appeared that the level had been raised. The protagonist swung his weapon. People were fighting monsters, it was heard that these zombies were not that strong, it was worth a try. The guy swung his axe and shouted. He struck the monster. A cut appeared on the zombie's body. The young man looked at him in fear and asked why. Suddenly the monster bit him. Looking away, Kai thought that it was impossible with ordinary forces. Blows were flying at the zombies. A thought appeared that in contrast to the fact that they are slow and weak, They do not know pain and are incredibly tenacious, plus their bite is deadly poisonous. The hero struck. It was said that there were those who barely managed to survive and who were able to rise to high floors, but this is not easy at all. The protagonist held the weapon in his hands. He jumped aside and thought that the effect had already passed. Putting his hand behind his back, Kai thought that they were far from simple opponents, but they had a weak spot. He threw the can up. Suddenly, the hero cut it in half. Sitting on the ground, the man said that unlike him, he had no talent, even if you compare not with him, but with other people, the same story. But he still survived. He was lucky. He found out an incredible thing in the first tutorial. He knows what he did before being locked in this damn tower. Gritting his teeth, the man said that the weak spot of the damn zombies of the first tutorial. The hero waved his weapon. He looked to the side. Notifications appeared that the achievement incredible result was received. Destroy 100 zombies in 10 minutes in the tutorial. 3 free stat points were received. A notification appeared in front of the hero and he thought about free stat points. It turns out they are obtained in the tutorial. Clicking on the message, the protagonist thought about what to use. Stretching his hand to the side, he added that he would save it for later. He can't spend stats just to catch a zombie. Kai walked forward, thinking that he would first find a suitable place. He looked to the side, hearing strange sounds. The guy struck the monster. The zombie wheezed angrily. Frowning, the young man thought, damn, Kai took them out so easily again. Why can't he do it? Sticking a knife into the zombie, he added that if only he had the weapon that Kai uses. The zombie opened his mouth wide and wheezed. Striking with his foot, the guy shouted that he should get lost. The zombies ran towards the people. Looking to the side, the young man asked why they didn't think that their numbers were getting smaller, but only larger, and the man added that where had he gone, that they could survive with him. Looking to the side, the young man thought that it was Kai. The zombies were moving forward, and the thought arose that where had that bastard gone? Carl looked to the side in amazement, hearing what was ahead. He struck the monster. The young man froze in bewilderment. The zombie extended his hand forward, and the thought arose that he was finished. Standing in front of the young man, he wheezed. Gritting his teeth, Carl asked what the hell, why suddenly, and the young man added that something was falling from above. A view of the city opened up. The man raised his hand up. Looking at his hand, Carl thought that it was salty. The hero jumped up, and a notification appeared that the level had been raised. Holding the briefcase in his hands, the protagonist thought that it was good. He landed on the roof of the building. Kai frowned and thought that many had died. The view of the city opened. Notifications appeared that the reward is given proportionally to the number of enemies killed. 1,427 points are given. Additional stat points were received. He killed the most enemies. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that he killed a lot. A message appeared that he received the achievement incredible result. Received 1,000 points. The characteristics window appeared. The thought appeared that in total 3,000 points. Before he started with 10, this is definitely a huge number for the first tutorial. Walking forward, the protagonist heard that in a while the second tutorial will begin, to which he thought that not a minute of peace. He opened his eyes wide and thought that the next tutorial, perhaps. People were standing in the middle of the street. He heard that he congratulated them on their survival. But there are many survivors here, so many that it is confusing. Kai raised his head, listening to the fact that something needs to be conveyed to the survivors. Initially this is announced after the completion of the second tutorial, but this time an exception, because there was a person who reached the threshold too quickly. The guy opened his eyes in fear, hearing that he wanted to notify about one thing, about the way to use points, to which he asked that he would not tell them how to get home, and the young man added that he would be quiet, they would listen. Items appeared. It was heard that there are 2 main ways to use points. The first is a store. Perhaps there will be things there that he cannot even imagine. People shook hands. It was said that the other is currency. They love money. They can trade with anyone through a handshake. The hero walked along the roof, thinking that he knows very well that with only the presence of points you can become a god, not empty chatter. Especially the store plays an extremely important role in this world. The protagonist looked away and added that from now on the fight for the level and points begins. It was heard that time was up, the rest was sweet. A dome appeared in the middle of the city. It was heard that the notification was over, and now it was time for another fight. Lightning flew in the air. Notifications appeared that a safe zone was being created in the center of each district. Let them reach the safe zone. 100 points are given out every 3 hours. The second tutorial begins. A glow appeared in the middle of the city. People were standing in the middle of the street. It was heard that it was a safe zone. We were talking about that strange area. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that they would go, to which Carl replied that it was crazy. What the hell was this? He frowned, hearing that he didn't know where he had gone. Apparently he had died. Looking away, the young man asked what was wrong with him, what he was looking for, to which Carl replied that he was nothing special, just like that, and the guy added that but really, where had Kai gone? Walking forward, the man said that judging by the way he had fought recently, he was some kind of monster. He had some kind of predisposition to wielding a knife. Rushing forward, Carl shouted that he should move away, to which he was asked where he was going. The guy grabbed the hero's shoulder. Turning him around, he asked where he was going. That was not the right place, he had not heard. They said to go into the circle. Smiling, Carl said that they would go. He had to take care of him. A thought arose that he did not want to admit, but now it was safest to be near him. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that if he extended his hand first, he would definitely, and then said that he knew. Raising his hand, he said that he needed to go somewhere. Putting his hand on the guy's shoulder, Kai said that if he wanted to survive so much, he should not curry favor with others, he should just sit quietly in the safe zone. Frowning, he added that he should do without arrogance. Turning around, Carl asked again. Clenching his fist, he thought, damn Kai. Walking forward, the guy added that he should get lost, as if it would be safer with this asshole than in the safe zone. The young man looked surprised. Hearing that he was stuck, they told him to enter. Carl suddenly opened his eyes in fear. A notification about the limitation of the number of people appeared in the air. Looking at it, the guy thought that the limitation was 2,000 people, half of the survivors, meaning the rest who could not enter the circle. People began to fall to the ground. Carl clenched his teeth tightly. He heard what it was. The monsters began to devour people. Suddenly a sword was stuck into the creature. The hero swung the weapon. He looked to the side, hearing screams, to which he thought that it had begun. The protagonist was going down the stairs. A notification appeared that he would be the first to destroy the earthworm. 300 points were given. 2 random stat points were given. Strength and agility were increased by 1. Kai frowned and thought that the earthworms were not visible because they were breaking out of the ground. Closing his eyes, he added that he blocked his vision and focused on other senses. The hero stood still. He took a step forward. Suddenly the ground shook beneath him. Striking, the protagonist thought that now. Kai swung his weapon. The hero struck the monster. He closed his eyes. A notification appeared that the level had been raised. Strength, dexterity and intuition had been increased by 1. Striking the ground with his foot, the protagonist thought that the level had been raised by only 2 creatures. Walking forward, he added that if he tried hard, he could gain a lot of stat points. Kai suddenly stopped. He went down into the subway. Looking to the side, the hero thought that earthworms were settling underground, digging caves for themselves. Lowering his gaze, he added that in other words. The monsters appeared in front of him. The thought arose that this was the best place to hunt earthworms. A notification appeared that a hidden dungeon had been discovered. The monsters opened their mouths. Waving his weapon, the protagonist thought that once the nest was found, there was nothing difficult left in the hunt. Frowning, he added that he would first reach level 20. The creature opened its mouth wide and screamed. Suddenly, blows flew at the monsters. Kai struck the creature. The hero's eyes lit up. He looked at the sphere in amazement. Extending his weapon to the sides, the protagonist thought that this bead, they could be obtained here right away. Holding the bead in his hands, Kai thought that it was interesting, so much so that they seemed charming to him. Frowning, the hero said that he would forgive him, but he had just had a reason to exterminate him. Earthworms began to devour people. Looking at them, people said that it was terrible, since they were still being caught, they could have died, biting their tongues. A notification appeared that 3 hours had passed, 100 points had been received. With his eyes wide open, the guy asked what points were. They said that it was something like money. 100 points was a lot. Messages appeared that the red zone was becoming inactive. The barrier began to decrease. A notification appeared that when the limit was exceeded, people were expelled from the safe zone randomly. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that it was crazy how much they were going to reduce it, and another added that what the hell, the body itself was dragging. A view of the city opened up. The monster opened its mouth on the man. Residents quickly ran away. A notification appeared that the remaining time was 2 hours 57 minutes 11 seconds. Gritting his teeth, the man shouted that he should not block the road, or he decided to die by his hand. People were running forward. He heard them step back. He needed to go inside. Why was he blocking the way? Walking forward, the guy shouted that everyone should shut up. People turned around in fear. Frowning, Carl shouted that now they would decide who would die instead of him. Clenching his fist, he thought that at this rate he could get out of here too. The man clenched his teeth. The thought appeared that he would kill someone. Grabbing him, the guy thought that he would survive. People looked at him in amazement. A scream was heard. What is he doing? Has he gone crazy? Frowning, Carl said that he will kill this old man. The hero stuck the axe into the monster. He cut the creature in half. The protagonist slid along the ground. Kai held the weapon in his hands. He rushed forward sharply. The monsters fell to the ground. A notification appeared that the level had been raised. The beads flew out of the backpack. A notification appeared that agility, endurance and intuition were increased by 1. He reached level 20. The protagonist lowered his head and thought that it was done. A message appeared that a new stat was unlocked, mana. Closing his eyes, he added that it took about 3 hours. He was somehow tired, and still, thanks to the increase in stats, the body is quite light. The statistics window appeared. The thought arose that as a reward for hunting earthworms, 3 random stat points, and 1 free stat point. In any case, not bad, but you cannot expect a greater reward until you catch this. Kai clicked on the notification. The hero stretched his hand forward. A message appeared that free stat points were distributed. He closed his eyes, hearing that mana was increased by 5, and then thought that mana is a stat that will become the basis for his future powers. Now there is no stat more important than this. A message about mana appeared. The monsters were lying on the floor. The thought came that even the small number of people who received the blessing of the tower had an initial mana of 12 stats, so this is a good start. Turning around, the protagonist thought about what was needed now. Frowning, he turned. A room appeared. It was heard that he was looking. There was black slime on the ceiling. It was heard that how did they find out? Looking to the side, Kai said that he attracts attention. Smiling, he added that it was boring to look somewhere else. Yes, to which he was answered that there is such a thing. What can you do? A glow appeared around the monster, and he said that in any case, thank you. It added colors to his routine. Looking straight ahead, he added that he really had already reached level 20. Lowering his head, Kai replied that he was lucky. To which Ben replied that he was lucky. There are no people in the world scarier than those who say that. Looking at the hero, he added that this is the reason for his summoning. To which the hero replied that it was a store, and the spirit asked that he wanted to buy some item. The spirit, looking at him, heard that he wanted to buy a skill. Looking at the notification, the hero heard that he might be the first person to buy a skill in the second tutorial. He looked up, hearing that he should choose what he wanted, to which the protagonist thought that there were so many that it would take some time to scroll to the end. Kai touched the notification. Gritting his teeth, he asked that these were all the skills, there were no more, to which the spirit replied that this was all that could be obtained in the tutorial. The hero frowned, hearing that he was looking for something specific, to which he replied that nothing, and then thought that continuing to clarify would only attract more attention to himself. This did not bode well. The skill showed up, and the protagonist said he would take this first, to which the spirit asked that monkey eyes was not such a good skill. Looking straight ahead, Kai said the name was cool, and Ben asked, that's how it was. Notifications appeared that 2,000 points had been spent, monkey eyes had been obtained. The skill lower mana sword showed up. It was heard that this was next. Messages appeared that 1,500 points had been spent, the lower mana sword had been obtained. Flying around the hero, the spirit said that it was a good choice. The lower magic sword compensates for the lack of attack power of beginners, to which the protagonist thought he was annoying. Raising his hand up, Ben said that he would go then, wishing them a pleasant time. Kai walked forward. It was heard that he had high hopes for him. Frowning, the hero thought that hopes, that is, he would be looked after as an object of special service. Taking a step forward, he added that it didn't matter if they followed him or not, he had gotten here legally, so there was nothing to catch him on. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that the only thing to worry about was returning, but could they find out about it? The mage extended his hand forward. A thought appeared that the clockwork used to return was created by Kronos, Mimir, and Odin. The central character among them was Kronos. As a penalty for using the clock, his very existence was erased. The man looked straight ahead. It was said that the Sixes, the so-called trustees, were ordinary examiners. They would not be able to find a single clue that would lead them to return, even if someone found out. The hero walked forward. Looking straight ahead, he thought that his goal was unchanged. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that these were his eyes. He needed to quickly raise the level of mastery. The real value of these eyes was hidden in something else. The corpses of people lay on the ground. Kai stood in front of the monster. A notification appeared that the remaining time was 29 minutes 58 seconds. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero thought that they would look. There was enough time. Pulling the weapon to the side, he said that he thought so. He knew that it would be somewhere here. The monster opened its mouth. It was heard that the boss of the second tutorial, the mother of worms. The protagonist kicked the ground. The creature looked at him. Kai frowned and thought that she really did not look like monsters that devour people. The creature hit its head on the ground. A thought appeared that she had a strong attachment to children. The monster opened its mouth wide. It was heard that there was an equally strong lack of brains. He hit the ground. The hero jumped up. Looking at the monster, he said that he would kill in an instant. The protagonist struck the creature. He held an axe in his hands. Kai stretched his arms out to the sides. He thrust the weapon into the worm. The monster screamed in pain. Grinning, the hero asked what they would do now. Jumping up, the protagonist asked what the body would be turned over. Gritting his teeth, he said that it was an extremely bad choice. Kai swung the weapon. His eyes widened. He thought that not yet. A blow flew at the worm. The hero cut it, thinking that just a little more. The protagonist jumped up. Looking at the monster, he thanked him. Gritting his teeth, Kai added that she had arrived first. A bright beam hit the worm. Holding the guy by the leg, the man said that he should help. It was impossible, like seeing death with his own eyes. Throwing him back, Carl shouted that he should shut up. The young man gritted his teeth. It was heard that he should observe the limit. Everyone agreed to choose a person who would die instead of him. The guy swung his hand and shouted that everyone except them, and someone said what the hell. He decided himself. That's it. Who would agree at all? Gritting his teeth tightly, Carl shouted that therefore they should not even think about entering. He will kill. They understood. People stood in front of the barrier. A notification appeared that the remaining time was 30 seconds. People looked at them in fear. The monsters looked at them. The guy turned his head to the side. He opened his eyes in amazement. Carl looked straight ahead, heard that the countdown stopped. Raising his head, he asked why they survived. A notification about the passage of the second tutorial appeared. The safe zone will no longer decrease. The hero held the can in his hands, heard that he really killed, to which he replied that well, he tried. Sitting on the corpse of the monster, the protagonist heard that he needed to heal, to which he replied that if as a reward, he would refuse. With the increase in endurance everything would be over in a moment. A glow appeared around the spirit, and he asked how an ordinary person got here in just 2 tutorials. It was simply amazing, to which Kai replied that he was making noise again. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought about the fact that 30 minutes ago he killed the mother of worms. She appeared later than he expected. The monster was lying on the ground. The thought arose that the destruction of the mother of worms, supporting the ecosystem of the second tutorial, exceeded the expectations of the sixes in charge of the tutorials. Of course, the reward for destruction was not set, and opinions on this reward differed. Sitting on the monster, the protagonist asked what about the reward, to which Ben replied that the fact of presenting a reward for special achievements, it seems they have already managed to understand the structure of this world, and he added that it would be strange not to know, having climbed so far. Kai gritted his teeth, hearing that there are usually more ignorant, to which he called for a reward. Looking straight, Ben answered approvingly. Flying in front of the hero, he added that he can choose one of 3, to which the hero asked again. The protagonist passed the levels. It was heard that the first is the right to go to the 5th tutorial. He received information and a reward for clearing the 3rd and 4th tutorials. Looking at the spirit, Kai thought that he was using a trick. Now with his level, there is no point in this tutorial either. They just want to send him to the 5th tutorial prematurely. To which Ben replied that the 2nd is points. The hero frowned, hearing that well, everything is clear here without explanations, he thinks, to which he asked what the 3rd is. Raising his hands up, the spirit said that the last is a connection with Olympus. The protagonist looked surprised, hearing that he hardly knows, but the tutorial is only the starting point of this world. He frowned, hearing that in the tower there are countless authorities and creatures with power equal to the divine. Images of people appeared. It was heard that he was recommended to Olympus. Olympus is one of the authorities in the tower. If he gets their support, after completing the tutorial, he can be safe in the tower. Kai put his hand on his knee and thought that he really didn't expect that. It was true that Olympus had great power in the tower. Kronos was also one of the rankers from there. Taking a step forward, he added that having him in the rear, one could quickly and safely climb the tower, and then said that the 2nd. Frowning, the hero said that he chose the 2nd, to which the spirit asked again. Ben, waving his arms, said that he should wait. He had not used the points yet, so he would give him a 2nd chance. A notification appeared that a reward was being issued. 10,000 points were received. Looking at the hero, the spirit said that it was necessary to choose wisely. He simply knew little about Olympus. He would regret it later, to which the protagonist turned to him. Lowering his head, he said that since he was here to carry out an assignment, then let him do what he must. He had not agreed on this with the other 6s now, and especially did not talk to the manager. Raising his hands up, Ben asked what he thought of the manager, to which Kai asked that the other 6s had also received a similar offer. He had only been bribed by Olympus or the heavens. Flying in front of him, the spirit asked what he was saying, to which the hero replied that, be that as it may, thanks to his chatty mouth, he had learned what else he should do here. Clicking on the notification, the hero heard that for a second, what he was doing, to which he replied that he would find out soon. The protagonist jumped to the ground. He frowned and thought that the tutorial must necessarily be separated from the tower. Moreover, to contact this Olympus, a notification appeared that the manager had agreed to a meeting. Looking at the glow, Kai thought that he would never go for it, at least for the sake of a future goal. A glow appeared around his leg. It was heard that a request for a personal meeting with him in the tutorial. Lightning flew near his hand. It was said that there were also only 1,000 points. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that okay, it was he who called him, to which he introduced himself. The man smiled and asked that he had killed over 1,000 dead in the first tutorial. Standing in front of the hero, he added that he had heard about him. The ceiling in the room appeared. The spirit put his hands to his face. It was heard that he had killed over 1,000 dead in the first tutorial. Looking at the hero, Jack asked that how he knew about his existence, where he knew the way to request a private conversation, to which the protagonist replied that the first rule of the tutorial. Looking straight ahead, he added that all information about the tutorial should be learned only by the participant himself, without the intervention of the manager or the tower. He heard that he had introduced this rule of the tutorial. The man crossed his arms. A thought appeared that, in other words, he had learned all the information on his own. He knows better than anyone that he is not lying. He can see through all the truth and lies said in the area of his responsibility. Jack looked down and said that's how it was. Standing in front of him, Kai said that on the contrary, it was his intervention, to which Jack asked again. The hero looked down and said that Olympus had approached the Sixes. He was offered Olympus support as a reward. Ben stretched his arms out to the sides and said that the manager, nothing like that. The man opened his eyes in amazement. Suddenly he hit the ground. Blood was dripping from his fists, and he asked why the damn Olympians had now stretched their hands here too. Jack stretched his arm out to the side and said that thanks to him he got rid of the rot, to which the protagonist replied that it was the second rule of the tutorial. Looking at him, the man heard that for all the actions and achievements of the tutorial participant, the reward is awarded depending on his exclusivity. Standing next to him, Kai said that he spent the deserved points and summoned him. Through them he defeated the corrupted Six. Gritting his teeth, he asked that he did not think so. Standing in front of him, Jack said that during the inspection of the lower beings, no deviations or peculiarities were found. Putting his hand to his face, he added that, but this is exactly what is surprising. The hero frowned, hearing an approving answer. Looking down, the man said that although not with his own hands, but he killed her, the Six close to the rancor, died in the second tutorial. Smiling, Jack said that only because of one participant, to which the protagonist replied that he would take it as a compliment. Sitting on the ground, the man asked that so he received an incredible achievement, what would suit him as a reward. Snapping his finger, he added that he would look. Looking at him, the protagonist heard that the points were already through the roof. Kai looked down. Jack held out his hand and said that it should do the trick. Looking at his hand, the hero thought. He held out his hand and thought that the gesture used to exchange points was nothing special about this reward, and he had already gotten his hopes up. A glow appeared around them, and a notification appeared that the skill Mana Master had been acquired. The protagonist touched the man's hand, and a notification appeared that mana recovery, resistance, and induction power were slightly increased, and mana was increased by 5. Kai's eyes widened. Looking straight ahead, the man asked what he liked about it. Taking a step forward, he added that he needed to teach the lowly creatures a lesson. Smiling, Jack said that they would see each other again when the third tutorial was over. The hero stood in the middle of the room. He held out his hand and asked that Mana Master. His eyes widened. The protagonist thought that skills of a similar rank were in the tutorial. Clenching his fist, he added that the skill was still at 0, but it was a skill to control mana. A glow appeared around his hand, and the thought arose that the magical power that was everything in the tower. A sphere appeared above his hand, and he thought of mana. Blue particles appeared in the air. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. A glow appeared above his hand. Blows flew across the room. Shards lay on the floor. A thought arose that it was the result of the skill correction. Grinning, Kai thought that it was still unstable, but not bad. Should he be grateful to Olympus for this? Clenching his fist, he added that, but this was still not enough. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that he just needed to repeat the entire path and regain the strength of the level before the time rewind. A notification appeared that the remaining time until the end of the second tutorial was 13 hours and 25 minutes. Monsters crawled towards him. A thought arose that even more. Rushing forward, the protagonist thought that he needed more cards. Jumping up, he added that in order to destroy the seemingly omnipotent outer gods. The view of the city opened up. It was heard that therefore they would wait a little longer. Let them see what Hongdae had turned into. Would the authorities really just watch silently? Let him shut up. Where was the guarantee that after the second tutorial there would be no third or fourth? And if the safe zone would disappear completely while waiting? The guy looked scared and said that then at least until the end of the tutorial time. Suddenly someone grabbed him and said that he was really such a bore. Walking forward, Carl said that it was enough. He had told him to gather the next supply group and get lost. If he couldn't, send it to him personally. Frowning, he added that he shouldn't be so upset. Thanks to him, many of those who were destined to die would be able to survive. That was their world now. Looking to the side, the guy said that therefore he should move. The hero was walking in the middle of the street. It was heard that there was a person there by chance. The young man shuddered, hearing that apparently some crazy person was hanging outside the safe zone. He was just brave or sick in the head, to which he shouted that there was danger down there. The protagonist took a step forward. It was heard that there was danger. The monster was looking at him. He suddenly rushed forward. Kai raised his leg. He kicked the monster. People froze in amazement. Carl gritted his teeth, hearing that they should not pay attention. Frowning, the hero said that he should continue what he was talking about. A status window appeared. Standing on the head of the monster, the protagonist thought that he had only dropped in to get a reward for completing. He put his hand to his face, hearing his name. The monster was lying on the ground. The thought appeared that an uninvolved person had taken on the role of leader. Smiling, Carl asked where he had gone. He had been looking for him for a long time. Kai frowned, hearing that he was so worried when he suddenly disappeared. People looked at them in amazement. They were holding food in their hands. Turning around, the guy said that they would go inside, these people. He looked surprised, hearing that they were forcibly pushed out and forced to carry food. Standing in front of the hero, the young man said that they were immediately destined to die, and so they were useful to each other, to which the hero asked that therefore they, again risking their lives, were getting food. Looking at the young man, he said that it was a strange calculation. The guy frowned. Gritting his teeth, Carl said that he should listen carefully. Stretching his arms out to the sides, he added that one must become a coward to survive here. Looking straight ahead, people heard that in such an environment, moral standards and laws matter. To survive in this crazy world you need to become tireless, selfish and cruel, it's natural. The guy grinned and asked that he still couldn't adapt. Frowning, the hero asked again. Suddenly, the timer stopped. A notification appeared that the second tutorial was complete. The guy looked away, hearing that all participants in the safe zone are given 500 points in inventory. If they die, the inventory available is destroyed, and he said that since this is his way of survival, let him do it, he is not going to participate or give advice. Standing next to him, the protagonist said that but let him not cross the line under any circumstances. Frowning, Carl asked again. A glow appeared in the air. A notification appeared that the third tutorial was starting. Monsters were crawling on the buildings. A message appeared to hunt monsters in the area and pick up 50 entities. Time limit of 72 hours. Monsters were walking forward. It was said that after the time limit expired, this area would be destroyed. Particles appeared in the air. A notification appeared that the gate would be activated in 70 hours. Monsters were crawling around the city. People were standing in the middle of the street. It was heard that they were again. This really has no end. Anyway, it is quiet in the safe zone, and really. The guy looked in amazement, hearing that there was a passage. It looks like some kind of game, to which he thought that killing monsters and collecting entities. Grinning, he added that but does he have to collect all 50 pieces? And then asked what everyone heard, what needs to be done to survive. The bead fell down. The hero turned the bag inside out. The backpack fell to the floor. The protagonist put on the bag. Creatures were crawling on the ground. It was heard that there were a lot. The zombies opened their eyes wide, and someone asked what could collect about 1,000. Particles were flying around the hero's hand. He stood in front of the monsters. A glow appeared in the air. A thought arose that he had successfully obtained the essences from the second tutorial, but this was not enough for him. Mana concentration was complete. The glow flew towards the creatures. A notification appeared that mana concentration was registered as a skill. Kai clenched his teeth tightly. The beam rushed towards the creatures. With his eyes wide open, the hero thought about what happened. The protagonist, looking at his hand, thought that he had spent all his mana on concentration alone, and it was not easy to control it, but it would be useful when he raised his stats and mastery. Sitting on the floor, Kai said that in any case. Holding the sphere in his hands, he added that although mana concentration is the main technique that determines the scale of mana control, this is completely not his style. The rats looked at him angrily. Taking a step forward, the hero asked why they were shaking. Holding the weapon in his hands, he said that they would try from the very beginning. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that he was not going to waste the remaining time. Water dripped onto the floor. A notification about the remaining time appeared. Walking forward, the guy asked that they did not go too deep, to which he was told that it was scary. Gritting his teeth, Chuck said that nothing could be done. In 2 days only 400 people remained from 1,400, they would hide at least here. A room appeared. It was heard that Hongdae Station was so huge, he does not know, the whole world turned upside down, so this place got it too. Looking to the side, the girl said that they should wait there. A subway appeared. It was heard that a 24-hour store. Kate smiled and said that thank God they could stock up on food, to which Chuck replied that they would go faster. He was just wildly hungry. There was ramen there. Luke smiled and asked what kind of ramen without boiling water. Looking straight ahead, the man replied that it didn't matter, dry food would do just as well. Suddenly, a blow flew at the monster. They looked at him in fear. The man fell to his knees, and someone turned to him. Gritting his teeth, Luke said that damn, there were too many monsters. Frowning, Kate thought that they could win. They fought fiercely for survival, and they had raised their levels well. The monster rushed towards her. A thought appeared that but why did she doubt it? The rat hit the man. The girl swung her weapon. The beast bit her hand. Frowning, Luke shouted that damn. The zombie raised its head and exclaimed. Gritting his teeth, the guy wheezed. People were fighting creatures. Kate's eyes widened and she thought, no, it can't be. She wanted to survive. She was trying her best to do it. A rat jumped towards her, and she added that she would die here pointlessly anyway. The girl struck the beast. She froze in fear. Kate looked at the monsters. A room appeared. She heard that he was sleeping, and they were making noise here. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that they woke him up. Gritting his teeth, the girl thought that it was absurd, no matter how much the level and stats increased. With her eyes widened, she added that it was impossible to kill a monster with just one can. A blow flew at the zombie. It began to fall to the ground. The protagonist looked forward angrily. Kai swung his weapon. The hero rushed forward sharply. He struck the spider. Blood splashed to the side. The protagonist landed on the ground. He put his hand on his knee and sighed. Kai stood in front of the people. Gritting his teeth, the boy thanked him, and Kate said that they were alive thanks to him. The young man grabbed his hand and exclaimed. He fell to his knees. Throwing the can aside, the hero said that let him first anoint it with this, a good medicine. Luke looked down, hearing how many stamina stats they had, to which he replied that he had about 17. He opened his eyes wide, hearing that he would not die then, although there was a chance that he would not be able to use the bitten hand anymore. The hero stood in front of them. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that he had slept for about 6 hours. The fatigue had generally passed, but he wanted to sleep some more. Memories arose. It was said that he lay down to sleep for the first time in 3 days. He was very tired. The protagonist slept on the floor. The thought arose that he even bought sleeping powder. Looking to the side, Kai thought that he did not expect that other interference would arise. People looked at him with fear. Looking at the hero, Kate asked why he always hunted here. Gritting her teeth, she added that losses happen here more often than on the surface. If you are unlucky, you can run into an underground snake. It is quite dangerous. To which she was answered that no, he is not here all the time. Walking forward, the hero said that there is a cafe and a place to rest, to which the girl asked again. Turning around, the protagonist added that he had other hunting grounds. A staircase appeared. A view of the cave opened up. Walking forward, the guy asked that a 2-story dungeon, really, the structure is also completely different, though hunting grounds. Holding a weapon in his hands, the hero said that something else was more important now. Why did they, knowing about the danger, come here? To which the girl replied that he was always here, so he did not know the situation outside. The protagonist frowned, hearing that everyone was at loggerheads upstairs. No one trusted anyone. Everyone was killing each other. There was complete chaos because of the battle for the entities. Walking through the cave, Kai said that apparently they were attacked, which is why he ran away, to which Luke replied that even they did not climb here after them. Stamping his foot, the hero said that and at the same time they themselves almost died here, to which he was answered that well, they survived. A strong wind began to blow on the people. Gritting his teeth, the young man asked what that sound was. The protagonist stood still. Gritting his teeth, he asked what and where was the guarantee that he would not kill them and take away the essence. The people looked at him in fear. The thought appeared that they did not think about it because he had already saved their lives. Taking a step forward, Luke thought that in comparison to the people above, in comparison to the monsters swarming here, he was much more dangerous, and then said that with his level, they had already definitely collected enough essences. There was no point in killing them. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked what if he wanted to collect more essences, to which he was told that it didn't matter. Frowning, he added that even if he didn't kill them, they would die here. They knew it very well. With wide eyes, Kate thought that it was really strange. If he wanted to harm them, then why was he saying such things? Looking at the hero, she asked what he wanted from them. The protagonist smirked slightly. They looked at him in amazement, hearing that he had a good offer for them. If they did well, they would also share the essences. The monster opened its mouth wide. The guy ran away from it in fear. Frowning, he thought that this was definitely a good offer. Standing in front of him, Kai asked that his leg was not hurt, to which the young man replied that he was not. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that fine then. Smirking, he added that he should run. Rushing forward, Luke shouted for help. The protagonist jumped up. He struck the monster. Kai landed on the ground. He rushed towards the monster. The hero swung at the creature. He cut off the monster's head. The guy slid along the ground. Looking to the side, he thought that the attack speed was simply unreal. Turning around, Luke wondered if he always killed so quickly. How many entities had he already collected? The beads fell to the ground. The young man walked towards them. A thought came to him that maybe the difference in the level of the monsters being killed was a plus, but the percentage of entity drops was also extremely high. Taking the sphere in his hands, Luke thought that 50 entities had been collected in 2 hours of hunting. This man was not just strong. The hero touched the bead. The protagonist crouched down in front of the guy. He held the weapon in his hands. A thought came to him that he was a bird of a different feather. The young man exclaimed in fear, hearing how many entities there were. Sitting on the ground, Luke said that there was one more, 6 in total, to which Kai replied that this was his share, let him take care of it. Holding the spheres in his hands, the guy thought that the speed of the monster's arrival was not keeping up with the speed of the hunt. Standing in front of the hero, he added that where he was going to use so many entities, and then said that Kate was a little late, to which the protagonist replied that he would get there slowly. Looking straight ahead, Kai heard what his level was. Looking at him, Luke said that with such a hunting speed, his level should already be serious, to which the hero replied that he was gradually stopping growing. The guy looked scared, hearing that in the next tutorial he would raise it normally, and then thought that how high his level was, since it was no longer rising. Looking at the guy, The hero said that the level is also personal information. He should not ask others and he himself should not answer someone's questions about this with stats the same. Gritting his teeth, Luke said that he recently asked how much stamina he had, to which the protagonist asked that it was better to let his hand rot. Putting his hand to his face, the young man said that he understood, to which Kai replied that he should hunt monsters from time to time, let him collect not only essences, but also raise his level. The girl stretched out her hand and screamed. She quickly ran away from the monsters. Looking at her, the guy said that they did not have time to really rest, and the hero added that they arrived. The protagonist abruptly rushed towards her. A cave appeared. The guy struck with a hammer. He opened his eyes in amazement and said that he killed. A notification appeared that the level had been raised. Turning around, Kate asked that the level had risen, to which Luke replied that yes, hers had too. The young man reached for the sphere. Standing in front of him, Kai asked that they had finished, to which the guy responded approvingly. The hero ducked, hearing that they could take these essences, to which he replied that of course, they had killed them. The protagonist held out his hand and asked if they both had 50 now, to which Kate responded approvingly. Standing in front of the hero, she added that she had 20 before coming here, and didn't expect to collect them so quickly, thanks to him. Gritting his teeth, Kai said that he also thanked them, because thanks to them the hunt had sped up more than twice, and then thought that it was not worth talking about the entities he had obtained. Looking at the message, he added that there were 2 hours and 57 minutes left. Walking forward, the hero thought that the time for activating the gate was slowly approaching, and then said that since they had finished, they were now going up. Smiling, the guy said that finally. Walking to the stairs, he asked what was interesting. There was still trouble there, the further, the worse, but not better. After all, the third tutorial was ending. Gritting his teeth, Luke said that the people outside were annoying. A pink glow appeared, and it was heard that the gate was turning scarlet. People were standing in the middle of the street, and someone said that it meant that they would open soon. The man touched the inventory and said that everyone was hiding knives behind their backs, chatting with each other, as if nothing was happening. Gritting his teeth, the man said that the probability of the essence falling out was also disgusting. Rather than killing monsters, risking their lives, it was faster to defeat a person and take it away, to which he replied that all people think the same way, and the man added that even so, it did not seem like anyone was itching to do anything. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that this would change with the opening of the gate, and then thought that as soon as they were activated, he would quickly take the essences and run away. Standing in front of him, the man asked what but the leader of that side was not looking here by any chance. Carl walked forward. Looking at him, the man asked what he was coming here. Approaching them, the young man said that they had not seen each other for a long time, about 2 days. They were not in the kind of relationship to greet each other joyfully. Frowning, Carl said that again this is their pride, they know perfectly well what is coming. Standing in front of the guy, he asked that he realized the current situation. With the opening of the gates, a bloody rain will pour. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought that he was smart. He put together a gang for this moment. Carl smiled, hearing how much he lacked, to which he replied that compared to them, they have a lot more mouths. The young man looked away. He froze, hearing that somewhere around 700. Clenching his fist, the guy thought that even combining everything they have, it will come to 300, an absurd demand, so it is impossible to avoid conflict. Carl stretched out his hands and said that let them give him only 400, then they would retreat good-naturedly, they would handle the rest themselves. He grinned and thought, damn it. The men were standing opposite each other, and a thought occurred to him that if he refused, there would be a total massacre, 50 men against 20, an unfavorable battle. Taking a step forward, the man wondered whether he should insist on giving half, or vice versa, and then said that let him pass. The young man turned in his direction. The man clenched his teeth tightly. The hero was holding a box in his hands. He heard Kai. The box fell to the ground. Looking at the hero, the guy said that he hadn't seen where he'd been for a few days, to which the protagonist replied that it was obvious that he'd been on business. Kai frowned, hearing that he'd collected all the entities, to which he replied that it was natural. The hero was holding a bag in his hands. The spheres began to fall down. There were mana balls in the box. He heard that it was crazy. The protagonist crouched in front of the box. He heard that there were so many in there, definitely more than 1,000. Gritting his teeth, the young man thought that he was such a bastard. How could he have collected so much? Looking to the side, he added that there was nothing to be afraid of. Let him think about how many people were behind him. The people stood still. The thought occurred that there were at least 50 people. Standing in front of the hero, Carl thought that no matter how strong he was, he couldn't handle so many people alone, and he said that below. The young man looked down, hearing that he should look carefully under his feet. A strip appeared on the ground. The thought appeared that this was a line. It was heard that they all needed it. Holding the sphere in his hands, the hero said that he didn't need more, he already had too much. People raised their hands up and said that then to which he replied that only this wasn't free. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that 100 points apiece. Standing in front of the people, he added that only the one who would buy would receive permission to enter the circle. The people clenched their teeth. It was heard that 100 points, robbery. How many points did he have now? Holding the weapon in his hands, the guy heard that the entities were not sold in the store, they could only be purchased from a person, to which he exclaimed. Raising his sword, Carl asked how many hundreds of people would buy them from him. The deal was just ridiculous. Smiling, he added that what if there was nothing to pay with? Kai frowned, hearing what then? The protagonist sits next to the box with items and says that he is not going to force you to buy it. The black-haired man, glaring at his opponent, says that only those who want to buy it should buy it. There will be no deferred sale and adds that selling an item or skill borrowed from somewhere or available will also work. The crowd of people vigorously discuss this situation. One of them is surprised that it is possible to sell an item. Another is amazed that this is even possible. Carl gritted his teeth. He, raising his sword, addresses the protagonist that he killed someone and took it all away. And now he is going to sell it for currency and adds who the black-haired guy is trying to deceive. Two guys come up behind the main character, the protagonist answers, and if he didn't take it away, Carl answers that he can say possible things, because they won't work, and the man behind shouts that he took it away, of course, should he say it. He angrily says that the white-haired guy killed his friend and continued, does he know where they ran off to? The other is indignant that they shouldn't have survived. Both stared at the black-haired guy. The crowd looks at the four in surprise. The guy in the green jacket asks why the hero is chasing him and whose cow is mooing and added that he doesn't know anything about that person. Carl clenched his teeth and said that it irritates him, because they are fooling around, and continued that there are only 3 of them. What can they do? The 4 raised their weapons. The protagonist asked them if they thought they would be safe if they joined Kai. He opened his mouth and shouted that they had to kill everyone. The crowd ran towards the protagonist. The protagonist swings his sword. He cuts off 2 heads. The protagonist looks at Carl and says that they have crossed the line and mentions the line. The white-haired guy stands behind the guys whose heads were crossed. The lifeless bodies fall to the ground. Carl stands thoughtfully and understands the meaning of that line. The dark-haired man said that the conditions do not change and that if they pay, he will sell the essence, and added that only the one who buys will be allowed to enter, and that under no circumstances should the line be crossed. The protagonist looks at the decapitated bodies and says that whether to buy or not is everyone's choice, and that he is not going to force, and continued that if they cross the line for another purpose, it will be bad, his enemies will die. The protagonist holds a weapon in his right hand and activates a lower magic sword. Carl, swinging his sword, shouts for his allies to kill the black-haired guy. 2 swing at the protagonist. The protagonist strikes back. The protagonist has killed even more people. Carl falls into a stupor and thinks that this is impossible. Blood flies around the blonde guy, who is level 11. He realizes that he was the one who forgot what kind of world this was. A massacre occurs, and Carl understands that he must run and what that line means, because only those who cross it die. He runs away from there and thinks that he survived. The protagonist, stretching out his hand with a weapon, tells the blonde guy that he thinks he is safe. The protagonist looks at Carl and says that he saw his face. The second was very surprised, staring at the black-haired man. The protagonist cuts off the head of the blonde guy. A lot of blood lies on the ground. The corpses are on the road. The protagonist is standing among many lifeless bodies. The black-haired guy picks up a box of things and realizes that there is a mess around. The protagonist, surrounded by a crowd of people, leaves there. People look at the protagonist. One of the crowd looks at all this with horror, and does not understand how just one person could commit such a brutal murder, and assumes that personal overwhelming force slapped the collective. He clenches his fist and realizes that the situation unfolding before his eyes is like a movie fight, and that he has already adapted to this world, but he understands that he was wrong. The guy relaxes his palm. The brown-haired man raises his hand and says that he will buy the essence. The bald guy, shaking his hands, asks where he will get points, to which the first one answers that the 6 said that the sword can be sold for 500 points. The brown-haired guy turned his head and thought about thinking carefully, because the protagonist got all the essences only by hunting. There is a red cloud near the guy, and the crowd assumes that he would have become so strong by killing just a couple of monsters and not taking the essences of the people he just killed. The protagonist put his hand to his chin. People understand that this proves that he did not steal this huge amount of essences and that he will adhere to the position of a fair deal. The protagonist looked back. A brown-haired man approached him. He extended his hand and told him to give him 7 pieces. The laws and rules of this world are created by the hands of such people. Both shook hands. The protagonist received 700 points. Everyone looks at the deal that took place and understands that you can just buy the essences and move on to the next stage. Someone from the crowd asks about the number of points, because he only has 200. The man enters the portal. People from the crowd shout that they want to buy souls. Everyone ran to the black-haired guy. One shouts that he will buy 7 pieces. Another says that he will buy 10. The third asks if anyone has points and adds that he will return them in the next tutorial. A green entity appears from the blue ball and says that the item was slightly damaged. Everyone stands and discusses the situation. One entity says that he will give 300 show-offs. Another says that he will give no more than 200. Someone from the crowd shouts to the green creature that the price he asked is a scam. The brown-haired guy asks the creature that for 100 points you will get 1 stat, and 3 intuition stats will get 300 points. The protagonist made another deal and realizes that the deal is not profitable. Like a slap in the face, they received 700 points, 400 points, 1,100 points. There is a girl standing near the protagonist. He understands that this is better than dying here and now and that expensive stats were lost due to climbing the tower. The protagonist, looking thoughtfully, realizes that everything worked out well for him anyway. The guy has 167,400 points on his account. The protagonist went down to the box and thought that it would be good to get at least 100,000, but this amount should be enough for what he wants. The girl asks if the black-haired guy is leaving. The protagonist turned his head towards the girl and the guy and asks why they are not going, to which the answer was that they want to go with the protagonist. Both look at the black-haired guy. The man says that he can use them as bait, like last time, and added that if they turn out to be useless, then they can be thrown out. The protagonist says that he does not need allies. The protagonist falls into a stupor from the words he heard. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he was sorry, but that was all. The dark-haired guy picks up the bag and tells them not to rely on anyone, otherwise they won't be able to go far, and adds that he won't go, to which a surprised question follows that the protagonist really won't go. The guy and the girl widen their eyes. The protagonist shows the bag and says that there is not a single entity left. The belt with the strap falls to the ground with a sound. The guy standing next to the girl clenches his fists. Kai says that he shouldn't go, and the guy in the jacket, gritting his teeth, asks what the protagonist will do, adding that he should have at least put aside 50 grand. The girl follows the protagonist and addresses him by name, and he says that they should go faster, and that chaos will soon begin here. The young man with Kate looks questioningly at the protagonist. He takes her hand and, addressing her by name, tells her to go. The guy and the girl go into the red portal, and the protagonist goes in the opposite direction from them. A green tutorial panel appears, where Kai sees that the next tutorial is defense. An unfamiliar man approaches the protagonist, apologizes and asks him about selling all the entities. The protagonist replies that the trade is over, and the stranger opens his mouth in surprise. The man falls to his knees, and Kai thinks that it would be better to move first. People are holding their heads in confusion, and from now on this place will become a battlefield where everyone will risk their lives just to get the essence. The protagonist leaves the people. Kai, looking away, mentally asks that there is about an hour left until the end of the tutorial, and then talks about the store. There are cracked old houses. The protagonist walks between them and sees a purple glow. Sweat runs down his tense face. A stranger in a shabby cloak appears from the purple glow. He, looking at the protagonist, asks if the protagonist called him. Kai, standing still, replies that he called, but not him, and asks what happened to all the sixes since he came, and Jake says that he is recruiting new ones, and the staff has been significantly reduced, thinking to himself that he should be cut even more. Against the background of 3 creatures of different colors, one of which was crossed out, the protagonist asks about how much the ranks of his interlocutor were thinned out, and the man answers him that the connection was found in about 1 in 3 and many are involved. On the gray plain, where the creature and people gathered around the glowing artifact are depicted, Jake adds that due to the fact that many of the sixes stuck around here for a long time because of Kai, the other side's progress has slowed down a little. The protagonist asks why because of him, and the man, pointing his finger at the guy, answers that more than 100 people used the store to make a deal with him. The guy, lowering his head, says that the trade was successful, and asks what that is not good and does he really have a shortage of manpower, that he came personally for the sake of simply using the store. Jake, taking a step forward, says that this is not a simple store, and is interested in the fact that Kai really does not know what his situation is now. The guy, raising his head, thinks about the special service object, and that if from the position of the manager it is impossible to detect something, then usually they turn a blind eye to it. But apparently, they still decided not to do this. The man, looking at the guy, says about 160,000 points at the end of the 3rd tutorial and that Kai's power can collapse the entire ecosystem of the tutorial. The protagonist replies that this is exactly what he wants, so there are no problems, and he is moving towards this. The guy, looking at the man, says that he will use the store. Jake smirks and says that this is absurd self-confidence, and he has been a manager for a long time, but for the first time he meets someone like the main character. A yellow glow envelopes the man's hand. He asks the protagonist what he needs, and a touch panel appears with the inscription store, on which types of weapons are depicted. The guy, poking his finger at the buy button, declares that he will take this first. Notifications appeared that said that the protagonist spent 10,000 points and received a medium personal inventory that can activate the item with a command. The Ice Jade Steel Sword emits steam. A system notification pops up that the hero spent 50,000 points. The protagonist, without removing his hand from the panel, demands to open the inventory, and Jake says about this sword that the guy chose a difficult item, and thinks to himself that he does not find anything new and surprising in this. Kai buys fire spell robes and spends 60,000 points, buys a magic deactivation shield and spends 20,000 points. A stone falls at the protagonist's feet, and the guy thinks to himself that this can definitely be called the destruction of the tutorial ecosystem. Kai raises his hand and continues to think that items of this level can be useful up to a fairly high level of the tower. The guy also buys 4 more ice crystals and spends 20,000 points. Looking at the store on the panel, the main character finally asks for one well-forged sword. A sword appears, Kai spends 2,000 points and receives a well-forged sword. Crossing his arms, Jake states that the last purchase is the most basic item, and it is incompatible with other items stuffed with magic, and the guy replies that he is satisfied, and he has 5,400 points left. Looking at Kai, the gunsmith declares that now no one will be able to touch the guy, and the participants of the tutorial will not be able to even leave a trace on this clothing. Jake adds that this only concerns the participants, and the guy looks questioningly. The man, leaving for the purple portal, says that he is in anticipation. Kai stands in the middle of an empty street. He raises his head up. A blue board with the remaining time appears in the air. The board shatters into pieces, and the third tutorial is over. A message appears that Kai has failed the tutorial, and the city is covered in a red sky with lightning. A notification pops up that the destruction of this area is beginning, and a red cloud of energy appears on the street. Monsters appear in the smoke. Blue lightning strikes the street. Kai, looking up, says that he hasn't seen this sky for a long time. The protagonist turns his gaze to the cloak, and a green panel appears, which says that the robes of the fire spell are clothes with an ancient spell on them, and they themselves are made of a special material, and have the effect of enhanced resistance to fire attribute magic. Holding his hand on the cloak, Kai thinks that first he needs to protect his body from the air that is beginning to heat up, and in the tower itself this item will greatly help in protecting against fire. The protagonist raises his head and hears cries for help. The protagonist steps forward and mentally asks that there are about 3 people left. The guy sees people on the road. A man kneeling looks at them in fear and asks why the hero is here. The young man turns his gaze towards the protagonist. The ground under the stranger's feet begins to break. An explosion occurs at the place where the people were standing. Cries for help are heard in the blazing flames of the explosion. Kai looks at the explosion in fear. The street, covered in flames, is destroyed. A notification appears, which says that the 176th giant begins. A bony blue hand appears from the explosion. A skeleton with glowing eyes appears from the flames. An army of low-level demons comes out behind him. Kai arms himself with a shield and sword. He looks at the monsters and thinks to himself that the whole point is different. A tall column of fire among the demons rises to the sky, and the guy thinks to himself that this is the reason why it was called destruction. In the flames, the lower demon Savy with purple eyes appears. The protagonist held a sword with a shield and said that his opponent was here. The guy in the red cloak grinned and called the monster by name. An army of skeletons walked against the backdrop of rising fire. Kai thought about how during Ragnarok, the demon's size was like a mountain, and now it was only like a small house. Savy hit the ground with his fist. The fiery monster towered over the undead and said that another world would disappear, being absorbed by the tower. A plaque with the name Savy, the 176th child of Surtur, floated up. The hero stood before the demon. The creature of fire said that if the world was destined to disappear in flames, that it should never have been born in the first place, and the hero joked in response about how one of the countless children of the Supreme Being could be so sentimental, and said that it was time to start. Kai looked ahead. Savy crouched down and said that the guy in front of him was the same monkey from the mountain of flowers and fruits, because he had the same eyes. The ground under his feet was splitting, and the monster asked if the hero could really get out of this place. The demon raised a red sword. Kai swung the sword at the monster with the torch. The skeleton looked ahead. There was an explosion. The fire monster looked ahead in surprise. Clouds of smoke rose up. The protagonist tilted his head. Savy noticed that the gray-haired guy had unusual clothes, and assumed that he was prepared to meet the demon. Notifications appeared, meaning that the robes of the fire spell compensated for the heat from the explosion of the skull and received additional resistance to attacks of the fire attribute. Kai looked ahead and said that the purchase was a reasonable decision. The hero, walking towards Savy, said that he needed all this not to fight back, but to hunt the monster. The fiery demon grinned and said that these were truly impudent and self-confident words, and also asked if he would repeat the same words when he got to him. The guy in the cloak lowered his head and said that he understood that Savy's ass was too heavy to lift, to which the lower demon replied that he would see how long the hero could remain so free. Kai frowned and said that there were already too many words in this conversation. The protagonist, jumping on the army of the dead, raised his sword. The attack fell on the ground. The level of the young guy was raised. Kai smashed the crowd of skeletons with a swing of his sword. The swordsman's level increased. The hero looked over his shoulder. A powerful explosion was heard. The magic deactivation shield cracked from the destructive blow. The hero, raising his sword behind his back, jumped forward. A strong blow raised clouds of dust. The cloak fluttered in the wind, the swordsman's level was raised. Kai stood with his head down, the hero's agility, endurance and mana were increased by 1 point. The gray-haired guy shifted his gaze and thought that even though he was in the robe of a fire spell, absorbing heat for 2 hours was very stuffy for the body. The magical evil spirits were moving forward. The hero thought that the explosions with which the skulls died were quite threatening and that the force of the blow, although small, but since there was no way to dodge, he took the blow with his whole body. The guy in the cloak held the blade and thought that he would attack at long range with mana concentration, but this skill has a huge mana consumption, so it is problematic to use in a long battle. The hero held the cracked shield and thought that his cover was also gradually reaching its limit and damn lucky that it could withstand a good 1,000 blows already, and also decided that it was time for him to slowly get down to what he had planned. Kai looked at the demon's throne and turned to him with a proposal to stop sending minions and go down to him. Savy took the sword and said that the hero definitely has incredible artifacts. Kai looked ahead. The monster continued that the items are so amazing that he does not understand how he got such items in the tutorial. The lower demon landed in front of the main character. Kai stood in front of the fiery monster and said that the monster, in turn, was causing tyranny on the territory of the tutorial, and asked if he had a conscience, to which the child of Serta replied that he only punished those who had no right. Savy pointed his sword at the guy and said that the hero had the right, and also had the makings to become a ruler, rising to the endless tower and becoming a ranker. The demon asked why the hero was here and whether he had been removed instead of allies, to which the gray-haired young man, scratching his ear, replied that he had already said that he was going to hunt the monster. The fire giant laughed and asked if he really wanted to kill him. Savy raised his sword above his head and said that in that case he would have to fight back. The protagonist raised his shield and thought that his body had already absorbed enough flames. The lower demon brought the sword down on the swordsman, and mentally said that he had to cope. The shield was covered with cracks. The shield fragments flew to the sides. Kai looked ahead with anger and thought about what Archie had told him, namely when the hero asked the white-haired man where he got those eyes from. The impact of the fiery sword on the ground caused an explosion. The lower demon looked ahead. The protagonist remembered the blonde man's words that the method of obtaining was a little unusual and consisted of knocking down the third tutorial. The red sword touched the stone fragments, and the guy thought about the words of the heavenly rebel that the great sage failed not because he was weak, but there were reasons for that, and also remembered that he added at the end that the most important thing in his story is the concept that is implied by the destruction coming to the tutorial area, and then turned to him with a demand to listen to his next words. The monster looked at the consequences of his blow. Pieces of concrete lay on the ground, and Savy thought that he had a feeling that the hero deliberately exposed himself to this attack. Orange smoke rose from the rubble, and the lower demon was puzzled by the reasons for such behavior. Kai stood up in front of the fiery monster. The protagonist was breathing heavily and said that he could have died, and he himself was thinking about the fact that this monster had fought hundreds of battles with him out of his own whim. Savy stood in front of the hero, who thought about the fact that he had only managed to win a few battles out of countless numbers, and there were reasons for that. The heavenly rebel sat on a cloud against the backdrop of the moon, and the gray-haired guy was thinking about the divine item Gigantization, the original cloud Kintoan, and the boundless mana that appeared as a result of absorbing an entire peninsula of heavenly treasures. Kai stood on his feet, lowering his head. The guy in the red cloak turned his gaze and thought about the main reason why it was troublesome to fight him. The plaques popped up, notifying that the conditions of the hidden location were satisfied and the monkey eyes evolved. A pop-up window appeared, which stated that fiery eyes were received, which distinguish good and evil, truth and lies, have resistance to fire, maximize all senses, predict combat. Kai jumps aside, thinking that despite the clothes, his body is burning, and the enemy before receiving the eyes endured without special items. The protagonist, looking up at Savy, is surprised at what a truly ignorant carcass he is. Kai creates 2 ice crystals and a steel sword of an ice ifrit in the air, saying that he did not expect him to respect the idiot. The warrior takes a fighting stance, taking the sword with one hand and ice crystals with the other. Savy, throwing the broadsword behind his back, asks Kai what he will do in his condition. The antagonist eats 2 ice crystals, saying that it is a trifle. The demon is surprised to notice something when the hero receives ice perks to mana. Kai presses his feet to the ground so that the earth breaks from his strength, and notices that his body temperature is rapidly dropping. The warrior, breathing in the icy air, notices that he is rather freezing. The demon swings his sword at Kai, who addresses him that he knows very well this energy that has enveloped his body is completely opposite to him. They clash swords so that the ground breaks under them. There is a confrontation of magical powers of 2 rivals in the middle of a ruined city. Kai zealously tries to reflect the onslaught of his opponent's sword. Notifications appeared that said that the robes of the fire spell resist Savy's destructive flame and gain additional magical resistance to attacks of the flame attribute, and the fiery eyes resist Savy's destructive flame. The swords of 2 enemies clash. The plaques appeared, which said that the robes of the fiery spell absorb the enemy's destructive fire, as a result of which the hero's temperature drops significantly, and he gains resistance to burns. Savy, holding a sword in his hands, shifted his gaze. Kai, finishing the blow, throws away his enemy's sword. The protagonist, catching him on a mistake, rushes at Savy. Kai, striking with a sword, cut the enemy. Savy turned back. The warrior, looking back with determination, said that it was worth a try. The demon swings balls of purple flame at the swordsman in a proud stance. The hero in a stance, seeing the power of the next attack, says that it is dangerous. He dodges. Kai activates the skill of fiery eyes and sees where the demon swings with fiery balls. Savy throws the balls at the hero and blows up the hero. The blade in an icy aura soars upward. A guy in a red cloak holds a sword in defense in front of the hot ground. Kai eats 2 more ice crystals and gets the frostbite status from the sudden drop in temperature. Savy swings his arm behind his back to strike. The hero says that he won't be able to stand this cold for long. Kai, starting to get frostbite on his face, says that he needs to finish quickly. The hero dodged the demon's powerful blow. Kai, activating his magic sword, says that there is no point in saving mana anymore. The guy in the red cloak rushes by, cutting off the enemy's leg. Savy, falling on the stump of his leg, screams in pain. The demon, lowering his head, wheezes in pain and anger. The fire giant, falling down due to the inability to stand, uses his skill mana concentration. Purple flames begin to come out of Savy with heart-rending screams. The giant's face disappears. Kai notices something with his red eye. The guy in the red cloak jumps on the demon's head. Kai presses his hand to Savy's burning skin. The swordsman climbs onto the demon's neck for the final blow. Kai shouts to Savy that he is a green youth who couldn't even climb the tower. The warrior swings his blade at the giant's neck. Kai's hand melts. He noticed that even after using all means to resist fire, the difference does not decrease. The hero, grinning in the middle of his opponent's flames, receives a notification about the failure of flame resistance. The warrior, receiving notifications about burns of various degrees and an increase in fire resistance by 1, moves the blade down to strike. Kai, swinging, says that he wins. Savy shouts at the hero to wait. Kai hits the giant's neck with all his might with the shining blade. The sword in the hero's hand begins to crumble from the icy force. Savy, fading, falls face down into the ground. The destruction of the tutorial is defeated. The blade disappears in the hero's burned hand. Kai, falling, says with happiness on his face that he really killed the demon. Memories of people flash before the hero's eyes. The protagonist was lying on the ground. Kai slowly opened his eyes. The protagonist knelt down. Unclenching his hand, he thought that, judging by the fact that the burns had not gone away, he had not been unconscious for long. Standing up, the protagonist added to himself that the cold that remained in his body was the same, and for the body this is generally a very bad joke. The protagonist's memories of the past battle appeared on the image, and he thought that he could really die, but now he is in the intermediate stage of obtaining golden fiery eyes. Approaching the body of the slain monster, the protagonist thought to himself that the tutorial was not over yet, and there was a long way ahead of him, so he should stop feeling sorry for himself. The defeated monster lay on the ground, and the protagonist said to himself that he looked unsightly after the disappearance of the tongues of flame, but this is a simple body. After tearing out a rib from the monster's body, Kai stated that all byproducts of a demon's body are items, and added that a Surtra-level demon is a rather special item. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes lit up in surprise. An image of a giant's heart appeared, and a pop-up notification explained that the Surtra giant, born in the land of fire, pours out fire energy and giant strength through this heart, and the protagonist stated in fascination that he had found it. Holding the giant's heart in his hands, Kai thought to himself that he wanted to absorb it right away, but with his current body, it would be quite problematic, since this miracle medicine changes the very structure of the absorbing person's body, and it requires quite a lot of stamina. The protagonist looked forward, and someone called out to him from behind. Bowing his head, the bearded man asked the protagonist if he was finished. Kneeling down, the protagonist asked again if it was him, to which the shopkeeper named Jake replied that he should be the one asking. Jumping off the body of the slain monster, the protagonist stated that he was still far from this level, to which Jake replied that the balance of this tutorial was in complete ass, and he was scolded by the others because of Kai. Putting his hand to his face, the shop owner stated that, and asked himself where the person who brings so much headache came from. Looking at the protagonist, he stated that first he would go to the last area, because the fourth tutorial was already underway and almost finished, to which Kai asked how much time he had left, and received an answer from Jake that there were about 4 hours left. The heroes extended their hands to each other and Kai stated that 4 hours was enough, to which Jake readily agreed. Firmly squeezing the protagonist's hand, Jake stated that he had spent a lot of time discussing his reward with the managers of the other floors. The protagonist looked at his interlocutor in shock, and a pop-up notification announced that 10,000 points had been obtained, as well as the fate of heaven, and all of the protagonist's stats had been raised by 3. Kai, fascinated, removed his hand and thought about what the fate of heaven was, because he had previously thought that he was aware of all the satisfactory skills of the highest level, but he had never heard of this before. A pop-up notification appeared, explaining that the fate of heaven is given to a talented person who is destined to slay the heavens. Depending on the weight of life that you gain in the future, your fate and your value will change. A plus-level skill, and again, not the level that can be obtained in the tutorial. However, not all high-level skills are good, but it has high efficiency due to the raising of stats. Frowning thoughtfully, the protagonist thought about what this could mean. The notification image with the characteristics of the Heaven's Doom appeared, and the protagonist thought about what completeness was, because it was obvious that this skill was not complete, and in any case, it would be useful for compensating for the deficiencies of the stats. Jake stood in front of the protagonist with a threatening expression and asked if they were done with the reward and if he needed anything else, to which the protagonist replied that he only needed to get one small pill from the merchant. After selling the small red pill to the protagonist for 10,000 points, the shopkeeper said that he was a fan of spending money on expensive things. Turning around, Jake said that if he had no more business with him, he would go. After swallowing the small pill, Kai increased his mana by 1 point and stamina by 1 point, and Jake advised him to rest for a while after he ate the pill. The protagonist knelt down, and Jake told him that they would see each other again, and a pop-up notification said that stamina was quickly regenerating and wounds were healing. Placing his hand on his knee, the protagonist thought that there were 4 hours left, and during this time he needed to regenerate stamina and prepare for the 5th tutorial. Throwing his head back tiredly, Kai thought that the 5th tutorial would be a race. Suddenly, the protagonist looked up at the sky with concern. Abruptly standing up from his seat, the protagonist said that it had already started. The protagonist's feet left the ground. The protagonist began to soar into the air and a pop-up notification said that the final 5th tutorial was starting. Kai ran through a wooded area. The protagonist looked ahead with concern. The protagonist approached a crowd of gathered players. One man said that he smelled like the sea and asked where they were, to which another said that there were a lot of people gathered and asked how big it was. The players stood thoughtfully in the middle of the forest edge, the place where the participants of the tutorial from different worlds gather for the first time. The tower calls the final tutorial so. In front of the crowd of players, an information board appeared, which said that the last tutorial called the Collected World was starting. The players began to talk excitedly. Is this the end and will it all end now? An image of a rocky coastal cliff appeared and a notification said that the island of Araganda is slowly sinking into the sea and the players need to escape the island and prove their right to a future life. A volcanic eruption shook the air and a notification said that it was necessary to first kill the boss at the top of the island. When hunting the boss, points are awarded depending on the contribution. However, the final reward is determined depending on the points and the time spent on capturing. And the notification added that the time limit is 30 days, but after the adopted time has passed, the island will completely go underwater. A digital board with a time limit of 820 hours appeared in front of the players. The players began to talk excitedly. Did they really have a month left? Kai thought, spreading his arms excitedly, that the longest test so far had lasted 3 days, and if the quest was short, and everything was over in 1 hour. And this should be surprising, because now there is no need to immediately take up arms and fight, because the longer the time limit for achieving the goal, the better for him. Looking worriedly to the side, the protagonist thought that, however, this also means that this month is given to kill one boss, and in other words, this is how much time they might need to fight him. The rest of the players bowed their heads in confusion, and the protagonist thought that some people had finally understood the meaning of this time. Throwing his head up, one of the players asked if everyone had heard the conditions of the tutorial and suggested creating teams. Crossing his arms over his chest, another player said that they could try it, to which the other agreed, because since it happened, he suggested that everyone get acquainted. Bowing his head, the player in the white cloak said that he would refuse this offer. The crowd looked at the guy in white and he asked why this desire they ended up as allies, because an ally is a creature to whom he must trust his back and shoulder, so he will choose an ally for himself completely himself. The young man continued that at one glance it is clear that the players have no right to become his allies, to which the protagonist turned to the side and thought that this guy was here too. Swinging at the guy in the white blanket, one of the players shouted that he was impudent. The guy in the white cloak flashed his eye. Suddenly, the guy in white scattered all the opponents with one blow. The attacking players flew into the air. The brave ones fell back to the grass with a crash. The blonde guy named Kurt, who is the proclaimed heir to Olympus and a relative of Zeus, said that this was pure mediocrity. The protagonist stood apart from the crowd and the players exclaimed, "What kind of skill is this, crazy?" Looking away, the protagonist thought that such a level for the beginning of the 5th tutorial is definitely worth the attention of the tower, and added that this is a pure-blooded force of high rank. An image of an embryo appeared in front of the tower, and the protagonist added that purebloods are creatures born and raised in the tower. Once chosen, they begin their ascent. And from the moment of their birth, they absorb the secrets of the tower, because they cannot but differ in level from the other participants. And this is where the fair game comes to an end. The guy with the black cloak flew up into the air, and the protagonist added that in fact, the one who made the biggest contribution in the 5th tutorial of the past life was this guy. Kai looked menacingly below himself, thinking that he still had no reason to mess with this young man, and added that it was so unpleasantly noisy in here that he wanted to get out of here first. The protagonist looked away and someone called him from behind. Approaching the protagonist from behind, the blonde-haired Kurt asked what he was. The protagonist looked menacingly at Kurt. Turning his head to his interlocutor, the hero asked if he was talking to him, and to himself he thought about when he approached. Menacingly looking at the protagonist, Kurt said that he was asking specifically about Kai. Pointing his finger at the protagonist, the blonde-haired guy asked if his clothes were not the garment of a fire spell. Throwing up his hand, the guy in the white robe said that this item was not available in the tutorial and asked where the main character got it from. Kai looked at his interlocutor in bewilderment, and said that he bought this robe for points. Kurt asked again, his eyes wide with shock, how could he have bought it? The guy in the white robe spread his arms in surprise and thought that such a robe must cost a huge amount of money and asked the main character what his level was, to which Kai replied that it was not polite to ask such questions of people. Kurt simply scratched the back of his head and said that this was true, but asked if Kai had managed to master this even in the tutorial. Raising his hand, the fair-haired guy said that he would not ask that question anymore. Throwing up his hands, the guy in the white robe asked what the main character thought about creating a team with him, to which Kai replied that he did not want to create a team with him, and wished him luck. Kurt looked away with displeasure. Turning after the main character, the fair-haired guy asked him to wait a bit, because he probably just didn't know who he was, to which Kai replied that he wasn't interested and said goodbye. Surprised, spreading his arms, Kurt said how he was doing it. The fair-haired guy's leg was covered in a yellow energy aura. Jumping up from his place, the young man shouted at the main character to stop. Something thundered through the dense foliage. Suddenly, there was a terrible noise. A huge fang monster appeared in front of Kurt. Kurt pointed at the monster with his energy finger. The guy in white robes threw the monster aside. The opponents scattered along the edge of the forest in different directions. Indignantly looking ahead, Kurt said why this bastard was so fast. Looking into the forest grove, the boy thought that it didn't look like the protagonist had used a speed-increasing skill and wondered how many stats he had now. An image of Kai running appeared and Kurt wondered if the protagonist was a purebred and wondered who had the nimble legs. Placing his hand on his knee, the blonde boy wondered if he had any elven ancestry, and wondered if it was Master Murin. Raising his hand in fascination, Kurt wondered if it could be a relative of Hermes. Grinning evilly, the blonde boy stated that he thought it would be boring, but now the game is becoming much more interesting. Kai ran quickly along the forest path. Stopping under the spreading trees, the protagonist wondered if he had gotten away. Turning his head back, the protagonist thought that the white-haired boy was damn fast, but speed was not his special talent. He clearly used his brute Herculean strength to accelerate like that. Kai suddenly fell out of the sky and landed in a small clearing in the forest. Looking ahead in confusion, Kai remembered the shop owner's words about how the balance of this tutorial was completely fucked up, and thought to himself that the manager hadn't just been talking about him back then. Slowly walking towards the rock in the mountain, the protagonist stated that it didn't concern him anyway. An image of blood on the floor appeared, and a pop-up notification stated that Norel had been destroyed, and the completion of Fatum, the heavens, had been raised by 1,000%. The protagonist viciously slashed at a monster with his weapon, and a pop-up notification stated that Norel had been destroyed, and the completion of Fatum, the heavens, had been raised by 1,000%. The protagonist viciously slew another monster, and the notification again stated that Norel had been destroyed, and the completion of Fatum, the heavens, had been raised by another 1,000%. The protagonist looked ahead confidently, and a notification stated that the completion rate of Doom, the heavens, was at 0.1%. Starting to move away from the battlefield, the protagonist thought to himself that he had killed dozens of Norels, and the completion rate of 2 had exceeded 0.1%, and he needed to kill creatures located higher up in order to raise it normally. Sprinkling the powder from the pouch that masked the smell, the protagonist thought to himself that he had come here for more than just hunting. Bowing down inside the cave, Kai thought that his body had recovered enough, and the hold had already left him, and added that everything was ready. The protagonist slowly opened his work monitor screen. The protagonist took the giant's heart in his hands, and a voice called his name. Kai slowly brought the heart to his mouth, and the voice said that the giant's heart must be absorbed. Kai angrily bit into the giant's heart, and the voice said that it must be absorbed before completing the tutorial. The protagonist's heart began to beat wildly. The arteries and veins in his body expanded significantly. The protagonist collapsed to the floor, exhausted, and a notification said that the pure blood of the demon giant had been absorbed. And now the giant's blood was penetrating his body, and the demon's blood was also penetrating his body. Opening his mouth in a furious grin, the protagonist declared that he was hot to the point of madness, and the notification declared, announced that a battle between a giant man and a demon was beginning in his body. Placing his hand on the ground, the protagonist thought that since this fire was inside his body, even the fire spell robes would not stop it, and the notification said that the fiery eyes resisted the flames of the giant race. Falling to the ground in painful contractions, Kai thought that it seemed to him that his bones and muscles were being twisted, and his blood was flowing backwards. And the notification said that the flaming eyes were failing in the resistance of the flames of the giant race. Someone's foot stepped next to the exhausted protagonist, and he thought that there was no way to dull this pain, and he would have to endure it with willpower, since by enduring it, he would be able to obtain the greatest strength. Lying Kai writhed in agony. The blood of giants is usually smeared on themselves, they somehow do not absorb it, and eating it in the tutorial was tantamount to suicide, because for this you first need to get the flaming eyes, and if he can't, then he will have to give up the heart too. Looking frantically ahead, the protagonist thought that this was his only chance, and a pop-up notification stated that strength had been increased by 1, mana had been increased by 1, strength had been increased by 1, mana had been increased by 1. Looking painfully ahead, the protagonist wondered how much time had passed, and a pop-up notification stated that stamina had been increased by 1, and strength had been increased by 1. Scratching his nails on the ground in pain, the protagonist thought that he should feel better little by little, and a pop-up notification stated that the flaming eyes conflicted with the fire of the giant family, and he could suppress the fire of the giant family with the flaming eyes. Kai crouched painfully on the ground, and a pop-up notification stated that by satisfying the conditions of the hidden part, giant fire had been obtained. Grinning evilly, the protagonist asked himself what this giant fire was, and added that the skill that was supposed to appear, for some reason, did not appear. Falling to the ground with a crash, the protagonist thought that he could go crazy. Darkness fell over the forest, black as the coal of the sky, covered the island. Only snow-white clouds occasionally floated somewhere high. The time limit timer said that there were 707 hours left until the end of the tutorial. The protagonist lay powerless on the ground. Painfully opening his eyes, Kai thought that a quarter of a day had already passed. An image of a board with a time limit of 807 hours appeared, and the protagonist thought that he did something wrong, because initially this skill is obtained after hunting 10,000 giants and wiping them with their blood. Sighing painfully, the hero thought that this skill cannot appear in the player so easily. Clenching his fist in fear, the protagonist wondered if he should calm down at this point. The protagonist calmly unclenched his fist. Kai leaned his head back on the ground and a pop-up notification appeared in front of him, stating that all the conditions of the hidden part had been met. The dumbfounded protagonist opened his eyes in horror and a pop-up notification announced that the pure blood of the giant and the demon had been completely absorbed. The tired protagonist rolled his eyes and a notification announced that the giant's heart had been perfectly absorbed in the tutorial area. And the protagonist croaked that he had succeeded. Kai lay exhausted on the ground and a pop-up notification announced that he had received Gigantization. Clutching his head, the protagonist wondered if he had really been lying there for about a quarter of a day and had passed out twice in the tutorial, and added that he was now facing nothing but difficulties, and the notification stated that the time limit was 696 hours left. Slowly getting to his feet, the protagonist thought that he should hurry, because the record for the shortest history of clearing this tutorial is a week and only one person would play a major role in achieving this shortest record. An image of a one-eyed man appeared, the best gladiator and leader of Asgard's great power, Odin. Raising his hand up, the protagonist thought to himself that he too could not lose. A ranking information window appeared in front of the hero, and the protagonist thought that, as expected, Kurt was in first place, and the difference with the other places was simply overwhelming. An image of blonde elves appeared, and the protagonist thought that they were brother and sister, rankers from a world with developed magic and the art of the Panthemian sword, and reminded himself that people from at least 2 worlds or more participated in the tutorial. An image of a dark silhouette of a girl appeared, and the protagonist wondered if she was a pure blood, because he had never heard her name. An image of a dark silhouette of a young man appeared, and the protagonist said to himself that judging by his name, he came from the same world as the protagonist, but he did not remember him at all. Closing the ranking window, the protagonist said to himself that they could not climb the tower and all died here, and asked himself if they could not climb the tower and all died here. Putting his hand under his head, the protagonist thought that he needed to get rid of his thoughts, because they would not change anything, because he had already been very late carefully checking the state, and quickly move out. The information window showed the protagonist's stats, and he thought that the effect of absorbing the giant's heart was a significant increase in his strength and agility, but now he needed to take care of maintaining an even balance. A pop-up notification appeared explaining the characteristics of the giant fire, and the protagonist thought that although the rank was not that high, he did not have area attack skills, and this was kind of worth it. Kai slowly walked out of the rocky gorge. Slowly raising his hand in front of him, the protagonist thought about where he should go now. The protagonist's eyes lit up red, and he used the Flaming Eyes skill. Something quickly flew through the foliage of the trees. A settlement was visible behind the sprawling villages. The surprised monsters stared at their guest. The protagonists began to slowly approach the monsters, and they began to shout in turn that a man was approaching them, who was their prey. Angrily raising his hand, the protagonist thought that the orc settlement was a good hunting ground for testing the giant fire. Huge tongues of flame engulfed the village, and the protagonist used the giant fire skill. The orcs engulfed in flames shouted that this was the work of a man. The protagonist materialized a well-forged sword in his hand. A brutal blow cut the orc in half. Kai waved his weapon again. A pop-up ranking window appeared with the names of Kurt and Kai. And the blonde guy said to himself that this is the main character, although he does not know his name, but it is definitely him. The guy grinned maliciously, thinking that this is really interesting, because for some time he did not catch the eye. And he calculated that only his legs are fast, but he climbs extremely actively. The young man asked Kurt if something makes him happy, and he answered that there is one guy he definitely wants to bring. Smiling fascinated, the guy named Adam asked if he is talking about Kai. Turning to the young man, Kurt asked if he knows him, to which the guy replied that they are not familiar, but it seems that they come from the same country, and added that he is very memorable. Just look at his ranking, even if you do not know him personally. The image of the ranking notification appeared, and the hero continued that at this rate, the top could change dramatically in a while, because the difference in points was quickly decreasing. Turning to the crowd of players, the blonde guy said that it was because he had gathered them all. Looking menacingly ahead, Kurt thought that he had created a pretty good team, but one place was empty, and his name was Kai. Turning around, the hero said that the hunt was beginning. The magical flame was visible from afar. The bluish tongues of flame shimmered beautifully. The girl raised the crystal ball in her hand and asked her uncle if this was it. No, it was the guy. Pointing his hand towards the ball, Raphael said that he had found it, and the voice said that he was not his uncle. It was not a voice, but Kurt. Putting his hands on his hips, the hero said that he was a good guy in any case. Immediately calling a magic spell, Kurt advised everyone to move away so that they would not be hit. Magical flames enveloped Kurt. Suddenly, a huge explosion thundered. Looking uncertainly at what was happening, Adam said that it took half a day and asked if the place he was looking for was really here. The blonde guy stood in the middle of a huge hole in the ground and asked how many days it would have taken if Raphael had not found this place, and suggested that his friends go in. The heroes jumped down, and one of them said that it was quite spacious here, and it looked like a cave. Mysteriously raising his hand up, the elf thought that first he would look around here and only then start moving. Looking at Kurt, Raphael asked what happened to him, and it seemed that something was wrong here. Gritting his teeth angrily, Kurt thought that there should have been a message about the discovery of the dungeon, but for some reason there was no response, and added to himself, did someone really find it earlier? The blonde guy looked up the cave and someone called him. Adam shouted in surprise at the blonde guy to check the ranking and threw up his hands. And Kurt, throwing up his hands, asked what ranking? The blonde guy opened the ranking window and saw that Kai was in first place. Frowning angrily, Kurt wondered if the main character was really in first place. The centipede's body flew apart. Many multi-legged monsters flew apart. The elf brother and sister entered the cave, and the girl said that it seemed that Kurt was pretty angry. Looking forward, the elf named Eleanor stated that he looked angry, as if he was seething with determination, and wondered if it was the thrill of competition. Adam grinned sarcastically and said that it was quite possible, to which the girl behind him replied that they wouldn't be able to hunt well that way, since it was impossible to kill so many monsters alone. The girl named Valeria closed her eyes tiredly, and Kurt suggested splitting the team in half. Turning to his comrades, the fair-haired guy said that there was a road with 2 branches, and in each team, Raphael and Eleanor would be responsible for finding the road and communication. The heroes looked at their leader, and he divided them, ordering some to go to the right, since they wouldn't have any problems with Valeria. The girl materialized 2 swords in her hands and said, "Okay." Valeria waved her swords and said that they would all see each other later. The guy used the skill of mana concentration. From the terrible blow, the monsters flew in different directions. The girl deftly pushed off the rock wall. Valeria cut a huge centipede with her swords. The heroes fought the monsters with all their might. The guy with the metal arms put his weapon on the ground and asked how many hours they had been doing this, because he was starting to get bored. And Adam agreed with him, thinking that now he could only use 2 concentrations of mana, and added that he needed to save it. An image of a huge door in the rock appeared, and the heroes wondered what was behind the huge door, to which Adam said that. And Adam said that they would look, because there was something like a room with a boss. Fascinated, looking up, the young man said that the game he used to play, in the world he used to live in, he had seen many similar things to this, behind which bosses were usually located. Menacingly approaching the heroes, Valeria said that they should get lost, despite the fact that the hunt was over, because the time of relaxation is the closest moment to death. Raising his hand up, Adam said that he was listening to her. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened and he heard a loud noise. Turning to the door, Valeria asked what was going on. The heroes stood in front of the door in warlike poses. The heroes began to talk among themselves about the noise behind the door, and Valeria, spreading her arms, ordered them to pull themselves together and take their positions behind. The door opened slightly, and Adam thought that the recent shock and the score from first place were definitely somehow connected. A purple light appeared in the crack of the slightly open door, and the guy added, "Is there really someone inside?" An image of the room inside appeared, and a notification said that you entered the boss's room. Valeria opened the door with her hand, and a notification announced that the cleanup was complete. Adam looked ahead in shock, thinking that this was the same person. The guy's eyes widened, and he thought about Kai occupying first place in the ranking. The protagonist's eyes were blazing with flames, and the ranking pop-up window showed that he was in first place. The protagonist's eyes were shining. The protagonist struck the boss. The insect fell with a loud sound. The weapon disappeared from Kai's hand, and he complained about the enemy's survivability. The system notified about the level and characteristics increase. He stood by the enemy's corpse and thought that he had used all his skills. He realized his current level of combat effectiveness. The young man thought that he definitely needed to carefully use the giant's flame and monitor his endurance level. The hero stepped on the monster's chitin. The game notified about receiving points and increasing the completion of the Fate of Heaven. He reasoned to himself that the speed of completing the completion is too low even with the death of the monster. He sat on the boss's body and thought that it was not suitable for him to farm a lot and suggested that he should kill mainly bosses. He could not understand what degree of effect the skill gives. He looked ahead thoughtfully and thought that he needed to increase the completion even more. Kai was on a centipede when he said that the newbies were late and the boss was already dead. Eleanor and her comrade looked around in shock and muttered under their breath. Adam looked at the protagonist in shock and thought that they recognized their captain as the strongest, but Kai was able to clear the boss's room alone. He studied the marks from the blows and asked himself if these were really the skills of a person who came from the same world and the same tutorial. He mentally called the hero a predator, and decided that it was not for nothing that their captain wanted him in the squad so much. Adam turned to the protagonist and asked if he had other companions. Kai replied that he was alone. The young man looked at the protagonist and thought that they needed such a person in the team, since he was dangerous. He offered the hero to join their team. The regressor sat on his crossed legs and remembered the name of his interlocutor. He looked thoughtfully at the team in front of him. The squad stood in combat readiness. Kai reasoned that judging by the presence of Eleanor and Kurt's team, the small number of people meant that they were divided. He thought that there was a person he was seeing for the first time. The swordswoman stood with her eyes closed. The hero assumed that it was Valeria, the next in the ranking after Kurt, and the court because she got to this place, then she is not the tutorial level. The protagonist looked at the team that stood below him and thought that the half-breed had put together a pretty good team, and a great future awaited them. But with a nuance, Adam again turned to the protagonist. Kai with a calm expression refused. The young man dejectedly muttered that he knew it. The warrior asked the hero if he was going to defeat the boss Varganda alone. She stood in front of the seated protagonist, and said that a month was given for the tutorial. Besides, it was organized in such a way that there would be no problems if the boss was killed by the majority. Kai clarified what of it. Valeria said that the essence of the last tutorial was teamwork, and the key was how much you grow, how many allies you gather and how you combine forces. An image of a well-coordinated squad arose. The protagonist sat and was silent. The boss's room began to collapse. The hero did not have time to express the thought of what his interlocutors wanted. Eleanor turned her head to Adam and said that she would contact the captain and inform him that they had found the protagonist. The young man irritatedly raised his hand to his face and said that it would become an order of magnitude noisier. Someone appeared like lightning from the entrance to the room. Kurt appeared in front of the monster's corpse and shouted the protagonist's name. He moved to the hero and shouted that he had finally found him. The palm landed on the captain's forehead and interrupted his speech. Kai pressed the half-blood into the chitin beneath him. Adam and Eleanor tensed up sharply. Valeria frowned anxiously. The rest of the half-blood's team jumped up. Kai took his hand away from Kurt and asked what they wanted, survival or to become a ranker. The swordswoman jumped up in surprise and wondered how a person who was not a pure blood knew about rankers. The protagonist thought that a ranker was a creature that had overcome the tower's trials and cleared all the floors, a creature with the power to live happily, with the tower breaking through the clouds in the background. The hero, without expressing any emotions, apologized and said that he was not interested in such a thing. He thought that someday he would become one, but this was just a stage. The palm squeezed the handle. Valeria bared her teeth and asked what was different about him, and if he wasn't going to become a ranker, he wanted to become a top ranker. She thought that for people like her, who weren't chosen by the tower, rankers were a dream, and the king who leads their line was a ranker that everyone sincerely dreamed of becoming. Kai remained calm. He raised his finger up and said that he was going to climb even higher. He wanted to break through the ceiling of the tower. The protagonist sat with his finger raised in front of the half-breed team. They were stunned by his words. Valeria asked what kind of absurdity this was. With a scream, her palm rested against the boss's chitin. Kurt sat up abruptly and asked what Kai was doing. The commander stood face to face with his interlocutor. The hero said that he was rushing so much that he considered it an attack. They answered that they just wanted to grab him. Kurt calmed down after the words that when such a strong man is flying at you, you can only be scared. He apologized to the protagonist. Adam looked at this scene and thought in surprise that these words convinced their captain. Kurt dusted off his bracers and said that it was a very heartfelt speech and that he once heard from his father that there was a much greater power hidden outside the tower. The young man stood in front of the protagonist when he said that he did not know, but his father was an incredible person. The hero sat down and thought that he knew the king of Olympus, Zeus. Kai propped his head up and listened to the interlocutor's speech about how he again refused to join their team. An analogy of a sardine that cannot swim with a whale was made. The half-breed stood in armor and said that the hero should not consider him a sardine and that he would someday become the king of Olympus. The squad listened excitedly to the captain's speech. Kai grinned and thought that the statement about the direct bloodline of Olympus was ambitious. The fair-haired youth offered to prove it, if you do not believe it at all. He proposed a bet, the essence of which is who will kill the boss faster and who will make a bigger contribution. He said that the protagonist can create a team at his own discretion, but his team will not have more than 9 people. The image of the confrontation of the squads appeared during the speech of the half-breed. Kai sat listening to Kurt and thought that this was a stunning proposal, because a team can be assembled from many people, but they will only act in 9. The young man set the hero a condition that in case of his victory he will join the team. The characters did not leave the corpse. The protagonist asked what would happen if he won. The young man answered that he would treat him like an older brother. The hero exhaled. Kurt waited for an answer. Kai grinned and suggested to forget. He asked what was so good about a younger brother. He thought that it was good, because in any case he must change the future. Kurt's card could become gold, which is worth using in this matter. The protagonist said that it would be better if he came to the rescue once. When needed, the half-breed asked again if that would be enough. The squad watched the conversation. Kai climbed down from the monster. Kurt turned towards him and agreed if it was an impossible demand, or if he wanted to give up his item. The hero replied that they would sort it out on the spot. The half-breed hit his fist against his fist and said that in that case the bet was closed. He stood on the corpse and said that they would see each other on the first floor, and there was no point in disappearing. The hero walked with his back to him and thought that at each meeting he felt the energy gushing out like a fountain, and probably that was why he would complete the tutorial in 10 days. Kurt jumped off the monster and asked if everyone had heard. He said that they needed to hurry. He froze from the words that there was no point in counting the seconds, as well as acting in a hurry. Kai pointed his hand at the timer above him and said that time would stop. The system notified about the time limit. The half-breed looked at the notification and asked what it was. He asked the hero, who was standing under the system window, why time had stopped. The protagonist calmly replied that the Vargand was not an island, but a sacred beast. Kurt's face expressed surprise. The young man asked what it was then. Kai replied that it was a parasite. He assumed that they had settled in the body of the sacred beast and, absorbing power, tortured it. He said that the Vargand was going to dive into the water again because of them, and then the sea water would kill the parasites. A colorful image of water washing away the insects appeared. Kurt stood by the corpse and asked that the boss was the king of parasites. The hero replied that it seemed like the centipede was constantly generating and growing them. The half-breed frowned and thought about whether he could trust a person with an unknown identity, an origin. Who knows what is unknown to Olympus? He asked what now. The protagonist stood at the counter and said that the time limit no longer works until the manager or the sixes return the system to its original state. He thought that this is the hidden part that Odin told about. The 5th tutorial is a fight of time. The point is, how much time is left and how many bosses are killed during the time spent. The figure of the hero mixed with Odin. He remembered the image of the god who answered Kai's question that he killed the boss not in a week, the one-eyed stop time. The protagonist walked away from the team that stood by the corpse and thought about how to use time wisely after sufficient strengthening. When time resumes its course, the tutorial will end. A time limit counter hung against the sky. Unknown newcomers were perplexed. A man with a mace shouted that they needed to raise points while time froze. Meanwhile, the sixes, they stood among the system windows and panicked that the dragon parasite was killed. This happened for the first time since Odin. One of them exclaimed that the master manager did not yet know about the error in the tutorial. The blue six replied that the manager was now arranging a scandal with Olympus because of what happened recently. The orange clown shouted for someone to contact the master manager, because the main parasite was not in the place that you can stumble upon. The sky was getting dark. Day, the location is a forest. Cracks appeared on the ground. Birds flew away into the distance. A sword was sticking out of the orc's head. The monster was falling. Behind him was the hero who threw that very blade. The other mobs were alarmed by the death of their leader. Screams about a monster sounded from the orcs when the blade came out of the head of their leader. Kai frowned and asked who they were calling a monster to their face. With a scream, the monsters ran away. The hero turned around. He looked at the limit counter and thought that time had started to tick. He assumed that the sixes had finished sorting things out. He reasoned that it was impossible to stop time again by killing the main parasite. because the already broken installation would not break again. Kai opened the inventory and thought that he had still won about 3 days, and had received much more time than he thought. He looked back and said that in that case it was necessary to go to the tower in which the gods lived. An aura was spreading from the peak of the mountain. Steam was coming from the crater around which the newcomers had gathered. Adam stood behind Eleanor and said that people were slowly gathering. She replied that by destroying the boss you get high points and break ahead, that those people who had some kind of skills would take part. The young man looked back and assumed that judging by the mana, most had passed level 20. The characters stood in a group and their appearance radiated power. The girl said that in any case, the newcomers reached here, and their level is the base for entering the tower. Adam stood nearby and asked if all the players of the tower can control mana. She answered that the players can, the residents cannot, and they are in the overwhelming majority. He asked again. Valeria looked at the crowd and said that these are people who were born and raised in the tower like them or the captain, and if people like them are chosen by the tower, they receive a blessing and become purebred. The young man asked if they would be able to kill the boss. She shook her head and answered that she could not say for sure and initially would have said that in no way. But she could not even imagine how strong their captain was. The foot fell to the ground. Kurt walked accompanied by his fighters. Adam looked at the captain and said that they were a little late. Eleanor answered him that it was precious time, so they wanted to squeeze all the benefit out of it. The young man looked back and asked if Kai had arrived. The girl told him that the hero was walking there. The protagonist was walking towards the crater. He glanced ahead and thought about what was worth seeing. He glanced at Adam and Eleanor, who were surrounded by mana, and concluded that they had raised their levels, because their mana flow was different from what it was before. The hero looked at Kurt and thought that he had also raised his level. The half-breed greeted the protagonist. He raised his palm and asked where the team was. The guy assumed that he was going to kill the boss alone again. Kai stood in front of his interlocutor and confirmed his words. The squad leader put his palm to his forehead and said that he himself was often called crazy, but the hero was much worse. Kurt looked at the rating and thought that his difference with the protagonist was about 7,000, and that he must catch the boss first, because then Kai would join his team. The stranger turned to the protagonist and said that it seemed that he didn't have a team yet, and they were just going to clear out the boss. The hero turned to the speaker. The newbie was about to offer the loner to join the team, when the half-breed knocked everyone down with lightning. He frowned and asked how such pathetic midges could offer such a thing. The newbies ran away screaming. Kai looked back and thought that it was him anyway that was annoying, and everything worked out well. The hero approached the cliff and said that in that case he would go and wished him luck. Kurt looked at him and asked if he was leaving right away, to which he received the answer that time was precious in the tutorial. The half-breed stood behind the protagonist and said that clearing out the tutorial, which is designed for a month, in 5 days is very interesting. The hero's foot stepped on the edge, when a cry sounded with an offer to go together. He jumped into the abyss. Kai landed at the bottom. The system announced the entrance to the first boss room. A horde of monsters stood in front of him. The game gave a task. Spears flew up. Shields formed a wall. There was a horde of mobs in front of the squad. Kurt's squad members were talking in bewilderment. Kai looked at the enemies with a serious face and thought that there were several checkpoints that needed to be cleared to meet the boss. He watched the crowd of opponents and thought that monsters that could not exist were gathered here. He thought that this was a priori impossible, but with him such a capture could be carried out. The hero opened the inventory and took out the blade. He thought he knew where the boss was. He pointed the sword to the side and used the skill. The system announced a combination of skills. Kai stood in front of the horde, and the members of the half-breed team behind him thought that they would finally see his power. Kurt crossed his arms and thought that the protagonist should try once. He watched intently. The figure of the lone wolf suddenly disappeared. The subordinates of the son of Zeus were surprised. The scarlet flame concentrated. Kai appeared above the horde of monsters surrounded by fire. Adam recoiled and asked what it was. The hero landed on the enemy. The protagonist sat on the corpse when the words were heard that he was a monster worse than the captain. Kurt watched the battle with a serious expression. Lightning wrapped around the half-breed. Adam covered his mouth with his hand. The squad leader hit his fist against his fist, saying that he knew it. The young man rushed into battle with a scream and the thought that he could not lose. The enemies bristled with spears. The half-breed cut off the tips with a blow. The purple monk attacked the guy from behind. A swing of the blade in the fire. Kai repelled the attack with a blow. Kurt's team rushed to attack. Adam and Eleanor talked as they ran. Eleanor and Raphael cast a paired skill. They delayed the blow, and the male mage told Adam to break through. The guy raised his hand and used the mana concentration skill. He shouted for everyone to duck. Kai dodged the place of the mana concentration skill strike. He looked back at the aftermath of the skill and thought that at least no one had any interfering skills and that they would not die when they were drawn into what was about to happen. The hero was called out, saying that there was something there. Kurt stopped in front of the door. He looked ahead. He said that it was a strange picture. On the door was a picture of a slaughter of monsters. The characters examined the gate and assumed that it depicted a war. The protagonist thought that he himself saw this for the first time in person. He touched the picture and thought that he was behind this door. Kai opened the door leaf. The half-breed turned around sharply and asked if he would just leave silently again. The hero replied that he was originally also going to act alone. Kurt stood behind the loner and objected that they were together anyway and asked what he would lose from this. A scream came from behind the door. The half-breed's team was talking. The commander silently looked at the door. The guy nodded and suggested that the squad also enter. He thought about what he knew about this boss. He assumed that it was gigantic. Dust flew around the dungeon. Kurt clenched his fist. The people behind him jumped up. Someone asked what it was. In front of the characters was a huge creature. It glanced at the newcomers. With a roar, the chimera landed in front of the grate. The system announced that this was the third boss's room. The characters gathered in front of the grate. The system set a task in the form of killing the boss, upon reaching which the tutorial would end. The half-breed muttered that this was the last boss of the tutorial. Kai looked ahead. He skeptically thought that this was the last boss. There was a pedestal by the grate. The system announced that one person could free, subdue and control the chimera, and that the time limitation would stop with the destruction of the seal stone. The message said that the tutorial could be completed regardless of the conditions. The seal stone was sparkling. The system notification announced that the chimera's owner would receive additional points depending on the number of newbies killed. Adam asked with concern about the chimera's owner. Eleanor replied that this was a test in which, along with killing the chimera, you had to protect the seal stone from people you considered allies. Valeria stood with her eyes closed and said that there were 10 people here, and that it would not be difficult to keep track of such a number. She thought that even if someone did something unexpected, that is, the captain, who was faster than only one person. Kai walked past the half-breed. Kurt stopped the hero by the shoulder and asked what he was doing, to which he was asked to let go. The commander held the protagonist and asked if he was really going to betray everyone. Forgetting about the dispute, he said that they should kill the boss, not the participants. To finish the tutorial, the loner looked at his interlocutor and said that he would win the dispute, and he would finish the tutorial too. Kurt grimaced and asked why he needed that. The protagonist's face was expressionless when he said that he knew that this would happen, and therefore he was going to do it alone. Kai took a blade from his inventory. The half-breed jumped up. The seal shattered into pieces. A cry was heard calling the protagonist. The system notified about the destruction of the seal stone, and the new owner of the wyvern. The shackles that held the chimera fell off. The monster lowered its heads lower. The game gave the task of defeating the freed chimera. The roar of the monster raised dust. Kurt looked at the hero and said that he was right. Kai calmly ordered the chimera to destroy the wall. The creature looked towards the new target. The monster's paw crushed the floor. It rushed past the characters onto the wall. The squad recoiled. Kai looked at the subordinate creature and said that while he controlled it, it would not attack, and that their enemy was completely different. The half-breed looked at the protagonist in bewilderment and asked again, to which he received the answer that the chimera was a monster created by combining different monsters that were on the island. The characters were standing next to the chimera when the question was asked about who created it. Kurt let go of the protagonist and thought that if the chimera was not the real boss, then who was the real one? The hero said that it was their choice to go with him or not. Kai went towards the gap with the chimera. The others froze. Adam asked the captain what they would do. He replied that they would go after the loner first. Legs appeared behind the gap. The half-breed's team looked around the hall. They talked anxiously. Kurt frowned and thought that this was a very long passage, and where was that needed? Kai walked with the chimera and thought about the fourth room of the fifth tutorial, which the system did not notify in advance, which was here. He was calm. Kai and his companions entered the chimerologist's room. The system notified that this was the location of the fourth boss. The protagonist called out to the figure in the distance. The window notified about the boss update. The hero asked about the midday sleep of the chimera creator. The palms lay on the corpse. It was a man with gray skin. The system updated the task. You need to destroy the boss of the chimera creator. Steam came from the mouths of the chimera. The palms felt someone's remains. Words were heard that this was happening for the first time. The chimerologist turned around and said that he should aim for the right to control the chimera and not betray, but on the contrary, come to where he is. He grinned and said that it was interesting. He asked that apparently there was Zeus's blood. Kurt twitched. The creator of chimeras said that although he was a half-breed, he would be quite suitable. The squad leader asked again in a rage. Kurt pointed his finger at the boss and asked who the half-breed was. Kai said that it was the black mage child, a ranker who had long disappeared from the tower. The young man jumped up and asked if this was the ranker who was the examiner on the 50th floor. He thought that he had heard of him. A ranker who used hundreds of players as experimental material, after which he mixed the blood of various monsters and created a chimera. Kurt wondered what such a person was doing in the tutorial. Kai said that there was nothing to be afraid of, and that the enemy had already lost to one player, after which he broke the law of the tower and lost almost all his strength. He explained that because of what happened then, the chimerologist was sentenced to create bosses for 1,000 years. But even after the term passed, He was unable to return his power. Child stood in the middle of the room and asked how he knew him. The hero pointed his finger at his eyes and asked if he remembered this. The protagonist's pupils were glowing red. The chimerologist jumped up. With a scream, he attacked the newcomers. Kurt was surprised by such a manner, and said that Kai was talking about the enemy losing strength. The loner replied that this was with the loss, and if a rancor were in front of them now, they would instantly die. The protagonist straightened up when he heard the question of where he got these eyes from. The chimerologist asked if he was a relative of that monkey. The hero asked where the offended tone came from. He said that this boss here will be an examiner stooped to murder and experiments on players. Child hysterically screamed for him to answer the question. Kai replied that he had not come here to satisfy his curiosity. The chimeras had come to life. He said that he simply could not let such a worm live, and gave the chimera a command. The opponents rushed at the squad. They did not understand what was happening. Adam said that he did not know what was what, and suggested that the captain first deal with the enemies. Lightning appeared on Kurt's body. He ordered everyone to be swept away. The battle began. The man with the axe attacked the chimera. The spearmen hit the enemies. The limbs of the chimeras flew in different directions. Kai thought that these were level-up chimeras that were supposed to appear on the lower floor in about 100 years. And fortunately one could only fear their numbers, because they had not yet been finalized. The hero walked through the miasma and thought about the fact that thanks to the battle of the guys, who, as befits people from the top ranking. The protagonist did not have time to finish his thought and noticed something. The tombstone chained the young man. It was the skill of the coffin of darkness. Child stood with a staff in his hands and said that this is a coffin of absolute strength, from which even a chimera cannot get out. He said that although he lost his strength and fell, but the participant of the tutorial does not dare to look down on him. He said that he will not allow the hero to live or die. The stone cracked. The cracks spread. Kai was freed from captivity. The protagonist's hand was inflated. The chimerologist shouted that this was madness. He noticed the hand and exclaimed in surprise. He grimaced and screamed. He thought that this could not be. The right side of the hero's body was enveloped in the aura of Hercules. Child asked how he was connected with Olympus. The head of the great gods of Gigantomachia, the main role of the struggle of giants, the son of Zeus and the main character of the 12th test, a cruel killer of giants, a man who does not hesitate to punish evil, but is infinitely affectionate to the weak. The image of Hercules stood in the middle of the temple. It was a being that surpassed anyone in physical strength, and the hero that Kai revered the most, the fist clenched with force. He used the Gigantization skill, the arm filled with muscles. The system reported the leakage of the giant's strength into the arm. The degree of mastery is low. The endurance stats are replaced by strength stats. Endurance is low. Partial gigantization is in progress. The veins bulged on the hero's neck. He thought that as expected. This was his limit even with the giant's heart eaten, and it would still be enough. Child began casting, and said that he would dry out the answer after tearing off his legs and arms. He was sure that even if the enemy was a direct descendant of Olympus, he would still remain a green youth. Kai extended his hand and told him to shut up. The chimerologist attacked the protagonist. The skill of darkness, the coffin of darkness with triple amplification, sealed the hero. The blow of the hand destroyed the effect of the enemy's skill. The boss started casting and said that there was no need to die yet, and he needed to hear a lot from the enemy. Green pins rushed towards the loner. It was the infected poisonous Fang skill. What I need is gigantization. In memories, Hercules explained that if Kai cannot control it properly, it is better to refuse to kill the chimera, because despite the exile and loss of power, he is still dangerous. The protagonist repelled the attack. Someone else's words arose in his head, that it was too reckless. Hercules. The voice asked how many days it would take to learn to control gigantization. The fist crushed someone else's skill. The voice answered that it would be difficult, but by no means impossible. Fragments of poisonous fangs flew around the area. Kai exhaled. Child exclaimed in shock. He thought that although the enemy was related to Hercules, but to destroy everything with only this power, the hero looked ominous. The boss raised his staff. He used the black wall of spikes and sealed the hero again. He looked at the wall and thought that this was his strongest skill, and let the enemy try to break through. He thought that it was impossible to destroy such a wall with his hands. The chimerologist jumped up from the crack. He began a new cast with curses. The cracks began to spread. They curled along the wall. The boss pointed his staff at the wall. He smiled and thought that even the protagonist eventually got tired. He thought that in an attempt to destroy the wall, he broke his hands until they bled. The wall of spikes collapsed. The palm rushed to Child's neck. Kai knocked the enemy down. He forcefully slammed him into the floor. The chimerologist groaned. His fist slammed into the boss's face. The voices in the hero's head claimed that if he failed to obtain the necessary skills, then he should not even think about dealing with him. The protagonist beat the former ranker. The speech continued. She claimed that in case of receiving at least one skill, then she leaves the decision to his discretion. The floor shattered into pieces. The voice said that in case of receiving both, then it is necessary to kill the chimerologist. The loner raised his fist. Archie was sitting on a stone when they addressed him. Hercules stood in front of the armless man and asked why he was not saying anything. He said that he knew that he went up to the 50th floor and killed the creator of chimeras. He asked again what to tell him. Archie sat and said that he had nothing to add, and in any case, everything was visible with them. The wounded man's eyes burst into flames. The protagonist hit the boss again. His head was driven into the stone. He said that he would not die anyway. The chimerologist said that he was immortal. The hero's eyes glowed scarlet. He said that this was good, and that he was indestructible as he had been told. Kai raised his hand to strike. 1,000 years of experiments with black magic made the boss's body stronger than steel, an undead chimera. However, in a body that is stuffed with a lot of things, everything cannot be uniform. The hero used the skill and said that in any case, everything is visible with them. He grabbed the chimerologist by the hand. The hero tore off the enemy's limb. Child screamed in fear. Kai grabbed the enemy's other hand. He jerked it off. The black magician asked to stop. The protagonist grabbed him by the leg and asked again. He twisted his limb and asked how many people he tore off limbs with these hands. Old Kai stood in armor. He repeated the words that he must fight Serta in the tutorial and get fiery eyes, that he needs to absorb his heart and get gigantization. The hero stood in front of the players. He grinned and said that this will give birth to an absurd person. The system spammed him with messages. It notified about receiving an achievement, delayed reward calculation, completing the tutorial, leveling up, increasing stats, and the degree of completion of the Heaven's Fate. The hero wiped his cheek and thought that he did not expect that he would become an absurd person. He looked at the corpse of the boss and thought that perhaps he was considered a boss and therefore the reward was impressive. He thought that he raised 2 levels at once, and thanks to the increase in the completion of the Heaven's Fate, the stats also increased. The system posted a description of the Heaven's Fate. The protagonist read and thought that on average 1 additional stat is given every time the completion increases by 5%, and upon reaching 100% he will receive at least 20 stats. The hero thought that for his level the effect is meager, but in fact it is quite good. The chimeras suddenly fell to the floor. The half-breed's team chatted in confusion. The hero waved his hand and said not to worry, since the boss died. Adam said that he really thought he would die. Eleanor asked if anyone was hurt. The newbie pointed his hand and said to look here. Kurt heard a scream that Valeria was hurt. He frowned. The girl was kneeling. The commander looked at the treatment and said that he would finish everything quickly, so let them take care of Valeria. They answered in the affirmative. The son of Zeus turned around and addressed the protagonist. He passed him and invited him to step aside for a while. Kurt said that he would not ask who the hero really was and how he knew about that rancor from the tutorial. But because of his choice, he took a break. The location is a cave. The young man stood opposite the protagonist and continued his speech, saying that someone was badly hurt. He frowned and asked if it was necessary to kill the creator of the chimeras. He said that the tutorial could be completed only by killing the chimera. Kai calmly confirmed. Kurt spread his hand and asked again. He said that he could have set a record without going so far. He clenched his fist and asked how far he had to go to calm down. The half-breed asked if he would be satisfied only when the hero and his companions died. The protagonist looked at his interlocutor. He closed his eyes and thought about this question. He thought about how far he had to go. Outer gods, outside the tower are gods of other dimensions, a powerful being hung in the sky. Hopelessness obscured the sky and the unborn, fallen into the abyss of despair, stupid chaos and purple sky, an alien deity watched in the distance. To defeat at least one of them, many rankers died and no one knows how many more like them are there. The corpses of players fell into a pile. Because of this, the hero constantly needs to become stronger. He is obliged to cut out the rotten parts of the world so that it does not meet the end. So that the world becomes stronger, he must drag it along with him. The image of the old Kai was wounded. How far he needs to go for this? The protagonist looked at the interlocutor and answered that he does not know. Kurt asked again in surprise. The hero confirmed his words and said that the commander is gathering a team with whom he can go together, and he himself is not going to look for it for similar reasons. The half-breed frowned at the words that his interlocutor cannot go together with someone. He thought that he needs an ally strong enough to reduce the risk of traveling with him. He asked himself what kind of thorny path Kai chose. The hero passed by and answered that he should stop talking about the team, and that something like this could happen to him at any moment. He approached the man in shabby clothes, and apologizing asked how long they had been waiting for him. He replied that the atmosphere was so tense. Kurt asked who it was. The protagonist turned around and replied that it was the tutorial director. Kurt wondered why someone of such a high rank at the top rank level looked like that. He bowed and introduced himself. Jack responded indifferently. Kai asked the manager not to behave like that and to accept the greeting properly, because the young man was not related to the protagonist in any way. The man grinned and said that he did not want to, because of them he had more work, and he was ready to rip Zeus's beard out right now. Kurt straightened up in surprise. Jack put his hand to his face and said that he only had to think about how much he would have to listen to because of the hero, that the creator of the chimeras had a contract for 1,000 years, and he died without preparing the next boss. He irritably turned to the hero and said that thanks to him it would be possible to live for some time in the tutorial. The protagonist looked at him and asked what he came to say and demanded a reward. An object began to appear in his palm. The manager said that he was more hasty than it seemed. A shard appeared in his hand. He said that the hero himself must decide where to use and how to protect. The system displayed a description of the Black God Stone. The protagonist held the item in his hand and mentally exclaimed, "The Black God Stone." Another name is the Shard of Hades' helmet, one of the three main gods of Olympus, Hades, and his helmet is one of the strongest items. The basis for its creation was the Black God Stone. The image of a man stood opposite the treasure. This is one of the items that must be obtained. Returning to the past, the hero did not think that he would get it right now. The protagonist turned his head towards Kurt. He thought that he knew where the Sea God Stone was, and only a shard of lightning remained. Kai closed his eyes and grabbed the stone. The young man asked what he needed. The hero remained silent and thought that he could collect them quite quickly. Jack snapped his fingers and asked if they were finished. He said that the conditions were met, so they were now heading to the tower. The characters rose into the air. The manager said that the others would be rewarded depending on their contribution. He specified that Kurt's reward was also pretty good. The half-breed thanked him. Jack looked at the protagonist and said that this was their last meeting. He asked if he would raise the same mess up there. Kai looked at his interlocutor and said that he would look into it, to which he received the answer that this did not inspire confidence at all. The manager looked at the stone in the hero's hand and said that with such a thing, he could cause more serious riots. He grinned and said that since he was bringing chaos, it would be even better if he became a wave that would shake the tower. The two guys disappeared. The system notified about the remaining time, showed the leaderboard, and reported the end of the tutorial. The game notified about receiving points. A new item appeared in the inventory. An egg appeared in the cell. The system notified about the receipt of an unknown egg. The system greeted the hero on the first floor. He appeared out of nowhere. Kai looked up at the inventory and thought that recently during the movement a reward came, points and something else. He saw a new item and mentally amazed that there are such things, and even without a name. Kurt appeared next to the protagonist and said that they arrived. The newcomers were standing in a crowd. The system notified that this was the area of the outskirts of the first floor of the tower. The step began. The players stared at the crowd and were surprised, because there was still a lot of time before the end of the tutorial. Kai looked at the men and thought that they should now be called players, and they were probably waiting here for further recruitment of newcomers. Kurt looked back and saw a new face. He turned around and thought that Olympus had also started to act. He saw several familiar faces here. The half-breed turned to the hero and clarified that he was not going to join the guilds either, to which he received an affirmative answer. He glanced at the protagonist and said that he had not even thought of finding a team, let alone a guild. He said that in any case, since he lost the argument, he would keep his promise. Kurt remembered the scene with the manager and asked what happened between Olympus and Mr. Jack. Kai glanced at him. He turned around and answered that Olympus, which the half-breed knows, is fair and correct. He asked what the hero was trying to say. The protagonist passed by the interlocutor and said that if he wants to know the whole story, then he should learn it gradually and on his own, since it will be hard to understand everything from other people's words. The squad leader shouted after the hero that he was leaving again immediately and suggested registering the player first if he was going to the village so that they could at least contact each other. He grimaced and warned the loner about the jackals. Kai waved his hand. The player stood behind Kurt. He introduced himself as Alan from Olympus and greeted the half-breed. The commander turned around and said that he had arrived. He looked at the warrior and assumed that he had seen him somewhere. Alan thanked the young man. The man was kneeling. Kurt asked him that he was a follower of Ares. He said that he had heard that he had recently become a high ranker and asked to convey his congratulations. He thanked him. The fighter stood up and said that Mr. Ares was a man who deeply respected family ties, and therefore ordered not to convey the young man's words until his mother was found. The fair-haired guy asked again. He was furious. Alan said that as is known, the heavenly ruler is not interested in children. Besides, the identity of the mother is unknown. Lightning covered the body of the half-breed. He screamed. The warrior leaned over and said that he should not react so sharply, because the character of Lord Ares is well known. He stood with his hand pressed and said that family ties are a created thing. He wished Kurt to create a family. The half-breed grimaced and thought that he himself was beating and shouting for help. He thought that the one who neglected him was the grumpy Ares, and not this man, and that if he touched a lower person, he would only worsen relations with Olympus in vain. The young man turned around and ordered the fighter to step. He answered in the affirmative. The man asked the character in the back who the person with whom the young man was recently. He assumed that he was not from their team. Kurt thoughtfully thought about the hero. A settlement was visible in the distance. The half-breed answered that the protagonist was something like a friend. Alan asked again. The general name is Jackals. They have a coat of arms with a dog and an axe. They refuse to rise to the next floor. They attack in the steps of the beginning only new players, who are completely cleaned out. The image of Jackals over the corpse of a newbie. Their favorite prey is new players who do not belong to guilds, and they call the end of the tutorial the harvest time. Kai looked back. He walked through the forest and thought that the jackals were already following him. He can feel it without skill, only with intuition, and there are about 20 of them. Systematic description of the Stone of the Black God. The protagonist held the item in his pocket and thought that jackals are ideal test subjects for testing concealment. Dog heads watched the hero. The gang leader Farron looked ahead and said that the tutorial ended faster than they expected. He said that it was top class because many people got good items. The jackals watched the protagonist and talked. They were confused by the fact that he was alone, and offered to let him go. Someone objected and pointed to an expensive thing. They were happy. After the offer to pounce, the leader jumped up. Farron sat with his back to his subordinates, and said that Kai had disappeared. They objected to him. Heads flew with a frightened scream. The leader turned around with a cry about the enemy. The protagonist cut out the gang of players. They panicked. Farron's eyes lit up from using the skill, and he thought that this was not an illusion skill. The bandits died screaming. The gang boss thought that this is a newbie who just entered the tower, but with the skill of concealment, and this cannot be. The palm appeared before Farron's eyes. The hero pressed him into the ground. He lay pressed to the floor and thought that this man was not bait, but a blade that would kill them, a top-class player. The loner warned not to irritate him with long runs, because he would still catch them. Kai looked at the enemy. The leader thought that if such a player climbs to the first floor, then he is fined. And why is it not so now? The protagonist said that he had a question for them, and if they answer honestly, then he will let them go. The loner swung his blade and interrupted the curses of the enemy. He wounded his hand and said that if he continues in the same spirit, then he will also continue. Farron shouted that he will say everything. He jumped up at the question of whether he knows where to find a man called Cloudless. Kai sat on the head of the jackals. He asked how he knew about him. The hero answered that he immediately got the jackpot. The protagonist grinned. Evening, the village is drowning in lights. A light snack was lying on the table. The hero was sitting on the balcony. The system announced that this was the first floor, a transitional location. Kai closed his eyes and thought how good it was to return here. He thought that he was lucky, and he quickly found the necessary information and could calmly relieve some of the accumulated tension. The protagonist watched the market from the balcony and thought that it was simply peaceful now, and asked himself in what world his friends were. Glasses of alcohol collided with each other. The hero was sitting surrounded by friends. Kai smiled calmly. The loner thought that the time for sentimentality was over. He put his hand in his pocket and was going to see what was happening. He took a stone out of his pocket and reasoned that the item worked on lagging people like jackals, but it was still too early for him to completely hide Hades' helmet. He looked at the item and thought that his own abilities were not enough, and there was no master to process it either. He remembered that this item had so much mana that it was jokingly called the Infinity Stone. He looked thoughtfully and assumed that if he brought the power of this one piece to the maximum, then hiding would no longer be a problem. Where the limits of the item are unknown, but first of all it needs to be cleaned. Zeus took the heavenly throne and was able to become the ruler of Olympus only because he received a lightning shard. Hades always fought only with a helmet on his head. He imagined these two personalities, these stones. These are the items with which the current Olympus and the Olympus of the distant future were created. The hero stood up and remembered the one who is able to work with such material. He smiled and said that he had not seen his uncle for a long time. The hammer hit the workpiece. A strong man was working at the anvil. A game set window popped up, which was activated when the player entered mana. They are holding a ball in their hand, because the player's registration is complete. He is standing on the street and understands that it is somewhere here. Kai was serious. The guy thought that he did not know the exact coordinates, and therefore it is difficult to find. He went further, where he was asked for some points. The man sits behind and says that his child is starving. Then they put a knife to him. The protagonist makes a blow when he is forced to give everything. Other men run up, because this fool dared to attack their group. The protagonist strikes them and says that they must go upstairs. The guys were behind him and they are told not to think about harming others. We see that his pupils have dilated. He came to another street. Raising his hand, he asks, "Here?" Kai stands in the room. He was hot. From the door they ask, "Shouldn't they work until lunch?" We see a cinnamon boot. A man in gloves comes out. Frowning, he says that he does not look like one of the local punks. Raising his hand, he says that he came specifically to the forge. Taking a sword. He is told that if these are good enough, then let him choose and maybe the guys are better than the items he has. Straightening his hand, we understand that he took a low-quality sword. Oliver looks down, because he was told that the guy is not capable of breaking. His eyes lit up when they called his name. A green aura appears around him and they ask him where he came from. Holding a ball in his hands, Kai says that he went up to the first floor. Oliver looks at the ball and thinks that there is a number drawn on it, indicating the floor's past. He closes his eyes and thinks that if the guy swung that hammer, there would be a catastrophe. We see a blue stone, because he came to make an item. Approaching it, he asks to take a closer look. His eyes widened, because it was not a finished stone. He folded his arms and asked where he got it. Opening his mouth, they told him that he received it as a reward for clearing the tutorial. Standing next to him, he said that the clearing had been going on for 5 days and 2 hours and that it was the highest score. Kai looked down, because they were initially thinking about him. Why such expensive clothes, and the guy was clearly not an ordinary guy. He stands next to him and says that now he can only process and use cheap materials on such an object, only it is worse for him. Materials will be needed that can withstand the force in the stone. The stone glows in his hands and they ask him if he is sure he is ready to entrust it to him. Then he takes it and calls him a psycho. Walking away from him, they tell him that he is good at reading people. We see Oliver, because if he wanted the stone, there would be greed in his eyes. But now he looks extremely enthusiastic. He holds a sword and was sure that he will not break it. The main character swings his weapon. We see that the guy is shiny and has a perfect weight balance, with cheap materials and tight deadlines, and it was strange that a blacksmith of such a level is rotting in a hole. Looking at the sword, he says that the blade can be worn out, and the handle can be crudely made, but the habit is traceable. His eyes widen when they said about the damage to the weight balance. Holding his head, he laughs, because it's all true. He throws the weapon into the box. Holding the stone, the guy says that he will do as well as he trusted him. Opening his mouth, he says that there is one condition. A smile appeared on his face and he is asked to keep a secret not only where this order was carried out, but also the fact that this was at all. Clouds were flying in the sky. There is food on the table, bought for 3 points. The sword is held up and he thinks that now he has to wait. Kai spreads butter on bread, because having collected all the information received from the jackals, he learned that the collection will take place in 2 days. A guy sits down next to him. Kurt folds his arms and says that he has a lot of connections and that he found him through them. Holding the ball, he asks for a number. Raising his finger, the guy did not think that a man would shoot his number. They come up to them and give them more food. Kurt holds a fork and says that in 5 days he is going to raise the level in the outer area. He puts down the fork and is told that he needs a little time so that the team can work together better. Sitting at the table, Oliver asks for help. He chews and says that finding jackals is a problem. We see his mouth, and he says that they will go together. Bowing his head, the main character says that he should come the day after tomorrow evening. He continues eating and says that they will go together. Knocking his shoes, he is told that they will see each other later. Waving his hand, Kurt says that he needs to be quick to make it, since everything worked out this way and he will go first today. Exhaling, he thinks that he really liked the team assembled in the tutorial and is going to develop it, to rise together. Frowning, he says that he must have been waiting for a long time. A man is sitting at another table and is asked to tell about his business. Putting his hand on the table, he says that he was surprised by Kurt's arrival. Approaching him, Alan says that this is their first meeting. There was a smile on his face. Sitting with him at the table, he says that he came to meet. There is a cup of coffee on the table, and he is asked if he took second place in the tutorial. Sitting on a chair, Alan says that according to the announced results, the difference between first and second place is incredible. Everyone gathers in groups and says that a monster has entered the tower. Taking a cup in his hands, he says that Kurt said that they are like friends. Looking into the distance, the protagonist thinks that he bribed him. His reflection was visible in the liquid. He is told that the connections from the tutorial do not last long and players who can rise in the bash and players who will become rankers are rare. Closing his eyes, he says that he has a chance and this is to cross the ranker level and become a top ranker. Putting down the mug, he says that he must come to the man from Olympus and they will give him everything he wants. We see the back of his hair and he is told that this man is different from a non-entity, that he does not even know his mother. Opening his mouth, Alan says that he is the legitimate son of Zeus, a great being who has already become a top ranker. Raising his hand, he says to become a follower of the Lord, but he is interrupted. The protagonist drinks the liquid in one gulp. Roughly putting it back, he thanks for the tea and wants to leave. He gets up and says that he is not going to join anything. A smile appeared on his face. Kurt bares his teeth, because he acted as if Zeus was his parent. Looking at him, they interrupt him and say that his answer is 1. He looks down and says that he will not cooperate with unworthy people. The room asks if he is okay. An aura wafted around him. Opening his mouth, he asks how many jackals can be mobilized now. Raising his hand, the guy says that the jackals are collecting money now. In a few days it will be possible to collect a sufficient number. We see the main character, because he set a record in the tutorial and overtook God. They are standing near the table and say that they need to prepare 100 people. Putting his hand to his face, he talks about the end of the harvest time, because then they will kill the main character. 2 days later, it was evening and someone asked about the jackals. Walking through the stalls, he asks to follow him. The guy turns his head and sees Kurt. His face was serious. The monsters are hanging from the ceiling and asking if he is related to the monkey. We see a man with wrinkles. The man holds a spear because it hasn't been 100 years since he was raised to the tower, and he became a top ranker, a fighter with the best innate qualities in the history of rankers. Kai holds a sword because he used not only Archie's abilities, but also controlled the same fire. He had a red cape, and we don't know who he is because he did not enter Olympus. We see his hand because he had the skill of Gigantization. Someone is standing at the top because this skill in Olympus was only possessed by Hercules, who killed 10,000 giants, but the descendants of the giant race, all of them had this skill. He squeezes his hand because there was a chance that he was from the giant race and therefore did not enter Olympus. His eyes widened when called. Standing near the door, the man orders to respond. Kurt looks at the hand and is called Master. Someone is standing near the table and asking for forgiveness, because trading is over for today. Approaching him, he says, if anything, let them look for him and let him leave his name and surname, as well as his number. The guy stopped writing, because he was looking for the Cloudless One. Suddenly, he starts running away and swearing. The main character runs after him and asks where he is going. Then he hits him on the back. He had a weapon in his hand. Kai turns him over with his hand. Frowning, he orders him to sit. He takes him by the neck when he puts him on the floor. The man bares his teeth and is told his real name, that this is a player from Urim who refused to rise in the tower. His eyes turn red and he calls the king of jackals. The guy is near the wall and says that he was confused. Kurt watches this silently. He stands behind and says that it is categorical to decide that the guy is the king of jackals only because of the escape. The protagonist holds a knife in his hand and says that it does not look like an ordinary blade and that he should look carefully at the floor. We see a purple liquid on the floor, and it was poison. He was tied up and kept silent. He bares his teeth because he does not know where the information leaked from. They stand next to him and ask how they found out. Kurt looks at him and they are told that this is impudent, and does he even know who is behind him? Waving their hand, they tell him about the color of his hair and eyes. Kurt remembers the protagonist, because he asked for an answer. A yellow aura appears near them. Opening their mouths, they ask the question, is it true that Olin betrayed? Kai waved his hand near him and asks whether he receives orders from Alan, and they answer in the affirmative. Opening his mouth, Kai says that recently the heavenly ruler has become interested in the affairs of the first floor, and his son came to this tutorial very opportunely. Baring his teeth, they ask him until what point will he play the role of a dog. We see the guy's face, because as soon as this business is completed, Mr. Kurt, the ruler of the heavens, will personally take care of the pack of jackals. Smiling, they tell him that they can fulfill the request. They stand next to him when the man asks what needs to be done. The guys are in the hallway and Kai asks a question, how many jackals are there in total? He puts a note in his hand and asks to gather everyone by tomorrow night. Sitting next to him, the guy says not to tell the people from Alan's side. Taking him by the shoulder, he decides to go. Kurt bites his lip and is silent. Night falls and he sells someone else's father well. Clasping his hands, he asks for an explanation. Grinning their teeth, Kurt is told that Olympus and the jackals are cooperating. Opening their mouths, Kai is told that this cannot be. Turning around, the guy says that from now on he should throw off his attitude towards him and let him keep an eye out. He stands behind and is told that then the ins and outs of Olympus will be revealed. We see the guys, because considering that he has more work, he is ready to rip out all of Zeus's beard. The main character was calm, because you need to find out gradually and calmly. He stands on the ground and thinks about the ins and outs of Olympus. It was night in their city. The main character is near the castle. Opening his mouth, he says that if he had stayed any longer, he would have left. Kurt stands next to him and says that he was born and raised in Olympus. Closing his eyes, he says that Olympus was his home and family, and his father was an idol. A girl is sitting and he did not have many memories associated with his mother, and almost did not remember her face. But he remembered the voice said once clearly. The girl asked him not to forget about the pride in Olympus. We see her lips. Standing next to him, Kurt says that he thought it all over, either this remains the truth, or he betrays Olympus. Magic appears near his hand, because the jackals must disappear, because they are like parasites on the first floor. We see his hand. Kurt had armor, because he wants to carve them himself. It was dark in the cave. Someone is carrying a torch. There are people in wolf masks. One of them looks down, and says that it is damp and wet here, and it squelches underfoot. Someone comes up to them. John raises his hands and asks if everything is in place. One of them lowers his head. Then they are ordered to raise their heads. Looking at him, they do not understand why the man came personally. The guy takes an object in his hands and talks about those who will start opening their mouths. Raising a sword, he says that such a person will lose his head. He shows the knife to the others and says that now they need to complete one task and perhaps it is so difficult that it will require all their strength. Clenching his fist, John says that it will be tomorrow. Raising his hands, he says that they will ascend. Then the guy points to two silhouettes. They also had masks and these are their benefactors. Bending down, he thanks them for coming all this way. He has currency in his hand and asks to accept it. Holding it, they tell him that 1 bill is 1,000 points. He opens his mouth and they tell him that that's all. A smile formed on his face, because even by there are hundreds of thousands here and apparently he decided to completely change his shoes. His hand began to shine, because he would gladly accept it. The man in the mask speaks about their orders. He raises his hand and speaks about goodbye. Then he snaps his fingers. We see how everything turned red. People open their mouths and scream. The man looks down, because the fire is fast. The guys run to the exit. Their mouths are open, and he realizes that this is a powder that hides odors. His eyes widen in shock. The guy stomps his foot and says that he is burning garbage. Kurt hits him and says that he is from Olim. With his mouth open, he says that the guys are a defect of Olympus and will destroy them with his own hands. The main character makes attacks. The guy takes them with his hands and kills them. They fight them and the enemy understands that they want to kill them. A ball appears in his hand. It is written on the ball that it is impossible to send a message. Standing with his back to us, they asked him if he hopes that in such chaos this thing will work normally. His eyes are red, because the game set transmits messages through mana if the entire environment is filled with it. John is standing near the fire. The guy stomps his foot on the ground. The man runs towards them to make an attack. His mouth opens, he wishes him death. We see the back of his head. His eye was red. John's pupils dilated from shock. The main character makes an attack. After that, he strikes again, because now they are definitely saying goodbye. We see that everything on the horizon was in smoke. Kai came up to the guy and asks if he is okay. We see the main character, because 1,000 people were killed. The guy looks up and thinks that the guy has not been through a war, and is not used to killing. They are in the forest and says that by killing one of them, you can save dozens, hundreds of people. Squeezing his hand, Kai says if an inappropriate feeling of guilt can make him close his eyes to all this, it is unknown who will benefit from it. Kurt looks up and is silent. His hands are on his knees and he says that his tongue is longer than it seems, and also reasonable. Clutching his head, he says that this is a compliment. A smile appeared on his face, because his appearance is deceiving. Getting up from his knees, the guy says that he did not even seem kind. We see him during the tutorial, because he acted very well. The main character looks down, and is told that since childhood he has been taught such norms of moral duty of a person. In his hand are bills, because they benefited from this situation. Kurt looks at the pack and is asked if he will accept them. Opening his mouth, they tell him that if he doesn't like dirty money, then it's better to refuse. Putting his hand to his face, he asks to split it. Looking into the distance, they ask him a question: didn't he take second place in the tutorial? The protagonist holds a wad of money in his hands. The guy squeezes his hand and screams. It was Alan, who asks why he can't get in touch. Veins were visible on his face, because they wouldn't dare run away, having taken their money. Suddenly, they come to them. Then the guys come to the jackal's lair. Sweat is pouring from his face. There are dead bodies on the ground, but they were interested in money. His eyes are red, and he starts screaming. We see a banknote. There were only 384,000 points. The protagonist sits on a chair and thinks that now he won't have to worry about housing. Having started to sniff them, he thinks he got involved in this from the very beginning. Then he puts the bill in the inventory and thinks that this amount is not enough to buy all the materials, but you can find items from which it will be quite possible to mold a skeleton for the Dark God Stone. Sitting on the bed, Kai thinks that the stone has the highest rank among the items he has, and somewhere at this very moment it is gradually acquiring true value in the hands of the best blacksmith. He raises his hand, which begins to electrify. Suddenly, an egg appears and the hatching percentage is 0%. Lying on the bed, the main character thinks that items such as materials can be unfinished or with an inaccurate description, but he has never seen such egg items. We see a purple egg, because for second place Kurt received the Hand of Thunder, a high-ranking item even for rankers, and in this case the egg must be unusual. There is a high probability that there is something at least at the level of the Dark God's Stone, or even better. He grabs his head, because he could not even imagine. Opening his eyes, he understands something. We see a purple egg, because there was a pattern there that wasn't there originally. Hallucinations begin around him. His eyes turn red, because he knew the pattern. Sitting on the bed, Kai is told that the egg welcomes him. We see a sign with a hammer. He has a red cloak on his back, because in a few days there was so much to think about. Looking down, he thinks, what will hatch from the egg? An ally who will help him, or a creature that will destroy the world again. We see a girl, because creatures from eggs in most cases consider the parent to be the one they see first after hatching, and with whom they have contact for the longest time, so those few rankers who are lucky enough to hatch the animals they found with difficulty, take them with them everywhere. He moves the blanket with his hand, because this is a wildly gambling game. Frowning, Kai tells himself to stop worrying. Nothing will change from endless thoughts, and he needs to focus on closer goals. We see a hot object in the water. Oliver is standing at the table because he was waiting for him. There is a stone on the canvas, because it is very strong, and called him because he wants to ask something. Sitting on a stool, the guy asks a question: what should be the length and thickness? Holding a liquid in his hand, he says that a byproduct of the stone has appeared. Looking at it, Oliver says that he planned to make an item with it. Since the stone has great strength by nature, such a powder is more valuable than an ordinary stone. Opening his mouth, Kai asks a question, doesn't this require suitable materials? Getting up from the chair, he says that he does not have materials like adamantium, but there is something similar. The powder appeared as a result of processing and mithril should be enough. He takes a stick in his hands and says that it will come out somewhere around 1 kilo and 800 grams, not such a large volume, but you can mix it for equipment. Looking into the distance, he says that mithril has a decent price. Sitting with his back to us, he thinks that he will have to scrape his heart, and buy only 600 grams. His head was black and they tell him to take out a loan. Standing next to him, Oliver says that in any case he himself wants to do something and will not be offended if he runs away later. Opening his mouth, he says that the value of the thing he entrusted is tens of times more than some mithril. We see the main character, and they ask him a question, shouldn't a blacksmith repay with trust? We see a man with white hair. A smile appeared on his face. A weapon appears in his hand. Kai holds out his hand with it. Then he gives it and says that the weight doesn't matter, the most important thing is that he can lift it, and the shape should be the same as the sword. A smile appeared on his face. A week has passed and we are near the guild house of the Olympus faction. The guy puts on gloves. Smiling, he thinks that he was full of doubts, so he did not expect that a chance would come up. There are people standing near the corpses, because the destruction of the jackals was a test from the tower, after which he will receive greater opportunities. A man comes up to him and says that all the players who were on floors 1 through 10 have been gathered. Frowning, they tell him that there are about 200 people. He takes up arms. People are standing near the palace. Opening his mouth, the man says that they are going to catch criminals. The protagonist kills animals. Turning his head, they write to him that the completion of the fate is low. A window appears, where they say that the fate of heaven is a talented person who is destined to defeat the heavens. His eyes were big, because he raised one level through hunting and nothing can be done, instead of senselessly killing time. A ball appears near his hand. A new message comes, where they invite you to come. We see a blue stone. Oliver raises his hand and says that it is beautiful. He cannot look at it enough, he also did not expect to see such a light again. He is doing something on the table, because he has a wild desire to create a high-quality finished object with it. There was a blue stone on the canvas. He is standing at the table and is silent. Oliver frowned. He takes a hammer in his hands. After that, he goes to the door, because he thought that this day would come someday, but it would be good if he had another day. He removed the canvas from the door with the object. Going outside, he sees an army. John is sitting on a horse and says that he did not expect to see him in such a hole and that is why they could not find him. Standing not far from him, they tell him that they know why they made a noise. They point a sword at him, because he is a criminal. The guys open their mouths, because they do not understand how they will grab a rancor. The hammer in his hand electrifies, and Alan says not to be afraid. On the first floor, rancors receive a significant limitation of strength. After that, we see that the man lit up. His eyes turn red and he orders to attack because he will break their heads. Sitting on the horse, Alan laughs, because his lameness is a consequence of the punishment of the ruler of heaven, and he did not even have equipment. Then someone walks in white shoes. It was Christopher, because he was the highest ranker of Olympus. Grinning his teeth, he recognizes him. Their weapons begin to glow, and Oliver asks when he became a ranker, because when interfering in the affairs of the first floor, the penalty for rankers is appropriate. His hammer becomes electrified, because there is such a rumor. His eyes turn even redder, and he orders to attack. Christopher's face was serious. We see a large green attack in the city. The guy opens his mouth and screams. His eyes turn purple. Then he hits Christopher. The light from his attack becomes larger. Open-mouthed, Christopher says that he respected him. His shoulder glows red, because he respected him even though he became a ranker millennia ago, instead of wishing for more power. Then he runs away from the attack. Oliver starts to swing at him. His body becomes electrified and he makes a blow. A smile appears on his face. Then there is an even bigger attack. There was blood around him. Standing not far from him, Christopher says that he attacked players much lower in level and the penalty will be serious. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he says that he respected him. We see a red staff. Then he runs towards it and swings, because he did not want to fight him. They touched with their weapons. We see a big blow, some parts of the roofs fell off. There was a lot of smoke in the city. There was blood on the ground. His hammer turned gray. Oliver turns to stone and notices the shield. Christopher holds it and says that the man created it himself. There was a drawing of a girl on the shield. His face turns to stone and he is told that even if it is only a duplicate, it is enough to suppress him in a tired state. Then the statue of Oliver falls. There was blood on his face. Alan smiles, because it finally happened. He waves his hand and orders the criminal to be brought. We see the protagonist's mouth, because he doesn't like it. 2 guys get hit in the legs. Holding a sword, he asks if the guys have forgotten. His eyes are red and he asks if there are lousy people in this wonderful place. The man in armor smirks and asks if it was him. Kai stands in a cloak while he calls him by name. They stand opposite each other, and he continues about Kai and asks if this isn't the player who set a new record in the tutorial earlier, while someone wonders if this isn't the same newbie who made a splash because he thought a ranker had come to them. Christopher looks at him, while the others ask the brunette who he thinks he is that he's interfering in something like this alone. Kai frowns and thinks that there's a man in front of him named Christopher and that he's a ranker, and because of that he's stunned because where have you ever seen rankers fighting on such a narrow slum street? Alan stands opposite and asks what he's doing while the guy himself understands that if the fight drags on and the manager intervenes then Olympus will lose a significant part of its influence on the first floor and that he needs his uncle at least for the sake of gigantomachy. Kai stands and hears the question of whether he is going to wait until the very moment his petrification wears off, to which he clarifies, and what if he is right? Alan is taken aback and thinks that the guy just moved. He imagines the Gorgon Medusa and notes that petrification works once a day, but since this is just a copy, he does not know how long this effect lasts, and if the petrification wears off, the person will be able to move again. They look at Oliver and someone thinks that they can't waste any more time here. Alan stands in front of the others and asks why they are just standing there, because they are given the order to kill Kai and bring the criminal, to which his man is perplexed. Alan takes his sword out of its sheath, while he is being smart that if they kill the newbie, they will also face a fine. The guy's head is cut off. The man in armor asks again what was said about the fine. The rest of the subjects tensed up and he continues that the one who kills that guy and brings the criminal is personally appointed by the manager of the first floor. The subjects look at Kai and all are eager to kill him. Kai holds out his sword and the system notifies that the magic sword is absorbing the power of a giant fire. It ignites a huge flame and cuts through everyone around. The subjects shout that he has hit. Kai frowns at them while they are given the order to retreat and then attack, and he himself uses his fiery eyes that find the trajectory. The subjects die one by one. He swings his sword and the system continues that his fiery eyes resist the mana of the fire element. The brunette attacks another person. He looks back with displeasure. A blue ball flies at him. The energy sphere knocks him off his feet. A scream and a bright explosion are heard. Kai is taken aback and realizes that this was the level and asks if they think they can take it with just the number of people. The knights run at him, and he shouts with a question why they froze and calls on them all to attack him at once. Alan is shaking with anger and wondering what the hell because everyone here is a player who has at least reached the 10th floor, and at least took first place and overtook Kurt. Kai's eyes are burning while the system notifies that his flaming eyes are taking control of the giant fire, and he thinks that someone wants him to believe that there is a newbie in front of him. Kai swings his sword and uses a skill called Giant Fire, a pillar of fire. Kai grits his teeth and calls out for his uncle. He turns around and asks how much longer that uncle is going to sleep. The flames concentrate in one place. He breaks with his feet and the system continues that the flaming eyes are resisting the sun shard and the robes of the flame spell are resisting the sun shard while Kai thinks about the sun shard and realizes that the one has finally decided to join the fight. Christopher goes to Kai and asks how he is related to the god of fire Hephaestus. Kai puts his fist in front of his face and replies that he is his client. Christopher looks angrily and asks again about being a client and clarifies if he is interfering simply because of this kind of relationship. Kai turns away and realizes that a ranker is a ranker, and even though the guy's penalty has significantly battered him, he still feels this overwhelming aura from his opponent and realizes that in front of him is now a follower of Apollo, who sits on the throne of fire and notes that if he relaxed even for a second, he would immediately turn into a handful of ash. He strikes with his fist thinking that even if he takes into account his injury and the penalty that he will receive because of this attack on him, he will still be able to withstand only 5 of his attacks now and uses the skill Gigantization with a continuation about how he is glad that he has good skill stats and that his resistance to fire is high thanks to his fiery eyes and the robe of a fiery spell. Christopher goes at him saying that he has a skill that is unavailable even to good rankers, while Kai thinks that he can handle it because he withstood the destructive flames of Zerg. Kai hits him with a pillar of fire, and he asks what a person who could barely enter the tower can do to him. The brunette blocks the fire. He opens his fist and the system notifies that the Gigantized resists the fragment of the sun, as do his fiery eyes and robes of the flame spell. There is a giant flame around him. He protects himself from it with his palm and the system continues that he failed to resist the fragment of the sun and a negative effect called burn is imposed on him, while he himself thinks that he thought so, that he could not withstand the simple force of the ranker's attack. He sees that the flames are approaching and continues that if he had at least ice crystals, he could increase his resistance. Kai carries a slashing blow to the balls, saying that they do not give him a second of rest. The mana clots fly into the fire. The fire dissipates over the rooftops. Everything is burning. Kai's cloak is also burning, while the system tells him that his fiery eyes are resisting the sun shard and that he has failed in resisting the sun shard. Kai looks at him with displeasure and sees that a negative effect called third-degree burns is being applied to him and thinks that at this rate his body will finally be fried. He looks at his opponent and understands that nevertheless his penalty for an attack of this level will also be serious. Christopher holds his right shoulder. Kai spreads his arms out to the sides and understands that he can do it 2 more times. He opens his eyes and continues that a little more, and if he holds on a little longer he will cope. Christopher strikes with his fist. Kai caught fire again. A strong blow is heard. Christopher coughs up blood in horror. He is enveloped in a negative effect. Dust rose into the air. Kai is sitting on the floor. He holds his chest and thinks that he underestimated him too much, and if he relies on the fact that they are on the first floor, then even though his opponent is wounded and is being fined, he is still fierce. Something glows behind him while he continues that he still has a little bit of fighting left, but it will be very difficult for him to deal with him, and that if he survives his blow 2 more times, it will be the end. Kai smirks and asks again, because he was wondering where it was lying around, but it turns out it was in his uncle's workshop all this time. He looks at the shiny thing and continues that he is lucky. The system notifies him that in front of him is the true stone of the dark god and that it stores the mana of limitless darkness. Christopher is on his knees and someone asks him again about the fine, clarifying that he will understand this himself when he goes through this, because such great power flows in the tower. The red-haired man tries to stay on his feet and realizes that Lord Apollo was right. He looks down and continues that it feels like the tower is alive and that it is something that eliminates and restrains excessive force in order to protect the ecosystem of the lower floor. He looks forward with displeasure and thinks that the will of the tower is its penalty, while Alan says that he did a great job. The armored man asks his men to hurry and take the criminal under escort, and orders them to find the victims and heal the wounded. Alan looks at the hole in the wall thinking about Kai, to which Christopher remarks that it would be better to just stop him. The commander-in-chief is indignant because in the future, if he did this, he will definitely hinder them. Amidst the energy strike, Christopher explains that their work here is done and that they have already caused chaos on the first floor and violated the laws of the tower, and that he wants to avoid unnecessary killing, to which Alan replies that he understands him. Kai emerges from the rubble. He holds a sword in his hand. Christopher is taken aback with the words that this undead has returned again and asks to wait a second. Alan looks at him and asks if he still thinks that the guy should be left alive, to which the red-haired man gives a negative answer, because the guy is definitely dangerous. They look at Kai and he continues that his mana attribute is darkness, which is a special case and for this mana to be felt from a dying person. Alan leaves saying that he should shut up and that he is very tired and now needs to rest, and they will deal with him. Alan is taken aback by what he saw. He turns to his amazed subjects. Kai takes the petrified man. He holds Oliver. A blow is heard from the man and he is indignant that petrification does not affect consciousness and that the effect will soon wear off. Alan angrily shouts with a question that his people are echoing and how long they are going to stare at him like this. They look at Kai and he gives the order to kill him. The guy concentrates mana in his fist. The shockwave spreads around. The soldiers are all drained alive. Christopher smiles and says that he has an unimaginable thing with him and that the tower has summoned a monster, to which Alan asks how he can say such things so calmly. The man in armor grins and he asks again what is strange in his behavior, because he recently told himself that they will figure it out themselves and clarifies whether his role was originally limited to suppressing Hephaestus, to which he asks again if he considers this absurd. Christopher tries to get up and asks him to relax his face. The red-haired man frowns and he tells him that he also intends to see it through to the end. Kai strikes around. He looks around and asks if Christopher has arrived. A giant flame emanates from him. Christopher is surrounded by flames while he notes that this is amazing because he controls the mana of 2 attributes at the same time, and such a skill is difficult even for a worthy ranker. He looks at Kai and thinks about what would happen if such a person were on the side of Olympus and that he has a brightly shining and enviable stone. Christopher looks at him and clarifies if his name is Kai and that he would be better off joining them and that if his goal is equipment, then they will give him more than he left the criminal, to which he receives in response that something like that cannot be a goal. He extends his hand and explains that he already gave an answer to the offer to that person, and Christopher asks again if he refused because he feels sorry in that case. Christopher goes on the attack. Kai stands in the flames and asks if he can still fight. The red-haired man smirks and notes that he did not expect to hear such a question from a newbie. He attacks him with fire and reasons that perhaps in 100 years his opponent will talk with pride about what happened today, namely that he barely rose to the first GTA and somehow fought with him, and then he will already be the same ranker, and then rise even higher. The red-haired man gets angry and continues to attack with the thought that all this will happen if he survives here. Kai frowns ahead and thinks that he has decided on destruction and asks if he is still going to take his uncle away. The flames spread in different directions and the guy reasons about what will happen if his uncle does not join Olympus and that then the next gigantomachy may not happen and that he needs to hold on at least in order to prevent this tragedy. He steps on the ground. Christopher makes his way to him through the flames. Kai gets hit. He looks around and asks how it is still possible for him to attack with abilities of this level. Christopher is taken aback by the guy noting that he is truly incredible. The flames are concentrated in one place. Alan watches from the side and understands that the guy is such an ignoramus and thinks that using power of this level on the first floor by a ranker is simply unacceptable, and that it will be a real miracle that such a penalty will not destroy him. He looks at the devastation and does not understand what is wrong with the fight. Alan looks at Kai and understands that everything is ready. He receives blows and says that even though he is Kai, but with such a blow, the man in armor did not have time to finish. Oliver hit him and mocks him with his phrase. Uncle gets angry and notes that nothing is ready yet. Alan, stunned, counterattacks that he is going crazy from the fact that his grandfather is not even afraid of a penalty. Oliver hits again and notices that he is talking to him about something like a penalty. He looks at him and continues that he doesn't know about the others, but he'll definitely kill him alone. Oliver swings his weapon while he begs for mercy. The blow was very bright. Oliver frowns and he points out that he's being too rowdy. And he retorts that it's just now, as luck would have it. Alan looks away in horror. Oliver was attacked by the steward. The steward swings his weapon and notices his phrase and clarifies how long he thought he had to watch as a huge faction was causing chaos on the first floor and explains that if they want a decent fight, they should go upstairs. Uncle smirks while someone tries to justify themselves by saying that it looks like there was some misunderstanding and that he wasn't going to fight. Alan tries to stay on his feet and points out that the steward is right, that they are Olympians. The brunette hits him on the head and asks him to pass on a message to Zeus. He puts a seal on his forehead and explains that if he does something like that again, he will pull out all the hair on his face, like he did in the good old days. Alan falls over while he asks him not to forget about it, and Oliver enjoys the spectacle. The man holds his forehead while his uncle thinks that they hammered this thing into his forehead, so he will tell everything verbatim. Oliver smiles and notes that Olympus is insignificant and completely broken. The battle between Kai and Christopher continues while someone is indignant about the eggs coming out with teeth. Kai is dumbfounded to realize that this is dangerous, and that he is going to take advantage of his moment of weakness to devour or protect him. The system gives an alert that the egg is entering a dormant state again, while Kai does not understand at what point he lost consciousness. Oliver gets angry and asks what he wants to say. Kai looks with empty eyes and clarifies if this is his uncle in front of him, to which he does not understand what he is getting at. The guy sits down and hears a question about whether he is okay, to which he replies that he is SOSO and asks how he is feeling, to which he receives a question in return about how long he is going to call him that. The dark-haired guy puzzledly explains that he cannot call him Aunt. Oliver looks at him with disgust and hears that he still owes him his life and that he does not think that in this case any form of address will do for him, and remarks to him that he is shameless. The uncle fell silent. He turns away and tries to thank him, to which Kai asks again, and he continues discontentedly that he thanks him and asks how many times he needs to repeat it so that he understands everything, although the guy understands that he did not even say it twice. The uncle shows him the pickaxe and asks how it ended up in such a state and who dared to do this, to which Kai thinks that he is more timid than usual. The uncle looks at the pickaxe and says that he wants to confess to him that Oliver is not his real name, but that in fact he was the blacksmith of Olympus. Kai watches silently while he asks if he is surprised. Oliver turns around and hears that he is very surprised and replies that he either has no right to lie to him, or does not even try. Oliver looks forward and thinks that this guy knew his true identity from the very beginning and that is why he initially suspected him of being from Olympus. But now he knows for sure that this is not true and that this guy is not an ordinary player. Kai looks at him and hears that in this case, all the Olympians will lie low for a while because of what happened this time, and that is why he decided to rent a good forge for a few days. Oliver looks back and continues that his principle is to pay many times more for help, whether from a friend or an enemy, and asks him to just wait a few days. He looks at the guy and assures him that he will make him the best blade. Kai smiles softly. He gets up saying that he understood him and thinks that this is good and that his sword will be completed. Oliver looks at him while he continues that right after that he goes up to the tower and tells him that he will wait. Uncle looks angrily and orders him to go to the hospital first. Kai concentrates his mana. He looks around and notices that he spent the whole day in the hospital and that he can already move a little and that he assumed, of course, that he would personally enter into a fight with Olympus only after the 10th floor, but that did not work out a little. He trains and continues that he realizes that the benefit from this was still great and that Olympus will have to do everything with an eye on the manager, so it will be difficult for them to act freely on the first floor for at least several years and that his relationship with Oliver was also similar to what they had before his reincarnation. Kai looks at his hand and understands that this, too, that everything that happened will greatly affect the upcoming second Gigantomachy. The guy holds a stone in his hand and continues that it is very difficult for him to constantly control this stone and that there is a difference in power compared to the Hades helmet, the grandiose one. The guy opens a window and he thinks that no matter how different it is from the finished helmet, it seems that there is a difference in the user. He reads the system window and notices that after processing he noticed 3 changes, and that in the description disappeared that it is not cleared and that the percentage of resistance, gain and consumption are now increased. Kai thinks about hell with the words that the last thing about summoning hell and that hell is the very definition of Hades and that it is something like the source of his power. Kai clenches his fist thinking that if he judges by the fact that there is a limitation then it will be impossible to summon the full power, and that even so, the true essence of the power of the Dark God Stone can be understood, and that the Dark God Stone is closer to a conductor of power than a repository. The guy stands and continues that he still learned to use it, and that to some extent he is beginning to penetrate it. Kai receives a message from Oliver to come, and he replies that as expected, it is time for the sword. A strong heat comes from the forge. Kai goes in and looks around thinking that apparently this is a fairly large workshop, and it probably costs a lot of money. He introduces the man's work and notes that his quality items are worth several tens of thousands of points even in their worst case, and that he gets a portion of the sales of his items in Olympus, and that perhaps even among rankers of such rich people as he is only 1%. Kai comes in saying that judging by the silence he has already finished, to which he notes that he has finally arrived. Oliver hands him a package asking him to take it, and he thinks that he, as always, gets straight to the point as soon as he comes in. The guy shakes the box asking what it is, because they agreed on a blade, and he calls for it to be opened. He looks into the box. He does not understand what kind of box with a surprise is this, in which there is nothing. And Oliver asks to look carefully. The guy asks what is in there and feels something slippery, and thinks that these are gloves. Kai receives a system message that these are transparent gloves, so thin and made of a special material that they have excellent mana conductivity, and notes that he seems to have created them with a mixture of mithril, to which he notes that he should tell him that his eyesight is sharp. The guy puts them on and notes that he did not insert anything and does not understand why he made them, because making transparent objects is not easy. The guy touches his palm and realizes that there is a groove. He inserted a stone there. Oliver smirks and asks if he cannot explain to him the principle of use, because he does not have time, and there are not enough materials and therefore he did it superficially, and encourages him to use it at his own discretion, and Kai thinks that apparently he wanted to make it easier for him to wear the stone of the Dark God. Kai says that he will use them with pleasure, and hears a request to now look at the blade. The guy looks at the black sheath. The guy is taken aback because it is perfect and that every millimeter is perfect, so much so that his hands are filled with strength just from holding it. Kai holds it and understands that it is simply deadly, and the blacksmith notes that the guy will choose the name of the sword himself, and the system tells him that the blacksmith is asking for the name of the blade. Kai looks at the sign that asks to choose a name for the sword. He looks at the blade and notices that the thick blackness from the powder of the stone of the Dark God, which block the green color of the mithril, and that the effects that he put into the object are also deadly. Kai calls it the Sword of the Dark Knight. Oliver is taken aback and notes that he has such a bad taste in names. Kai looks at the sword while the system notifies him that he received the Sword of the Dark Knight, and that Oliver is passing him the Sword of the Dark Knight. Against the background of the blade, he reasons that this is a dark and divine sword that specializes in darkness and night, and that the name was chosen for it not just because of its appearance, but specifically because of its effects, and reads the window with effects with a bias towards darkness. He smirks and continues that in addition to the accumulation of mana, which the item itself has, the percentage of recovery of the item is simply beyond the meaning, and that in the darkness it will be possible for him to fight endlessly and tirelessly, and thinks that it really exceeds all his expectations. Oliver looks displeased and realizes that he completed the equipment with such a name, and is indignant, although he notes that of course the guy looks wildly pleased. He looks at Kai and realizes that the sword and the guy are perfect for each other, and that this is quite enough. Uncle turns away with a question whether he plans to rise further, to which he gives a positive answer with an explanation that this will be right. The blacksmith looks at him and asks what he is going to do with Olympus, to which he does not understand what the question is about, because he is going to overthrow it. The guy raises his finger up and says what about from the top of Olympus. He puts his hand on the table and continues that he will lower them to the very bottom. Oliver looks at him contentedly and asks again if this is really going to happen. Against the background of the forge, he thinks that Kai looks impartial even though he was just hit by a huge wave, and that he is an amazing person in whom he does not see a drop of fear or hesitation, and tells him to leave, because they are finished, and notes that he is not going to see him off either. Kai leaves. He looks ahead and thinks that the farewell was dry, both now and then. Kai imagines the sword and understands that this is a connection that was born a long time ago. The guy remembers how last time he stood in front of him and asks if he created this sword from adamantium, because it is difficult to find even one piece of such ore, and clarifies how he did it, to which he dryly replies that he told him earlier that he lost his sword. Kai looks at him and hears that to fight these idiots he will need a sword of at least this level. Kai looks at his hand and asks what happened. Did he really melt the hammer in the process, and then use his own fist instead of it for forging, to which he replies that he is tired. Oliver smiles and says that he should not just chat, but take his sword. Kai holds on to the scabbard and notes that then it was like he ripped his heart out of his chest and gave it to him. The guy bows in front of the forge, saying that he was glad to meet him again. The plot transfers to the Colosseum. Someone is looking at the system windows. Cheryl is humming something in her chair. She eats chocolate and looks at Kai, a new player who came to the first floor only 12 days ago. She reads about him and goes on to say that his tutorial recording is the best ever and that his potential is rated the highest, and that there are a lot of good newbies this time. Cheryl leans back and thinks that Kurt also has good skills, so it was quite interesting, but this Kai who took first place and overtook Kurt is bothering her. She notices something. Cheryl sees Kai and thinks that he came alone to a test where participation in a team is recommended and that there is no one on this floor who will be his equal, or something like that. She smiles and says that there is no way he will pass this place even if rankers are allowed in here, but she will let him try as much as he wants. The guy is standing in the middle of the Colosseum. Kai turns around and thinks that this is where the presence of strength is tested, that in simple terms it is a military skill and this is a simple test in which he will just need to defeat the opponent. He looks at the ranking and realizes that Archie is in first place, just as he expected. Kai is taken aback and continues that if you compare it to his record before reincarnation, it is unrealistically high, then his record was in 12th position. He sees Kurt in the ranking and notes that he sees a name that he is happy about and that the 16th round is not bad at all. Kai takes out his sword and thinks that maybe his position is even higher now than it was before reincarnation and that he received the Hand of Thunder, and that is why he is rushing upward as if on wings. He takes out his sword and continues that he does not know what floor that guy is going up to now, but he will catch up with him soon. The brunette looks ahead while the system notifies about the beginning of the test and that he needs to defeat his opponent, and he understands that this is a test in which it is impossible to foresee the end, and there is a reason for that. Kai frowns and continues that the main rule is that the more opponents you defeat, the greater the reward you get in the end, and if a player is aiming for the rankers, then he must challenge his limit here. An opponent came out to meet him. He sees him. Kai looks at him and hears a scream. The opponent is ready to attack. The guy gets into a pose and uses the mana sword skill. Kai delivers a slash. The guy's arm is sawed off. The opponent falls, while the system notifies him of the completion of the Doom of Heaven is increased by 0.08% and that he has passed the first floor trial. Kai wipes away the blood and notes that this is where his first floor trial ends, but his real mission is only beginning now. Kai looks down and the system asks if he challenges the next trial, receives a positive answer, and notifies him of the opening of the next trial and the beginning of the second round. Cheryl looks in horror and understands that this cannot be. She watches him in battle and compares him to Kurt because he also managed to kill a couple of orcs, so she expected something like this. But this is not what she expected and wonders if she is seeing a historical event in front of her, because he is faster than Archie, who is an all-conquering Buddha and a great sage who is equal to the sky. The guy shines his eye and attacks. He cuts through all the enemies. The voiceover shows his fight and notes that he fights without a break and that it seems like he does not use powerful skills just to maintain his stamina and mana levels. Kai wins in 12 rounds and the voice continues that the guy seems not to see the test that is happening and that he is looking much further. He completes the 15th, and the voice keeps saying that he is aiming for the highest ranker record. Kai frowns and gets a message asking if he is going to issue the next challenge, to which he agrees. Kai goes on the attack and the system notifies that his fiery eyes are taking control of the giant fire. He strikes with the giant sword skill. Kai looks at his opponent and asks himself if he is holding on and realizes that this is good and means that he has no point in holding on for long. He disperses the flames. Kai attacks again and the system continues that the giant's power is seeping into his hand and notes that he has a low degree of mastery here and that he has low stamina and partial gigantization. Kai melts the enemy blade. He strikes a slash. The knight flies apart. Kai is left alone. The blonde boy looks blankly and notes that this is his second defeat and that the gray-haired boy was also incredibly strong. Kai hears that for the first time he will meet an opponent who rose again and again, no matter how many times he was wounded or pierced, and that the difference in strength was still barely noticeable. But with him the conditions are different because he is much stronger, to which he replies that if his sword were not so worn out, it would probably be even more difficult for him. The man says that it is obvious, but in the end he still won, and he thanks him because he was able to experience the battle once again. Kai closes his eye and sees messages that his characteristics have increased along with his level and that the 19th round has been passed. Kai raises his sword and realizes that he has now caught up with Archie. Kai looks away and realizes that he has finally reached the end, the 20th level, which no one has been able to pass, and the system asks if he is challenging. Kai replies that he is. The protagonist held the sword in front of him when the system notifications appeared, stating that the level had increased, and that stamina, agility, and strength had been increased by 1, and that the completion of the heavenly fate had been increased by 4.78%, and that the 19th round had been passed. The protagonist turned his head to the side when he thought that it was finally the last one, and that this was the 20th round that no one had been able to pass. Then the system asked if he was challenging the next trial. The system window appeared in front of Kai, then he said that they didn't even let him catch his breath. The system window was shown close up, when he added that if they gave him enough time to rest, there would be no point in the Colosseum trial. The guy in the cloak stood straight when he agreed to challenge. The protagonist's mouth dropped open when the system announced that he had agreed to the next trial, and that the last round was starting. The protagonist was surrounded by air currents. The massive gates opened slightly, then he realized that this powerful malice and energy was chilling to the bone. Kai held the weapon in front of him. When he wondered if it was really him who would appear, then a system message appeared, saying that the giant's power was being absorbed into his hand. There was smoke in front of the gate, when the system reported that the boss of the last trial was appearing. Yellow eyes appeared, when a hissing sound was heard. The brunette gritted his teeth. A dark entity appeared in front of him. The guy's red cloak fluttered in the wind, when he realized that it was overwhelming him even with the power of gigantization. The boss hit the ground in front of the protagonist. The protagonist's fingers touched the soil. Archie looked ahead, gritting his teeth, when he thought about the 20th trial of the first floor. In front of him was a huge snake, when the sage remembered that he lost consciousness from its tail strike and dropped out, realizing that with his vitality he was able to survive it. But otherwise it would have been instant death, and that only one head and one tail, but it was definitely him. Armed Archie looked ahead when he was asked if he could have been mistaken, since he could not have been on the first floor, even though this was the final test. Then the sage turned to Kai, wondering if he really thought that he could not recognize him. The brunette looked ahead worriedly. A long monster was shown, when it was told that it was a snake with 8 heads and 8 tails, so huge that it could embrace 8 mountain peaks and valleys, and that it was a divine or demonic creature close to the dragon race and an ancient fragment of the outer god. The guy gripped the hilt of the blade with both hands when the sage added that it had definitely been sealed by Susanoo a long time ago, and that he hadn't expected it to actually be there. The protagonist looked ahead resolutely when he said that the gentleman's stewards were really working tirelessly. Then the system told him that he needed to get rid of the 8th head of Yamato no Orochi. A huge snake was in front of the protagonist, who asked who set such a difficulty level. The red monster's face was shown close up. Kai began to run away from the monster. The brunette frowned, looking ahead when he thought about how, as he was told, it had 1 head, and the smallest one at that, but with his current body, he only had to swing his head the wrong way once, and he would die on the spot. The snake turned towards the fleeing guy. The enraged monster pursued the protagonist, growling loudly. The protagonist in the cloak dodged the blow with its tail. His foot pressed against the ground. The snake's body hung over Kai. The monster was attacked several times. The guy appeared above the monster's head when he said that the attacks were not that significant. The protagonist bent his arms, holding the sword, when he added that the Orochi he knew was not like this. Then it was said that his equipment was the Dark God Stone. The protagonist swung the blade and attacked the enemy in the head. Kai looked down, thinking that it was too shallow. The monster opened its mouth wide, growling. The snake swung its tail over the guy. The protagonist had a blade in his hand when he thought that even with the Dark Knight sword with the energy of the Dark God Stone embedded in it, the scales were so strong that it was as if the blows did not happen. Kai attacked the monster, swinging the weapon when he realized that if you look at it like that, then this test is impassable. The snake was in front of the guy in the cloak. The brunette gritted his teeth in anger when he thought about how the tower never gave out impossible tests. The boy's red eye was shown up close when he realized that it remained in Orochi's body and that he had to find it. The blonde stood silently near the railing. Cheryl looked ahead carefully when she wondered why at some point he stopped attacking. A large snake was shown when she assumed that he now realized his arrogance, and then realized that he had already achieved the impossible result. The protagonist's face was broadcast through the ball when the elf girl advised him to give up, because it would be enough for him to hurt Orochi. Then he said that he found it. Cheryl looked surprised when she asked him again. The protagonist's eyes glowed red. He rested his foot on the monster's scales. Kai rushed towards the huge snake. The guy in the cloak ran along his body. The brunette put his hand with the weapon to the side. The blonde braced her hands on the railing as she thought about whether what he was aiming at was near Yamato no Orochi's heart. Cheryl looked scared as she thought about the only spot where scales didn't grow. The protagonist hovered over the snake's body as the girl thought about how that was the monster's only weak spot. The protagonist frowned deeply, gritting his teeth. The blade approached the monster's body. Kai plunged the sword into the snake's flesh. The monster bared its sharp teeth, growling. The pierced blade was shown up close. The snake's body fell to the ground as the guy said that it wouldn't calm down. The girl clenched her fist as she said that this was absurd. The entire arena was in smoke when it was revealed that only the highest ranker Susanoo was able to put the evil serpent, who wielded magic and could embrace 8 mountain peaks and valleys with his body, and was a disaster that almost destroyed an entire floor of the tower, to sleep, and that he used an indestructible mystical sword to do so, which was enchanted to seal away the creatures it pierced. summing up that this warrior left a wound in Orochi's heart that would not heal and became his only weak point. The protagonist held the sword in front of him when Cheryl suggested that the myth had been revived. The monster's body was lying on the ground when the system reported that he had dealt with the 8th head of Yamato no Orochi, and that his level had been raised, and that the completion of the Heaven's Doom had been raised by 12.85%, and that his strength and endurance had been raised by 1, and his agility by 2. The protagonist looked tired when the system notifications appeared, saying that the last trial had been passed, and that his achievements had been recorded in the Colosseum, and then a window with Kai's stats was shown. The boy put his sword back in its sheath when he thought about how his level had been raised on the 19th trial, but that was serious, and that at levels above 60, it was hard to raise the level with just decent hunting. The protagonist jumped off the body of the snake, thinking about how there were now 31 more levels to reach, and how the level was increasing faster than he had expected. The protagonist looked ahead carefully, when someone addressed him. Cheryl stood looking ahead, when Kai noticed her quick, stealthy movements, hiding her presence, and that she was an elf with 6 blades on her waist and behind her back, realizing that this was the supervisor of the first floor test. The blonde's mouth fell open when he asked if he knew about Yamato no Orochi's weak point. They stood next to the body of the snake, when the guy answered that the tower does not give impossible tests, and that although this was the last stage, the difficulty level seemed too much to him, so he looked closely. The thoughtful brunette was shown in profile when he concluded that this is how he found the solution. Cheryl was standing in front of him when she asked him that they were flame eyes with golden pupils, to which he replied that they had not yet reached the stage of golden pupils. The blue-eyed blonde frowned when she thought that in front of her was a player who had the skills of a peak-level high ranker, flame eyes, and gigantization. The elf was in front of the protagonist when she guessed that he was from Olympus or the heavens, and that he was the heir of a sage equal to the sky, saying that no matter what faction he belonged to, she was now convinced. The protagonist stared ahead tensely when she asked him not to worry, because the trial supervisor could not divulge not only the progress of the trial, but also information about the player who took part in it. Then the guy thought that she had completely misunderstood something, and that he somehow did not care. The blonde touched the sheath of the blade as she spoke of the additional reward from the manager. The brown-handled sword was shown up close as Cheryl explained that he had said to give it to the player who could pass all the tests on the first floor, adding that looking at Orochi, she thought the day she would hand it over would never come. Kai held the blade in his hands as the supervisor concluded that it had found an owner after all, and then advised him to check it himself, as she didn't know what it was either. The broken sword was pulled out of its sheath. The elf stood in front of the cloaked boy as she asked about the low-quality blade. The brunette's eyes were reflected in the blade of the sword when he realized that it was there. Then it was told that it was a fragment of the Tatsuka blade that Susanoo used to imprison Yamato no Orochi long ago, and that a special power was sealed in it, but it can only be returned by finding all the pieces and collecting the Povidino blade. A system window appeared on the side of the protagonist, when he thought that this was good, because now it became clearer what to do next. Then Cheryl said that if he was not satisfied with the reward, she would talk to the manager, to which the guy replied that everything was fine, and that he was satisfied, thinking that this was only a bonus, and that the real reward was given separately. An item appeared in the protagonist's hands when the system notifications appeared, stating that all the tests of the 8th floor had been passed, and that 20,000 points, a fragment of the Tatsuka blade, and the 8th Orochi heart, which has a powerful force, had been obtained, and that all stats had been increased by 2. A red crystal was above the boy's palms when he thought that due to the strong poison stored in the heart, it was impossible to take it in the usual way, but if the poison was neutralized, a medicine so miraculous that even the highest rank would desire it could be obtained. The elf and Kai stood opposite each other when Cheryl said that she was not sure, but still, this was given as a reward, and that the value of this item cannot be calculated even in points, so she congratulated him. The brunette turned towards the blonde, who said that she would give one piece of advice not to take it thoughtlessly. Then the guy thanked her for it. His hand stopped in front of the system window when she reported that the egg was reacting and complaining of hunger. The frightened protagonist was shown in profile when he mentally asked her again. Then a system message appeared that the egg was revealing itself. Behind the guys lay the body of a snake. Cheryl took out her sword from its sheath when she asked about what kind of energy it was. Then the protagonist realized that the egg was not hatching, so by revealing itself meant something else. Kai's pupils narrowed greatly. Many eyes appeared in the air above the monster. The blonde warden gritted her teeth when she wondered how he got there, because this place was protected by the power of the tower. They both stood in front of the carcass of the monster when the guy turned to her. The eyes stared at the brunette in the red cloak, who asked to wait a bit. Then a system notification appeared, saying that the egg was absorbing Orochi's 8th head. A dark aura enveloped the monster's body. The dead snake's face was shown up close. Cheryl and the protagonist were near Orochi's body when she realized that it was eating a corpse. The blonde looked ahead worriedly when she thought about how this was a creature she had never seen before and that it was true, and then said that the snake's corpse belonged to him, so it didn't concern her anymore, wondering if this was his ability too. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when he replied that something like that. There were many purple eyes around them when he added that, to be honest, he himself was not sure. The eyes of the egg were shown up close. Kai looked forward with concentration when he asked if he was full, then system messages appeared that the egg was nodding its head and singing a song. The dark entity was in front of the brunette, who thought that it looked creepy, but acted like a little child. A clot of blue energy was shown when the guy wondered what it really was, then the system reported that the egg was falling asleep. The protagonist in the cloak stood with his back turned when he thought about the fact that some reaction from him appeared only now, and that this meant that the hatching percentage had increased. A system window was shown nearby, which said that it was impossible to know whose egg will hatch and how to do this, and that the hatching percentage was 13.58%. Behind the protagonist was a supervisor who asked if he now understood that it was recently, to which he answered in the affirmative, adding that a little. Cheryl's thoughtful face was shown up close as she thought about how she thought he was Archie's descendant, but with this recent power, she was already doubting it, since the heavens wouldn't hide a power that looked so bad. Kai stood straight, looking ahead as the elf said that he seemed to have many secrets, and that she would not divulge anything that happened there. They were in the middle of the arena when she added that she would pray to hear news about him from the higher floors. The serious brunette continued to look ahead as he thought about how she still had the same habit of saying goodbye to those who passed the test. Cheryl extended her hand forward as the guy called her a naive, but straightforward, strong and beautiful warrior. They shook hands as the protagonist said that it was nice to meet him. Clouds floated above the arena. The system window with the rating appeared. The city streets were shown. When someone asked if they had heard that the top of the first floor had changed for the first time in thousands of years, then someone exclaimed that they had heard it too, and that the person who had won first place in the tutorial had gone there. The man in armor opened his mouth slightly when someone asked if a monster like Archie had entered the tower again, and if he was purebred and where he came from, then he was told that they said he was from some Earth, and that they had never heard of this place before. The warrior in the helmet was shown in profile, when he said that he had won first place in every test, and that he would become a ranker in just a few decades. The huge labyrinth of the 9th floor was shown. The rubble from the impact scattered in all directions. The protagonist held the blade with his legs wide apart. Then the system notification appeared that he had passed the test of the 9th floor, and that a new path had been opened. In front of the protagonist was a huge passage, when the system announced that a reward for first place was added. Kai turned his head to the side, standing straight, when he thought about how he had broken through several passages in the labyrinth, although the goal of the test was to find a way, and that he was afraid that he had ruined the difficulty for the next test subjects, but the reward there was good, and he needed it, so nothing could be done. The brunette opened his mouth when he said that it was time to slowly move towards the meeting. The bearded man looked dissatisfied. The charming guy looked forward. The protagonist stood in front of Oliver when he called him uncle, saying that a month had passed, and that he came for what he entrusted him with. The man was working in the forge in front of the protagonist when he asked him if he had called him that again, then called him shameless and told him to stand there and wait, saying that he would be done soon. Then the guy agreed with him. He hit the hammer a few times. Sweat was running down Oliver's face. The bearded man turned towards Kai and asked if he was hot, to which he replied that it was hot. The brunette looked ahead carefully when the blacksmith thought about how the workshop was so hot, and how he seemed to be unfazed, and how he was able to cope with such flames. Boiling liquid was shown when Oliver guessed that the test on the 9th floor took about 10 days, and wondered why it took him so long, and whether he was doing something else. Then the guy said he did not know. The bearded man stood in front of the protagonist when he asked if he had come for his item and was not going to answer questions. The dark-haired protagonist was shown in profile when he asked if it was true that the labyrinth did not have to have one exit, and then explained that it took him some time to make new roads. Kai sat in front of the angry blacksmith, who mentally asked him again, realizing that at this rate he would quickly get a reward, and then said that in any case, he could not do anything normal, and that now he was curious how he would pass the next test, after which he advised him to come again, because he would make him something else. Oliver turned away from the guy when he asked if he would need it for the next test. In his hand was a huge blade, when the man said that it was the first time in his life to make such a weapon, and that it was not that he was very good at such things, admitting that on the contrary, it was the worst. Then a system notification appeared, which said that it was a nameless sword made of various materials, the conductivity of which is low mana, but it is good in movement, and that it can be used for slaughtering cattle. The blacksmith was in front of the brunette in the cloak, when he said that low mana conductivity means that the resistance to it is very high, so it was mainly made of minerals used to make armor. Then the young man thought that it must have been made of tar, resin and obsidian. The protagonist looked at the blade in his hands, when Oliver added that the conductivity of mana is really disgusting, and that it is a pretty good thing. Then the system reported that the mana sword was activated. The blade of the weapon hovered over the protagonist's hand, who realized that it was even better than he expected when the system notifications appeared about the skill not being able to activate, and about an unknown force blocking the mana. The men stood in the workshop when Kai said that he liked it. Then the blacksmith replied that thanks to him, he also had fun working on something he hadn't done before. Oliver shook the guy's hand when he wondered who would think of creating weapons from such outstanding materials. Then a notification appeared about paying a check to the blacksmith for 10,000 points. The brunette stood in front of the shocked man, who asked about what it was. Then he asked to take it, saying that if he got used to free things, he would have problems. The protagonist looked forward with warmth when he said goodbye to his uncle. Clouds floated above the city. A portal appeared in front of the cloaked youth next to the workshop. Then a system notification appeared stating that the record of passing the test on the 9th floor had been confirmed, and that a fee of 10 points had been taken for using the portal, and then he was asked to specify a destination. The protagonist closed his eyes when he realized that he was finally going up to a double-digit floor. Kai walked towards the portal when he said that he was going to the martial arts world on the 10th floor. Then the system reported that his qualification had been confirmed. The blue sky was shown when a system message appeared saying that they were going up to the 10th floor. People were walking on the green meadow when he was welcomed into the martial arts world and told that this was the starting point of the 10th floor, the endless Hubei. A map was shown as it was told that there was a huge continent surrounded by sea, and that the ecosystem of the martial arts world was created by great overlords, and that unlike the other floors, the trial on the 10th floor would begin the moment one climbed up to it. The men's mouths opened wide as they began calling for recruits from the Dragon Sword Gate, saying that all they needed was passion, and that if they were true warriors, they should come to the sword room, and shouting that the iron heavy gate would become as strong as steel, and that when climbing the tower, there was no martial art that could surpass them in the iron heavy gate. Then the system announced that the trial on the 10th floor was about to begin. The people were crowded on the green meadow when the protagonist was politely asked to choose a unit and enter, and to pass the test with the chosen unit. Then it was told that it was a test that each person must pass it by learning martial arts. There were people around the protagonist when it was told that it was a completely different type of test, and that those who could not pass it would be stuck on the floor forever. Then the boy realized that there was no weapon market. Kai looked away attentively when he was told that it was a pleasure to do business with him, and then asked if it was his first time there. In front of him was a man with green hair, who said that judging by his outfit, he was quite experienced, and then asked if he used a sword. A brunette in a red cloak was in front of a stranger, who exclaimed that it was fate, and that he should come to them, to Chang'anmun. The protagonist's serious face was shown up close as he started talking about their unit. The man in the red outfit had his back turned as the man talked about how the origins of Chang'anmun date back to ancient times. Then the protagonist thought that although it wasn't that important for such a large unit, and that even if it was, it didn't matter to many people. Kai stood in front of the green-haired stranger who asked if he was even listening to him. Then the brunette apologized and said that he was thinking about choosing other units. The angry man gritted his teeth as he wondered if he was neglecting their Chang'anmun. He grabbed the hilt of his blade with his hand as someone said that if there were no thoughts on the matter then it was okay. The stranger waved his sword at the boy as he exclaimed that it was obvious that he was being cautious, since he was just lucky to be there, and then asked since when would he know anything about their unit. The brunette looked forward intently as he mentally asked him back and thought about how annoying he was, and how he was showing off his strength by pressuring the players that came, concluding that it was a good way to get attention. People crowded around them as the protagonist asked if he was afraid of penalties, reminding him that if he touched players who had just arrived, it would be bad for the unit's image. Then the stranger replied that no matter how strong the law was, he could not remain silent if he had sworn an oath to the unit. The green-haired man gritted his teeth in anger as he exclaimed that it was useless to beg for forgiveness now. The guy in the red cloak stood in front of him as he said that he did not want to ask for forgiveness and that there was nothing he could do about it. Kai looked forward menacingly as he told the stranger to come to him. The frightened man held the blade in front of him as he wondered what kind of look that guy had. The stranger looked ahead in horror. People watched, looking to one side and asking what was going on, and if this wasn't that crazy Klaus from Chang'anmun. The man was kneeling when someone said that they had decided to take all the foreigners for themselves and that it was incredibly greedy, and then advised them to try hard, asking about what it was. His foot hit the ground when they started talking about the foreigner again. Klaus pushed the people aside, telling them to get out of the way. He frowned, looking ahead when he thought about how ashamed he was and what he would do to that bastard when he met him. Clouds were floating above the dense forest. The guy in the cloak ran towards the trees when the system reported that 10 days had passed since they went up to the 10th floor. The tired protagonist's mouth opened wide, thinking about how far it was, and that he had walked over 4,000 kilometers in that time. Something flashed in front of him, when he decided that the martial arts world was one big problem. Kai stopped at the edge of the cliff, thinking that there was no suitable means of transportation, so everyone had to run on foot, saying that this was Tianshan. The brunette in the red cloak turned his head to the side when he decided that he was probably almost there, and then said that he needed to hurry. There was a sunset sky above the forest. The protagonist was walking through the forest thicket. His foot suddenly froze in place. Someone was watching him from the dark forest. The protagonist looked to the side, realizing that there were about 20 people, and decided that it was not that many, and that each of them was quite experienced. Yellow pairs of eyes peeked out from behind the trees. When Kai thought that Tianshan was like a lair of monsters after all, then someone asked who it was, saying that he seemed lost. The guy in the cloak was surrounded by trees when someone asked him how he knew about this place. Then the boy advised them not to be too careful, because he is not an enemy. The brunette stood straight, looking to the side, when he asked if this place near Tianshan Mountain Tiamishan was protected. He was surrounded by armed warriors, who answered that he knew. The protagonist looked straight ahead when he thought about how they had a similar confrontation before, but this was nothing compared to what happened. A tall building was shown when it was explained that Tiamishan was a unit that had long been against the ruling oligarchy and formed in the Moonrise Coalition since ancient times, and that it was said that now they cannot leave Tianshan Mountain, and also that this place is where the issues of the future of the world are decided. The blonde warrior looked angry as he looked forward when it was revealed that his name was Jasper and that he was a purebred from this unit who had moved beyond the 40th floor. The youth frowned and opened his mouth as he said that looking at the energy from the outside, it seemed that it was not a punk. The people were in the middle of the forest when Jasper asked about what floor he was on, adding that if he wanted to join them, he should tell them his name and floor so that they could test his skills. Then the protagonist replied that it would not do. The blonde looked straight ahead. Kai stood there, looking forward with confidence as he said that he would receive a test from this unit. Then a system notification appeared saying that the Tiamishan test had begun. Green grass was shown as someone said that it had been a long time since the player had passed the Protestantism test. The people were walking along the forest path when the guy started talking about what he was thinking when he saw that he had come this far. Then he was asked if he knew why players avoided taking this test. Jasper had his back to the brunette, who assumed that it was because the chances of passing the test were low. Then he answered that it was wrong and that the chances were not just low, but non-existent. The blonde turned around, looking back. The protagonist was walking behind him when he said that no player had passed the test so far, and that therefore there was an unspoken rule that said that you don't need to take their test, thinking that with the exception of accepting high-level players, the divisions cannot recruit. The protagonist's face was shown up close when Jasper thought about how no matter how strong he was, his strength would inevitably weaken. The blonde man turned to Kai when he called him there, then a system message appeared, saying that the disposition process had started. The man's palm was revealed when the system reported resistance to the influence of truth. A blue aura appeared above the brunette when a system notification appeared that the resistance was failing. The people were in the middle of a forest clearing when the system warned that if they went off the intended path, hallucinations would begin. The protagonist looked at the man in front of him when he thought about how the road looked completely different and how the guy had to find the real way out of dozens of roads, and then asked him to be more careful, saying that even if he stepped on the wrong foot, he would get lost, and warning that he would not be able to find it until the devil came forward. Jasper looked ahead with displeasure when he advised him to be careful and follow him. The blonde turned towards his comrades when he asked if he was sure he was there all this time. A fog descended on the forest. There was someone between the trees when the skill Flaming Eyes was used. The guy in the red cloak was standing with his back turned. The protagonist was shown half-turned when he thought about how they had passed more than 10 roads and how long it was. There was a dark sky above the trees. The protagonist was shown in profile when he noticed something. He stopped in front of a dense forest when he thought about a two-way road. There was a tree between the two blue spots when the skill Flaming Eyes was used. Then Kai realized that both roads were real. The brunette was shown from the front when he thought about not delving into the truth, and that he was sure that there was an answer. The red-eyed guy opened his mouth when he realized that there was a wind from the left. The young man in the cloak headed towards the forest. His foot touched the ground. There was fog in front of the protagonist when he realized that the longer he walked, the more the surrounding landscape changed. A building appeared ahead. The burning flame was shown close up. A bearded old man was sitting in front of the protagonist. Kai looked ahead with interest as he recognized him as a living martial arts historian and an ancient high-ranking person who had been alive even before the founders of the martial arts world became ancient high-ranking persons. The blonde man's mouth dropped open as he said that he had come. The old man had his back to the cloaked boy as the system reported that he had passed the devil's first test. The brunette continued to stare ahead intently as he thought about the wind blowing in a closed room, and how this place most likely didn't look like what he saw, and how he wasn't actually standing in a small room. The protagonist was behind the devil, who asked him since when he knew, considering that this was a test. The protagonist remembered himself with the warriors as he replied that he had since the beginning, and then wondered how there could be a test where he just had to walk comfortably behind the others, adding that he thought that he would start watching him even before he went to the test. The long-haired old man had his back turned as he explained that he knew how to find his own path and walk. Kai was enveloped in a blue aura. He was standing in front of a dense forest when he was informed that he had been accepted. Sweat appeared on the brunette's face when he thought about how, after all, there was no systematic test as such, although he said that questions would be included, and then wondered if he had made a good impression. Green treetops were shown when the boy said that he was tired of pleasing this old man. Pigs were shown when it was said that some said that demons lived in the Tiamishan divisions. A crowded street was shown as the protagonist thought that, as expected, this was complete nonsense, because it was just a village. Jasper gritted his teeth in anger as he asked about what was going on there. In front of him stood the cloaked protagonist, who replied that he had come first, wondering if he would get tired while telling him about how he met the devil. Then the blonde asked him again, wondering if he had really broken through the illusions himself, faster than them, those who knew the way. Kai turned his head to the side as he wondered about the fact that the method was not that important. The cloaked guy turned away from Jasper as he called him along, saying that they were tired from the long journey, and asking if the famous Tiamishan provided housing for those who had passed the test. A subordinate appeared behind the blonde and asked if he should stop him, exclaiming that he had never heard of the stranger breaking through illusions, to which he replied that he had not, and that even he, who had served in Tiamishan for 50 years, was constantly rememorizing the road. Jasper gritted his teeth in anger, as he wondered what kind of person he was. A bucket of water was shown. The protagonist covered his face with his hands. He was in a wooden bathtub. The protagonist silently turned his head to the side. The ceiling of the room was shown as Kai thought about how small it was, and how if the test was a little easier, there would be many applicants, suggesting that they must be enjoying a healthier life. The brunette dipped into the water a little as he thought about how the old man was as stubborn as usual, and how there must be a reason for that. The egg was shown when the boy thought that there was something there, but it was unknown what it was, and that he had nothing to lose anyway. Patterns could be seen on the shell. When the system notification showed that the egg was wriggling and feeling cozy, then the protagonist realized that it had not stopped moving since he came there. The warriors were standing together on a green meadow when someone wondered about what to do on the 10th floor, and then said that it was to pass the trial of the supreme cult of the heavenly demon Tiamishan, of course, adding that there were rumors that it was impossible to pass, and that if it was true, the reward should be priceless. A huge gear was shown when the protagonist thought about the heavenly demon appearing at the beginning of the war, and that it was before Kronos made a time jump, so he did not know anything about it at all. Kai sat with his head down and thought about how he had no choice but to face the demon. Then the man said that if it was the Murim kingdom, then their test was just lovely. The warriors in armor were shown, when one of them said that if they won, then the elixir would be in their hands, and that they would also easily enter the circle of big shots. Then the other replied that the reward was certainly good, but it would not be so easy to win. The warriors stood next to each other, looking at each other, when someone asked if there was anyone among them who had failed their test. Archie turned towards the protagonist, asking if he wanted to fight. The protagonist looked away in concentration, when the sage asked him if he really thought this was an easy test, and why they, the smart ones, did not inform him about this. The warriors' faces sweated when he asked who started it, and why they were staring at him. Then one answered that it was his fault for not going through and just going up to the next floor. An angry Archie opened his mouth wide when he asked what he was saying and why he was the only one who didn't know. A smile appeared on the brunette's face. Then he thought that it was all his character's fault, and that he would never forgive himself for not joining the Murim Great War and not passing the test. The protagonist dove into the water thinking that no one knew what fate had in store anyway. A system window with an image of an egg appeared when the protagonist decided that his efforts would definitely not be in vain, because since he came to the territory of the heavenly demon Tiamishan, this guy has not sat still for a second. The egg was shown up close as the system reported that it was moving and that it felt comfortable. The oval object was in the boy's palm about a month ago, a few days after clearing the Colosseum, 2nd floor. The protagonist was lying on the bed when he realized that it had increased in size several times. Kai's mouth dropped open and he looked forward as he thought about the mysterious egg with the ornament of the outer gods and how he noticed how it resembled Orochi, a huge snake monster, even before it hatched, concluding that he had several theories about it. The boy remembered something devouring the monster's body, wondering if it was really an egg of an outer god, and if it would look like this when it hatched, with dozens of eyes and sharp teeth, and then thinking that it wasn't, and that even after so many years of war he couldn't know for sure, because outers didn't have a permanent form. They sensed the fear and despair of the enemy. They were unexplored and indescribable creatures. The protagonist had an egg in his hand, which he asked if it was sleeping, thinking that if his guys were there, they would have discussed it together. The protagonist's eyes were closed, wondering if he should leave it or not. Kai's eyes widened when a system notification appeared, saying that it was nodding. The brunette was sitting on his bed when he wondered if it was reacting to his moans about what to do with it, which meant that he had heard and understood him before, but ignored him. The boy brought the egg to his face. The handle of the blade appeared in his hand as he said that this would not work and that he was sorry. A system window appeared under the egg as a notification appeared that it was in shock. The protagonist swung his sword, then a notification appeared that the egg screamed. Smoke appeared in the boy's room. The blade of the blade pierced the system window as the protagonist thought that, as expected, nothing was happening. Then a system notification appeared that the egg was starting to shrink. Kai pointed his sword at the system window as he thought that just like Orochi, it could use physical force and whether it would recognize him as its owner. He moved the tip of the blade away from the egg as he realized that he did not understand, it could not attack back or did not want to, deciding that all he could do was wait. It was submerged in water now on the 10th floor as the system reported that it felt comfortable. The brunette was sitting in front of him when he assumed that he liked it, then a system notification appeared that it was nodding. The egg sank into the system window when the guy noticed that it was now responding to him, then it was reported that it was falling asleep. The protagonist was sitting in a round bathtub when he assumed that it had slept for a month and was now silent again before falling asleep again, then asked for at least one hint. The naked protagonist was shown half-turned when he spoke about the outer god and the heavenly demon Tiamishin, deciding that it might be better to just go into the tiger's den. A long staircase led to the building the next day in the highest cult of the heavenly demon of this division. People were sitting at a round table when someone said that the topic of their cult meeting was quite hot. Clark looked at Jeffrey, who said that the test was passed and that it was the first time since that man, guessing that it was about 30 years ago. Barry glared ahead when he answered that almost and that it had been 34 years, then someone asked about who this Kai was. Someone slammed the table in front of Clark when he asked if they didn't know this man, reminding them that they lived in the mountains of the sky and that he had told them many times that they should not neglect the things that happen in the tower. The bearded old man looked angry when he told them to stop grumbling, adding that they should tell him what he was like. William frowned, looking ahead when someone said that he heard that he was winning on every floor of the tower and raising his ranking, then he replied that he found it hard to believe and that most likely these were exaggerated rumors. The men were sitting at the same table when the old man added that the writings engraved on the tower could not lie, and that this was a problem that could not be solved by talking, and then suggested that they first look at it themselves. Jeffrey raised his hand when he was addressed and told to begin. Several men ran forward. The backs of the crowd were shown. The platform was very crowded when everyone stopped at attention at the command. The men bowed, folding their hands in front of them. Someone opened the gate. Jeffrey was standing next to Barry when he assumed that Kai was there. The protagonist's back in a red cloak was shown when he added that it was hard to imagine that he was not embarrassed by a crowd of soldiers, and that, on the other hand, he was not at all nervous in front of the lords of the heavens of the supreme cult of the heavenly demon, summing up that the guy was brave. The protagonist looked straight ahead carefully when he mentally called the names of the lords, thinking that they were the four gods standing on the pedestal of the supreme cult. A view from above on the crowd of warriors was shown when Kai assumed that the second trial would not be related to the demon Tiamishin, but to them, deciding that it was a chicken instead of a pheasant. Then someone said that he did not look like the one who could handle the first trial at all, and that he really wanted to believe that the rumors were not lying, and also that in that case it was worth starting the second trial right now. A man appeared with a blade on his back, politely asking for a moment. Charlie looked ahead with a scowl as he apologized for interrupting them, saying that he had something to report to the Lords of Heaven. Dark silhouettes were visible in the hall as he asked for a chance to test this man first. The lords stood next to each other. When William asked what they thought, they nodded. The man stopped in front of their table. When they told him that he could do whatever he wanted, he thanked them. He stood in front of a crowd of warriors. When he thought about how his skills were limited just because he looked hostile, you would think that he was not the least important person there. Charlie stepped forward with his back turned, when he decided that it was worth a try. The protagonist looked ahead with an indifferent look as he said that it seemed like an unofficial test of the high cult. William frowned as he replied that he should think about it and that a trial without a reward was not a trial. The dark figures froze in front of each other as the old man announced that the winner would receive a special elixir of the high cult, the Crimson Blood Capsule. The protagonist's mouth was slightly open as he was asked what he would say. The boy gripped the hilt of his sword as he replied that this was more than enough as the system reported that the Black Wind team under the leadership of the army leader was accepting the trial. Charlie held the blade in front of him as the system notifications appeared that his restrictions were partially reduced and his penalties were partially reduced. Then Kai was informed that he must knock him down and extract a confession from the opponent. A system window appeared with an image of a red capsule, which said that it was a scarlet pill, which was one of the most powerful medicines of the time-mashing heavenly demon high cult and a very valuable medicine. The man gritted his teeth tightly. Notifications appeared that the Black Wind team led by the army leader was accepting the test. Restrictions were partially reduced. Penalties were partially reduced. The hero stood in front of him. Frowning, he thought that the restrictions were set to about the 30th floor, a bit high difficulty for an unexpected test on the 10th floor. What level of difficulty is this test? People were standing in the dungeon. A thought occurred that considering that the Lords of the Heavens came here, the demon probably gave them instructions regarding the winner of the first test. Standing in front of the man, the protagonist thought that this was a very spontaneous event. He heard his name speak. The man's eyes lit up and he said that he passed the first test of the heavenly demon. Stretching his weapon forward, he added that he had no idea what the demon saw in him and why he recognized his victory, to which the hero replied that at this rate, he would not receive the opponent's recognition through chatter. The protagonist smiled and said that unlike him. Charlie gritted his teeth tightly. Suddenly, he rushed forward. The man swung his weapon. He slashed at the ground. Charlie scowled and shouted that he was a bastard. Kai looked at him. The hero deftly dodged his blows. The man's foot slid along the ground. He extended his sword forward and shouted that he would not be the one to receive recognition. Charlie added, his eyes wide, that he swore to dedicate his life to the supreme cult. He gave everything to pass the test. The view of the building opened up. It was heard that he risked his life to climb to new floors. He wanted to become a martial artist and revive the cult. He studied various fighting techniques, trained non-stop and passed the test. Swinging his weapon, Charlie asked what but why a foreigner like him. He extended his hand forward and shouted that who the hell was he to receive recognition. The hero looked away, hearing why not him, to which he replied that he was like a little child. The sword hit his belt. The man parried his blow. Sparks were studied from the weapon. Charlie swung the weapon. He gritted his teeth, hearing that he wanted to know why. The protagonist swung his fist. An idea appeared. What is it? He clenched his fist tightly. A notification appeared that the power of a giant was leaking into his hand. Kai struck the man. He winced in pain. Standing in front of Charlie, the hero said that the reason is simple. He is weak. Looking at the people, the protagonist asked, that is not he right? The man frowned. He smirked slightly. Looking at the hero, the old man said that he has not had such fun for a long time. He cannot believe. He is so strong that he did not even use a sword. Smiling, the guy said that whatever happened there would be no restrictions, and the man added that everything is clear anyway. Let them just look at this weirdo. The old man frowned and said that let him hand over a capsule of crimson blood. The hero stood in front of the man. Notifications appeared that he had passed the test. The capsule of crimson blood was received. Looking at the capsule, the protagonist said that this was of course an insignificant reward, but he would accept it. He did not try hard, so this was quite enough. Crossing his arms, the man asked that he did not realize the value of this elixir. Even those players who were able to climb to the 10th floor could not even dream of such an artifact, to which the guy added that he was acting as if this was not a test, but childish pranks. He did not know whether this was a bluff or impudence. Looking at the hero, the man asked that he had ever studied martial arts. He did not know what school his sword technique belonged to, but he fought impressively, to which the protagonist replied that he had not studied anything, it was just an imitation of technique. Frowning, the old man said that there were no words. Okay, he would tell him about the next test. The man clenched his fist and said that in the second trial of the heavenly demon cult's supreme cult, his opponent would be him, Barry. Standing still, Kai listened to him say that of course this was no ordinary duel. He only needed to survive his attacks and 3 combat techniques. The trial would be in 3 months, and before that, he could prepare, study martial arts, maybe use the elixir, and they would provide him with everything he needed, training equipment, grain balls. He would get everything he wanted. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that the Iron Fist, he must be much weaker than the 4 lords of the heavenly cult, but Barry's special attack technique made him quite competitive. Of course there would be restrictions, but it was still a duel with a rancor. It felt like they weren't interested in even one poor guy passing their trial. Standing in front of them, the protagonist thought that 3 techniques, if there were only 3, and then said that they would start right now. The people looked at him in amazement. Frowning, the man said that unlike the soldier who had been defeated earlier, his current opponent was a rancor. Saying such things without thinking was the same as not respecting the highest cult of the heavenly demon. Standing in the middle of the hall, Kai said that he apologized if he had made them come to such a conclusion, but he in no way disregarded the cult, to which they responded approvingly. Gritting his teeth, Barry said that he was taken. If he doesn't want it the good way, he will do it the bad way, to which the old man replied that he should stop. This test was in charge of their master. This was an unusual duel. Frowning, he added that only a demon could make changes to the test. Looking at the hero, the man said that he repeats once again. He gives him 3 months, during which time he must train hard and find a way to repel the 3 fighting techniques of their Iron Fist. Standing still, the protagonist thought that there was no choice, and then said that he understood. A view of the room opened up. Looking to the side, the man asked what he was, to which the man replied that yes, the foreigner who contradicted the Iron Fist himself. Kai walked forward. It was heard that he even heard something about him. He seems not to understand how high the level of the rulers of the heavens is. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that there was too much gossip. The old man put his hands behind his back, thinking that this was all like a soap opera. Why would the Lord of Heaven want to supervise him? Walking forward, the protagonist wondered if he was driven by curiosity or caution, and then asked if this was also an order from his master, to which he was told that no, he was doing this out of personal interest. The man nodded his head and said that it had been a long time since he met the stranger. He had seen him in action and now he had high hopes. He thought he could pass the test. Frowning, Kai thought that it sounded like he really wanted him to pass the test. Following him, he added that on the other hand, this did not sound like what the representatives of other schools and cults said. who only wanted him to join them and help revive their former greatness. And why did his words sound so sincere? Standing next to the hero, the man said that they were there. Frowning, he added that if he needed to get something, he should go straight to the weapons arsenal warehouse or the martial arts library. He thought he should also go to the infirmary, to which the hero replied that he would look for weapons and books later. Taking a step forward, the protagonist said that he could use the elixir and hone his fighting skills, and he, in turn, would supply him with everything he needed, right? He smiled and added that he would regret his words. People were walking along the street. Food was on the ground. Henry froze in place. Stretching his hand out to the side, Kai thought that all this weighed several hundred kilograms. This would be enough even to win a war with an entire alliance of martial artists. How was he even going to use all of this? Standing in front of the protagonist, the man said that he would repeat himself, but any medicine they had left after 3 months had to be returned, and he was the only one who could use it, and if the medicine he returned was damaged. Lightning flew around his hand, and the protagonist said that he had to compensate for the damage at his own expense. He remembered everything. Looking to the side, he added that in that case they would see each other in 3 months. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that yes, he understood. A view of the mountains opened up. A torch illuminated the room. Kai held the torch in his hands. Looking to the side, he thought that this structure could only be opened from the inside, unless, of course, the entrance was broken from the outside. Wonderful. Objects flew in the air. The protagonist sat on the ground. He began to eat grass. Notifications appeared that antler grass was consumed. Resistance to poison slightly increases for 24 hours. The protagonist lowered his head and cleared his throat. Looking straight ahead, he thought that he had never taken so many drugs at once before. It was so disgusting. Raising his hand, Kai thought that some of the drugs seemed to have mixed together and produced a poison, but he did everything so that together they would not lead to a fatal outcome. The only thing that threatened him was an upset stomach. A glow appeared around the crystal. A thought arose that he must endure this. Smiling, the hero said that he was wondering where he could get enough drugs to detoxify the poison, but apparently he was very lucky. The protagonist gritted his teeth and asked again. Looking at the notification, he said that after everything he had done, well, no, if he dared to think about it again, he would fry him and eat him like a fried egg. Lowering his head, Kai said that now. He opened his eyes wide. There were messages that the 8th heart was consumed. The poison spreads throughout the body. The status of poison resistance. He is poisoned. Poison resistance increased by 1. The hero put his hand to his face. Blood splashed on the ground. Kneeling, the protagonist thought that he needed more medicine. A notification appeared that mana increased by 1. Kai squeezed the berries with his hands. He hit his head on the ground. Opening his mouth, the hero thought, what the hell? Why is mana increasing so quickly? Is it really, and what does it mean to control mana? As if mana itself follows him. The protagonist's hands trembled and he wondered what it could be. He will be able to absorb mana without leaving a drop. Looking down, he added that he did not know that everything would be so bad. The hero smiled and said that it will drag on for a long time. A view of the mountain opened up, 1 month later. Putting his hand on his side, the man said that it had been a month and he hadn't done anything. He thought he was going out to learn some secret fighting technique, or something. But it seemed like he was going to spend the entire 3 months there. Frowning, the warrior thought that anyone who made it to the 10th floor would not miss the chance to learn secret martial arts techniques. He must already know enough, so what was he doing there? Barry raised his hand up, thinking that in order to stretch his stiff body, the cult's iron fist had completely secluded himself and devoted himself to hard training. And Kai had been here the entire month and was so quiet that it seemed like he was dead. Frowning, he said that he wouldn't understand what he was doing with all those medicinal herbs. Standing in front of the dungeon, the warrior said that the door to the training cave was opening. Taking a step forward, the hero asked that they had come to greet him. Gritting his teeth, the man asked again. The protagonist ate meat. They sat at the table. Kai raised his eyebrows when he heard that he should look at himself. He had been starving for a month. There was not a single grain ball in the training cave. Holding the food in his hands, the hero said that he was going to go out anyway. Why would he eat all this crap? Frowning, Barry asked what he meant. He really ate all the medicine. Why? To which the warrior replied that he did not have any open wounds, and he did not think he was poisoned. He opened his eyes in amazement, and thought that it was poison, detoxification. A glow appeared around the crystals. The thought arose that rare elixirs have an excellent effect, but they are difficult to take due to their strong toxicity. Usually no one uses such medicines. It only makes sense if they can be obtained for free. But how badly poisoned would you have to be for all these elixirs to be useful at once? Lowering his head, the protagonist said that thanks for the food, he'll probably go. Frowning, the warrior asked where he was going. Back to the training cave. Standing in front of him, Kai asked again where the martial arts library was. A view of the library of the High Cult of the Heavenly Demon opened up. People stood at attention. The thought appeared that the security here was strict. The hero stood in front of the guard and thought that these were all players. He thought some of them had a skill as high as rankers. Well, The martial arts library is the most important place for any unit. Lowering his head, the guy said that he was warned about his arrival. He would accompany him. The thought appeared that this is the place where the foundation of the cult school was laid, and of course for the high cult this place is much more important than practicing various martial techniques. The doors to the room opened. Standing in the middle of the room, the protagonist heard that they had arrived. Raising his head up, he asked that he could take any book here, to which the young man responded approvingly. A library appeared. It was heard that, however, on the other side of the door there were books that he could not look through. Let him remember this, otherwise he was given complete freedom of action. Kai stood in the middle of the library. Taking the book in his hands, the hero thought that they only allow strangers to read books on martial arts for beginners. 3 times, even 4 perhaps, he had visited many martial arts libraries, but he had never seen anything like this. The pages of the book appeared. The thought arose that this book should be suitable. There were 2 months left before the test. He must master everything within a month. Raising his hand up, the protagonist thought about how to defeat the Iron Fist. He is one of the best warriors and a master of martial arts. Putting the book on the shelf, he added that there might be something more suitable here. Looking at the book, Kai thought that the origin of the highest cult of the heavenly demon, the origin of martial arts taught by the spirit of the heavenly demon. The bowl stood on the table. It was heard that 3 months. The young man stretched out his hand and said that he had spent a month training, then spent another month in the library reading books on martial arts. The man held papers in his hands, and it was heard that when he went to check on him, he was going to look at all the books in the library. The hero, sitting on the table, heard that one person was not able to master all this in 3 years, and he planned to do it in 3 months. The old man lowered his head and said that he was being weird and that he should remember how he had taken a lot of medicinal herbs, to which he was told that it was not only that, but he thought he was just throwing time into the fire. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed that he was not someone the lords of heaven should waste their time on. Smiling, he added that he certainly did not understand his behavior either, and did not know what to expect. The doors to the library opened. It was heard that, but that was the reason he was watching him closely. The hero left the room, hearing that the sun was still high in the sky. Why was he already leaving? He usually stayed there until late, to which the protagonist replied that he was done. Smiling, he added that he had already found everything he was looking for. It was heard that he was challenging his expectations. Clothes were hanging on a hanger. It was heard that 1 month for training, 1 month in the library. The man stretched his arms out to the sides, and someone said that he spent the remaining month in the training cave again. Putting on his clothes, he asked what he was doing wrong, whether these 3 months had benefited him or not. The warrior put on his equipment, and said that it seemed like everyone had high expectations of outsiders, so he would try not to kill him. A view of the training hall of the highest cult of the heavenly demon opened up. The guy smiled and said that it had been a long time since there had been such a treat for the eyes, to which the young man replied that they did not have many abilities to look at the abilities of the lords of the heavens. Putting his hand to his face, the warrior said that he heard that Kai was also famous, and large guilds were even making a fuss, trying to take him now. Barry walked down the stairs. People looked at him. It seemed that this was indeed an iron fist. The man looked straight, listening to the fact that he was seeing him for the first time. He really did inspire a piercing sense of fear. Frowning, Barry said that the supreme cult had weakened. He could not believe that they only had such people left. Standing on the stairs, he shouted that everyone was quiet. The man looked furiously and added that the upcoming fight was not an ordinary fight. This was a test of the heavenly demon. Everyone must demonstrate their manners. The warrior descended into the arena. Dust appeared in the air. The hero took a step forward. Gritting his teeth, he asked what was wrong with the atmosphere, to which he was told that he was late. Holding his weapon in his hands, the protagonist asked if he was at the wrong time. Usually the protagonist always appears at the end, to which he was told that he was always talking nonsense. Clenching his fist, Barry said, "Okay, let's start." He wondered how much he had improved in these months. Looking away, Kai said that he would regret giving him these 3 months. A glow appeared around the man. He clenched his teeth in fury. The hero opened his eyes in surprise. A glow flashed across the arena. Lightning flew in the air. Standing in front of the pit, the protagonist sighed. Holding his weapon in his hands, he thought that considering that this was only the first attack, he would be in trouble if he got caught. Clenching his fist, the man asked what he was dodging. A good decision. Standing in front of him, Kai heard that if he tried to block, there would be no living place left on him. The thought arose that in the Murim kingdom it is called eternal energy, so that a ranker on the 10th floor could use so much energy. They reduced the limit. Very thoughtful. Images of people appeared. The thought arose that this was his second time fighting a ranker, but their levels were different. He was injured, and his limit was greater. Besides, compared to the Iron Fist, he was clearly weaker. Stretching his hands forward, the man said that so let him try to avoid this time too. Barry used the skill of 100 punches of thunder fists. The thought arose that the fists were getting faster. Dodging the attacks, the hero wheezed. They stood in front of each other. Suddenly, a bright beam flew at them. Lowering his head, the man said that he dodged again. The thought arose that this guy, his movements are not just fast, it seems that he reads his blows. Frowning, the protagonist thought that the red eyes, wasn't that a skill? Standing in front of Barry, he added that the skill that helps him predict his attacks. That's why he was so confident. The man smiled and said that it was ridiculous. Sliding on the ground, he added that martial arts are more than just support skills. Lightning flew around his hand. The warrior raised his hands up. It was heard that this time, while they were under the same sky, he would not be able to dodge. Standing on the balcony, the man said that it felt like this attack would cause damage outside the training ring. Frowning, he added that then we should create a barrier so that no one would get hurt, to which the warrior replied that he would do it right away. The hero stood in the middle of the arena. Looking to the side, he thought that the lords of the sky were heading somewhere. Something was about to happen. A glow appeared. The thought arose that the attack must cover the entire training ring. He would not be able to dodge. Taking a step forward, the protagonist thought that if the radius of the attack is large, then there is a chance that the force of the blow will be weaker. Smirking, he added that he will block this time. A glow flew around the man and he asked that he stopped running. This may be the right decision, but... Gritting his teeth, he shouted that he met the wrong opponent. Stretching his hand forward, Barry used the third attack. A powerful explosion occurred. Smoke flew in the air. Sitting on the ground, the man said that he almost died. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked what kind of power is a god rank. Lightning flew in the air. It was heard that then Kai. The hero clenched his teeth tightly. A notification appeared that the second trial of the supreme cult of the heavenly demon was passed. The man's hand trembled. The thought arose that such power corresponds to a player who climbs the tower to become a ranker. Standing on the battlefield, the protagonist wondered what he was able to block, but his powers and skills are incredible. It was heard that he blocked it after all. Barry frowned and thought that he assumed that the attack could be blocked, but he held it and was still standing. He smiled widely. Looking at the hero, the warrior asked that he wanted to continue playing. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that the restrictions were hovering around him. Smirking, he added that he was serious now. Holding the weapon in his hands, Kai said that this is what he wanted. Gritting his teeth, the man asked where he got this power from. A glow appeared around him and he said that you can't call it the spirit of the heavenly demon. It is still nothing more than an unfinished shell, to which the man said that he heard that he spent a month in the library. This is what he learned there, exactly looking like he was surprised. The old man frowned, thinking that the basis of the heavenly demon spirit is the form, also known as material mana. Its own will generates this form on its own. Even if it is only a form that is just beginning to materialize, it is still the heavenly demon spirit. The protagonist extended his weapon forward and said that since he did not seem to be going to attack first, thinking that how far he had gone. Frowning, he added that he would start. A blue glow floated in the air. Kai blocked the warrior's strike and thought that fortunately it was effective. What a pity, if it were an actual heavenly demon spirit, he would be able to force it to obey. A glow appeared around them. A notification appeared that 47 attacks were blocked. Gritting his teeth, the man shouted that damn, and then thought that even if it was a form, it was hard for him to fight against the heavenly demon spirit. Barry swung his weapon, thinking that however, this was clearly different from their first encounter. The incomplete form was becoming less intense. The hero smiled when he heard that it was enough, they would fight properly, to which he said that he never thought he would hear that in a battle between a player and a ranker. Barry clenched his fist tightly. A blow flew across the ground. A notification appeared that 59 attacks were blocked. The protagonist leaned on the ground and wheezed. His eyes widened. He thought that incredible power. Time was passing, and his spirit was recovering. He had already met the spirit of the heavenly demon. His strength was weakening. Standing in front of the hero, the warrior said that 59 attacks. This was ruining his reputation. The man's eyes lit up, and he added that he did not think he could hold out much longer. Clenching his fist, Barry asked if that was true. His eyes widened. The protagonist thought that the restrictions were getting stronger. This time it would be the strongest. A glow appeared between them. Notifications appeared that the giant's power was leaking into his hand. There was little physical strength left. The spheres flew towards them. The man clenched his jaw in pain. The man swung his arm. A huge explosion thundered. Black smoke flew in the air. Frowning, Barry thought that even if he was clumsy in using the spirit of the heavenly demon, he was someone who had recently reached the 10th floor and could handle it. He was definitely unusual. Raising his hand up, he added that An explosion thundered. The thought arose that he was as abnormal as he was, since he was enjoying this battle. The man stretched his hand out to the side. He looked furiously and shouted that he should attack. Frowning, Kai thought to hell with it. The hero slid along the ground. He heard what he was doing. Where was his recent calm? The man swung at him furiously. He struck. A message appeared that 89 attacks were blocked. The protagonist gritted his teeth. He dodged the attack deftly. Barry looked away and said that this was getting more fun. Kai smiled and thought that the spirit of the heavenly demon was almost exhausted. If he attacked only once, he would not be able to cope and that would be his end. He had no chance to attack, and then said that it was not so fun for him. While striking, the warriors shouted that they had just started, and he was saying such things. The man's eyes lit up, and he added that it seemed like he was just going to continue avoiding him. Dodging his attacks, the hero heard that fine, let him show what he was capable of, and then thought that it was not beneficial for him to waste time, he needed to finish this. The protagonist's eyes widened and added that if he could somehow close the distance between them and immobilize him, at least for a little while. He suddenly stretched his hand forward. Kai grabbed the man's hand. Rushing forward, he thought he only needed a second. A notification appeared that his energy was temporarily replaced with physical strength. A blow flew across the ground. A thought arose that 1 second. A cut appeared on the hero's hand. The man clenched his teeth tightly. Frowning, he thought that he blocked, from such a short distance like this. The hero swung his weapon. A thought arose that the sword he was holding. The protagonist swung his sword sharply. Barry looked down. Kai frowned, looking at him. Lightning flew around his hand. Standing in front of the hero, the man thought that it was absurd. In the battle with the player, he shed blood. Looking at his hand, Barry thought that no, the fact that he opened his chest was his mistake. He closed his eyes and added that only by continuing the battle in the same spirit would he win, no matter how many attempts it took. But this was not a battle but a test, if only Kai had more time and a higher level and stats, and then said that this was his defeat. The training arena appeared. It was heard that the Almighty admitted defeat. This could not be. People were standing on the balcony. It was heard that this was a miracle. Frowning, the man thought about what was right. According to the story, it looked like a miracle. He did not know that he had the right to this. Looking straight ahead, he heard that but this test did not comply with the rules, to which he replied that no, they should only watch. A glow appeared around the man. It was heard that even the heavenly demon was only watching. The hero stood in the smoke. Notifications appeared that the second test of the heavenly demon was completed perfectly, the skill of possessing the spirit of the heavenly demon. The room appeared. It was heard that it would be fine if he just left it. Gritting his teeth, the man said that if he went to the military book warehouse without his knowledge and took possession of the heavenly demon spirit, to which he was told that everything was fine. The man looked down, and someone said that there must be a reason why the heavenly demon spirit was in the low-level military book warehouse. A glow appeared around the warrior. It was heard that upon a quick look, the heavenly demon spirit was no different from ordinary spiritual practice. How many people would be able to tell if it was him just by reading the book, let alone mastering it? Standing in front of the man said that distinguishing and mastering would also be a test, to which he replied that it was true, so there was no need to be ashamed. The warrior frowned, and someone asked that who knew that he would master the heavenly demon spirit in 3 months. He smiled widely and asked again. The people looked at him in confusion. Clenching his fist, the man thought that in this situation, this guy was looking for, no, he found a good moment to counterattack. Smiling widely, Barry said that one day he would rise to a high rank, and one day he could become better than their leader. For the first time in a long time, he was interested. Crossing his arms, the man asked why he blasphemed so easily, to which the guy replied that by looking at him, no one would think that he had lost, and Barry shouted that he did not want to fight Kai. Would it not be an honor to fight the future leader? William frowned, hearing that it was quiet. A thought appeared that now the leader would definitely find him to conduct the final test. The hero was lying on the bed. Looking up, he thought that it was a pity that the magic power stat could not exceed 3 digits. The memories of the battle appeared. The thought arose that he was weak. He still felt the hand hitting his chest again and again. If he had not admitted defeat, he would have lost. He used his left hand instead of his right hand not only because of the difference in strength. To fight rankers, he needed something more than strength. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist thought, well, besides, the second test ended successfully, and then said that he thought he would recover in 2 days. Looking straight ahead, he added that fortunately, he was recovering quickly, otherwise he would have to listen to his grumbling. A notification about the spirit of the heavenly demon appeared. It was heard that, by the way, the skills are rank A-. Looking at the message, Kai thought that this was not compensation, but a skill he obtained on his own. If he has rank A, then this is great, because this is the level that even rankers want to conquer. Frowning, he added that the skill he had mastered to perfection, if at the last test he would not look at him through the barrier, like last time, but would meet him face to face. There was a knock behind the door, and someone asked that he was here. The heavenly demon was calling him. A view of the building opened up. People were standing in front of the palace of the founder of the teachings of the heavenly demon. Lowering his head, the guy said that there was an order that only he could go inside. The hero took a step forward. A dark room appeared. A thought arose that where he was, he did not feel the presence of someone. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that it seemed impossible for him to feel the presence of senior rankers. He froze, hearing that the egg bared its teeth. Black particles were flying behind the hero. A thought appeared that there. The man was sitting on the throne. Frowning, Fiafan asked why he came. Lowering his head, Kai asked why he called him. The hero extended his hand forward, hearing that his hand was fine, to which he replied that as he saw it, it was fine. A glow was flying around the weapon. Notifications appeared that the Black Knight sword was activated. Due to the night conditions, the energy recovery rate was increased. The energy recovery rate was 102%. The eyes of the heavenly demon lit up. The protagonist stood still. It was heard that it was a good sword. Even he was attracted by it. The thought appeared that he was still greedy for swords. Gritting his teeth, Kai said that he could not give it up. Its creator would grumble if he said that he could not handle the weapon. Sitting in front of the hero, Theophanes asked that the sword of Hephaestus, in which case he had the right to say so, to which the hero asked that he knew him. A glow appeared around his hand and the heavenly demon said that he did not know. He only had a chance to touch several handles of his swords. Enough empty chatter. Standing up, the man said that they would begin the final test, to which the protagonist asked what right now. Waving his hand, he added that with such a hand, to which the heavenly demon asked again, did not he say that it was normal? Standing in the smoke, Theophan heard that he could move it, but not fight, to which he replied that it did not matter. In any case, he would not have to use it. Looking straight ahead, he thought that this was madness. He wanted to begin the test in a perfect state. Suddenly, the man disappeared. Frowning, the hero thought that the barrier of true suppression, he heard that it was not going. Standing in the middle of the room, the protagonist thought that it was different from the last time, much more accurate and difficult. Kai suddenly shuddered. Notifications appeared that the fiery eyes were resisting the barrier of true suppression, an unsuccessful attempt at resistance. Taking a step forward, he thought that damn, he can't break through it. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that he couldn't hold back, he would definitely fail. He rushed forward sharply. A message appeared that he had entered the hall of the heavenly demon. The final test of the heavenly demon's teaching had begun. The protagonist stood in the smoke. He frowned. Kai looked forward. The man raised his head and said that he should follow him. The hero walked towards him. The protagonist stretched out his hand forward, hearing that he already possessed the spirit of the heavenly demon, to which he replied that yes, he even received the skill, to which the man said that then it would be easier for him to control it. The world really became a better place. Frowning, he added that he saw how he fought, an outstanding spectacle. They will try harder in the future. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought about what this meant. He opened his eyes in amazement, hearing that teeth appeared in the egg swallowed drool. A pink flame appeared in front of them. The hero froze and thought that he was sure that this was a force that came from outside the tower. He weakly felt the force from outside. That's why the egg began to react. As soon as he arrived from Kanma, a message appeared that the Gigantization skill was changing from a force that he did not know before. Frowning, Theophanes said, the divine flame, that's what they call it. There was a glow in the air. A thought came that when the school was located on the mountain and this fire appeared, a prophecy appeared. It said that the school exists to protect this fire, and you need to find its owner. Flames flew in front of the man. It was said that the first heavenly demon, the one following him, as well as his teacher, all lived for this purpose, and he was no exception. Standing in front of Theophanes, the hero asked what the prophecy was. Did he really believe in it? To which he replied that before it became the Kama school, it was a religion, and when faith appears in a religion, a foundation appears. People stood near the tower. A thought came that after so many years, there was a power and people who were more powerful than the school. The man stood in front of the palace and said that anyone who wanted to join the Kama school, a thought came that he, as a follower of Kama, could do nothing more than protect the flame. Frowning, Theophanes said that he must pass the exam to prove his qualifications. Standing in front of the man, the hero said that he created the exam as a payment for the flame, to which he replied that it was true. If he disguised it in this way, he would be able to hide and protect the flame, hence the difficulty level. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked who else had come to this, to which he replied that the god of the sword, he had seen it. The man was kneeling. It was heard that but could not win. Stretching his hand forward, Theophanes said that so, the last exam. A glow appeared around him, and he added that be in this fire until he received his recognition. The hero stood still. Notifications appeared that let him endure the divine flame. If he gave in, the exam would end. The man looked straight ahead. The thought appeared that as he thought, it was difficult. He told him to enter such a flame. Although there is an interesting story about success injection, when he stood 40 days and 8 trigrams. But it was an exam practically at the top of the tower. Theophan frowned. The thought appeared that here not only to withstand, but not to die. The hero clenched his teeth tightly. It was said that even if he blocked the attacks of the sword god, having received the spirit of the heavenly demon, all this is useful in front of such a force. The man stood in front of him. The thought appeared that he would simply become an ordinary person. Theophan looked at the protagonist. Frowning, Kai thought that this flame was growing, absorbing fears. A notification appeared that fiery eyes resist the divine flame. A glow flew around the body. The thought appeared that choosing the form of fire. Rays flew towards the hero. The thought appeared that it absorbs and burns people who are afraid. Purple smoke appeared, and the hero thought that he should think that it was not hot. A bright glow flew in the air. The protagonist stood still. Notifications appeared that the egg opened its eyes, it showed its teeth. He frowned and said that if he ate everything, he would have nothing left. Putting his hand to his chest, Kai thought that he had not felt this for so long. More terrible than even death itself, it exists beyond the mind, from the outside. Lowering his head, he added that the days when he fought them. Clenching his fist, the hero thought that if he was afraid of this power, he had no right to control it. He looked forward angrily. Glow flew around the hero. It was heard that he did not know what he was. But if he was from the outside, he had already seen this. The protagonist took a step forward. A thought appeared that in the past his body was weak. He kicked the ground. It was said that this was an endless war with the outside. Kai looked straight ahead and thought about how he was holding the sword, trying to survive in a world that was collapsing. He returned to the past and gathered his fighting spirit again. Memories appeared. It was said that despair that reaches the sky, darkness that drags into the swamp, the one who could not be born, and the stupid chaos, the decision that was made with his comrades after long battles and bloodshed, what they promised each other hundreds and thousands of times. After returning to the past, climbing to the top from the bottom of the tower, they did not become weaker. On the contrary, they became stronger. Putting his hand to his chest, the hero said that there is only one reason why he is here. Frowning, he added that he came to win for them. A glow flew around the protagonist. Black lightning appeared in the air. Kai clenched his teeth tightly. Bright smoke flew in the air. A crystal appeared on his hand. Spheres rushed forward. A notification appeared that he passed the exam of the Kiyama school. The hero stood still. It was said that he received the title of founder of the Kama school. The protagonist raised his head and thought that he had changed. Looking straight ahead, he added that he had passed the exam. Wasn't it going to fight him? He really mastered this flame. A glow was flying in front of the man. A thought appeared that the fire path had disappeared so suddenly, he had given up. Frowning, he added that or died. Spheres were flying around Kai. A thought appeared that he had survived. The hero lowered his head and thought that besides, the giant flame was no longer returning. Standing in front of him, Fan asked what happened. He suddenly looked in amazement. The protagonist looked down. A skill notification appeared. Several memories appeared. The man was sitting on the throne. Looking down, he thought that and yet, the divine flame accepted him. A view of the room opened up. Opening the doors, Kai heard that here he is. Sitting in front of him, Fan said that he thought he would sleep for a long time. He looks at him. No marks, no burns. To which the hero replied that everything is so. It seems that he has no more reasons to stay here. The divine flame is with him. Now he is guarding it. Looking at him, the protagonist heard that his duties have already become a habit. His heart will not be able to give itself to anything else. The dishes were on the table. It was heard that he was given a nickname. He is the Lord of Vice. He will take it for granted. Now in addition to the spirit of the heavenly demon, he also has the divine flame. Such a nickname suits him. Sitting at the table, the hero said that even if he becomes a ranker, he will not be part of the cult of heavenly demons. To which Fan replied that he should not worry about it. The flame chooses only the worthy. He passed a severe test and deserved this reward. The man frowned and said that in the old days they would have taken it with hostility. The cult of the heavenly demons had been opposing the Murim for many years. Looking at him, the protagonist heard that only one as great as him could have great power. Let him consider his freedom from obligations as a priceless gift as the divine flame that he had received. To which he thought that it seemed that he did not want him to become one of the heavenly demons. Lucky. Kai rose and said that in that case, he would accept this gift. The hero gritted his teeth when he heard that he was already leaving, to which he replied that alas, it was time for him to go. He would visit him when the great war with the Murim began. The protagonist smiled when he heard that he would see him on the battlefield, to which he replied that if fate decreed so, in that case, he did not dare to detain him. Sitting at the table, Fan wondered if his fate had come to an end. The obligations that bound him were lifted. Closing his eyes, he added that what was his goal now. Looking straight ahead, the man said that it seemed like the time had come, and then thought that before the divine flame appeared, they had only wanted one thing. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that it seemed like the time had come to return to Murim. A view of Taklon opened up, the 11th floor. The building appeared. Holding hands, the guy said, "Come on, at least this time." Closing his eyes, he exclaimed. Suddenly, notifications appeared. It was heard that finally. Looking at the message, the young man thought that he had no doubt that they were on the same team with him. But who else was with them? Harry, wide-eyed, said that it couldn't be. Looking at the list of players, he thought that there were only no names here, and even trolls from the blacklist were thrown in with them. The guy clicked on the message and added that what about Team B? A notification appeared. The thought arose that they had a player with a rare healing skill, and his entire team. And he himself was the heir to the family. Yes, he and his team would pass this test in no time. There were so many famous players in the team. Stretching his hand out to the side, Harry asked, "Why is he so unlucky? He has already failed this test 3 times, each time worse. Well, what are his chances of passing it, with such a team?" The name of the hero appeared. He heard that the same Kai. Pursing his lips, the young man thought that he heard that he was simply an amazing player. What a spread they have in their team. Well, what kind of selection? He was unlucky. Slamming his hand on the table, the man shouted that 30 points. Standing at the bar, the man asked why it was so expensive, to which the man asked him that it was his first time there, that was how their prices were, and the thought came to mind that he treated all his clients like that. Looking at the notification, the hero thought about how many famous players there were, even entire guilds and purebreds. All the talented players were taken into the team, and he was appointed as their opponent. A glow appeared around the man. A thought arose that the examiner of the 11th floor test was a ranker of Olympus. It seems that this is in revenge for the last time. They want him dead, no doubt. All the trump cards are against him. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that the beginning was not the best. Looking at the man, Kai asked if they had any free rooms, to which he replied that there was one left at the very top. It costs 100 points. He looked surprised, hearing that the price was not important to him. Looking at the message, the hero asked if he could exchange bills, to which the man replied that of course, they exchange. The money fell on the table. He heard that it was his guardian, 374 bills at 1,000 points each. The hero gritted his teeth, hearing that he should not forget to add the commission. Covering his face with his hand, the man said that he understood him. The coins fell down. Notifications appeared that 366,000 points had been received. The balance was 931 points. He wanted to summon a 6. Smiling, the spirit asked what it could serve as. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist thought about the fact that this 6 was also the distributor of the 11th floor, in any case better than that eternally laughing clown, and then said that he would like to use the store. Looking at him, the spirit said that they had everything his heart desired, and what they didn't have, they would certainly find, let them just say, to which Kai thought that he was some kind of overly friendly fairy, who had already smelled his money. The spirit smiled, hearing that he should just open the store, to which he replied that he would do as he said. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of the hero. Clicking on it, the protagonist thought that for the divine dark crystal he only lacked adamantium. If it was somewhere, then it was definitely here. Suddenly, Kai opened his eyes in amazement. Adamantium appeared in the store, to which the hero thought that he had found it. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist asked how much it cost. Smiling, the spirit said that adamantium was a very valuable material. Kai looked away, hearing that, but why did he need it? The store sells ready-made things, and everything is of high quality. To which he replied that it would cost more, it would be better for him to do everything himself. To which he was told that it was very reasonable of him. The pet smiled broadly and said that but adamantium is an extremely valuable and therefore expensive material. In addition to the fact that it is impossible to break, adamantium not only conducts mana, but also enhances its flow. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that isn't it amazing, there is no material more valuable in the world than it. To which he thought that this 6 is painfully talkative. Flying in front of the protagonist, the spirit said that if he manages to melt it, many wonderful things can be made from it. To which he thought that yes, that's the problem. A glow appeared around the stones. The thought arose that in the whole world there were less than a dozen blacksmiths who could melt it. Adamantium is incredibly resistant to temperatures. But even despite this, all blacksmiths only dream of getting at least a grain of sand from it. Flying up, the pet asked what must be. He is very close to Hephaestus. Frowning, the hero asked what this has to do with it, to which the spirit replied that many valuable things can be made from adamantium. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist listened to how it is very difficult to find a blacksmith who can handle it, and even if you manage to find one, you will have to pay a tidy sum, but he does not care. Stretching his hand forward, the spirit asked that he values adamantium many times more than others, right? Looking at the notification, Kai heard that summing up all the information, he thought that 1.5 million points for 1.5 kilograms of adamantium would be a suitable price. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that he did not have that much. Flying in front of him, the pet said that he should not worry, he could take it on credit. Only at 11.5%, although he had a very good credit history, he could lower the rate to 10%. Holding a calculator in his hands, the spirit heard that the loan seemed to leave him no choice, to which he replied that it was a reasonable decision. He would subtract the amount he already had and credit the remainder as. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said that he would buy adamantium elsewhere. Smiling, the pet said that but this is a very good deal, he must not know, but adamantium is a very rare material and cannot be found in other stores, to which the protagonist replied that he could do without it, and so he could pass the test. Looking straight ahead, the spirit heard that there would still be time to buy it. There were 6s on other floors. In extreme cases he would haggle at the auction, and if it didn't work out there, he would buy something less valuable. Kai lowered his head and said that he should forgive him. It looked like he had called him in vain, to which the pet replied that they were the same, let him wait. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that that was it, let's forget about it. Sitting on the bed, he said that he wouldn't buy anything from him. A portal appeared. It was heard that maybe their esteemed guest would agree to 1 and 3 million. What about 1 and 2 million? How he irritated him. He would buy it for 850. and the spirit thought that what a bastard, what if he no longer had such buyers? Looking straight ahead, the hero said that 850,000 and not a point more. The thought appeared that he would have to agree. Smiling, the pet asked that maybe at least 900,000. For his price, he would only leave at a loss. Flying in front of the hero, he added that so be it, 850,000 points. The spirit stretched out his arms to the sides, hearing that he could take, to which he replied that thank you for the purchase. Notifications appeared that he spent 850,000 points, received 1.5 kilograms of adamantium. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist thought that it was great, he bought it very cheaply, and the sixth asked what he wanted more, and he said that that was all. A glow appeared in the air. It was heard that in that case, let him call him if he needed anything else, to which Kai thought that he was so annoying. Adamantium appeared. The thought arose that he needed to send it to the blacksmith. The hero stretched out his hand and thought that he didn't know what Olympus would do during the test, but in any case, the dark crystal wouldn't be ready by the start. The man swung his hammer. A thought occurred to him that adamantium was incredibly strong, and working with it would take a lot of time and effort. It could take up to 3 months to create something from it. Sitting on the bed, the hero thought that it would probably be better to do this after the test. There was still a whole week before the start. There was time to do other things. Frowning, the protagonist asked if he should go for a walk or something. The man stood in front of the palace. A thought occurred to him that he was a purebred player, the son of the head of a large guild, Mirim, a leader capable of discovering talent in everyone, the genius player Eugene. Blows flew at the monster. Looking at the creatures, the man asked if this was definitely the hardest dungeon on the 11th floor, to which the guy replied that they seemed to be the first to get here so quickly. The warrior grinned and said that if this continued, they would completely wipe him out. Who would have thought that it would be so easy? To which the young man replied that they were just cool, that's all. Eugene looked away and said that they would hurry up. They still needed to gain strength before the test. Walking forward, the man said that they could handle it without preparation. They had seen Team A, they were weaklings, to which he was answered that yes, but Kai was with them, he had heard a lot about him, they say he even passed the test of the heavenly demon. Raising his hand up, the guy said that he was unlucky with his team, to which Eugene replied that he had enough chatter, he needed to be ready for anything, they would give it their all, like in the other tests. People walked forward, it was heard that he was just making conversation. Frowning, the guy thought that Kai, he had never seen him in person, but his name was on everyone's lips. Walking forward, he added that he did not know where he came from, but they said he had plenty of strength. A glow appeared ahead, and the thought occurred to him that it would be interesting to fight him. Purple particles appeared in the air. The guy looked in amazement. Raising his hand up, he shouted that he was at the ready. Particles were flying around the bones. The team moved forward, they heard what it was, what kind of carcass was hanging from the ceiling. The attack bounced from side to side. The guy suddenly jumped up. People rushed forward, they heard that they should just not tell him. This coal lump is the boss of the dungeon. Eugene lowered his head, hearing that she was already dead. Strange, her body was all burnt, but there was no trace of flame around. Putting his hand to the cut, the guy thought that fire doesn't leave such a mark. It's a mark from a sword blade, a little less than 1.5 meters long. Someone engulfed the boss in flames and finished him off with one blow. Sitting on the corpse of the monster, he added that who could be so strong, a ranker who cleared a low-level dungeon. Frowning, Eugene thought that, but he could not find another explanation. Standing on the spider, the guy said that they were returning. There was no point in staying. Someone killed the boss before them. A thread made by the Spider Queen appeared. The hero stretched out his hand. Grinning, he thought that it was a valuable thing. He thought he would sell it for at least 1,000 points, or keep it for himself just in case. A glow appeared above his hand. A thought arose that, as he expected, the heavenly flame turned out to be very effective. Standing still, the protagonist thought that he needed to try it in practice before using it in the test. Kai stretched his hand forward and thought that the skill was not yet fully developed, but the flame was still very strong. It was so powerful that it burned out the mind. It did not matter how strong a person was mentally, the mind was not always controllable. Only a cool head could master this skill. Raising his hand up, he added that it was difficult to come up with a more deadly skill. There was nothing stronger in his arsenal yet, and the stronger he became, the more powerful the heavenly flame would become. A notification appeared. A thought appeared that his heaven-destroying star was pumped almost to the maximum. The 11th floor gave him more than he expected. His pumping was going faster, although there was still room to grow. Climbing the stairs, the hero thought that so far everything was going to his advantage. Suddenly he stopped. The guy looked away in amazement. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "Let him excuse me, but he is not Kai." Frowning, the hero thought who the hell it was, and then said that they would let him in. Stretching his hands forward, the guy said that they were all from his team. His name was Harry. As he knew, the teams were not distributed in the best way. Half refused to participate even before the test began. The protagonist frowned, hearing that there were still those who were ready to try, and all because of their faith in him. His name was on everyone's lips. The guy widened his eyes, hearing this and that, to which he replied that it was just that there were so many famous players in Team B, but they were not fit to hold a candle to him. People looked at him. It was heard that they believed in him and would like to which Kai asked that they came to beg for his points. The guys looked in fear, hearing that a pass to the test cost from 100 to 1,000 points, an unaffordable price for low-level players. Harry's eyes widened when he heard that he couldn't refuse, didn't want the points he'd already spent to go to waste, decided to hide behind him and hope that he'd do everything for him, to which he replied that he wouldn't. He held his hands out in front of him and added that they just wanted to discuss how they could best pass the test, to which the hero replied that if he valued his life, let him refuse to participate. It wasn't worth it, just let them lay down their heads, dying for nothing. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked again, to which the protagonist said that if he had everything, let him get lost, stop crowding around his door. Entering the room, Kai heard that he knew it. He also decided to give up, to which he replied that no, he would participate. He looked away, hearing that then why did he tell them all this, to which he replied that it was because they weren't up to it. The people moved forward. The young man held out his hand and asked what they should do. It didn't look like he would cooperate with them, to which they replied that he was being arrogant. Damn, he'd better give up, it was too early for him to die. The guy pursed his lips, hearing that they were making so much effort just to humiliate them. Harry's eyes widened, thinking that it was damn Kai. The man was sitting at the table. A notification appeared, and a thought occurred to him that no matter how you look at it, the difference in the strength of the teams was simply colossal. It seemed that luck had completely turned away from him. Putting his hand to his head, Gale thought that not only had he been thrown into a weak team, but they had also announced a reward for his head. Frowning, he added that the order came from Olympus itself, to destroy the player Kai. The reward for him was very attractive. The guy smiled, thinking that all the dogs would be unleashed on him alone. Standing on the head of the beast, Gale said that well, since everyone is ready, it's time to announce the start. With wide eyes, he asked who was sending him messages. A sphere appeared in the air. A view of a dark forest opened up. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that there were only 51 players. People were standing in front of each other. The thought occurred that many more players had refused to participate than he expected. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that even though this was an obvious trap, he still decided to participate. Looking straight ahead, he heard himself welcoming all the participants. Standing on the hill, the guy said that his name was Gale, and he was their examiner, even considering the fact that Team A was short of players. No changes to the rules would follow from this. Smiling, he added that the teams were assigned and nothing could be done about it. The test would begin as soon as he announced the rules to them. Holding the flag in his hands, the guy said that they would be taking part in a flag capture. He waved his hand and added that it was very simple. Let them find flags and combine them with their team's flags. A glow was flying around the flag, and it was heard that the number of captured flags would be indicated right on them. A crowd of people stood in front of him, listening to what and now to the question of where to find these flags. They were located in this beautiful forest that they had allocated for the test. The monster's eyes lit up. It was heard that it was inhabited by monsters of every taste and color, and the flags were hidden everywhere, along the roads, at the foot of the hills, on the tops of trees and of course, inside the monsters themselves. The guy smiled, hearing that they had to go to great lengths to prepare all of this. Raising his hands up, Gale said that the goal was simple, to capture as many flags as possible. Smiling, he added that the team with the most flags at the end of the test wins. Looking at him, the players heard that the test was not called Capture the Flag for nothing. Collecting flags is one thing, but you shouldn't forget about protecting them either. People looked at him in fear, hearing that they should do everything at their discretion. A glow appeared around the crown. It was heard that he almost forgot. A king is assigned to each team. He will be chosen randomly. The number of flags that the king captures will double. Standing on the hill, the guy said that there is no need to worry too much. This is not a chess game. The death of the king will not lead to loss. It will only put the team at a great disadvantage. He wishes them all good luck. They will need it. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that again a test of luck. I am sure they will deliberately appoint the weakest player as the king of their team. Looking to the side, Gale said, well, let's begin the test. A glow appeared around the people. Lightning flew in the air, and many notifications appeared. The guy stretched out his hand forward and asked what was going on. The guy opened his eyes in surprise and asked that he was the king. Standing in the crowd, the young man asked what he should do now, to which the protagonist thought that he knew. Closing his eyes, he added that and how he was able to get to the 11th floor. Rushing forward, the young man shouted where he was going, to which Kai replied that this was how he was going to ask for protection. Standing still, the hero said that he didn't have to worry about it, just let him keep his head down and try to avoid contact with the enemy team. The hero's eyes lit up, and he thought that it was time to start. Eugene looked away. The people stood still. It was heard that they should just take a look at their handicap. There were much fewer of them. Everything would end quickly. Such an easy victory would need to be celebrated later. The people smiled widely. The thought appeared that his team was not at all worried about the test. The number of players of Team A was 4 times less than theirs, but still, they couldn't relax. The guy closed his eyes. He looked away, hearing that he was worried. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl said that she was flattered that he remembered her name. Eugene looked at her silently. Frowning, the young man thought that one of the best supports, many called her an angel, it was understandable, her healing abilities were quite rare. Closing her eyes, the angel said that she shouldn't worry, the difference in the strength of the teams was very big, they could relax. Standing in front of her, Eugene said that she didn't find it strange, the selection was supposed to be random, but the advantage in their favor was too great, to which she asked that it was just luck. Roll raised her eyebrows, hearing that in his world they say that nothing happens for no reason, to which she asked that it was like that. Standing next to the guy, she asked that he already knew who the king of their team was. It seemed that the player was not a well-known one, since everyone was silent about it, although what difference did it make to them who the king was with such an advantage? Lowering his head, Eugene thought about how he was sure that he saw the player who glowed with a golden glow as soon as the test began. Lightning was flying around him, a thought appeared that all this was very strange, he had an excellent memory, he remembered every detail perfectly, but he just didn't remember his face. A man in a robe appeared, a thought arose, who became their king. The guy looked at the notification. He looked away in amazement, hearing that it turned out that there weren't that many flags in the forest itself, they took most of them from monsters. Looking at him, the young man said that in principle, they had collected enough, with such a number, if they captured the flag of their king, they would come out ahead. The hero stood still, a thought appeared that there was only one player in their team who could do this, Kai, the player who earned most of their points. Memories arose, and the guy thought about the fact that but that time he wasn't very eager to help them, they were unlucky with the king, even if everyone gathered to protect him, they wouldn't be able to cope with Team B without him. Sitting on the ground, Harry thought that he just up and left, but he would come back, why then ask him not to stick his head out, and the young man said that going that way was not an option, they would definitely get lost. A dark forest appeared, it was heard that someone had an idea where Team B might be, maybe they would rest better before leaving, gain strength and move out at midnight. People turned around in amazement. People were sitting in the bushes, it was heard that they seemed to have been noticed. Smiling, the guy said that he told them to be quiet, notifications appeared that the enemy team was approaching his king, let them protect the flag at any cost. People stood opposite each other, it was heard that he admitted honestly, at first he was worried that Kai himself was on their team, but even he would not help them, if they killed their king, capturing his flag, they would have a huge advantage in points. The player raised his weapon and shouted, "Damn it, let them gather, 10 of them will defeat them." Gritting his teeth, he added, "The main thing is not to give up." Suddenly his head was cut off. The guy looked at him in fear, hearing that there were 10. The man looked away, and it was heard that there was now one less. The people were fighting each other. Smiling, the guy asked, "Where are they going?" The young man raised his fist, and it was heard that he was surrendering, let them have mercy. Harry looked at him in fear. The player raised his weapon and shouted, "Get out, the king is his." The man kicked the ground. Sitting on the ground, the guy said, "Damn it!" He gritted his teeth in fear. The hero suddenly swung his weapon. Looking away, he said, "He told him not to stick his head out, he should have obeyed." The young man looked at him happily. Looking at the protagonist, he turned to him. Gritting his teeth, the player asked who it was, and the guy added that damn, they couldn't handle him, he knocked him down with one blow. Kai rushed forward, they heard retreating. Suddenly, a blow flew at the players. The hero ran forward, and someone shouted that they had a numerical advantage. The man swung his weapon, they heard that they would swat him like a fly. The protagonist swung his weapon. The guy opened his eyes wide. Kai cut him in half. The player looked at him in fear. The hero's eyes lit up brightly. A flag appeared, they heard that it didn't. Kneeling, the young man shouted that he was asking for mercy, he would give up his flags, there were only 2 of them, but it was more than the others. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that he could take everything, just don't kill him. The guys stood around him, notifications appeared that 2 flags had been captured, the team gets 20 points. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked what about them. People looked at him in fear, hearing that they would give up the flags themselves or he would have to take them by force, to which they replied that hell, they would rather give them up. The flags went up, messages appeared that the flag had been captured, the team received 10 points. Looking at the hero, Harry thought how lucky they were that he was on their team, they got away with it. Rolling his eyes, he added that he should forgive him for what he said to him then, it sounded like, well, half the job was done. Standing in front of the hero, the young man asked what was half the job, did he have some kind of plan, and then thought that only 4 hours had passed since the beginning of the test, he was so confident in himself. The forest appeared, he heard where the rest of the team was, they split up to make it easier to look for the flags. Harry froze in bewilderment, hearing that so be it, the main thing is that they are not intercepted. The flag went up, he heard that there were 27 flags. Standing in front of the hero, the guy asked what he found in the forest, where he got so many, to which the protagonist replied that it didn't matter, almost nothing. A notification appeared. The thought appeared that they had 64 flags in total. There should have been 67, including his, then. Looking straight ahead, Kai thought that Team B had started taking them from their team. Standing in front of the guy, the hero said that both teams had collected enough flags, and now instead of knocking them off monsters, it would be more logical to capture them from the enemy team. The young man asked again in amazement, hearing that Team B also understood this and would certainly look for the king. Frowning, the protagonist asked what they had another king, to which Harry replied that no, but looking down, he said that from now on he should not leave him a step, even he would not be able to do anything if he was killed. The guy looked at him, hearing that everything was clear to him, let him stay behind him and not lag behind, to which he responded approvingly. It was heard that now the test had truly begun. A view of the forest opened up, a question was heard, that he had given them his flags and ran away. Stretching his hand forward, the player shouted that he did not even know what he was capable of. He finished them off with one blow, and with the other he added that they did not even have time to blink, he was too fast. Eugene closed his eyes, hearing that they seemed to be fighting a ghost. He had goosebumps from the mere thought that they could meet him again, to which he thought that how so. Most of the players on their team were no pushovers, but even 10 of them could not cope with him. They simply abandoned the flags and ran away. The guy frowned, hearing that even dealing with an entire squad was not difficult for him. The people stood in front of each other. It was heard that there were 10 of them, but even this was not enough, which meant that Kai was left alone with the king. I am sure that now he will not take his eyes off him. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that it was necessary to gather the rest, all the strong players. Frowning, Eugene asked what he wanted to attack them, to which he was answered that there was still plenty of time, but they could not sit idly by. Despite the losses, they still had enough strong players on the team. Standing in front of the girl, he heard that they were worth nothing with him. The people looked away, hearing that, or they had other suggestions. The man frowned. Standing in front of the people, the angel said that it meant it was decided. Grinning, she said that it was time to start hunting for the main menagerie. The guy was sitting next to the hero. Notifications appeared that the flag was captured. The team gets 10 points. Looking straight ahead, Harry thought that the team challenge to capture the flags had ended in the hunt for 200 people for him and Kai. The protagonist held the flag in his hands. The number on the flag appeared. The thought arose that he had already collected 100 flags. This was 10,000 points, but it was too early to give them to the king. The guy was sitting on the ground. The thought arose that he would leave this for later. The main thing was that he stayed alive. If he died with all the flags that he had collected, then nothing could be done. Standing in front of him, Kai thought that he would hand him the flags at the end of the challenge, and the young man said that everyone ran away in horror as soon as they saw him. With his eyes wide open, the young man asked if this was all because of fear of him, or was there some other reason. The hero frowned and thought that all this was very strange. The enemy team did not even fight back. They just dropped the flags and ran away as soon as they saw him. Looking at the boy, the protagonist thought that he was sure this was part of their plan, and then said that they already knew that there were only 2 of them, to which Harry asked again. A chessboard appeared. It was heard that the escaped players must have told the others that he was the only one guarding the king. The enemy team knew that they had the advantage, but they gave up the flags and ran away. Stretching his hand forward, the boy asked what and why they would win if they continued to give them their flags, to which Kai replied that he suspected what they were planning. The protagonist's eyes lit up. Suddenly, he caught the arrow. The boy exclaimed in amazement. He fell to the ground and screamed. The hero broke the arrow. A thought appeared that he thought so. They did not rush into battle to gather together and attack them with the whole team. Turning his head, the protagonist added that he recognized these nets. In the world of martial arts, this technique was used more than once. Standing next to the guy, he thought that the twisted web of the sky, the nets that do not allow you to escape beyond their boundaries. The guy exclaimed in fear, hearing that he knew that he should not have let them go. Kai swung his sword, and he asked what he was doing. Suddenly, the hero swung the weapon. Clenching his fist, the young man turned, and the protagonist said that he should not go beyond this circle if he did not want to die. Standing in front of the hero, Harry asked what he wanted, that he just wait here for his death, to which the protagonist replied that he was not listening to him at all. If he died, they would lose. He was safe in the circle. Looking to the side, Kai asked how many times he had to tell him that he should just do what he told him, that he should wait here and not stick his head out. Opening his eyes in fear, the young man asked what he should just sit and wait, to which the hero replied that he would go beyond the circle and even it would not save him, and he added that but he was safe in it, and the protagonist said that well, yes, that's what he said. His foot slid along the ground. It was heard that he would protect him. Taking a step forward, the guy turned to him. Suddenly a sword appeared in front of him. Kai stretched his weapon forward and said what he had said, not a step out of the circle. The view of the forest opened up. It was heard that why they didn't attack them right away, despite the fact that there were more than 50 of them. It would be difficult for them to cope with Kai, but the fact that he needed to protect the king played into their hands. Looking straight ahead, the man said that the only way out for them was to target the king, then everything would be over for them, and the guy added that it looked like Kai was heading their way. The people were standing in the middle of the forest. It was heard that for some reason he also left the king alone. The guy grinned and said that he should step aside. The player raised his eyebrows. The thought arose that there was someone else in their team to show themselves to. I'm sure many large guilds were watching how the test was going. The man waved his weapon. The thought arose that it was time to declare themselves. Throwing the spear forward, the player shouted that he should try to catch it now, and then thought that everyone would praise him after he finished it off. The weapon was flying towards the hero. A thought appeared that great, his best throw. Suddenly the spear froze in place. It froze in the air. An attack flew into the player's head. The guy clenched his teeth tightly. Suddenly, blows flew at all the players. The man lay unconscious. It was heard that it seems he is not here. Standing in front of the hero, the player turned. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked where he was, where Eugene was. People were standing in the middle of the forest. It was heard that he disappeared again. A grid appeared. It was heard that he had developed stealth. He did not even leave a magical trace. You cannot count on abilities. Only look out, is he an assassin? Gritting his teeth, the boy said that it was unlikely. Assassins do not wield long blades. They wear dark cloaks, and Kai asked that the white eye of 1,000 miles, a good ability for a tracker. Standing in front of the hero, the people asked where he came from, to which the hero replied that the twisted web of heaven was also his doing. Not bad, but they put too few of them. They can't even properly inspect the perimeter. Frowning, the young man asked what was too few. He said he would argue with that. Looking to the side, the hero thought, here they are, Roll and Eugene. Putting his weapon behind his back, the boy asked that he abandoned the king and just left, a strange move on his part. Standing in front of the hero, he added that in any case, his team was not destined to win. Looking at him, the protagonist heard that he got a very weak team, but that's how fate had it. Kai gritted his teeth, hearing that he was just unlucky, to which he asked what this chatter was about. The forest appeared, and he heard that he was a smart guy. Let him surrender, he did not want to kill him. Grinning, the hero thought that this was all he wanted to tell him. Holding the weapon in his hands, he said that he did not think that he was such a chatterbox. Frowning, Eugene thought that it was expected. He would not surrender so easily. There was no other way out, and then said that no one should interfere. He would fight him himself. Looking at the guy, the protagonist asked that he wanted to fight one-on-one. Okay, he was not against the duel, to which the guy replied that he thanked him for accepting the challenge. The young man abruptly stamped his foot. Kai frowned. Suddenly they swung at each other. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought, wow, I didn't think that a player who reached the 11th floor could be so strong. The guy's eyes lit up. A thought arose about how high his stats were. They began to fight. Gritting his teeth, Eugene thought about the technique of the Imperial Blade. His family's family sword has magic that can make each side of its blade heavier. The blows feel incredibly heavy. The protagonist parried the blow. A thought arose at just that. He looked straight ahead. A thought arose that they seemed to be nothing to him. Kai swung his weapon, and the guy thought that even with the family sword, he was inferior to him in strength. His eyes lit up brightly. Lightning flew around them. Notifications appeared that the blessing of the highest angel enveloped him, filling his body with lightness. The strength and stamina stats were increased. The young man gritted his teeth. A message appeared that mana recovery was accelerated. Eugene brandished his weapon and shouted, what a cowardly move. He had told her not to interfere, and the angel had said that even with the buff he couldn't do anything against him. Frowning, she added that the fight was already over for him. Gritting his teeth, Eugene asked what he meant by over. Suddenly he looked in amazement. A glow appeared around the hero, and the thought arose that it was a flame. The guy stood still and thought that it was the same color as the tracks in the labyrinth. The hero looked straight ahead, and the thought arose that this couldn't be a coincidence. The protagonist smirked slightly. Standing in front of the hero, Eugene thought about what he didn't understand. He wouldn't have been able to handle her if he fought the same way as now. The flame was the same, but everything else. Looking straight ahead, he added that he certainly had plenty of strength, but it wasn't enough to kill her with one blow. The boy's eyes widened, but he couldn't be mistaken, really. A glow was flying around the hero, and the thought appeared that he was not fighting at full strength. The girl stretched out her hand forward. She frowned and thought why they stopped. She heard that they were leaving. Looking straight ahead, the angel heard that it was pointless to fight. He would kill them all, and then she thought that it was sound telepathy. The guys were standing in front of each other. The thought appeared that she could hear. Eugene decided to surrender, and the boy said that he would allow him to ask one question. It was he who cleared the dungeon, to which the hero replied that he would allow it. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that he thought so, and then thought that it looked like he would not fight further. Eugene put his sword behind his back. He turned around. It was heard that the most dangerous dungeon of the 11th floor, so Kai killed the spider. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that why he gave up was not like him. Yes, their opponent was strong, but they couldn't give up everything. They could handle him if they fought together. Frowning, Eugene asked what and at what cost such a victory would be achieved. Kai single-handedly turned the tide of the test in his favor. Team had deservedly won. Closing his eyes, he added that they wanted to fight, then go ahead, but they were leaving, to which the angel replied that she didn't think he would be such a coward. Roll frowned, hearing that let him think as he wanted, but he put the lives of his team above some kind of pride. The people stood still. It was heard that it was a reasonable move. It was a shame, of course, but the fact that he valued them so much flattered him very much. In any case, they would be able to pass this test another time. The girl walked forward. The man held a weapon in his hands. The people stood in the fog. The thought came that they should try to do without bloodshed. It was stupid to chop off the shoulder at immature minds. There was no need to gnaw each other's throats. In the future one of them would become a rancor. The guy clenched his teeth. It was said that there was no point in fighting those who would fight side by side with them against external gods. The hero sat on the ground. The thought came that he was sure that if Hercules were in his place, he would reduce all casualties to a minimum. Such was his credo, and the hero always adheres to it. Grinning, the protagonist thought that this was what he respected in him. He could not come a step closer to his heroism, and then said that he hoped that they would retreat. But it seemed that they did not give him another way out, and then added that it was still worth trying, but it was unlikely to do without casualties. A glow appeared near his hands. The angel stretched out her hand and shouted that they should not fight alone, but attack all at once. Kai grinned and said that the weak minds would have to be taught a lesson. A bright glow appeared in the air. The people raised their heads. It was heard that the buff would protect them from the flames. Come on, there was only one of them. The players clenched their teeth. A huge monster appeared in front of the people. The hero stood still and thought that this is how the divine flame looks to them. It was heard that it was a real devil. The guy swung his weapon. The thought occurred to him that it was growing more and more, fed by their fears. At this rate it would be difficult for him to control it. He needed to moderate his ardor. A glow appeared around his hands. The guys fell to the ground. Raising his head, the protagonist thought that her buffs really helped them pass through the flames. Flames were flying around the people. A thought arose that she wondered what else she would surprise him with. Angel raised her hands up. Gritting her teeth, she thought what the hell, even under her buffs, they were running from the flames in fear, tails between their legs, as if possessed. Bright beams were flying in the air. A thought arose that they could not even get close to him, let alone injure him. Angel stretched her hands forward. The sword rushed towards the hero. Frowning, Roll shouted that she should let him die. The protagonist froze in place. He grabbed the weapon tightly. Angel opened her eyes wide and thought that like him. A bright beam hit the hero. A thought arose that it could not be. A bright glow appeared. Lightning flew in the air. The guys gritted their teeth, hearing that they were leaving. Fighting was pointless. He would kill them all. Let him think as he wants. The girl stood still. It was heard that he put the lives of his team above some kind of pride. Looking straight ahead, she thought he was right. Lightning flew in the air. It was heard that they were retreating. They could not do anything. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that if they all died here, then who would deal with their king? The girl shuddered, hearing that he would not let them leave just like that. Let them first fold their flags, to which she asked that he intercepted the sound telepathy. And the protagonist said that yes, he understood everything from their faces. Holding the flag in his hands, Kai heard that if they do not give them to him, then what? To which he replied that then he will take them himself. Raising his hand, the hero asked what the point of extra victims. Let them just give him the flags, and he will let them go. Having given the flag, the angel asked that he really will let them go. Standing in front of him, Roll said that they could still collect flags, and besides, he left the king, they still had time to which the protagonist asked what she was suggesting that he kill them all. Frowning, the angel said that she had heard that many large guilds had invited him to join them, but he had refused them all. Maybe he wanted to join their ranks. No one could even come close to them. Kai gritted his teeth, hearing that she was sure that he would be valued even more than her, to which he replied that he was not. Standing in front of him, the girl thought about how he had refused so easily, and then asked that he could at least leave contact information, to which the hero replied that he would refuse her in this too. He understood where this was leading. Gritting her teeth, Roll asked what but why, said that he should think about his future. Since he did not refuse such an unequal test, it meant that he was driven by weighty motives. The view of the city opened up. It was heard that he would not climb up alone. He needed comrades, a guild that would help with this. But even with them it would not be easy. He must understand that no matter how strong he was, relying on himself alone was stupid. He could not conquer the tower alone. Looking at the hero, the angel asked why he was complicating his path. Roll frowned. A thought appeared that she still did not give up. With such an attitude it was no wonder that she was able to climb so high. But the guilds would only hinder him. A high tower appeared. It was said that they were driven by pride, greed and constant civil strife for the capture of the tower. He did not need all this, and when the time came, he would become the link that would unite the entire tower. Standing in front of the angel, Kai said that she kept repeating the same thing. It was difficult to conquer the tower alone. He gritted his teeth and added that he could do it because it was his path. A view of the forest opened up. He heard that. Where was he? Standing on the ground, the guy screamed loudly. Gritting his teeth, Harry thought how scary it was, and how long had it been so dark. The forest appeared. He heard that he would have to wait for it for a long time. A glow appeared among the bushes. Suddenly, an explosion flashed in front of the young man. The guy looked to the side. Hearing that how he dodged, he had a good reaction, and by his appearance he would not tell. People rushed forward. He heard that, and why he froze in place, waiting for his death. The guys ran towards Harry. He heard that they would finish this soon. He heard that the others were now fighting Kai. Even with Eugene, it would not be easy for them to deal with him. Kai is a strong opponent. A glow appeared around the boy's leg, and the thought arose that he was now fighting with Team B, alone against such strong players. The boy shuddered, and the thought arose that he should not go beyond this circle if he did not want to die. He opened his eyes wide and thought that he would never cope with them, and there was no point in running. They would catch up with him right away. Clenching his fist, the young man thought about buying time. Kai would definitely come. Holding the weapon in his hands, he added that they needed to believe and stay in the circle, as he ordered. Lowering his head, the boy shouted that they should come, to which the player asked why he was acting tough, and the other added that he seemed to have gone crazy. They were dividing the flags equally. He should not forget. Standing still, Harry heard that it was enough to repeat himself. They all remembered. The boy parried the blow. He slid along the ground. The player swung at him, and the thought arose that damn, he almost went beyond the circle. Suddenly, a blow flew at Harry. Landing on the ground, the guy asked, and that was it, easy as pie. Gritting his teeth, the young man said that they needed to stay in the circle, to which the player asked what he was mumbling, cursing them. Swinging his weapon, the guy said that he should say goodbye to life. Suddenly, he jumped up. Harry looked to the side, hearing what it was, a ghost, to which he said, the devil? Lowering his head, he said that he no longer knew what it was, but it seemed that he was saved. The hero looked to the side. The girl frowned. It was heard that she would give him credit. He was a worthy opponent. Hoped that next time they would fight shoulder to shoulder. Standing still, the protagonist thought that they had been chatting for a long time, that he had lingered. Closing his eyes, he added that in any case, it was over for them. The main thing was that Harry did not leave the circle. Looking to the side, Kai thought that all that was left was to deal with him. A view of the forest opened up. It was heard that they had left. Maybe it was time to go. A glow appeared in the bushes. It was heard that when he noticed it, to which the hero replied that it had been a long time ago. The magician's eyes lit up and he said that he was smart. It seemed that the rumors about him were true. Looking at him, the hero thought about what such a strong flame was, and there were no traces left. There was not even smoke. He had never met anything like it. His skill was able to purposefully burn its target, a flame endowed with will. This would be interesting. The man froze, hearing what the examiner forgot during the test. Standing in front of the hero, the magician asked that he saw his face, to which the protagonist replied that he could see it quite clearly. The protagonist frowned. The thought arose that another of his skills, even his high-ranking illusions, was nothing to him. The mage asked again, looking straight at him, and the thought appeared that he really was good. Smiling, Gale said that he had expected that he would rush to look for the king as soon as the trial began. Looking at the hero, he added that who would have thought that he would single-handedly kill almost the entire B team. Gritting his teeth, Kai thought that Gale was a ranker known for his skillful illusions. What did the ranker forget during the usual trial? It seemed that history was repeating itself on the first floor. There would be a fuss again if the manager found out. Smiling, he added that he had really annoyed them all, and then said that his illusions were useless. They stood in front of each other in silence. Frowning, Gale thought that he had spent so much mana. Any other player would have fallen asleep long ago. What kind of characteristics does he have if he was able to resist? It is unlikely that he is holding on to willpower alone. The sphere appeared. It was said that he thought that sending rankers on his head was too much. But it turned out that Kai is not so simple. Now it is clear why everyone is on edge. They stood in front of each other. The hero put his leg to the side. It was heard that his skill would immerse him in a world of illusions, and immerse him in a deep sleep. Looking at the protagonist, Gale said that his previous skill is not even close to this, and then asked what is difficult to cope with him. Kai gritted his teeth, hearing that he should not resist sleep. He closed his eyes, listening to what he promises. There will be no mosquitoes. The hero lowered his head down. Holding the weapon in his hands, Gale said that if an ordinary player said that he fought with an Olympus ranker, he would immediately be considered a liar. Standing in front of the hero, he added that it wasn't even about whether he was equal to them in strength or not. It wasn't proper for Olympians to condescend to some players. It was a great honor for him. Raising his head, the player said that it was a pity that he would finish him off. There would be no chance to brag. Bringing the weapon to the hero's throat, Gale said that it was a shame. Suddenly, the protagonist swung the weapon. The guy gritted his teeth and wheezed. Bending down, Gale asked that he was pretending, a dirty trick, to which Kai replied that the wound wasn't that deep. Smiling, The hero said that whoever was talking, by the way, he had no need to brag about some rancor. The young man gritted his teeth, hearing that the story of the naive examiner from Olympus would seem amusing to many, to which he replied that it was just empty talk. He lost. Holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist said no. A glow appeared around his hand and he added that he was the one who lost. Notifications appeared that the speed of stamina recovery was plus 200%. The characteristics were increased. Kai looked angrily and said that now the night does not belong to him alone. Standing still, the hero thought about the fact that the edge of twilight truly shone in the darkness, not the best sword, but nevertheless. Looking straight ahead, he added that in such a situation, fueled by buffs, he will show himself as never before. They stood in front of each other. The thought appeared that Gale's magic only works at close range, the dark characteristics of his mana with illusory abilities. But even despite this, he was able to wound him. The guy frowned. The thought appeared that he would have to fight with the rancor of Olympus. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero thought that he had already fought with people like him. I am sure he will not have problems. They looked at each other in silence. The player took a step forward. The protagonist rushed forward. They swung at each other. A glow flared between them. Kai slid along the ground. Gale swung his weapon sharply. A glow appeared around his hand. The hero struck it. Gritting his teeth, he asked again. Jumping to the side, the protagonist thought it was an illusion. Kai dodged the blow. A bright flame flared. Frowning, the guy thought, damn, he almost burned him. He jumped to the side. Purple flames flew in the air. Particles rushed forward. The player struck the ground. Stretching his hand out to the side, he thought that his flame was getting stronger and stronger. He could literally feel how it was getting hotter around him. Suddenly, his hand froze. Sliding on the ground, Gale thought that now the heat was gone. Did he imagine that he thought that his flames had a will of their own? But it seemed that they were simply projecting his fears. Opening his eyes wide, he added that the more he feared it, the more it flared up. Now it became clear why it caused so many problems for the others. A glow appeared around them. Rushing forward, the hero thought that he had so easily brushed aside the divine flame. It was to be expected. He was a rancor after all. They swung at each other. Their swords clashed with each other. Lightning flew around the guy's hand. Gale clenched his teeth tightly. They began to fight. Reflecting the blow, the guy thought that as he expected. The protagonist looked straight ahead. A thought appeared that Kai was not an easy one. If he ever became a rancor, it would be difficult for anyone to cope with his powers. This cannot be allowed. Raising his weapon up, the player thought that he would finish him off. The barrier began to collapse. The fragments flew towards the hero. Looking down, the hero said that the distributor would be unhappy with his interference. Standing in front of the player, he heard that he was reporting only to Olympus, to which he replied that it was reckless of him, and Gale added that he could say whatever he wanted, he would not understand the higher goal that they were pursuing. Standing still, the protagonist thought that the higher goal, he did not even imagine what a burden he was carrying on his shoulders. Memories appeared. It was said that they should remember, the one who went into the past will decide the fate of the entire tower. An incomparable burden will fall on his shoulders. The fate of 1,000 worlds and countless lives is at stake. They must not allow the worst to happen. Looking straight ahead, Kai thought that even he, who had sworn an oath to his comrades, would not throw such pompous phrases, and then said that he was right. He was far from Olympus, but he would tell him one thing for sure. The guy clenched his teeth, hearing that in pursuit of a higher goal, the only sacrifice he must be ready to make was his own life. The hero frowned. A thought arose that no matter what difficulties he would have to face, he was ready to go through all this hell again. Grinning, he asked which of them was pursuing a higher goal. Suddenly, a blow flew across the ground. Standing still, Gale laughed. Debris appeared. It was heard that how dare he put his importance above the will of Olympus. Smiling, the player thought that he knew that he had broken the rules of the tower, and there would be no forgiveness for him. Closing his eyes, he added that he was ready to do anything for the sake of Olympus. Suddenly the hero appeared behind him. The guy spat out blood and wheezed. The protagonist looked at him in amazement. He slid along the ground. A scream was heard. Holding his wound, the player asked how he was. The thought appeared that the moon dream feeds on fear and embodies it into reality, even if his illusions do not affect him. A glow appeared around the hero's hand and he heard that these eyes, what kind of skill is this? To which he replied that it is just good vision. The thought arose that it cannot be that he remains calm seeing a pile of stones flying at him. Kai smiled, hearing that this is not the end. Even if his illusions do not affect him, he does not care, to which he replied that enough is enough already, and then thought that maybe he did not pump this skill to the end, but he is already coping with such strong illusions. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that as he expected, the fight was easy, and then said that it was all over for him. Gale raised his weapon up, and it was heard that Suddenly, cracks appeared on the sword. The man looked at him. Falling to his knees, the boy turned, to which the manager replied that he should explain himself right now. Gritting his teeth, the young man mumbled. The hero crossed his arms. listening to him ask for forgiveness, not even thinking of denying his guilt. He was sent from Olympus. Gale lowered his head, hearing the question of who gave the order, to which he replied that he acted of his own free will. Frowning, the man asked that of his own free will, trying to cover up Olympus with his lie. The boy looked in fear, hearing that even if so, Olympus would answer for his actions. Standing in front of him, the manager added that from now on he was no longer an instructor, and all authority on the 11th floor was being removed from Olympus, to which the young man replied that he could not. The man looked at him furiously and shouted that he dared to contradict him. Suddenly, the boy jumped to the side. He hit the ground. The young man grabbed the ground. It was heard that his interference in the test and attack on its participant was unforgivable. As punishment, he would suffer a painful existence on the verge of life and death for 1,000 years. Lying on the ground, Gale shouted that he was asking. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. The protagonist silently looked at him. He waved his hand, hearing his name. Cracks appeared on the ground. It was heard that he was again standing in front of the hero, the man addressed. Kai closed his eyes, hearing that he really was not an ordinary person, since he decided to fight with a rancor, to which he replied that it was not of his own free will. Unfortunately, the organization of the test left much to be desired. Frowning, he thought that the power of the top management of the tower was much more extensive than that of Olympus. It was not for nothing that they were called the masters of the tower. Only they turned a blind eye to many things, except that they tried to monitor compliance with the rules, and then asked how he had not noticed that the test was rigged, far from being in favor of one of the teams. The manager crossed his arms, hearing that the instructor was subordinate to him. He should know about everything, to which he asked what that meant. It was all his fault, and the hero said that it was partly. Smiling broadly, the man said that he was not ashamed of his words. Well, it was true, he promised. He would make sure that they compensated him for their oversight. Looking at him, the hero replied that it was as easy to make promises as it was to break them, and he added that there was no need to put them on the same level as Olympus. They kept their word. The protagonist shuddered, hearing that they would end there. Their conversation was no longer private. Suddenly the manager disappeared, saying that the tower was in for some serious events. Big changes were coming. The hero stood in front of the people. Thought occurred to him that, having seen the golden ratio, he rushed there and saw how Kai clashed in a fight with their king. But everything turned out to be much more complicated. It was heard that this meant that the test was rigged, and Olympus was to blame for everything, and the instructor took all the blame on himself. It was unlikely that this was so serious. Eugene frowned, hearing that he could not act alone. Olympus was clearly involved in this. What should they do now? Standing still, he heard that if this was found out, the tower would be in chaos, to which he replied that he hoped they were not so stupid as to start a war with their tongues. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that of course they would not tell anyone. But what about him? He had dealt with a rancor so easily, to which he thought that he actually heard them. The youth frowned and thought that this was not the first time a simple player had defeated a rancor. A great sage equal to the sky was an example. But to defeat a rancor of Olympus, when this was found out, the resonance would be simply colossal. Standing in front of the hero, the boy said what he would do now. Olympus would not let this go so easily. Many large guilds would point their spears at him. Eugene shuddered, hearing that he would deal with Zeus and that would be the end of it, to which he asked again. The protagonist closed his eyes, listening to what he had done, that Olympus itself wanted him dead, to which he replied that he had helped a blacksmith create a weapon that they had banned. Olympus did not like that at all. Frowning, Eugene wondered who he was talking about. What kind of blacksmith could be connected with Olympus? Could it really be Hephaestus? Closing his eyes, he added that he had heard rumors of something like that, but he had not thought that the culprit would be standing right in front of him, and then said that it was now clear. Walking forward, the guy said that he should be careful, even though he was strong, but Olympus should not be underestimated, to which the young man asked where to go now. A sphere appeared, and it was heard that the great Murim tournament would soon begin. Looking away, the player said that he needed to be with his clan. The guy looked at him happily and said that he thought he was finished. Standing in front of him, the hero replied that he said that everything would be fine, to which Harry said that yes, but he was still worried, and then thought how confident he was. Frowning, the protagonist said that nevertheless. The young man looked at him with fear and asked what he had done wrong. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that nevertheless he held up well. A flag appeared. It was heard that 600 flags. With his eyes wide open, the guy thought that this is how many points they would earn, and who would have thought? Raising his eyebrows, he added that having found himself in such a disadvantageous position, he was able to earn them a victory, and even with such an unthinkable result, Kai deserved his reputation. The hero handed him the flag. The thought occurred to him that he was also glad that he could finally contribute to their victory. A notification appeared that Team A earned 12,360 points. They stood in front of each other. Harry smiled when he heard the final score. Team A 1,236 flags, Team B 2 flags, Team A was the winner. The protagonist looked away. Notifications appeared that he was getting extra points. The reason was unknown. 10,000 points were received. access to the store was open. A view of the mountains opened up, messages appeared that the test of the 11th floor was passed, he was getting access to the next floor, the 12th floor was open. A notification about the player ranking appeared. Sitting on the bed, the hero said that 20,000 points, and then thought that he would have been happy with half of that, but here it was. Looking straight ahead, he added that the extra points must have been assigned by the manager, that's why the reward was significant. The player rating appeared, the thought arose that the guy had overtaken several rankers, took the 36th place, quite deservedly, he put his life on the line. The player was in 11th place, the thought arose that a rather low result, knowing what he was capable of, although he had never been able to work in a team. Looking at the table, Kai said that it was expected. The image of the player appeared, it was said that from the very beginning he showed that he had no shortage of talent, and with each floor he was getting stronger. The guy looked straight, the thought arose that it was interesting, what happened on the first floor had affected him so much. The table suddenly disappeared, and the hero thought that he hoped that he had gotten rid of his pompous character, it would be nice to see him. Smiling, Kai said that it was interesting what he had become. The Nam Gun Clan. The gates to the wooden house open, this is the largest association, after the cult of heavenly demons. The leading figures of one of the guilds stand in proud poses, a family that has produced many first-class rankers. A wise old man sits at a desk with many scrolls, thanks to him the clan has come to such greatness. Sam lowered his head. He said that he could not even imagine that the test of the 11th floor would turn out exactly like this. Eugene, kneeling down, reported that even the manager was involved. The blue-eyed guy, raising his head with an anxious face, began to say that this incident should be discussed with him personally, because the messages could have been intercepted, and for the same reason he arrived earlier than planned. Sam, sitting opposite the informer, says that Olympus has decided to arrange a gigantomachy again, but without Oliver they will not succeed, because Kai has disrupted their plans. Drops quietly fall from the ceramic spout into the glass. The old man said that the main character has really annoyed them. Sam, standing up with Eugene, asks what he mentioned that there was an Asgardian on his team, to which he received the answer that this man has the name Gibbons, to which the head of the clan understands that this news will sooner or later reach the others. Sam, walking through the room, claims that the brighter Kai's star lights up, the hotter the flame will be, which they will have to extinguish. Rays of the scorching sun penetrate the room through the window. Sam said that great shocks await the great tournament. The protagonist creates a magical weapon from the purple flame in his hand. Targets for testing appear near the stone towers. Kai dashes forward through his flame. He quickly approaches the targets for attack. The guy with black hair, making a circular blow, cuts all the targets. The targets are smashed to pieces by the magical flame scar. The adventurers, not believing their eyes, say in surprise that with such speed the protagonist did not miss a single target. The purple flame, rushing, breaks more and more targets. The other adventurers are surprised by the hero's pressure, and say that it seems that the hero is aiming for a new record, since he is trying to get so many points. Kai, completing his dash through the targets, receives a notification that 1,000 targets have been knocked down. The hero, looking away, thinks that this is good practice, because now he is much more confident in handling the throwing spears, which had to be created from heavenly flames. A notification appears about passing the test of the 19th floor, gaining access to the next floor, increasing the level and increasing the indicators. Kai, looking through the notifications about the exam results, thinks that it is strange that there are 5 minutes left, and mentally notes that it seems that they did not expect that someone would knock down so many targets. A notification pops up that he received 50,000 points. The hero, sadly turning around, thinks that to pass the test it was necessary to knock down 100, and he exceeded the threshold 10 times, but the reward is not so significant. Kai, sitting on the bed, thinks that thanks to the urn for passing the test of the 11th floor, he managed to acquire everything he needed, and then accepted that the colors were thickened only by the fact that he reached the visible limits. A plate floated up that the hero spent 22,000 points. He, walking along the stone buildings, plans that in order to get a good reward, he will have to aim for trials above the 20th floor and he will have to tinker. But the efforts will pay off 100-fold, and then comes to the conclusion that he can slow down with his way up for now. A window appeared showing the hero's magical power. He thought that he should concentrate on pumping his magical power, because a little more, and the indicator will reach 100, and then mentally added that the fastest way to pump it is to get an elixir worth 1,000,000 points. A metal ball emerges in the rays of light. The hero mentally explains that this is a pill that can heal any wounds, but the chance to get it appears only once every 3 years. The ring of the Great Murim tournament is spread out. The protagonist explains that this is the only place where he can get the pill. Kai, passing under the bridge, remembers that there are only a few days left before the start of the tournament. A black-haired boy, looking sideways into the distance, whispers that he should not be late. The 10th floor of the Murim domain, the day before the tournament begins. A village filled with residents stretches across the valley. The girl is surprised with a smile at how many people have gathered, and Levi, turning around, replies that this is a real festival, and adds that one should expect such a stir around the main event of Murim. Hot steam comes from various dishes. A resident says that many are betting on Theodore to win, because they say that he is the best warrior of the clan, to which his interlocutor replies that even if so, he has no chance against the large guilds. People are walking along the streets. The boy asks if his friend thinks that Kurt will win, to which he replies that he heard that he reached the 25th floor and can't wait for the tournament to start. Levi breaks hard with his feet. A passerby asks if Kurt is really already on the 25th floor, and then concludes that at this rate, he will become a ranker in the next 10 years. The blonde guy, slamming the table with all his might, shouts that he just found out that Kai himself will be participating in the tournament, to which his interlocutor is taken aback. The man stated that he thought Kai wasn't interested in all of this because he wanted to reach the top of the tower, to which Levi, leaning his knee on the bench, said that he heard that the protagonist had refused the support of the guilds, and then wondered what the point of participating in the tournament was if he didn't want to join anything, and concluded that the whole point of the tournament was to show off to other guilds. The tourists were looking around the city. The guy assumed that the protagonist was participating for the reward, and added that it attracted a lot of attention anyway, to which another resident added that he bet that many guilds would come just to look at him, and then offered to bet on how many guilds would invite Kai to join. The walls and building towered mightily over the center of the Murim's domain. Maria, plunging into shock, heard Kai say that he was not interested in an invitation to the guild. Brock is dumbfounded by Kai's refusal to support the guild. Lloyd is nervous about being rejected by the guild leader. James is displeased at being asked to leave. The dragon ranker asks why the protagonist is being so rude and if he can let him in first, then remarks that he has something to offer the protagonist, to which the protagonist, crossing his arms, thinks that his interlocutor is a thorn. Approaching the interlocutors, the man in white robes remarks that he knew that the 12 earthly abodes are in bad shape these days, but he never thought that the leader would walk around calling for new members. Griffith, in white robes, extends his hand, noting that it must be Kai in front of him, then wonders if he will drive away the adherent of Xian. The protagonist, looking at the fair-haired man, thought that even angels had descended from heaven, and noted that Griffith was pretty good, and then said that he would be the 13th person Kai had refused today. The fair-haired guy, handing the black-haired guy his business card, says that if he changes his mind, he can contact him, and then adds that there will always be a place among them for people like the protagonist, to which he advises his interlocutor to keep his offer, because the protagonist is not interested in it. Abruptly snatching the business card, Kurt notes that Griffith is still the same. He, raising the business card up, asks Kai to just not say that he will drive him away. The guy with yellow eyes, smiling, burning the business card, notes that they have not seen each other for a long time, and the protagonist says that they should both get lost. The blonde guy exclaims if Kai was serious when he told him to get lost, to which he, crossing his arms, replied that he was absolutely serious. The dragon race ranker was surprised that the protagonist refused even Kurt, who came from Olympus, and then mentally added that they were talking as if they were old friends, and concluded that they knew each other from the very beginning. The protagonist, turning around, invites the dumbfounded Kurt to his place, and Kurt notes that the hero has bad jokes. The two guys loudly slam the doors in front of James and Griffith. The dragon race ranker's servant, standing behind, says that such behavior is unacceptable and slamming the door without an invitation for a cup of tea is an insult, to which James explains that Kai is like that with everyone, and then advises his subordinate to go, because they have nothing else to do here. The water in the cup ripples slightly from the wind. Kurt says that the hero has a nice little room. He, enthusiastically examining the house, asks if the hero has become rich, and then inquires how much such a mansion costs, to which he notes that he has more than enough points. Someone asks to talk to Kai from behind the door. He, lowering his hands, advised the surprised Kurt not to pay attention, and then added that if there really is something important there, then they will knock down his door. The fair-haired guy, sitting down at the table, says that in such an environment it is unlikely that he will be able to relax, because Kai is not deprived of attention, and he notes that such a stir is the first time and most likely because of the tournament. The guy with pigtails, crossing his arms, notes that the main character is now a famous person, so he will no longer be able to hide his presence, to which the dark-haired guy replies that Kurt could have written before coming. Kai lowered his head. The blonde guy exclaimed that it was boring and that he wanted to surprise the protagonist, and then notes that, judging by the face of his interlocutor, he is not very surprised. The room is illuminated by lamps. Kai asks how Kurt's partners are feeling, to which he replies that he rented a common room with them, and now slipped away from them to the hero, to which he asks if all of them are safe, to which he receives the answer that since the blonde guy and his comrades are aiming to be rankers, they are not so easy to kill, therefore they are all alive. Kurt says that enough empty chatter, since Kai has recently raised a lot of noise among them, and then notes that they say that it was he who did not give Oliver to Olympus, to which the protagonist looks at the interlocutor with a bored look. Kurt, sitting at the table with the hero, asks him not to be surprised, because he knows his father, and then adds that no event will pass by unnoticed by him, and admits that Kai's prank shocked him a little, and then asks how he even decided to cross Olympus' path. Kurt, making a serious face, noted that Kai showed up for the tournament, and then said that he was walking on very thin ice, and added that Hera's people are all over here just waiting for a chance to get to the protagonist. The long-haired guy, putting his hand next to a cup of tea, continues the conversation that Ares will not stand aside either, even though the hero is not on good terms with him, to which he asks what Zeus thinks about this. Kurt asks Kai not to mention his father's name in vain. A warrior in heavy armor stands against the background of Zeus's son. The yellow-eyed man concludes that his father is now more concerned with conquering the top floor of the tower, and has long had nothing to do with Olympus. Kai looks at his friend carefully and thinks that when he talks about the last floor, he probably means the 100th, which no one has yet managed to conquer, and then he realizes that all players who manage to reach this floor become rankers, and at the end of his thoughts, the hero comes to the conclusion that they will be surprised when they find out that the 100th floor is far from the limit. Kurt, pushing back his chair, continues to say that the protagonist, having saved this sinner, has stirred up the entire Olympus, and advises the hero to be more careful, and then adds that he will talk to his father as soon as possible. The protagonist asks if Kurt really considers the old man a sinner. Kai, getting up from the table, says that he just wanted to visit Oliver. He says that they will go visit the one whom Kurt called a sinner. Oliver holds a glowing crystal with tweezers. Oliver forges in his workshop. The old man strikes with a hammer. Oliver hits the metal. He looks at his creation and sighs. The metal melts in the furnace. The old man understands that he has been standing at the furnace for 4 days already and that he should not overdo it, and continues that his hands are cracking from pain, but it is better than sitting idle. Oliver closed his eyes and realized that he had already done so much, but there was no pleasure in it, as if he were forging a weapon and that he must adhere to his principles. A pile of armor lies on the floor. The old man thinks that the sword he forged is just an exception, because it saved him after all. Oliver lifted his apron and realized that judging by the fact that rumors about him have already reached the first floor, he continues to climb to the top of the tower, which means that he should come any day now. The old man turned his head and heard someone asking if he was there. The protagonist comes to Oliver. The second says that the black-haired guy was not taught to knock. Kurt fixed his gaze on the protagonist. The old man looks at both of them and does not understand who the protagonist brought with him. The blonde guy came up to Oliver and introduced himself as Kurt. The old man asked if he was the son of Zeus, because he looked like him. The blonde looked angrily at the old man and said that he thought that he would call him brother, and that he and Zeus had long forgotten what brotherly love was. Oliver, raising his left hand, asked if Kurt had come for him. He answered that he had not, that he would hardly be able to handle him, and that he wanted to see him. The old man frowned and asked why. Oliver widened his eyes because Kurt said that he did not trust the words of Olympus, to which the former was very surprised. The son of Zeus does not trust Olympus. What kind of nonsense is this? Kurt and the old man look at each other. The first one says that since birth the gray-haired man was presented as a sinner and a traitor. The second one answered that his friend taught him not to take everything at face value. Oliver put his hand to his chin and thought that the blonde boy resembled his father because of his mannerisms and piercing gaze. Kurt said that after he learned that the gray-haired man was saved, he realized that this was a perfect opportunity to meet in person and talk. A silhouette appears behind the blonde guy. The old man claims that Kurt has more of his blood than any other descendant of Zeus. The three form a triangle. Oliver asks what he thinks. The blonde man answers that they just met. Kurt, looking sullenly at the old man, says that he sees that he does not forge weapons and that this was not always the case, and added that the bearded man forged thousands of swords, being an Olympian. Oliver stands near the anvil and thinks how insightful the blonde man is. Kurt asked why the old man stopped forging weapons. The bearded man closes his eyes. The protagonist lowers his face. The old man says that he is done with this craft. The protagonist goes back. Oliver adds that it was after the events of the Gigantomachy. A member of the giant race appears. He tells that in ancient times the giant race had incredible innate strength and colossal height and ruled the entire tower, that some feared them, some revered them, that the Olympians were the only ones who became their equal, because the giants saw them not just as allies, but as friends. Oliver grinned and said that he also considered them his friends up to a point. The old man's eyes widened. The Olympian strikes the giant with his sword. Oliver continues until he sees their hearts pierced by the swords that he forged himself. Gigantomachy. This is the war that Olympus unleashed, led to the ostracism of the entire giant race. This war was started by Zeus. The Olympians and the giants fight for Olympus. War was a means of political struggle. He craved power and did not want to share it with the giants. The giant with the eye patch pressed his hands. The old man continues that the giants of Asgard also joined the war and that, to oppose them, rankers from all lands and guilds came. At the foot of the tower lie lifeless bodies. Oliver says that the war flared up even more, that the sounds of clashing blades thundered in the sky like peals of thunder, that there were many corpses, that all his friends were exterminated to the last one. Oliver holds the hand of a dead body. He holds the lifeless body of his comrade with horror. He remembers that all this was in order to wash away the shame from Olympus for the alliance with the giants. A fire burns in the stove. Oliver says that since then he swore to have nothing to do with Olympus. The protagonist lowered his gaze. The old man continued that since then he stopped forging weapons. The protagonist looks and remembers that he still remembers Oliver telling this story while sobbing and that it was hard for him to remember it now too. The old man made a sullen face. The protagonist understands that the old man maintains an impassive look. Kurt looks at Oliver in surprise. He says that not all the giants were exterminated, even after decades, and that Olympus came to him again for weapons. The blonde asks about Olympus wanting a repeat of the Gigantomachy, to which the bearded man replies that it is unlikely in the near future, but everything is heading in that direction. Kurt's eyes widened in horror. The old man says that it is up to the white-haired guy to decide whether to believe his words or not, because he may have been wrong. Oliver turned away from the blonde and said that he will no longer help Olympus. The old man, raising his hand, tells the protagonist that they still have things to do and that he is waiting for him in the pantry. The protagonist looks at Kurt. The protagonist follows the old man and comes to the conclusion that it is better to leave the blonde alone, because he has something to think about. Kurt relaxes his hand. He squeezes his palm tightly. A stone floor is depicted. The old man and the protagonist walk on. The former says that the guy is not a bad guy and the protagonist would not drag just anyone. The black-haired guy sighs. Oliver asks if he will climb the tower with Kurt, to which the answer followed that he does not know yet and that since such a harmful old man praised him, then a chance can be given. The bearded man turned towards the protagonist and said that he is not a harmful old man at all. The protagonist answered that he really is and asked if Kurt can be trusted. Oliver looked at the black-haired guy and said that he sees doubt, because the blonde is young and stupid, and it is not yet clear which side he will choose, and it is worth keeping an eye on him. The old man stands at the door, locked with chains, and claims that the protagonist will hardly be able to argue with Kurt. The lock opens, the chains are thrown off. The old man, opening the door, says that he fulfilled the protagonist's request and that the thing turned out to be extremely unusual. Oliver looked at the guy and said that remembering what name the protagonist gave to his sword, he decided that this time he would come up with a better name. The glove hangs on chains. The old man said the name Kinine. The protagonist looks at this thing and realizes that the old man already gave this name to the helmet that he once forged and that for some reason he suddenly decided to name the glove that way. The protagonist takes the chain. Oliver says that he spent all the adamantium on it and that he did not forget about the dark crystal, which is outside the glove and invisible to the eye. The protagonist asks if he can put on the glove. The black-haired guy put it on. The old man says that it's no problem, because he made it for him and that it's so thin and weightless that you wouldn't even think that it's made of adamantium. Oliver looks at the protagonist and thinks that he's been fighting the rankers since the first days, that he has plenty of strength, but strength alone won't be enough, because the right to wear Kinine must be earned. The protagonist admires the glove. The old man wonders if he'll be considered worthy of the black-haired guy. The protagonist looks up at Oliver and asks in surprise how he managed to make the glove so light. The protagonist looks into space. Magical energy is formed. It turns into an eye. The protagonist looks at the energy in horror. And who are you? This very eye asked the hero. The cloak fluttered, and Kai thought that he had the same question for the anomaly. The protagonist looked ahead and thought that he would not get the Kinane so easily, and then said his name, to which the eye asked if he was from another time. The guy opened his eyes in surprise, mentally asked the question again in confusion. The giant eye levitated in front of Kai, and the guy in the cloak wondered how the creature knew that he was from another timeline, and then asked what or who his interlocutor was. The unimaginably large organ of vision looked ahead and introduced itself as Steve, and then said that it was difficult for him to speak. The guy in the cloak looked at the eye and answered that this was not surprising, since he did not see the mouth of the creature, and therefore, he assumed that it usually did not talk. The protagonist looked ahead and thought that it would be difficult for him with such a monster. The silhouettes of the weapons hovered against the backdrop of ancient buildings, and Kai thought that little was known about the 3 sacred weapons of Olympus, made of the stone of darkness, and that they all disappeared during the invasion of the outer gods, and what was known was just bits of information received from Kronos. The dark entity with many red eyes looked ahead, and the guy in the cloak thought that in the past, the Kinine was Hades' helmet. The helmet and glove levitated in front of Steve, and Kai thought that now this magical artifact was a glove, which still had the same power. The scarlet cloak fluttered in the wind, and the main character thought about the abilities of the Kinine, but doubted the possibility of building a dialogue, but the magic eye suddenly said the word egg. Kai looked ahead, and Steve asked about the location of the egg. A plate appeared, saying that the egg had awakened. Yellow sparks appeared around the place where the egg of an unknown creature was stored. The egg began to glow with a purple flame. An information window appeared, informing that the egg was screaming. Steve began to emit magical energy. The guy in the cloak looked back and thought that the creature surrounded him with dark mana and he should do something, otherwise the eye would crush him like a bug. The protagonist looked up and thought that he should have dodged, but it was too late. Kai threw the egg behind his back and thought that he only had to use the divine flame. The guy in the cloak looked back and was surprised that he was not attacked. The egg was absorbing magic. A bar appeared, notifying that the hatching percentage of the egg had increased. The egg emitted sparks and dark haze. Information windows appeared, notifying that the hatching percentage had increased to 14.12%, to 15.23%, to 17.97%, and to the next value. The eye exuded magic. A notification popped up about the hatching percentage increasing to 41.29%. An information window appeared saying that the egg was singing. The protagonist looked at the egg and thought that the hatching percentage had increased by almost 30%, which was several times more than when he absorbed Orochi's body. The information board with the egg was levitating in space. The protagonist asked if the creature wanted to eat the future descendant of an unknown creature, and he thought that this egg was from the world of external gods, and the eye obviously knew something about them. Kai stood in front of the huge eye and wondered why Steve had increased the hatching percentage, and then called out to the anomaly. The guy in the cloak looked ahead and asked if the unknown organ of vision knew whose egg it was. The eye was hovering in the dark space, and the hero shouted that any answer would suit him. The creature closed its eye. The eye closed, having said before that it was watching the guy. The protagonist looked up and shouted to the anomaly to wait. The guy looked ahead with tension. The hammer was enveloped in blue sparks, and the protagonist called out to the old man in horror. The hammer hung over the protagonist's head. Powerful energy emanated from two people. Oliver looked ahead in surprise. Kai froze in horror, and the owner of the hammer asked if the hero was okay, because he was suddenly overcome by some strange magic. The guy in the cloak bowed his head. The gray-haired old man laughed and said that it seemed that he worried in vain, and the main character thought that maybe his interlocutor just saved him from death. The old man with the hammer looked in front of him and asked how the hero felt the kinine, and the guy answered that it was a comfortable glove that was not felt on his hand at all. Kai lowered his head and thought that he would like to try this glove in action, but Steve distracted him a little, and then remembered his words about him being watched. The young man raised his hand with the glove and mentally said that the dark stone was a particle of kinine and that there were some other secrets hidden inside it. The three stones were floating in space, and the protagonist was thinking that as far as he knew, the dark stone was broken into 3 parts, and in order to figure everything out, he only had to find the remaining 2. Kai clenched his fist with the glove and thought that he knew where he could get the next one. The guy in the cloak stared ahead and thought about the dark stone of the trident. Kurt walked up to Oliver and the guy in the cloak and asked what all the noise was about, since the whole floor was shaking, to which the old man with the hammer replied that he didn't know anything. Oliver picked up the hammer and said that he was just swinging the hammer, and that he should ask the guy, to which the blonde asked again if he really was just swinging the hammer. The protagonist clenched his fist, and the blonde exclaimed his name. Kurt walked up to the protagonist and thought that having a glove was something new, and then asked if everything was okay with them, to which Kai replied that he didn't know anything. The guy in the red coat looked at the blonde man, and the blonde man wondered where the sound was coming from and asked if they were fighting by any chance, to which Kai casually replied that of course not. Kurt looked ahead. The protagonist said that he would hardly survive a blow from Oliver's hammer, to which the old man agreed. The blonde man put his hand on his hip. Kai told the guy in the jacket not to worry and stated that he really didn't know what he was talking about, to which Kurt reluctantly agreed. The protagonist stood in front of the blonde man and asked him what he found out, to which the blonde man replied that everything was too confusing and he needed to see his brother and sister first. The guy in the coat focused his gaze ahead and asked which of his brothers and sisters he meant, to which Kurt replied that he was talking about Artemis and Apollo. The silhouettes of the gods hovered against the background of the ring with spikes. Kai thought that these two were illegitimate children of Zeus, who were one of the few awarded the title of high rankers, and were also the main participants in the Gigantomachy. The blonde scratched his head, and the guy in the cloak wondered if Zeus's relative was really going to find out about those events from them. The protagonist thought that in the place of the blonde he would have chosen his words more carefully. Kurt looked away, and then said that for now he would focus on the great tournament of Murim. The cloak fluttered in the wind. The guy in the jacket said that he did not care about the award, because he just wanted to make a name for himself and show what Olympus is capable of. Kai asked how long he had planned to participate, to which his interlocutor replied that from the very beginning. The guy in the red cloak stood in front of Zeus's relative, and Kurt declared that he was not Ares and that he was going to achieve power on his own to prove that he was worthy. The metal weapon was hovering against the backdrop of Asian buildings, and the blonde man was saying that there would be many famous players at this tournament, each stronger than the other, and even more famous players would be watching, and he personally couldn't miss out on something like that. Kurt slammed his fists together and exclaimed that more than half of the rankers had gathered to watch the tournament, and the protagonist silently noted that he was very charged and that he could only hope that he wouldn't cause any problems. The blonde man bowed his head and said that there were rumors that someone famous would be among the participants, and Kai asked who it was. The man with purple eyes was standing against the backdrop of an Asian building, and the blonde man said that the lord of the heavenly demon cult would be there. The guy in the cloak was standing in front of the golden-haired man. Kurt bowed his head and asked if the other man was excited about the game. Kai looked at the blonde man and thought that they were talking about him. The little hero stood in surprise next to a large plaque that stated that the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Cult was a person with authority over all members of the Heavenly Demon Cult and their followers, and also informed about the right to refuse the title. An image of a purple magical aura appeared. The holder of this title, the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Cult, has authority over all players who are part of this cult. However, the problem is that the cult was hidden from prying eyes, because for a long time this Heavenly Demon Cult guarded the divine flame, hiding in the Cheon Mountains, and now that this burden was removed, they were finally able to come out into the light. An image of a bearded gray-haired man appeared, and the hero wondered if the elder would really decide to show up at the Murim tournament. I wonder what he has in mind, and the hero thought that one way or another, the help of the Heavenly Demon Cult in confronting external enemies would only be beneficial. The protagonist stood in a confident pose, and Kurt said that he was sure that the Lord of the Heavenly Demons was far from being an ordinary player, and who knows, maybe he was far from even a ranker, although in that case he would not be allowed to participate, and the protagonist interrupted him and said that it was him. The blonde guy frowned in shock and asked what he was talking about, to which Kai replied that he was the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Cult. Kurt staggered back in shock and asked what was going on. The gray-haired Oliver turned around and wondered why he was making so much noise again, and the blonde friend of the protagonist shouted loudly, "It turns out that this is what the protagonist's reward for the trial is, a title on par with the head of the clan." The protagonist calmly looked at his interlocutor, and thought that initially the reward for the trial was the divine flame, but along with it he also got this title, to which Kurt replied upset that he should have participated in this trial too. Kurt put his hands on his hips and said that if the great clans found out about this, they would want the main character to join their ranks even more, to which he replied that he was not eager to join anyone, to which the blonde guy replied that he understood this perfectly well, but it did not change the fact. Kurt crossed his arms over his chest with satisfaction and said that the tournament turned out to be very interesting. The next day, the opening ceremony of the Great Murim Tournament. Huge flags with traditional Chinese inscriptions hung under the clear sky. The Great Murim Tournament became the main competition, determining the best warrior among tens of thousands of players. The crowd was jubilant in anticipation of the upcoming battle. Each of them would go down in history as one of the participants in the most important competition of the tower, and the most famous players were watching them from the stands. And the announcer's voice added that he was interested in who would be the next winner. The green-haired girl turned her head and a voice in the stadium asked the audience who would receive the prize, which was worth millions of points. The huge stadium was illuminated by the bright summer sun and the voice announced that the audience would soon find out who the winner would be, and now the first round of selection was announced. A pop-up notification for the Great Murim Tournament appeared and 10 participants were invited to the arena. The last remaining player would move on to the next round. The tournament participants entered the battlefield and someone said that the first participants had finally appeared and wondered if it was Klaus, who had not even passed the 10th floor and had forgotten something in this tournament. A man in a blue kimono walked confidently through the stadium and a spectator shouted if it was the same Klaus from the Sapphire Blade clan, since that scumbag was also here. The man frowned and thought to himself that he was not very pleased to hear that he was called a scumbag, but he was still glad that he was recognized at all. The man in the kimono started running around the stadium and thought that the 18th floor was already behind him, and only those who had climbed no higher than the 25th floor could take part in the tournament, meaning that there were many worthy players here. Klaus thought that it would be difficult, but he would definitely find his way to the top of the rankings and glorify his clan, thereby winning the favor of the clan leader, and then he suddenly saw Kai, who was standing in the crowd. An image of the protagonist in a cool cloak appeared, and the man wondered if this was really that bastard. The green-haired man spread his arms and shouted that this was that bastard named Kai. He clenched his teeth in anger and thought how he managed to get into the first group and immediately get caught with the protagonist, and the announcer at the stadium announced that the round was starting in 10 seconds. The protagonist turned towards the man, and he thought that there was no other way out but to fight his way through Kai, and shouted at him. The man grabbed his weapon and asked if Kai remembered it, as he would never forget what he had to go through because of the protagonist, and a voice in the stadium announced that there were only 3 seconds left until the match began. The antagonist threw his sword at the protagonist and shouted that he had finally met his sworn enemy, and a voice in the stadium announced that the first group should prepare for battle. The man in the kimono grinned. The antagonist swung his sword at the protagonist and thought he had missed. The man opened his mouth tiredly and wondered if the protagonist had really given him a brutal blow right to the jaw and added that he was definitely finished. Klaus' sword levitated in the air and Kai asked his opponent who he was, to which the opponent thought if he didn't remember him. A huge explosion was heard in the stadium. The leader of the Seomun clan spread his hands and said that the hero had black eyes, even darker hair, his hair and cloak were enchanted with fire magic, and that it was definitely Kai. The protagonist looked at his opponents and said that he did not care how he would deal with them, one by one or all at once, but asked them to do it faster. The protagonist raised his sword and asked if he should take the initiative. The participants of the tournament looked ahead in confusion. The opponents flew in different directions with terrible screams. The opponents flew in different directions, and one of them shouted that the protagonist was attacking from the right and left again. The long-haired man looked ahead and thought that the protagonist was really fast, because he did not even see him. Someone's explosive foot strikes were heard across the surface of the stadium, and the hero wondered which side Kai was attacking from. The antagonist clenched the blade in his hand. The protagonist lightly hit him in the face. The clan leader looked ahead in surprise and wondered if he had hit him with the guard, and wondered why he had done that. The protagonist struck again, and Seomun wondered if he was playing with him. The long-haired man flew far away, flew to the other side of the ring. Fresh blood came out of the antagonist's mouth. He sat down in the corner of the stadium and thought that he seemed to have broken his ribs and could not even move, and added to himself why the protagonist did not kill anyone, but simply maimed. Kai began to slowly approach the antagonist, and he thought that this was not an accident, because the protagonist was doing this on purpose and was playing with them like dolls. The young man stood up in the middle of the stadium in a belligerent manner, and the announcer's voice announced that the winner of the first group was Kai. The main character from the task looked away and thought that he should stay and watch Kurt perform, because he was supposed to perform in the next group. Kurt in golden armor dealt a colossal blow to his bladed opponent. The ring of the stadium was enveloped in a yellow aura, and the announcer announced that the winner of the second group was Kurt. Kai, crossing his arms over his chest, thought that his friend had become much stronger, and it was no wonder that he would soon rise in the rankings in this way. The yellow aura spread further across the stadium, and he added to himself that if the rumors were true, Kurt had already reached the 25th floor, rapidly raising his level, and added that judging by his abilities, he could already compete with high-ranking players. Although what kind of rivalry is this, it will be difficult for him to find a worthy opponent. The protagonist spread his legs apart, and thought that his mana, lightning-based abilities, and the way he fought all showed that he was a son of Zeus. The protagonist walked down the huge staircase and thought to himself that he would need to be launched by a support when he became a ranker, and someone behind him called out to Kai. The protagonist looked ahead unhappily, and someone behind him ordered him to stop. The man in the blue kimono pointed at the protagonist, and Kai slowly asked him who he was since he had a familiar face, to which the man replied that his name was Klaus and that he was a member of the Sapphire Blade clan, and they had just fought him on the 10th floor. The man called the protagonist a bastard, and someone put a hand on his shoulder and apologized to the protagonist. The man in the long blue robe looked at the protagonist, and stated that not all members of the Sapphire Blade clan were rude. Kai looked at his interlocutor in surprise and wondered if he was a ranker, and asked who he was. The man looked straight at the protagonist, and introduced himself as Jerry and the leader of the Sapphire Blade clan, adding that he had come to personally invite him to join our clan. The protagonist turned to his interlocutor, and asked if he really wanted him to join them. The protagonist calmly looked at his interlocutor, and thought that if he was the leader of the clan, then he was probably a ranker, and politely declined. The leader of the clan spread his arms out to the sides and said that he had expected such an answer, adding that he was aware of the rumors that he refused any offers, even offers from large guilds, and the protagonist asked why he had come if he knew that he would refuse. The man grinned sarcastically and stated that the Sapphire Blade clan was not exactly a guild, and even though it was on paper, they were more of a small clan, albeit no less influential. He looked at the protagonist with a confident gaze and added that they had earned respect for many years, even though their best times were behind them, but out of all the clans in Nirim, they were still the leading ones, to which Kai sarcastically replied that he doubted it, considering the fact that this was the first time he heard about their clan, and added that he would not be surprised if he was the only ranker in their clan. Jerry continued that he was counting on Kai, and Kai stepped aside and stated that he was not interested. The man stopped Kai with his hand and added that it seemed like he misunderstood him. The head of the clan looked coldly at the protagonist, and stated that he would not accept refusal. The protagonist looked at his interlocutor with bewilderment, and thought to himself that he was being forced into someone's ranks again, and sooner or later it was bound to happen. Kai frowned and said that he was sure that he himself knew what would happen if he touched a tournament participant, and asked if he was afraid of the wrath of the Namdam family. The protagonist turned away and added that the man was breaking the rules established by the organizers with his actions, to which he asked if the protagonist really thought that Namgun would protect him, since the head of this clan, Graham, was his own brother, and he was not afraid of this clan. The protagonist again turned his gaze to the side and thought that now it became clear to him why he was so impudent, since he was hiding behind someone else's back, and asked if his brother knew how cheaply he was throwing his name around. The clan leader grinned maliciously and said that he shouldn't be impudent, because he was extending a helping hand to the protagonist. Jerry frowned angrily and said that he was sure that the Sapphire Blade clan would be a suitable place for the protagonist. Kai grabbed the man's hand imperiously and said that he was not interested. The clan leader looked at the protagonist's actions with cold blood and thought to himself that he had heard that the protagonist was not an easy player, but he really had plenty of strength, and added that it would not be easy, but he was sure that this game was worth the candle, and asked if the Gyurim would protect him. Kai squeezed the clan leader's hand tightly in his hand, and the leader thought that he doubted that they would protect him. The protagonist bent the man's hand back and said that he only believed in himself. Jerry was thrown sharply to the side and cursed angrily. The clan leader drew his sword and declared that the main character was indeed quite good at fighting, but he thought to himself that words alone would not do the trick, and added that he didn't care, since the Murim tournament was in full swing, and no one would even hear them. The man assumed a fighting stance and thought that the main thing was to organize everything in such a way that the organizers would not find out about it, and the protagonist said that he could still rely on someone. A man in a red kimono appeared behind the clan leader, and Kai said that he was late because apparently he had not been explained enough. The man named Barry put his hand to his chest and called the protagonist Milord. The man in the blue kimono watched what was happening and thought why he called him Milord, because the protagonist said that he was always on his own, and added that in Murim there was only one place where the highest ranks were called lords. Barry stepped forward, and the clan leader wondered if Kai was the very lord of the heavenly demon cult, and added that it was probably so, that he probably received this as a reward for the test he had passed, and the protagonist asked what they would do, because this man was starting a fight. Barry slammed his fists and said that Kai only needed to say the word and he would get rid of the man, to which the protagonist replied that since it never came to blows, he could live for now. The clan leader raised his sword to the side and thought that things were really bad for him, since his opponent was not some low-level ranker, and he would not be able to handle him, and added to himself that even if he managed to survive, things would still be bad, since he did not want to become an enemy of the heavenly demon cult. He lowered his sword and asked him to forgive him, since he did not know that the protagonist was a lord of the heavenly demon cult. The man bowed deeply and said that if he knew about it, he would not have bothered him, to which Kai replied that they were not a clan and there was no need to call them that. The man turned around and said that he did not mean to insult them and was already leaving. The protagonist silently looked after the clan leader. The Chinese traditional ceiling was painted with colorful patterns, and Kai asked if he was the one who spread the rumors that the lord of the heavenly demon cult was participating in the tournament, to which Barry laughed loudly. Barry slowly walked behind his lord and said that our brothers were very happy, and that they were finally able to go out into the world, and at the same time spread the rumor that Kai became the head of the clan, to which he replied that he knew it. The man joyfully grabbed his head with his hands and shouted that he himself was incredibly happy about this, because all this is happening thanks to the protagonist, to which Barry wondered if Barry was always so emotional. The protagonist walked further to the exit and said that it seemed that the Sapphire Blade clan was under the patronage of the Chagao clan, and asked his subordinate if he could somehow deal with this, to which he responded, of course, calling him my lord. Barry looked ahead confidently and stated that after the tournament, there was a celebratory dinner planned with the Namgung family, and they should discuss this issue together, because if they thought that the rules had been broken, it would be hard for both clans. The protagonist moved his hand slightly, and Barry asked if he would be at this event, to which he replied that he did not like empty gatherings. The sliding doors began to slowly move to the sides, and a voice invited them in. A long-haired man in a red kimono stood in the middle of a huge office. Glare of light appeared everywhere. Bright rays of sunlight penetrated through the windows. The man picked up a teapot and stated that the protagonist did a great job. Kai was sitting at the table and asked if he had seen his performance, to which the long-haired man replied that he did not need to watch, because he knew that he would pass. The protagonist humbly looked ahead, and the man added that he never doubted his abilities. Some liquid started pouring into the protagonist's cup, and he stated that if he was so sure, then he was happy for him. A purple aura enveloped the room. The protagonist looked ahead in fascination and thought that the man was filling his cup with mana from the heavenly demons, and added that it felt like it weighed a ton. The cup continued to fill with magical mana, and the protagonist wondered if this was some kind of test. The cup began to crack, and the protagonist thought that it should be so, since he was already holding this cup. Kai placed the cup with mana right on the table. The protagonist looked at the stream and wondered if this was Manakinian. The cup was enveloped in a magical aura, and the protagonist thought that his glove had activated due to his excitement. The white-haired man looked at the protagonist and stated that he thought so. Kai bowed his head proudly, and the man added that there was no need to take part in this tournament at all, because with Kai's abilities it was just childish, to which he replied that he was interested in the elixir that served as a reward for winning this tournament. The gray-haired man looked out the window, and the protagonist stated that, unlike him, his abilities were strongly tied to his personal characteristics, to which the old man responded in surprise, so that's what it was, and now it was clear to him why there were so many participants in this tournament. The man named Fiafan looked menacingly at the protagonist, and he asked why he had come here, to which the gray-haired man replied that now that the cult of heavenly demons had gone beyond its borders, it was high time to replenish their ranks and secure their position in these lands. The man in the red kimono stood with his back to the protagonist and stated that fortunately, modern technology allowed them to easily leave the mountains and return back, because now they were part of Mirim, and the protagonist wondered if they would give their new recruits such strange tests. The protagonist tilted his head and asked what about his title, because he had already spoken to him that he was not at all suitable for this role, and added that it was alien to him to be attached to a group. The gray-haired man turned menacingly towards the protagonist, and he stated that he would not be able to fulfill the obligations that he had imposed on him, and added that it was unlikely that the rest of the cult members would listen to him, to which the man menacingly stated that he was the head of the cult, and if he chose the protagonist as the lord, then he carries his will and no one will oppose his word. The protagonist persistently asked if they would listen to him even if he led the cult to collapse, and the silver-haired man, the leader of the cult, looked at him warily. Snow-white clouds slowly flowed across the clear sky. Sunlight broke through the thin bars. The sun's rays penetrated directly into the office of the head of the clan, and he said the name of Gigantomachia. The silver-haired man looked at the protagonist and said that he did not have the chance to see her in person, because their cult had long been declared to the whole world, but everyone who was in the tower then still remembers those times, and asked the protagonist if he wanted to prevent them from unleashing another war, to which Kai replied that this is exactly what he wants to do. The white-haired man looked down on the protagonist and said that it was now clear to him why Olympus considered him an enemy, and the protagonist replied that as long as he was the lord of the heavenly demon cult, Olympus was his enemy as well, to which the head of the cult suggested that he meet all their enemies face to face, because there was no other way. Kai looked ahead uncertainly and thought that he was a stranger to them, and even though the heavenly demon cult was strong, it would not be easy to resist Olympus. The protagonist humbly folded his hands on the table and thought about why the head of the cult was so eager to help him, to which he stated that he should have understood this a long time ago. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise, and the man stated that in principle their cults never change, are unchangeable, and ordered him to remember this once and for all. A bright light illuminated the room, and the head of the clan declared that from now on Kai was part of the heavenly demon cult. The luxurious office was furnished in traditional Japanese style. Lin calmly placed the cup on the table and asked Jerry worriedly why he seemed sad. The man in the kimono looked away sadly and agreed that his comrade was right about the tournament being held with great fanfare and distinguished participants, listing the sons of Asgard and Olympus and even the Angel of Zion in the arena. He raised the cup with the drink to his mouth, and his interlocutor said that he had heard that Kai had passed the test of the celestial demon cult on his way to the top of the tower, and wondered why he had chosen their test in particular, since he clearly wasn't looking for the easy way out. Jerry grinned with displeasure and said that he had not only passed their test but that the celestial demon cult had even elevated him to the rank of lord, to which his comrade asked in horror how that was even possible. The man, calmly sitting on a chair, explained that the cult ranker addressed him by that title, and added that he had told Kai about wanting to see him in their ranks, but he had immediately driven him away. The man with the sparse beard angrily frowned, and was indignant at how it was possible to send Jerry away without any respect, to which his comrade reasonably noted that what else could one expect from a cultist, after all, they are all like that, and added that even though so many years had passed, they were still the same, wondering why they could not behave appropriately, like all normal guilds do. Jerry, menacingly looking to the side, thought that for the Murim guilds, the cult of heavenly demons would become a great threat to their power. With an angry grin, he thought that now that everyone knew that Kai was their lord, he would not be welcome anywhere. Jerry, confidently crossing his arms over his chest, listened to his comrade, who noted that the protagonist was one of the main contenders for victory, after which he himself stated that they could not allow a member of the cult with such a monstrous reputation to win, to which Lin sighed that if only everything were that simple. Jerry, seeing the knife plunge into the turkey, said he had an idea and added that they should probably reconsider the main competition. The blue sky was cut by bright rays of the sun. Snow-white clouds slowly floated across the sky. 2 days later, people were slowly wandering around a small Asian town. A young man, swinging his leg high, annoyedly said that not only had the competition been postponed, but they had also changed it to a royal battle. Kurt, putting his hands behind his head with satisfaction, said that it seemed that Murim had finally decided to get rid of his conservatism and asked what Kai thought about this, to which he replied that he was only glad. The protagonist, decisively turning around, said that this would be a faster way to deal with everything, to which Kurt agreed that he was right and that if they had left the dueling branch, it would have lasted forever. Kai turned to his comrade and asked him why he had come to him, since he probably needed to gather a team, to which Kurt replied that they should rest and have fun, since today was the last day after all. Kurt, carefully lying on his bed, heard the protagonist ask if they would not be participating in the main competition, and replied that there was no point in wasting their energy, since they were not stupid. The protagonist, looking at the tournament clock, which showed that there were 5 minutes and 35 seconds left until the continuation, exclaimed that it was almost time to start. A magical aura enveloped the heroes, and the fair-haired guy suggested that his comrade go out to the arena. Kai, confidently looking at his hurried companion, noted that he saw that he was more charged than ever today, and suggested that he move on. The Great Murim Tournament, the day of the main competition. The majestic gates of the arena opened, announcing that the day of the main competition of the Great Murim Tournament had arrived. The huge arena spread out majestically before the brave participants. The protagonist, looking away with displeasure, worriedly noticed that everyone was looking only at them and added to himself that it was not surprising, because Kurt was attracting attention to himself only in this way. Kai, looking at Kurt, who was proudly looking at the stadium, wondered why his companion was so silent and had not said a word since they came out, and added to himself that perhaps he was getting ready for the competition. Theodore, approaching the heroes from behind, said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asked Kai if he had forgotten him. Kai, looking at Theodore, who was confidently looking at him, recognized him as a member of a noble clan. Kurt, looking at them with curiosity, asked if they knew each other, to which the protagonist answered Theodore that it was difficult to forget him. Theodore confidently stepped towards the heroes and explained that they had participated together in the 11th floor trial as competitors, to which Kurt asked with interest if he had survived and called it worthy. Kurt introduced himself, extended his hand and said that his name was Kurt, specifying that he was the heir to Olympus, to which Theodore replied that, as far as he knew, he was not the only one. Kurt laughed loudly and said that yes, they were quite a family, to which Theodore muttered that he understood that perfectly well. The man in the blue kimono turned his head and heard shouts from the stands, anticipating the start of the competition. One of the elders, sitting in the box, confidently stated that he was sure that Kai was the lord of the heavenly demon cult, and another added that they had been waiting a long time for someone to pass their trial to begin their action. An image of a traditional pavilion appeared, and the elder concluded that they intended to win the tournament, even though they were not part of the Murim. They had been waiting for this opportunity all these years, and called them damn demons. The young man, looking away excitedly, suggested that this was why the format of the competition had been changed, but then a stranger interrupted them, asking to be allowed to intervene in the conversation. A man in a long kimono calmly entered the room, addressed the elders, and asked if the cult of heavenly demons had broken any rules or had been plotting before the tournament. The warrior, looking menacingly at the interlocutors, noted that only the strongest should win, and even if the cult was not part of the Murim, they deserved respect. Another elder, blowing out acrid tobacco smoke from his pipe, said that he was always pretending to be a good guy. The noble clan member Chagao looked at his interlocutor and said that if he didn't have the guts to answer them, then he should just stand aside and not interfere. Kurt, pressing his lips together in disgust, thought that this bastard Jin Cheon was here too, and that he was still as smug as expected from the Chagao clan, which had probably already enlisted the support of others, and added to himself that he couldn't believe that noble clans had stooped to behind-the-scenes intrigues, but no matter what their plan, they couldn't handle Kai. Kai, looking awkwardly at his interlocutor, menacingly asked him why he was staring at him and if he wanted to say something. The protagonist, looking ahead uncertainly, wondered if he should warn him, to which the man said that he didn't think his advice was that important to him. The interlocutor, looking at Kurt with a warning, told him to be on guard at this stage, while the announcer announced the start of the main competition and asked the participants to go to the arena. Kurt, looking at his comrade in surprise, asked him why he said that, while the announcer repeated the order for the participants to go to the arena. The protagonist, looking at the high stone arch, calmly advised his comrade not to take it to heart. The light inside the arch, flashing brightly, began to intensify. Kai and Kurt, continuing their way to the arena, walked through the buzzing crowd. The fair-haired guy, smiling slyly, said that now everything was clear to him. All the warriors in the arena turned to the protagonist, and his comrade noted with a grin that the protagonist had captured all the attention of the audience. A tournament participant named Jackson, standing at a distance in the crowd, thought contemptuously that he hadn't expected anything else, since fools only wanted to show off. Kurt, raising his armored gauntlet, asked Kai to promise that he wouldn't be eliminated from the competition before they clashed. The protagonist, taking out his shiny dagger, advised his comrade to watch himself better. Kurt and Kai swung their weapons in a martial pose, and Kurt confidently declared that he could definitely handle these. Someone's red kimono dragged along the stone floor. A gray-haired man walked forward along the corridor, and one of the elders thought that this tournament would go down in history, and suggested leaving the royal battle as the main event, to which Graham agreed with a smile that the idea was simply excellent. Jerry turned to Graham and said that he had played a very important role and that if it hadn't been for his idea, they would have given the victory to the cult, to which Graham modestly replied that he should give it up, because he hadn't done much and without their support, nothing would have happened. The long-haired man laughed and said that he should come visit them sometime, to which Graham replied that they were always happy to have guests. Sam, standing alone at a distance from the crowd, was silent. The man frowned and thought with disdain that the clans were rotten to the core and that Murim no longer looked for strong warriors, because cunning and deceit were much more important to them. An image of the Chagao clan members communicating appeared. He thought that it was no wonder that such a vile person like Kayan was able to eclipse the Namgun clan, adding that the Chagao clan was getting stronger, and declared to himself that he had put up with all this for too long. Sam, looking at the clan members happily chatting at the table, thought that he needed to get rid of this rot, since Murim needed a revolution, and the grand tournament would be the necessary impetus for this, no matter what the cost. The clan members, turning sharply from the unexpected sound, asked who it was. One of the clan members, standing at a distance from the table, angrily asked why Kai was still alive. One of the elders, angrily jumping up, shouted how it was possible to fail against one person, to which an elder named Fiafan asked what they expected from the lord of the celestial demon cult. The gray-haired man entered the box, apologized for being late, and politely said that he had come at the invitation of the Namgong clan. Kai, standing alone in the middle of the field of defeated opponents, looked into the distance. An image of the protagonist's tired face appeared, and he imperiously introduced himself as the lord of the heavenly demon cult. Staring forward with a menacing gaze, Fiafan apologized for being late, and said that he had come at the invitation of the Namgong clan. At that moment, all the people present there sharply looked in his direction, while the old man in red robes asked to be allowed to introduce himself and explained that he was the lord of the heavenly demon cult. Hearing this, Jerry trembled with fear, asking why the heavenly demon cult had come there, and Sam, standing right behind him, greeted the lord, saying that he had been looking forward to his appearance. The head of the Namgong clan looked straight ahead with a serious expression and thanked him for coming all this way. Hearing this, Theophane silently looked at everyone present. Seeing one of them take up his blade, the old man in red robes warned them that if they drew their swords, it would be the last thing they would do in this life. Pushing Jerry away, the head of the heavenly demon ring noted that he had made the right choice. Walking further, Theophane stated that if the tournament had been held according to the planned rules, the victory of the lord of the heavenly demon cult would have been obvious, and asked if such an outcome was so unacceptable to them and they considered their cult unworthy of winning the tournament. In response, all the clan heads present simply remained silent, and the old man in red robes wondered why they were looking at him like that. Theophan smirked and asked if they were afraid of his anger, and asked them not to worry because he held no grudge against them. He suddenly said, looking straight ahead menacingly, that the game they were playing was doomed to fail. At that moment, the story's narrative shifted to Kai, who was deftly dodging a throwing axe. A moment later, that same axe stuck into the ground right next to the boy. Turning around sharply, the protagonist thought that it was a dark axe, although it didn't look like it, and it must be one of the Murim clan's abilities to summon chi weapons, and only skilled warriors can wield them, and he realized that they must have taken it seriously because of him. At that moment, a warrior with a spear attacked him directly. Seeing that his attack was blocked, the man was very dumbfounded. Then the warrior with a spear jumped back. Immediately after this, Kai stated that he understood that they had decided to unite against him, and he was sure that the man who had stepped forward had asked him not to take it so seriously. Looking straight at the noble clansman who stood right in front of him, the boy noted that it was not surprising that everyone had taken it out on him, because all of Murim saw the cult of heavenly demons as their enemies. Seeing the sarcastic grin on the face of the noble member of the Chagao clan, the protagonist reasoned that they had even interfered with the tournament rules in order to deal with him, and he did not know whose initiative it was, but it was worth admitting that it had potential. Watching the warriors who were fighting to the death with each other, Kai thought that thousands of participants had clashed in battle, and it was logical that the best way out would be to unite against the strongest, so there was no dirty play in this. With his serious gaze fixed forward, the boy admitted that the plan was not bad and asked why he had to take everything so seriously. Wrapping his weapon in blue energy, the protagonist stated that to him, they were just a flock of small flies, while the system announced that the Shadow Blade had been activated and an unknown force was blocking the mana. At the same time, Kai swung his sword to the side, while the system announced that the effectiveness of his blade had been reduced. Seeing the use of a strong skill, Jackson realized that now he understood why everyone was so angry at him, because in order to create a sword filled with chi energy of such a size, one must have at least 60 points of the shadow attribute. Standing surrounded by the other warriors, the noble clan member thought that he doubted that he was as strong as they said, since he was not even close to being as strong as the anchors, and wondered if the rumors about him were exaggerated, and it would be easier for them to deal with them. Opening his fan, Jackson realized that he had enough of wasting time and asked the others why they were standing there, ordering them to attack. Pointing his fan forward, the noble clan member ordered everyone else to kill him, and they immediately rushed forward. At that moment, an unknown lightning energy appeared in the sky. It came directly from Kurt, who was using his skill to destroy his opponents. He fought against the others, enveloping everything around him in yellow lightning. Calling them weaklings, the relative of Zeus directed his menacing gaze forward, asking if they really had no conscience at all. Seeing another enemy appear there, Jackson said that he understood that he had decided to fight on Kai's side, and Kai asked what if that was the case. So even someone said that their clan did not seek enmity with Olympus, and they expected that they would enter into an alliance with him and go against their enemy, the self-proclaimed heir of Olympus, who heard this, asked which of them, idiots, thought that Olympus would enter into an alliance with them, while Jackson, who heard his answer, was very angry. Releasing his yellow lightning, Kurt asked what it was, And did he really hurt their pride by saying that they from the Chaegao clan can only talk in their animal language? Sharply jumping from his place, the relative of Zeus declared that if they wanted to be spoken to as worthy, then they should behave appropriately. In an instant, he was right in front of Jackson, about to strike him. With a deft strike from his lock, he managed to attack the noble clan member. After taking the blow, Jackson's hand was shaking, and he realized that he definitely had more than enough strength. Gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction over what had happened, the noble clan member declared that he belonged to him, and ordered the others to deal with Kai. At the same time, the self-proclaimed heir to Olympus carried another blow directly to Jackson. After receiving damage, the noble clan member was thrown back. With a menacing gaze straight ahead, Kurt noted that, judging by his words, they knew that Olympus wanted the protagonist dead, and asked how they knew about it. Looking at the frightened warriors surrounding him from all sides, the relative of Zeus thought that it seemed that the Chaegao had already lowered their roots to Olympus, thinking that Kai had also guessed about it. Realizing that they were all rotten scum, the self-proclaimed heir to Olympus abruptly charged forward. Immediately after, he destroyed his opponent's weapon with a powerful blow. Jackson, seeing his broken fan, was very dumbfounded. Continuing his fierce battle against Kurt, the nobleman did not understand what was happening, because even though he was the son of Zeus, he was somehow too strong, wondering how he could be a match for such a skilled warrior like him. A moment later, Jackson received several more blows. After receiving damage, the nobleman was very angry. He did not understand why he could not do anything to counter, while Zeus' relative struck him directly. Then Jackson stopped with great force, resting his foot on the ground. While blocking his opponent's attack, the noble clan member remarked that if he hadn't intervened, they would have finished Kai off already, and Kai asked if he was really sure about that. The self-proclaimed heir to Olympus grinned maliciously and asked if they seriously thought they could match him. At that moment, a cloud of blue energy became visible right in the middle of the dust. It came straight from the boy who was fiercely fighting his opponents. Suddenly, the protagonist looked away sharply. Immediately after that, Kai swung his blade, destroying his enemies. At that time, Kurt punched Jackson right in the face and declared that they had pulled off such a cunning plan, but in the end, they were destroyed by a guy who couldn't even fight at half his strength. Hearing that he wasn't using even half his strength, the noble clan member was very dumbfounded, when suddenly the relative of Zeus hit him with great force. After receiving the blow, Jackson flew back and wondered how he couldn't handle him, and if he was really that strong. The noble clansman didn't understand how this was even possible, while the self-proclaimed heir to Olympus released his yellow lightning, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. A moment later, Jackson fell straight to the ground. Seeing his frightened allies, the noble clansman asked them to stop and admitted defeat. Hearing his words, the rest of the people immediately threw down their weapons, also admitting defeat. Then, they all ran away from the battle arena in fear. Standing right in front of his ally, Kai would notice that it seemed like they were the only ones left, and ask if he was ready to fight. With his arms folded right in front of his chest, Kurt would state that he couldn't even imagine how long he had been waiting for this. Hearing this, the boy would stare straight ahead with a serious expression, while the relative of Zeus would note that he was like a sweet fruit that had been blooming for years just for him. Then the self-proclaimed heir to Olympus would note with a sly grin on his face that he was the sweetest and most desirable fruit. Staring straight ahead with a serious expression, Kai would note that it seemed like they were the only ones left. Standing right in front of his ally, the boy would ask if he was ready. Hearing his words, Kurt would smirk slyly. A moment later, the son of Zeus folded his arms across his chest, declaring that he had no idea how long he had waited for this, because it was like a sweet fruit that had been blooming for years just for him, the sweetest and most desirable. Standing right in the battle arena, the protagonist asked if he could wait a little longer, because he wanted to ask something, and the self-proclaimed heir to Olympus standing right in front of him asked him to be faster, because it was ruining his mood. Looking straight at the huge number of corpses lying around, Kai asked if he was afraid that Olympus would be displeased, and Kurt explained that he was not an idiot and was perfectly aware of his actions. Standing right in front of the boy, the son of Zeus declared that he did not regret anything, and the boy was about to ask another question. Remembering their previous battle, the protagonist asked if the boy had forgotten how he had thrown him away with just one blow. With his menacing gaze, the pirate, the self-proclaimed heir to Olympus, thought that of course he hadn't forgotten about it, because it was the first time he lost a fight to a normal player, and last time he had a completely different sword, and the one he had now didn't emit dark energy at all, wondering if he was holding back his power. Taking a step forward, Kurt destroyed the ground under his foot, saying that of course everyone remembered, because he couldn't forget something like that. Immediately after that, the son of Zeus asked to be allowed to ask him a counter question, and slowly approaching his opponent, he asked him if he thought he had changed since then, and Kai noticed that he had lost weight. Hearing this, the self-proclaimed heir to Olympus clenched his hand into a fist, saying that everything was clear with him, and thought that this power, that he definitely had a power that he was trying to hide. Suddenly charging straight at his former ally, Kurt was about to force him to show her to him. A moment later, the two were locked in a fierce battle. After their clash, the area was enveloped in two different energies. The people in the arena covered their faces with their hands, not understanding what was happening, and asked if these two were definitely not rankers. At that moment, Kai enveloped his blade in dark blue energy. He then struck straight at the son of Zeus. As he continued to fight his opponent, the self-proclaimed heir to Olympus stared furiously straight ahead, telling Kai to show him what he could do. Immediately after, Kurt struck him with his fist. Suddenly, the ground beneath the two began to crumble. Then, the energies of the two warriors spread throughout the area again. The entire arena was covered in dust, and only brightly shining yellow lightning could be seen. The warrior fell from exhaustion, saying that he gave up and asked for a stop. Eugene stood right in the middle of the battlefield, shaking from the damage he had received. He gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction, thinking that the finale was still worthy, and he had heard a lot about this Kurt, but he did not think that he was so strong. Holding the blade in his hand with the last of his strength, the Namgun clansman thought that everyone did nothing but call the son of Zeus the hope of this generation, and he even felt the spirit of rivalry between them, but now he did not understand at all how he could surpass someone like him. Watching Kai and the self-proclaimed heir to Olympus fight, Eugene realized that even a crowd of high-level players could not cope with him. Watching how the boy deftly fought off all of his opponent's attacks, the warrior noted that even he had a hard time with him. Seeing how the two met each other again, the Namgun clansman thought that although he was able to defeat the ranker, it was not enough. Suddenly, the protagonist saw someone's fist approaching him from below. It was Kurt, who was attacking him, throwing him back. Landing right on the ground, Kai noticed that he was quite fast. Surprised by how fast his opponent was approaching him, the boy wondered what his agility stats were. A moment later, the two clashed again in battle. Staring menacingly ahead, the son of Zeus thought that he only needed one more blow, when he suddenly noticed that his opponent's hand was right in front of him. A moment later, the boy grabbed his opponent right by the head. Very angry after what happened, the self-proclaimed heir to Olympus called his opponent a bastard. Hearing this, the protagonist only smirked maliciously. At that very moment, a huge explosion occurred right in the battle arena. Immediately after that, Kai enveloped his blade in dark blue energy. Standing right in front of his opponent, the boy noted that he was strong, and Kurt declared that this stub that he called a sword would soon fall apart, and asked what he would fight with next. Taking a fighting stance, the son of Zeus wondered if this was all he could do, and what he had been doing all this time. Then the self-proclaimed heir to Olympus was extremely surprised to notice his blood. Standing right in front of him, the protagonist concluded that he was not a punching bag, while Kurt looked directly at his wound with displeasure. Staring forward with a serious look, Kai thought that his thunderbolts had left no trace on him, and he did not want to admit it, but he was physically superior to him. At that moment, the son of Zeus took a confident step forward, saying that it was enough talking and that he needed to continue, and the boy, hearing him, thought that he doubted that he could surpass his shadow attributes, and declared that he was all ears. Realizing that he needed to break that damn sword, the self-proclaimed heir to Olympus pushed off the ground with his foot with great force. In an instant, he was right next to his opponent, engaging him in combat. Kurt furiously swung his fist to strike. Then he made a huge number of attacks directly at his opponent's weapon. The son of Zeus continued to attack the protagonist's blade. After some time, his weapon began to crack from the strain. After another blow from the self-proclaimed heir to Olympus, Kai's sword broke. Seeing how the boy threw his blade out of his hands, Kurt realized that he had succeeded. At the same time, the protagonist noted that it was impressive, and the son of Zeus looked straight ahead in surprise, thought that he had just broken his copper, and did not understand. For some reason he did not even raise an eyebrow. Suddenly, Kai released his dark energy. Then, with great speed, he approached the self-proclaimed heir to Olympus and was about to strike. After that, the boy attacked with his fist right at Kurt, who only had time to think that his opponent was too fast. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred right in the battle arena. After receiving damage, the son of Zeus was thrown far back. Having completed his attack, the protagonist waved his hand. Looking straight ahead, Kai noted that he seemed to be completely finished. Seeing the half-dead warrior, the boy asked if there was really anyone left, and stated that somehow everything was dragging on for a long time. At that very moment, a notification from the system flashed right in the middle of the huge battle arena. The system window showed the information that the protagonist had become the winner of the Great Mirim tournament. Immediately after that, the huge screens of the system showed Kai's facial expression at that moment. At that time, the boy held a broken sword in his hand, while the system announced that it was a blade forged from various materials and, despite the poor conductivity of mana, could still be used as a piercing weapon. Looking at his destroyed weapon, the protagonist thought that it was a great sword for practicing mana control, and did not think that it would break so soon, because he asked the old man to make it so that it practically did not conduct mana, remembering how Oliver told him that if he wanted to, he would make the most unsuitable sword for mana. Looking at all the opponents he had defeated, lying right on the ground. Kai thought that thanks to this, his shadow attributes were not working at full strength, and he seemed to Kurt to be an equal player, and fooling others is, of course, pleasant. But it is quite late, so he hopes that he did not overdo it with the blows. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a wooden man appeared, who addressed the dear spectators and announced that the winner of the 834th Great Mirim Tournament was Kai. Holding the microphone right up to the boy, the host asked him to tell him what victory tasted like, and he declared that it was interesting to participate. Then the wooden man's voice echoed throughout the huge battle arena, asking if that was all, to which he received a positive answer. A moment later, the host called for the red pill lying in the box and thanked him for such a comment, getting ready to move on to the prize. Handing the protagonist that same red pill, the test host declared that, as they all already knew, the prize for winning the tournament was the Scarlet Elixir, and the Shaolin monks had worked hard to make it for them. Kai looked menacingly to the side, feeling himself overflowing with energy, and therefore it would take a long time to learn everything. Looking straight at the red pill, the boy thought that the next goal was the 20th floor, and there was still so much to do, and for that he needed to raise his stats. At the same time, the system notification window announced the Great Scarlet Elixir, saying that it was a healing ball that the Shaolin monks created once every 3 years, and it was filled with the energy of many secret elements known only to the Shaolin Temple. Right around the battle arena, system screens appeared showing Kai's face, and the host announced that the winner of the 834th Grand Tournament was the protagonist. Then, right down the line, the voice of a wooden man was heard, asking to tell them what victory tasted like, and the boy replied that it was interesting to participate. Hearing this, the test host wondered if this was all, to which he received a positive answer, while the heads of the Mirim clans watched everything that was happening with displeasure. The head of the Chaegao clan looked straight ahead, wondering why Kurt had suddenly decided to help this bastard, and whether Olympus wanted Kai dead. At the same time, the heads of the clans began to laugh and rejoice, saying that the favorite had won after all, and this tournament had turned out to be excellent. Then they declared that Mirimus should have more champions like him, and Fiafan, who was angrily watching everything that was happening, thought that until he appeared, they had done nothing but smear the cult of heavenly demons, and now they were praising their lord, noting that they were all two-faced. Suddenly, Graham walked right up to Sam and asked why he was indulging this evil cult, and Sam asked, just such labels, declaring that they were heavenly demons. With his serious gaze directed forward, the head of the Namgung clan noted that he was not indulging them at all, and moreover, in his intentions to form an alliance, and the head of the Chaegao clan, who heard this, noted that he was talking about this, and wondered how Mirim could be in an alliance with the demon cult. A moment later, Sam, who was standing right in front of him, declared that anything was better than allying with Olympus, which greatly surprised him. Releasing his turquoise energy outward, the head of the Namgung clan explained that Mirim's affairs should only be in the power of Mirim, and no one else. He then asked if he had really intended to sell them to Olympus for a long time, which made the others talk about it, while the head of the Chaegao clan was very angry at everything that was happening. A moment later, he tried to explain that he did not want this at all, and Sam, who was releasing his energy outward, declared that he had defamed his name. Hearing this, the head of the clan looked back in fear. Behind him, he saw his allies, who were now not going to help them at all, and he understood that his opponent knew everything from the very beginning. The heads of the other clans looked at him with disdain, while Graham thought that he was only waiting for the right moment, kept his mouth shut, until he noticed this damn cult behind his back. As if trembling with discontent, the head of the Chaegao clan understood that they were left in the minority, and now it would not be difficult for him to seize power. Seeing a malicious grin right on Fiafan's face, he thought that this was really the end. Abruptly turning his back to him, the Greek did not understand how he, the commander of the Mirim troops, could allow this, and I say that it really seems to be the end. At that very moment, the head of the demonic clan, standing right in the middle of the room, declared that before leaving them to sort out their family feuds, he asked to be allowed to ask one question. The old man in the red robe looked ahead with a fierce gaze and asked which one of them was Jerry. Immediately after that, everyone looked at the man in the blue robe. He looked straight ahead with fear on his face, realizing that this was his name. The story then moves forward to a few days later, to the Namgung clan's training area, located in the middle of the mountains. Right in the mountain, there was a huge door leading to an unknown place. There was a cave, in the middle of which stood Kai. The boy looked around, thinking that such a training ground was not easy to get, and he was lucky, because he did not even know how many points he would have to spend to rent it, and he remembered Eugene's words, who said that this was only a small part of what the clan was willing to provide for the champions of the Great Mirim Tournament, and therefore they should not be considered so stingy. Walking slowly forward, the protagonist reasoned that when he first entered the tower, his goal was to become a ranker of the Namgung clan, and they were too great in his eyes. Sitting in the lotus position in the middle of the cave, the organist took out a pill and thought that now he saw that this was not true at all, while the system announced the Great Scarlet Elixir and level 99 shadow skills. Staring forward with a serious gaze, Kai thought that there was very little left until level 100, and the higher it was, the harder it was to gain, and he was told that this would be the case. But the power of the Great Scarlet Elixir largely depended on who uses it. Holding the red pill in his hand and recalling everything that happened earlier, the boy reasoned that Murim had been buzzing his ears about key energy and breathing practices. But all this was useless, because the main thing was concentration. Sitting right in the middle of the cave, the protagonist realized that the main thing was how much mana he could concentrate in his body, and that was the main obstacle. A moment later, Kai swallowed the pill. Immediately after that, a huge amount of surrounding energy was directed towards him. Clenching his hand into a fist from the tension, the boy felt the purest streams of mana flowing through him. Lowering his head down, the protagonist understood that controlling them was a very difficult task. Accumulating all the surrounding energy in his body, Kai thought that they were somehow subdued by him thanks to the skill of a mana master, but this, alas, was not enough. Suddenly noticing an even greater amount of energy around, the boy was very surprised. Closing his eyes, the protagonist reasoned that he thought the chances of leveling up were 50-50, but it seemed that the chance of failure was much higher. A huge amount of sweat was dripping from Kai's face, while the system announced that the level of shadow skills was 99. Suddenly, the story's narrative was transferred directly to the 20th floor, to the Kingdom of the Seas, Portugal, where someone struck their axe directly on the ground. All the events took place on one of the 12 islands of Portugal, where some people surrounded their victims, who asked to let them go and asked what they did, receiving the answer that they were crying like worthless children, wondering if all giants were really such cowards like them. Then the bandits declared that by human standards they were about 10 years old, they were already 4 meters tall, and asked how they were going to hide at such a growth rate, and the representatives of the other race who heard this were very scared. The leader of the bandits grinned maliciously, noting that they should have hidden under the Asgardian skirts when they had the chance instead of joining the demons, while his ally asked them to start talking already, and they asked what they needed to ask. Then at the same moment, glaring straight ahead, the member of the Crimson Wolf Guild Harvey asked where the Stone of All Seas was. Imagining in his mind the stone surrounded by blue energy, located right above the huge city, he thought that the Kingdom of Portugal had long known the enchanting legend of the Stone of All Seas, the owner of which becomes the god of all waters. Standing right in front of the invaders, the giant declared that it was just a legend, and they said that, of course, it is so, but some rumors go away. The bandit drew his blade and claimed that the stone was hidden by the Titans, not really knowing whether to believe it, since these rumors were coming from Olympus, and therefore they had better answer him instead of making up excuses, to which the representative of the other race claimed that they themselves knew how Olympus treated them, and they were simply slandering. Coming right up to the Titan, Harvey pointed his sword at him, claiming that soon there would be a couple less giants on the 20th floor, and this floor was under the power of Olympus, so they would be very happy. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the member of the Crimson Wolf Guild ordered them to tell where the stones were, or they would kill them, when suddenly someone said that evil, as he saw it, never sleeps. At that moment, all the bandits looked straight at the stranger who was approaching them. Harvey looked back with displeasure, and asked who this freak was and whether he had decided to become a hero. Seeing who it was, the member of the Crimson Wolf Guild was very dumbfounded, recognizing him. It was Kai, who was slowly approaching the guys. Closing his eyes, the boy used the smoldering gaze skill, and the system notified that combat intuition was activated and premonition was increased by 10%. Then the protagonist continued to concentrate internal energy in himself, and the system notified that premonition was increased by as much as 25%. Kai remembered how he concentrated external energy in himself, sitting in a cave, and thought that he had never felt such rapid flows of mana, and after all, there was no way to reduce the speed of absorption. Realizing that this power would become his, the boy continued to absorb energy, and the system changed that the shadow attributes were increased by 1, and the day level in their attributes reached 100, so the innate skill was awakened from reaching the maximum level. Looking furiously straight ahead, the protagonist received notifications from the system that the premonition was increased first by 30, and then by as much as 50%. A moment later, the system notified that the sensory field skill was activated, and now he saw all the information about objects and living beings within 50 meters, while Kai saw everything around as if in a matrix. At this time, the bandits, seeing their opponent, were sure that this was the same person who became the champion of the Marima tournament. When they called Kai's name, the giants they captured were very surprised. Taking out his blade, the boy asked that they really thought that he would play the hero. A moment later, the protagonist rushed forward, jumping from his place. He quickly headed towards his opponents, declaring that he would show who was acting like what. At this time, the system notification window notified about the sensory field, saying that it was one of the high-ranking abilities comparable to the golden smoldering gaze, and also it was Kai's innate skill before he moved to the past. This ends the first season of this manhwa. Kai stared straight ahead with fury. A moment later, he pushed off the ground with great force. At the same time, the boy rushed straight towards his opponents, who were very surprised. Noticing the approach of his opponent, the warrior raised his battle axe. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared right in front of him. Seeing this, the bandit was very scared and did not understand why he was so strong. Pulling his huge battle axe back, the man stated that he did not know what clan he represented, but he would be in big trouble, asking who he was and did he really not know the rules. Suddenly, their leader put his hand forward, saying that he recognized him. Stopping his fighters, Harvey asked that he really was that same Kai. Grinning maliciously, the member of the Crimson Wolf Guild noted that the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Cult himself had come to them. At this time, Woody and Nika were looking straight ahead in surprise, when suddenly the guy asked if this was really the protagonist. At that moment, the bandits began to laugh, saying that this was the same man who had never risen above the 20th floor, and that they were not the pathetic scum he had dealt with before, so they would not allow themselves to be treated like this, when suddenly their leader stopped them. Standing right next to his ally, Harvey declared that this could be a trap, and he was certainly not alone. Gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction after hearing this, the man noted that these titanic offspring seemed to have gotten lucky this time. Looking straight at the real Kai in front, the member of the Crimson Wolf Guild thought that he was very lucky to have stumbled upon him, and Olympus had been sharpening its teeth on him for a long time. Grinning maliciously, Harvey thought that he needed to urgently inform everyone on the 20th floor. The story continued to take place right in the depths of the forest. When everyone left, the Titans bowed to their savior and thanked him for standing up for them. Suddenly looking straight at the giants, Kai noted that they were Titans, albeit young, and could not cope with them themselves, asking why they did not answer them. His father, having heard this, was very wary. With his menacing look forward after hearing what Woody noted that he seemed to know a lot about the Titans, and was interested in who was behind him, Asgard or Olympus. Then Nika tried to stop her brother, saying that he saved them, and he, waving his hand, explained that he was a man and would never help them for nothing, so he definitely needed something, when suddenly the boy said that this was really so. Hearing his words, the giant declared that he had said so, and that he was probably also looking for the Stone of All Seas, because they, the little people, were all the same, and they only needed one thing, repeating that they had already said that they did not have it, while the protagonist silently looked straight ahead. Then he seemed to say that it was enough to believe in fairy tales, and Kai, standing right in front of him, suddenly declared that he knew that they did not have the stone, and was looking for a certain Titan. When the boy said Edward's name, the giant suddenly became wary, and he added that, as far as he knew, he was an elder. Clenching his hand into a fist after hearing this, the Titan boy explained that the elder did not receive guests, especially people, and explained that it was better for him to leave in good health, before he was thrown out of this floor, and asked to tell his friends the same. Calmly looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that the Titans were endowed with enormous power, and even the youngest of them were many times stronger than humans. Looking at the clearly unfriendly, Kai thought that they would easily fight back against those bandits, but they did not want to decide to turn the other cheek and reignite the conflict between the Titans and humans, because there were so few of them left. Reasoning that they were so small, and their character was harsher than many, the boy watched as Woody tried to break free from his sister's grip, and she asked her brother to calm down. A moment later, the Titan boy was very surprised to see a magic stone in his sister's hands, and asked why she was contacting the elder, and she answered that this man saved them, so at least they should report him. Turning around sharply, Nika asked for forgiveness, getting ready to announce something. Holding the magic stone right in front of her, the Titan girl explained that it was up to him to decide whether or not to see the elder. At the same time, Kai was looking straight ahead with a serious expression. His stern gaze was visible through the magic stone. Someone was pushing off the ground with great force. These were the Titans riding right on top of the wolves. Turning around, Woody noted that he couldn't understand. Looking straight at Kai, who was riding on top of the wolf with him, the Titan boy wondered why the crack had suddenly decided to meet him. Nika, riding right next to him on the wolf, assumed that this person must be a druid or it was illusionary magic, asking how he could tame wild wolves so easily, while memories of the protagonist doing it popped up in Woody's head. The Titan girl smiled and noted that this man was not an ordinary person, and at least at the great tournament of Murim he showed himself to be the best, and her brother declared that he did not like him, and he was not even a ranker, so he hoped that the elder knew what he was doing. Then Woody turned his head to the side with displeasure. Continuing to move forward rapidly riding the wild wolf, Nika asked her brother to stop grumbling and not even think about attacking him again, and he replied that he did not intend to at all. Then the wild wolves with great force again pushed off right from the ground. A moment later, the animals jumped right over the cliff. Immediately after that, the wolves landed on the ground, continuing to run forward. After some time, they stopped, and the boys immediately got off the wolves. Suddenly, it seemed like he was very scared, asking the wolf for him, "They are food," watching the beast lick Kai. Looking away sharply, the boy heard the Titan's words. The protagonist saw the great tree right in front of him, and Woody was explaining that they were there. Looking straight ahead, the Titan boy asked that it was really impressive, because such a tree could not be taken by wind, or an axe, or even fire. The protagonist continued to look straight ahead, while Woody explained that there was no better shelter in the whole world, as their elders said, and doubting their words was simply stupid. At that very moment, memories of this tree surrounded by flames appeared in Kai's head, and he thought that the fact that fire could not take it was a complete lie, because before his reincarnation, this tree was burned to the ground during the second Gigantomachy. Looking at the boy standing above, Woody asked why he stopped there and asked him to go down, and he was going to do so. The Titan boy noted that he should watch his step, because if he stumbled, he might think he was a corpse. Then he said that they needed to follow them, and the boys began to walk near the tree. A moment later, they found themselves right in the giant's village, which was surrounded by a barrier. The Titans looked straight ahead in surprise and could not believe that this was a man. They all looked straight ahead at the sister and brother, who were leading a stranger through their village, and asked if they had really brought a guest, saying that it could not be that it was a man. Looking sharply at Kai, who was walking behind him, Nika declared that they did not need to listen to them, because he was their elder's guest, so he could not worry, and they would not touch him there. Then they approached the stairs that led straight to the house on the hill. After some time, the giants led the guests straight to the very house on the top. Looking straight ahead, Woody asked the elder if he was there. At that moment, the door to the hut opened slightly, and an unknown voice told him to come in. Seeing the doors swing open completely, Kai thought that they would finally meet. Slowly climbing the stairs, the boy thought that he was a ranker who had reached the highest level even before the Gigantomachy. Seriously looking straight ahead, the protagonist reasoned that he was a living legend among all the Titans. At that moment, the oldest of the Titans, Edward, stroking a small wolf cub, greeted the man. The voice of the Titan, who was happy to meet a man, was heard right through the hut. The elder of the Titans, Edward, stroked the wolf cub, saying all this. Sitting on his chair, the elder of the giants asked to let him know his name again, because over the years his memory began to fail him, and Kai, standing in front, said his name. As he imagined Oliver, Edward noted that he had heard a lot about him, since the little blacksmith had talked about him a lot, while the boy looked straight ahead with displeasure. Continuing to pet the little wolf cub, the elder of the giants asked him that he was waging a war with Olympus, and noted that this said a lot, since he was a person who was not a ranker, having only reached the 20th floor. Directing his serious gaze forward, Edward concluded that there was little courage in this, and only recklessness. Releasing his inner energy, the elder giant explained that if he valued his life, he should stop getting in their way, because for Olympus he was just a bug that they could crush with one blow. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that everyone knew Elder Edward as a peacemaker. Grinning maliciously, Kai suddenly declared that in fact he was just a coward. Hearing his words, Edward looked straight at him with displeasure. Releasing a huge amount of his own energy, the elder giant asked the man to watch his language. At that moment, the boy slammed right into the floor, saying that he knew perfectly well that Olympus was preparing to begin the Gigantomachy again. Confidently standing straight in place, the protagonist asked if he was really going to sit and watch his race being exterminated. Looking straight ahead seriously, Edward thought that his mana had not touched him. Looking straight at Kai, the elder giant thought that there was not a drop of fear in his eyes. Looking intently straight into the eyes of the boy, Edward realized that he had no lack of determination. Continuing to sit on his chair, the elder giant noted that he really was fearless, as they say about him, and the protagonist, who heard this, only remained silent. Kai stood still, thinking that the level of his opponent's mana was impressive, until Edward suddenly declared that he was right, and their end was approaching at a rapid pace, and also it was not a matter of hundreds of years or even decades, so tomorrow the Titans may no longer exist. Continuing to stroke the little wolf cub, the elder giant said that Oliver told him that he was looking for the stone of all the seas, and regretted it, because the rumors were false, and they did not have it. Then he added that he would tell him where to find it, and Kai, who suddenly raised his head, asked why he needed to help with this. Looking straight ahead with a serious expression, Edward explained that there were two reasons for that. Firstly, he was absolutely sure that he was not on the side of Olympus, and there was no point in not trusting Oliver's words. Staring forward with a menacing gaze, the elder of the giants was about to tell about the second reason. Hearing this, the boy became wary, getting ready to listen to him. The protagonist was trembling with fear, standing right in front of the strongest creature. Suddenly, the narrative of the story shifts to the stairs leading directly to the elder's hut. Kai was going down them, leaving the house. Looking at his hand, the boy wondered why he suddenly decided this, and was it because of Steve? At that moment, memories appeared in the protagonist's head, while he was looking at his hand, that Edward was telling that secondly, he is the strongest of the players of this era. Slowly walking forward, Kai thought that he didn't know what Oliver had said about him, but his opinion of him was too high. In terms of running right on the tree, the boy assumed that perhaps Edward was just checking if he was worthy of the legendary stone of all the seas. Suddenly landing right on the ground, the protagonist understood that one way or another, he now knew how to get it. Then Kai looked menacingly straight ahead. Being right on the great tree, the boy noticed that it was simply huge. Imagining Archie jumping right on its branches, the protagonist thought, what can we say about him? because even the Monkey King with his staff would have a hard time moving along it, and there was no way out. Realizing that he needed to squeeze everything out of himself, Kai summoned clots of purple energy. A moment later, a huge number of balls of flame were pushed right above his head. The boy concentrated, closed his eyes, and reasoned that the divine flame cannot be used, because the slightest miscalculation, and it will burn everything around. Realizing that it seems he will have to do without it, the protagonist abruptly opened his eyes, while the system notified that the fiery eyes were paving the way and the sensory field was activated. At the same moment, Kai captured each purple flame with his vision, and the system notified that information was received about living beings in the joy of 50 meters. When the system notified that attentiveness was increased by 50%, the boy carefully examined the clots of purple energy. A moment later, the purple flame rushed straight towards him. Deftly running forward, the protagonist managed to dodge. He ran away at great speed right from the clots of purple energy that were trying to catch up with him. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, Kai thought that he used two high-level abilities at the same time. Pushing off the tree with his hand, the boy noticed that his head was spinning. Then he quickly jumped back, dodging the purple flame. Suddenly, a clot of purple energy appeared right above his head. A moment later, it rushed straight towards him, destroying everything in its path. At the last moment, Kai managed to jump away from that place. Sitting right on the branch of a huge tree, the boy noticed that it was close. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist reasoned that after he combined the sensory field and the smoldering gaze, everything seemed very clear, and, as expected, these skills combined perfectly with each other. Kai thought that the problem was only that with such heightened perception, the load on thought processes increased, and he needed to get used to it, when suddenly someone appeared behind him, asking what he forgot there. It was the Titan Christopher, who looked at the man with displeasure, calling him a pathetic bug. Blocking the boy's path, Christopher stated that, according to rumors, he was not short of strength, but he still did not believe what they were saying about him. At that moment, another Titan asked his kinsman to stop, because he was invited by the elder himself, and he himself saw that Woody brought him to them, to which he asked what difference it made, because people were their enemies, while the protagonist menacingly looked straight ahead, thinking that he was called a bug. Suddenly, the narrative of the story is transferred to a hut where a blue fire was burning. Edward sat on his chair, hearing his kinsman say that people were their enemies. The elder of the giants closed his eyes and concentrated on these words. At that moment, an introduction about a huge number of corpses surrounded by water arose in his head. Standing right in front of a huge wave approaching him, Edward cursed the damn Olympians. The elder of the giants looked straight ahead in shock while his kin spoke, getting ready, because another tsunami was approaching them. Seeing an unknown silhouette right above the wave, the Titan declared that the god of the seas had finally appeared to them. At that moment, the deity looked menacingly straight ahead. After all that, Edward's hand began to shake. A moment later he was back in reality. The elder of the giants stroked the little wolf, telling him not to worry, because everything was fine now, and thought that he no longer knew how many times he had this dream, and this child brought obsessive memories with him. Standing up straight from his chair, Edward thought about Olympus and Kai. Suddenly, the words of the giant rushed through the doors of the house that they needed to quickly go there, and there was a fight, and his kin asked who was fighting. In response, the Titan said that Christopher and Kai would fight there, and Edward, who heard this, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Looking straight ahead menacingly, the elder of the giants thought that this time everything would go completely differently than he planned. Immediately after this story, the story is transferred directly to the Great Drell. Some silhouettes were visible on one of its branches. The boy grabbed his opponent's fist with his hand, while Edward was thinking about the god of the seas. While he was thinking about Poseidon, the protagonist looked menacingly straight at Christopher, who tried to attack him. Christopher concluded that people were their enemies, and struck with his fist, which Kai blocked with his hand. The guys were right on one of the branches of the great tree. Seeing that he failed to strike, the Titan was very dumbfounded. At this time, the boy looked menacingly straight at him. Suddenly, the protagonist grinned sarcastically. Christopher looked straight at him with displeasure, calling him a freak. When he asked why he was even smiling, Kai squeezed his fist with great force. A moment later, the boy twisted his opponent's fist, and he screamed in pain. Immediately after that, the Titan asked him who he thought he was, being a pathetic insect, and the protagonist, hearing this, grabbed his opponent even tighter. Kai then threw Christopher aside, and the other Titans, watching all this, could not believe that he was able to knock him down. Looking straight at the giants trembling with fear, the boy asked why there were so few of them, and asked to call the rest. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the protagonist declared that if they wanted a fight, then they would get it. Swiftly walking forward, the giant asked how many of his kin were there. Woody stared straight ahead in shock as one giant asked him if he could even defeat Vulcan and Tulker, and another asked him how no matter how strong he was, how could so many Titans not defeat one person? At that moment, Kai grabbed his opponent by his clothes with great force. He then turned around abruptly. Immediately after that, the boy threw his opponent over himself with great force. Trembling from fatigue after the damage he had received, The red-haired titan was very angry. At that moment, the protagonist abruptly pressed him with his hand right against the tree, while the system notified that he could feel the giant's power filling his hand. A moment later, the system notified that partial gigantomachy had been activated, when suddenly Kai grabbed the red-haired titan with great force. Looking straight ahead with fury, the boy explained that he had asked them not to chip in one by one, but to attack him all at once, and asked if they were deaf. At that moment, the giants around him were very dumbfounded and could not say anything in response. Gritting his teeth in displeasure after hearing this, Woody told his sister that he knew she had asked him not to touch her, but she should just watch what was going on. Then he said that since she wanted to show them respect so much, he offered to come out and give him an equal fight, while Nika silently looked away. At that moment, Kai raised his hand. Suddenly raising his head, looking forward, the boy thought that he did not even know such a tribe existed, when he heard the conversation of other giants, who said that these two had come, and he would now clash with the descendants of the Titans who waged war with the gods. Looking straight at his seriously determined sister and brother, the protagonist hoped that they would not disappoint him. Woody waved his arms, declaring that they were itching to see what Kai was capable of, and Kai, standing right in front of the boys, noted that the feeling was mutual. Looking straight ahead, Kai doubted that he would last long. With a look full of self-confidence, Woody noted that he certainly had guts. A moment later, the Titan soared into the air above his opponents, while the system notified that the boy was activating his fiery eye. Then the protagonist used the sensory field, which the system notified, and saw Woody's fist approaching. Kai quickly stepped aside, dodging the enemy's attacks. Noticing this, the giant pushed off right from the tree branch, preparing to deliver another attack. Immediately after that, Woody would strike with his leg, which the boy would parry. Looking at his shaking hand after the damage he had received, the protagonist thought that he had never thought he was that fast. With a wave of his hand, the giant signaled his sister, who suddenly appeared right behind Kai. A moment later, Nika would strike with her fist right at the boy, who would block it with his blade. After receiving damage, the protagonist would jump back. Looking fearfully straight ahead, Kai realized that it would be difficult to fight them without using mana, but since he was going to train, he would definitely hone the necessary skills on them. Then the boy would sharply dodge right from Woody's lunge. Grinning maliciously, the giant asked that he now understood why he never was rude to his sister. When he said that it was because she was many times stronger than him, two boys from different sides headed straight towards the protagonist. In a moment, they were already very close to Kai. At that moment, a huge explosion occurred right on the branch of the great tree. Looking directly at the empty space where the boy had just been, the Titans were very surprised. They did not understand where he had gone, and while the protagonist soared above them in the air. At that moment, on his feet were the sandals of Hermes, the lost sandals of the god, filled with his power, which gives a double jump. Remembering the events of the past when passing the tower, Kai thought that he bought these sandals in the shop on the 11th floor, and he had already used the double jump. Thinking that there was only one ability left, the boy activated the heavenly step and rushed down with great speed. Immediately after that, the protagonist struck Nika directly in the hand, which greatly surprised her brother. Woody screamed his sister's name, while she was stunned by the one she had received earlier. Suddenly attacking Kai, the giant asked him how dare he, and he quickly jumped back. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, Woody called him a cowardly bastard and told his sister to attack from both sides, and she immediately accepted his order. Then the two pursued the protagonist at great speed along his entire route. The giants there were very scared and ran to the sides, while the fighting guys ran between them. At some point, the giants managed to end up on both sides of Kai. Then they made their attacks, and the boy suddenly jumped up, dodging them. The protagonist flew to the side, while they made an attack into nowhere. Breathing heavily, Woody noted that he was already tired of always hanging in the air, because no matter how hard he tried, they always go to the side, and Nika said that whatever they did, it was all in vain, and it seemed to her that he could foresee their attacks. Digging his hand right into the branch of the great tree, the giant wondered why he didn't attack them himself, and whether he was hatching some kind of plan. Realizing that he didn't want to dance to his tune, Woody saw Kai coming down. Thinking that it looked like the rules of the duel would have to be broken, he suddenly rushed forward, and Nika, who saw this, tried to stop her brother. The boy, standing in place, noted that he was not even a ranker, and could not believe that he would really have to use mana. At that moment, the protagonist looked menacingly straight ahead, thinking that the next attack would be many times stronger, and the system notified that the fiery eyes had been activated. Looking straight at the giant, who was gathering a huge amount of internal energy in his fist, Kai understood that without using mana, his attack would be difficult to stop. Looking straight ahead with a menacing gaze, Kai thought that he wasn't even a ranker, and wondered if he would have to use mana since the next attack would be much stronger, while the system promised that the skill flame eyes would calculate the paths. Looking straight at Woody, who was about to deliver his strongest blow, the boy realized that without using mana, it would be difficult to stop it, and so he would have to take the blow. Looking straight at the giant, who was gathering a huge amount of energy inside himself, The protagonist realized that he just needed to find time to attack, while the system promised that the skill Flame Eyes would calculate the path. Kai continued to simply look straight ahead, using his skill, which continued to calculate the path, while the giant was already approaching him in a fist. Looking straight ahead with displeasure, the boy realized that this was a hurricane of mana. A moment later, the protagonist took the enemy's blow straight at himself. Seeing this, Woody was very dumbfounded. A moment later, the giant was biting his lip in dissatisfaction with everything that had happened. Feeling his opponent's blade on his shoulder, Woody asked if he really had gone straight for his blow, and noted that he was even crazier than expected. Grinning maliciously, Kai explained that this was just the way he was. At this time, the Titans watching the battle from the side were very surprised and did not understand what had happened. Nika looked straight ahead in shock, thinking that her brother had put all his strength into this blow, and he had simply gone ahead. At that moment, the boy, waving his hand, noted that at least they were worth something. Being right in front of his opponents, the protagonist declared that this was still not enough. Looking straight at him, Woody could not believe that he had been rated so low, and was going to take revenge tomorrow. He thought that then he would definitely win. The giant suddenly smiled widely. Thinking that he could defeat him, Woody thanked him for the battle and shook Kai's hand. Immediately after this story, we are transferred to a small island in the middle of the great tree. Woody was looking straight ahead with a menacing look. At the same time, he was furiously biting off a piece of meat. The events of the story are transferred to 10 days later, when Kai was sitting at the table with the other Titans. The boy was looking at the huge piece of meat on his plate, when suddenly the giant slammed his hand right on the table, declaring that after the meal they would have a fight and that today the victory would definitely be his. Menacingly looking straight ahead, Woody told the others to finish eating faster too, because they were only wasting their time, while another of his relatives thought that if he ate quickly, he would get indigestion, and the boy asked him to stop, because he did not want to fight today. Then, a disgruntled giant's voice came straight from the hut, and the protagonist explained that tomorrow he was going to the 20th floor tests, so he needed to save his strength. In response to this, Vidi said that nothing could be done now, and Nika, sharply looking away, thought that when she and her brother first fought against him, she was sure that if they tried, they would definitely win. Remembering their battles against Kai, the Titan girl reasoned that even the 5 of them could not oppose him, and even though they were young, defeating 5 giants in a couple of minutes was too much, so she could not even imagine how strong he was using mana. Noticing Nika's incomprehensible behavior, the boy asked what was wrong with her, and she apologized and explained that she remembered their fight. Then she noted that he had become noticeably stronger over these 10 days, and the protagonist, closing his eyes, asked if this was really so, and explained that, in his opinion, nothing had changed. Sitting at the table with the giants, Kai stated that he had not yet tried out the new skills, which greatly surprised Nika, and Woody, sitting directly opposite him, recalled that he had said that he was looking for the Stone of All the Seas, and asked whether he would return to them after the test or would go higher. In response to this, the boy stated that the stone would come first, and only then would they go to the next floor, and the Titan guy, who was looking menacingly straight ahead after hearing this, was interested in the fact that he had said that the tests were tomorrow, and whether he would have time to find this stone. Suddenly, his relative sitting next to him suggested that the stone was somehow connected with the test. Then he stated that this meant that the elder didn't know where it was, and the protagonist, waving his hand, explained that not only Edward knew about the stone, but all the divine giants did. Looking at Woody, sitting in front of him, Kai noted that they were their descendants, and his father probably also knew about the stone, he just didn't tell. Seriously looking straight ahead, the giant guy asked if he was really that important, which he immediately received a positive answer. Hearing this, Woody asked if they really should have found him and kept him, as everyone thought, and why the elder told him about him, and the boy nodded and answered that he did not know. Staring seriously ahead, the protagonist stated that he said that he was the strongest player. Throwing a bitten piece of meat right on the table, the Titan could not believe what he heard and wondered why the elder did this, and why he was silent all this time. Christopher gritted his teeth in displeasure, declaring that he understood perfectly well how much they suffered, and all because of this damn legend. Nika, looking straight at him, tried to calm her fellow, and he declared that he was telling the truth, asking how many times people attacked them, and once he was almost killed. Pointing his hand directly at the other giants, Christopher explained that he was not the only one who suffered because of this, and each of them went through this. Then the giant wondered if this stone was more important than them, and stated that he risked his life every time he left the settlement, and hid, tried not to be seen, and also could not even answer when he was stabbed with a sword, while Nika listened attentively. Staring ahead with displeasure, Christopher did not understand why the elder thought that this stone was more important, to which Kai suddenly replied that he did the right thing. Hearing this, the Titan became even more angry. Lowering his head down, the boy explained that if the stone was kept in the settlement, they would all be dead long ago. Then the boy added that it was the secret that saved them from complete extermination, and Christopher, hearing this, slammed his fist right on the table, calling him a beast. Swinging his arm to strike, the Titan asked who he thought he was to say such a thing. Deftly stepping aside, Kai dodged Christopher's attack. Then he grabbed the Titan right by the arm with great force. Immediately after that, the boy slammed him right against the table. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, Christopher asked to let him go, and the protagonist explained that he should understand that Edward was protecting them. With a look full of seriousness, Kai asked to stop blaming him, because he did not tell about the stone, so that they would not blabber anything. Taking his arm right away from the Titan, the boy asked him to understand this. After everything that happened, Christopher suddenly screamed, falling right to the ground. Then Nika said that he was leaving, and the giant with red hair asked Christopher to calm down and held him, explaining that he was already getting it from him all these days, so he would not be able to win, and his kinsman explained that he was going to the elder anyway to get an explanation. Suddenly Woody stood right in front of him and asked him to calm down, explaining that maybe he had acted rashly, but tomorrow everything would fall into place, so stop clogging your brain. Seriously looking straight ahead, the giant guy wondered if the elder really hid all this from them, and what he told him. Immediately after that, the narrative of the story moves straight to the Titan's hut. Kai put his hand right on the soft bed. A moment later, the boy lay down on it and sighed with relief. Holding his head, the protagonist thought that he had been using fiery eyes and a sensory field for 10 days in a row, and his head was already splitting from it, so he needed to get a good night's sleep before the test. Suddenly he noticed that something was wrong with his hand. Seeing the black energy gathering around his hand, Kai reasoned that Steve was continuing to emit mana, and it must be because of the weapon that Poseidon possessed. Thinking that the stone of all seas was part of his trident, the boy imagined this stone emitting blue energy in his mind. Looking straight at his hand, shrouded in dark mana, the protagonist reasoned that Steve was emitting mana more and more ever since he climbed to this floor, and the stone had the same energy as the glove, namely the energy of the dark crystal, and wondered if they were reacting to each other like this. Looking straight ahead, Kai thought that if they had the same nature, then it was no wonder. If his guess was correct, then he could use the glove as a radar, and said that Steve would be the key to the solution. Closing his eyes, the boy realized that he only needed to figure out how to master it and take control of the mana flow. While the black energy flew around him, the protagonist reasoned that he felt Steve yearning to find the missing part of himself. Clenching his hand into a fist, Kai asked the eye to come to him. In a moment, everything around was enveloped in divine flames that fed Steve, which the system notified, and the boy watching this realized that he would achieve his goal and do it in such a way that Oliver would dance with delight. Looking straight ahead, Kai said that he had enough sleep. Then he asked the eye to come to him, when suddenly Steve appeared right in front of him. Looking straight at Steve, who appeared in front, Kai asked to stop sleeping and come to him. At that moment, the eye slowly opened and said absolutely nothing. Suddenly, the narrative of the story is transferred directly to a huge island in the middle of the sea. This was the testing area of the 20th floor, Triton Island, which consisted of a huge amount of rocks. There were also wild animals right on this island. When Kai found himself there with the giants, he stated that there were quite a lot of monsters for such a small space, and it was very similar to the training island, asking if they were inspired by it when they created Triton. At that moment, Nika looked at her brother, asking if he remembered how he almost got eaten by a chimera, and he suddenly became embarrassed after hearing this. Immediately after, Woody explained that, well, as their elder asked, they walked him to the testing area and asked what the point was, since there was nothing dangerous for him there, and the boy sighed heavily, explaining that he didn't even know, since it wasn't like a normal exam. Looking straight at him, Nika said that even their rankers were looking at this island with apprehension, and they believed that this place could turn into a real battlefield, and the people standing nearby noted that the tests would be much larger than usual. Remembering his conversation with Edward, the protagonist reflected that he had kept the secret of the Stone of All Seas for a long time. He understood his caution, because since the time of the Gigantomachy, the Titans have had to hide in the shadows. Imagining the ancient Greek pantheon in his head, Kai reasoned that now he had revealed his cards, Olympus would find out about it sooner or later, and the giants were now under attack, so he could not let them down, and was obliged to find the stone. When the system announced that the tests of the 20th floor would begin in 10 minutes, the boy left the guys, explaining that it was time for him to go, and asked them to take care of themselves. Looking back, the protagonist stated that new times had come for the giants, since Edward had allowed them to leave the forest, and they should let him down. Woody nodded approvingly, stating that they would definitely try, and he knew how long he had been waiting for this. Suddenly, a huge number of people appeared right behind the Titans while the giant guy wished Kai luck, saying that they believed in him. The man with the eye patch turned around, telling his subordinates to grab him, because they can't let him get to the test. Looking straight ahead with a furious look, the warrior declared that the giants don't need to worry, because they won't do anything to them. At that moment, Woody hit him directly with his knee. The damage caused the man to fly straight into a rock. Looking straight ahead, the man with the eye patch asked if they were tired of living, and the giant strangled him with his hand, saying that this doesn't apply to them anymore. Immediately after, Nika destroyed another person, surprising everyone around her. She then looked straight at her bloody fist. At that moment, the giant girl directed her menacing gaze forward. Looking straight at her in fear, the man with the eye patch did not understand where she got such a cold look from, why they suddenly changed so much, while Woody, holding him by the throat, informed him that now they will fight. Grinning maliciously, the giant guy declared that he was unlucky to fall into their hands. At the same moment, there were people right on top of the high cliff. Holding a magic communication ball in his hand, the unknown people said that it meant that Kai sided with the Titans. It was the examiner of the 20th floor test, Theseus, who menacingly looked straight ahead and asked his subordinate what a certain Harvey from the Red Wolf Guild told him about this, and he explained that everything was so, and in addition to this, they learned that the Titans accompanied Kai to the island and protected him. Looking away after hearing this, the examiner of the 20th floor trial noted that no matter how scumbag the Red Wolves were, Kai was too much for them, and he had slapped his Olympus for the second time. Still standing upright on the high cliff, Theseus said that his people would take care of him, and he would not make it to the trial site, and while the players and the distributor were busy with the trial, they would take care of Kai, and Kevin, who was standing next to him, told the master that he would do whatever he wanted. Right behind him, the guy with white hair noted that it was still strange that the giants were helping him, because after the Gigantomachy, they should despise humans, and asked if everything could have changed just because Kai stood up for them. Looking straight ahead, the guy with blue hair said that no one knew, and thought that the giants were hiding the stone of all seas. He remembered bowing down right before Poseidon, who appointed him as the examiner of the 20th floor and asked him to find the stone to recognize him as his son. Imagining the image of the deity in his head, Theseus doubted that his father's information was false, and considering how he was obsessed with stones, he even went against Zeus's will. Visualizing Kai fighting alongside the giants guarding the magical stone, the examiner of the 20th floor's trial mused that Kai was a man who sided with the giant, and as soon as he appeared, the Titans decided to leave their forest, wondering if he had something to do with the stone. Still standing in his place, the blue-haired boy realized that there could be no other reason for such an alliance. With his menacing gaze directed forward, Theseus heard the words of his subordinate, who was saying that he was asking for forgiveness, but they were unable to stop Kai. Hearing this, the examiner of the 20th floor test took a confident step forward. Standing right on the high cliff, the son of Poseidon saw a notification from the system that the 20th floor test was starting. Kai, looking menacingly straight ahead, thought that there were obstacles along the way, but he still managed to get there in time and was sure that the giants would cope with them, because they had endured for so many years and could finally fight back. Looking straight at the raging waves, the boy received notifications from the system that there were many sea creatures on the island, and by killing them, he earned sea hearts, and depending on the number of hearts earned, he would be awarded additional points, which must be done within 12 hours. Standing right on the edge of the cliff, the protagonist thought that the tests were similar to Capture the Flag, which was on the 11th floor, and except that the number of people who can pass it is not limited, so many are sure that with a team they will easily move to the 21st floor. Coming closer and closer to the cliff, Kai noticed that he even felt a little offended for them. Suddenly jumping down, the boy realized that no one else would pass this test. Then the protagonist dove straight into the water. Kai swam forward, remembering Edward's words that Oliver told him that he was looking for the stone of all seas, and alas, all the rumors were false, and they did not have it. Fixing his menacing gaze forward, the boy remembered how the elder of the giants added that, nevertheless, he knew where it was. The protagonist looked at the underwater fish that he met on his way and thought about Edward's words, who said that in order to get to it, he would have to dive into the very depths of the sea. Once again seeing unknown monsters in front, Kai continued to remember the story of the elder of the giants, who said that he needed to go to the waters filled with dangerous creatures. Finding himself surrounded by fierce fish, the boy understood that defeating him was only the easiest test that awaited him. Using his skill, the protagonist saw something incomprehensible in front and recalled the words of Edward, who asked him to tell him. Seeing the unknown, located right on the stone, Kai remembered how the elder of the giants asked if he was worthy of receiving the stone of all seas. With a deft blow, he managed to destroy the monster fish. The system announced that there were 6 hours 18 minutes and 21 seconds left until the end of the test, and the warriors asked if everyone was safe, to which they received the answer that the test was much easier than they thought, and they already had 15 hearts, which is exactly one per person. The magic fragment that fell from the monster, the man noted that there was still half the time left, and at this rate they would be able to get another stone for each team member. The knight turned around sharply and said that there would be time even for a bonus reward. He looked straight at the unknown device flying right across the sky, thinking that he needed to find Kai and prevent him from winning, and this was an order from Olympus himself, but it was unlikely to be carried out with so many people. The man grinned maliciously and reasoned that it was good that they had not met him yet, because they needed to have time to collect enough hearts before he appeared. Thinking that it would be better if he did not appear at all, the gang leader, being with his team right next to the sea, said that it was time for them to move out, and it was suggested to split into 2 groups. Then he said that this way they would collect hearts faster, Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a stream of water rose up. Seeing this, the knight was very dumbfounded. Taking out their weapons, the team members asked if it was really a monster, and received an order to everyone to get ready, because someone was approaching them. At that very moment, Kai appeared right behind them. Looking straight at the dripping boy, the players said they almost shit their pants from fear and were glad that he was also a man, but did not understand what he was doing just now in the sea. At that very moment, their leader became wary, saying that he recognized this man, and the protagonist silently rose to his feet. Directing his menacing gaze straight ahead, Kai declared that, as he understood, they belonged to Olympus. Shuddering after hearing this, the knight was very surprised and did not understand how he knew, assuming that someone had let it slip. Looking fearfully straight ahead, the man thought that if the rumors about Kai's feud with Olympus were true, then he was afraid to imagine what he would do to them, when suddenly the boy declared that, judging by their faces, he had poked his finger at the sky successfully. Hearing this, all the team members were very dumbfounded and that in fact he did not know anything, and the protagonist standing right in front of them gave a negative answer and asked them not to run away yet. Slowly approaching the players, Kai explained that they should not be afraid of him. He was not going to fight them, because they had better think about what to do with them. At that moment, the water near the rock suddenly raged. A moment later, unknown funnels appeared right in the sea. Immediately after that, huge fish monsters burst out of there. The monster looked menacingly straight ahead and roared loudly. A huge number of fish burst out of the water and tried to get to the land. Seeing this, the knight was very dumbfounded and asked how many sea snakes were there, while his subordinates explained that they had a more serious problem there, and this was a whole crowd of monsters that lived on the other flank. Seeing the monsters running ahead, the boys asked if the examiner had really gone completely crazy, and they understood that they had to leave immediately, because if they didn't do it now, they wouldn't be able to escape. Then someone pointed out that if they left the island, they would be disqualified, to which he received the answer that it didn't matter anymore, and asked why they didn't see that there was some kind of chaos going on with the test, while Kai, having exposed his blade, explained that everything was fine with the test. With his sword, the boy noted that he had simply changed the conditions a little. He directed his menacing gaze forward. The protagonist reasoned that by breaking the symbols of the sun and moon, he would open the seal, while the system notified that the rules of the test had been changed. While he reasoned that after she went, the tests would become many times more difficult, the knight looked at the magic crystals in his hand and asked what changed meant, and what they should do with it now, while his subordinates asked him to run away. Immediately after this, the man threw all the stones out of his hand, and Kai thought that by breaking the seal, he was awakening the sea turtle, and the stone of all seas was in it. Looking at the huge number of monsters approaching him, the boy thought that as soon as the seal was destroyed, control over the test would fall on the shoulders of the administrator, and even Olympus would not be able to stop them. Seeing the attacking monsters right in front of him, the protagonist wondered how he knew all this, and explained to himself that a long time ago, one old titan himself raised this turtle and made it absorb the stone of all seas, send it into a deep sleep, and this titan was him. Destroying his opponents, deftly wielding a blade, Kai reasoned that when the tests are over, Olympus will try to attack him and take the stone away. Remembering Edward's menacing look and the image of Poseidon, the boy thought that Edward said that they would not allow them to do this, because the stone of all the seas should not fall into the hands of a god. Continuing to destroy every monster in his path, the boy remembered the last words of the Elder of the Giants, that it was necessary to protect it at any cost. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that the monsters felt the power of the stone and came to its call, and after all, they only want to pounce on him, so he is sure that they already understood that the test is no longer in their power. At that moment, the system notified that the sea turtle had awakened and the goal of the test was changed, while Kai looked at the monsters approaching him. Comparing his menacing look ahead, the boy reasoned that so much time had passed since he broke the seal. She woke up only now, and asked what this meant his goal. While the protagonist was moving forward at a high speed, the system announced that the test location had been moved to the body of a sea turtle, and now they had to defeat it to get the stone of all seas. Theseus, holding the communication sphere right in his hands, saw the new message and couldn't believe that they still hadn't reached Kai and couldn't find one person on such a small island. Standing right on the high cliff, the examiner of the 20th floor test thought that it couldn't be that he had decided to escape from the test, so something was wrong there, and the ground kept shaking, and the monsters seemed to have gone crazy. The blue-haired guy looked straight ahead with displeasure, wondering what Kai was up to. Suddenly, he was extremely dumbfounded when he saw a notification from the system that the test rules had been changed, and due to non-compliance with the new conditions, he was stripped of his position as an examiner. A moment later, everything around was immersed in a huge amount of static. Then Theseus, along with his assistant, was transferred directly to the island. Looking away sharply, the son of Poseidon did not understand what was happening. At the same time, the entire ground on the island began to shake and break, while the system promised that the sea turtle had awakened and the purpose of the test had been changed. When a huge monster rose straight from the depths, the system announced that the test location had been moved to the body of the sea turtle, and now it was necessary to defeat it in order to obtain the Stone of all the Seas. Immediately after that, the sea turtle, the ruler of the 20th floor, the strongest sea creature that managed to get close to the probable strength, opened its mouth wide and roared loudly. Standing right in the middle of the island, the boy with blue hair thought that after the seal fell, the test became more difficult and came under the control of the administrator. And if they only knew that the Stone of all the Seas was in the turtle, and it must be thanks to its power that it became so big. Holding the communication ball in his hand, Theseus was sure that this was all the work of Kai, and only this man could have pulled this off, so he needed to tell his father about everything and ask for help. He thought that as soon as the tests were over, he would tear this Kai to shreds. The son of Poseidon saw a beaten man right in front of him. These were members of the Blood Wolves, who were badly wounded. Theseus looked back sharply, noting that they had not seen each other since the Gigantomachy. Looking straight at Dexter, the 21st Titan Raker, the son of the fire giant Surt, who held the blade in his hands, the son of Poseidon noted that a lot of water had flowed under the bridge since then. Standing right in front of him, the Flame Titan claimed that they were not close enough to throw around such pleasantries, and said that he heard that he was in full swing and became an examiner, asking that shouldn't he be overseeing the test, to which the boy with blue hair replied that the situation was getting tense, and wondered what he was doing there, and whether he was trying to ruin his test. Remembering how he ran into Woody and Nika, Dexter explained that the Blood Wolves attacked their young and the entire pack attacked the two little titans, so he had to intervene, asking if there was something he didn't like about it. Hearing this, Theseus gritted his teeth in displeasure. Theseus thought that things were getting worse and worse, asking if he was trying to provoke him. Saying that he could answer, the son of Poseidon called his warriors, who immediately stepped forward. Then the soldiers put their weapons forward, while their master added that they would not allow interference in the course of the test. Standing at the head of his subordinates, the boy with blue hair explained that he did not care who was standing in front of him. The Flame Titan standing right in front of him laughed sharply, saying that it was very strange to hear such accusations from someone who was to blame for everything, and asked if they really thought they were there to disrupt the test. Thrusting his blade even deeper into the ground, Dexter explained that they did not care at all about him, and they were fulfilling the will of Elder Edward. Confidently looking straight ahead, the Flame Titan added that they would not allow him to lay a finger on Kai. At the same moment, someone pushed off the ground with great force. With a deft blow of his weapon, he managed to destroy the fish monster. Then he made several skillful cuts right at another monster. It was Kai, who deftly wielded his blade and cut his way through the crowd of beasts. Suddenly, the boy saw something amazing right in front of him. Seeing the marks of his skill in front, the protagonist thought that it was Dexter standing there, and the big guys had finally joined in, suggesting that it looked like the elder of the giants had decided to play big. Suddenly, they rushed forward at great speed. Kai thought that he could not be watched, and Olympus would be left with nothing. Deciding for himself that the Stone of all the Seas would be his, the boy soared into the air right above the huge number of monsters. Then he ran straight to the side. Suddenly, Kai deftly pushed off with his foot right at the fish. The boy flew forward at great speed, when suddenly the strongest monsters rushed towards him. The protagonist then drew his blade while the system announced that the special ability of the Twilight Sword had been activated, and under the influence of darkness, the speed of stamina recovery had increased by plus 112%, and the speed of mana recovery by plus 56%. Immediately after that, Kai swung his sword while the system announced that under the influence of darkness, the power of magical abilities had increased by plus 56%. At that moment, huge monsters began to bleed. The boy stood right on the ground, covered in purple liquid. A moment later, purple flames burst out of nowhere. The protagonist was surrounded by a huge number of monsters, fighting them off with his dark magic. The system announced that he needed to defeat the sea turtle and get the Stone of all Seas, and Kai, who saw this, menacingly looked straight ahead, noting that a little more, and it would be his. While destroying another fish monster, Kai thought that whoever finds the stone will become the god of all the seas. Skillfully wielding the blade, killing every monster he encounters, the boy thought that this legend is repeated by everyone on the 20th floor. Immediately after that, the protagonist enveloped his blade in dark purple energy. Suddenly, a large number of monsters rushed straight towards him at great speed. A moment later, pieces of fish monsters were flying to his feet, and Kai was thinking that the sea turtle was part of this legend, and at the moment it was the god of all the seas. Then the boy continued to move further into the cave. He walked forward and destroyed all the obstacles in his path. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the protagonist reasoned that some of the monsters followed inside the turtle, chasing him, but most of them were probably attracted by the call of the Stone of all Seas, the divine sea crystal, and considering that monsters had lived inside the turtle before. Suddenly noticing something right in front of him, Kai realized that this place could be considered not just its stomach, but a full-fledged dungeon with its own ecosystem. At the same moment, a wave rushed towards him from behind. Together with it, a huge number of angry monsters were approaching him. Seeing this, Kai gritted his teeth in displeasure and thought that judging by the size of the turtle, it could hold a ton of water. The boy tried to escape from the oncoming tsunami and ran straight towards the monster. At the same time, the protagonist enveloped his sword in purple fire, while the system notified that the Twilight Blade was enveloped in divine flames, and the special effect of the Twilight Blade was activated under the influence of the darkness attribute. Immediately after that, Kai swung his blade. With a deft strike of his sword, he managed to cut the enemy in half. Then the boy made his way forward at great speed, passing the monster. The protagonist continued to quickly run between the monsters, trying to destroy them. Tightly gripping the handle of his blade, Kai thought that although it was not close to Hades' invisibility, Steve's stealth should be enough for him for some time. A moment later, the three monsters collided with each other, trying to catch the boy. Then they began to look around and try to find the protagonist. Suddenly, one of them noticed something in front. At that moment, the monster opened its mouth wide and moved forward, hissing loudly. Kai blocked his attack, the schedule in his mouth, and asked what it meant. They were used to the stench of fish, and his smell was learned immediately. Deftly wielding his blade, the boy destroyed his opponent, noticing that they were trying to get rid of him like a virus, while the system notified that the completion rate of the star slashing the sky increased by 0.0001% several times. The protagonist looked at the notification window and the system notifying about the skill of the star slashing the sky, and listened to the notifications about the increase in the completion rate. Looking straight at the line with the information about 99% completion, Kai thought that he would be able to use this ability by the end of the trial, but at this rate, he would hardly be able to do it, because the number of monsters is amazing, and it would be better to avoid contact with them. Sharply looking to the side, the boy wondered where the Stone of All Seas was hidden, and doubted that it was just lying in the middle of the stomach, so most likely it was stored in the most protected place. Imagining a huge crystal surrounded by red energy in his head, the protagonist thought that it was in the organ that moves such a giant creature as a sea turtle, and he was sure that the Stone of All Seas was located in the heart of Mana. Unsheathing his blade, Kai reasoned that, given how Steve was shaking, there can be no doubt, and it is not only about the Stone of All Seas, but also about the heart of Mana, which is an important vital organ, which means that the ecosystem of the sea turtle will protect it at all costs. Staring ahead with a menacing gaze, the boy thought that he didn't know how many more monsters would be on his way, but he needed to get there with the least loss of strength, and he was going to think about it. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought about what was using the red eyes to navigate in the dark, thereby reducing the flow of mana that could be used for other abilities, and if he gave up the fiery eyes, he could strengthen his other senses. A moment later, the system notified that the sensory field was activated, and Kai was creating a purple flame in his hand. At the same time, a huge number of monsters rushed towards him. Suddenly, they were extremely dumbfounded when the boy threw a purple flame right in their direction. Immediately after that, sounds of suffering and pain were heard right through the cave, and the protagonist, happily watching all this, noted that it was as if he had fallen into a snake pit, and all these creatures were standing in his way. After some time, Kai plunged his sword straight into the chest of a huge monster. Then, with a deft swing of his sword, he managed to attack the next enemy. Skillfully wielding his blade, the boy killed another monster. Gritting his teeth in discontent, the protagonist did not understand where they were all coming from, because he had already met more monsters in her stomach than everyone else on all 20 floors. Then Kai rushed through the crowd of monsters at great speed. Enveloping his sword in purple flame, the boy thought that his endurance and mana recovery speed had increased thanks to the Twilight Blade. Attacking with his magic directly at all the enemies around him, the protagonist reasoned that he was still burning energy faster than it could recover, and how it would be that there would be none left when he got to the heart of the mana. At that moment, Kai struck his blade again directly at the enemy, killing him. Holding tightly to the hilt of his sword, the boy thought that he had already spent half of his mana, but it felt like the goal was close. Staring menacingly ahead, the protagonist wondered how many more monsters he would have to cut down, because he had been wandering around her stomach for over an hour. Immediately after that, Kai ran forward and wondered where it was. Continuing to skillfully wield his blade, the boy thought that there would soon be no mana left at all. Making his way through the crowd, what a monster, the protagonist asked where her heart was. Kai tightly clutched the hilt of his sword in his hand. Suddenly, the boy looked away in surprise. At that moment, the protagonist abruptly stopped in place. Raising his head a little higher, Kai declared that here it was. The boy saw a bright red light in front of the cave. Right around the huge magic crystal were a large number of different monsters. Standing right in front of them, the protagonist couldn't believe that there were so many monsters there. Kai held his blade out in front of him and asked if they were having a party. Remembering Oliver's image, the boy knew that there was only one thing he could do in this situation. Pointing his blade straight at the huge number of monsters, the protagonist knew that he could do it to show Steve's full power, and that was all. Kai gripped the hilt of his blade tightly in his hand and noted that this was the best masterpiece he had ever created. It woke up, and the boy reasoned that it would be something comparable to Zeus's lightning. A moment later, the Okora fully opened up, and the system notified about the summoning of hell. At that moment, the monsters noticed the appearance of a stranger in their territory. Standing right in place, the protagonist realized that he had about half of his mana left. Well, there was no reason to save anymore, and told them to get out of the way. Kai stared ahead with a menacing gaze, declaring that the stone of all the seas would be his. The gods and their items were shown. It was said about the sandals of Hephaestus, the aegis of Athena, and the sun chariot of Apollo, that these were just some of the things made by Hephaestus, the greatest blacksmith of the tower. He held energy in his hands and said that if he had to choose the greatest of his works, it would definitely be Zeus's lightning, a weapon that could not only wipe out an island with a single blow, but could also control the weather at the will of its owner. The boy held a sword in his hand and thought about how this weapon now had a competitor in the person of Kin. At the hero's feet, many monsters appeared. Their eyes glowed, and they surrounded Kai. The young man looked ahead and thought that adamantium was able to direct the power of the dark, sea, and sky crystals to their full extent, but the power of Kin depended on the hand of the master who created it. Ana was depicted, and Kai reasoned that in the past, Kin was created by one of Hephaestus' students, but this time, he created it himself. The guy frowned, thinking that in other words, his Kin was a much greater weapon than Hades' Kin. The young man stood in front of a bunch of creatures near a fiery mountain. Behind the open monsters with open mouths, the mountain was illuminated by magic. The creatures rushed at the hero at one moment, attacking him. The boy's sword was shrouded in yellow energy as he said that they were climbing towards him knowing that they would die, and how the power of the stone had brainwashed them. A notification about summoning hell appeared. The hero swung his sword and everything around him was illuminated with a bright light. Smoke spread as the young man thought about the flow of mana absorbing all the monsters, and they instantly disappeared, wondering what this dark mana was and where it was leading. Blood gushed out from Kai's hand. The boy looked at it, thinking about how his hand felt like it was being torn apart, asking himself why it hurt so much. After all, he had invested more than 100 points into dark magic. Was that really not enough to cope with its power? He thought about how all he needed was to endure. The boy's feet emitted green magic as he activated the sandals of Hermes. The hero jumped into the crowd of monsters. A message popped up that due to the effect of sandals, the height of his jumps increased by 50%. Kai swung his sword in a jump, attacking the creatures. Powerful energy beams flew to the sides of him. He flew in the air when his sandals emitted green magic. The young man activated the heavenly step, after which a green flash appeared. The guy rose into the air, leaving a beam of light behind him. It was said that the speed of movement was increased by 100% and that he could hover in the air for 5 seconds. Kai looked intently ahead, swinging his weapon and thinking about one more time. His eyes lit up bright orange. A message appeared about fiery eyes that read the path. The young man hovered in the air above the monsters and did not understand where this stone was. Under the bright mountain, a fragment was highlighted. In the dark space, the object was barely shining. The eye was actively working on the hero's hand. It was said that Steve felt the energy of the sea crystal. Kai clenched his teeth and thought about what he had finally found. The hero swung his sword, thinking that he would break through to it with one blow. The light absorbed everything around. The faces of the creatures glowed from the young man's blow. A fountain of red liquid splashed everything to the sides. The place in the ground where Kai attacked was destroyed. The monsters looked around in bewilderment, watching what was happening. They began to crawl in that direction. The creature opened its mouth and watched as something oozed out of the ground. She came even closer. From there, the hero suddenly struck. The guy stood with his head bowed, pulled the sword aside. Kai's face was covered in blood when he stared forward. The young man looked at the monsters and said that his affairs were lousy. He stretched out his hand and thought that not only was there a fog in his eyes because of Steve, but he also couldn't feel his right hand at all, and if he wanted to master this ability, he would need to increase his dark magic and stamina. The guy moved towards the creatures and thought that in the near future he would concentrate on pumping up the necessary characteristics. The young man took off one glove and asked them to step aside. The object in Kai's hand lit up when he said that he was tired of messing with them. In the forest, someone from the crowd said that he was a fool. The man looked at Dexter and asked if he really believed that Kai would be able to return the stone of all the seas. The giant leaned on his weapon and replied that if the elder believed in him, then so it would be. Theseus looked at them and thought that they were stupid fools and that they had no chance of passing this test, wondering how he would defeat a creature that had absorbed the power of the stone, a monster that had become the ruler of all the seas. The monster climbed out of the water as he reasoned that it would be okay. He would remain patient for now, but once the test was over, he would destroy them all. The man looked at it and asked if it was a turtle. The warriors watched as the huge monster stirred up the sea. Theseus looked away when it was announced that Kai had passed the test. He clenched his teeth in anger and said that it couldn't be because it was impossible. Theseus screamed for them to catch the boy and bring him to him now. The energy hit the ground. They told him that such a thing would not happen. Dexter held out his hand and declared that they would not allow him to lay a finger on Kai. The man stood aside and asked if he really wanted to involve the Titans in this. if he wasn't afraid that a second gigantomachy would begin. The giant looked at him and asked what these empty threats were for, saying that they themselves were preparing for it, calling for a solution here and now. Theseus began to accumulate energy in his hand, claiming that so much time had passed, and Dexter was still such a fool. He grabbed the weapon, squeezing it tightly in his hand. Water and fire mixed when the man raised the trident above his head. Characters were depicted, enveloped in flames, and the examiner asked the giant if he remembered their third fight, when he ran away like the last coward. Theseus looked at him with a stern look and asked what he would do, because he couldn't run away anymore. Enraged, Dexter called him a bastard. A chariot was approaching them as the giant questioned how a son of Poseidon could be so wicked. Theseus smirked and asked in response that since when did Dexter care about his father's honor. The warriors prepared to attack, weapons in hand. The man asked to remember his words, because today history would repeat itself. There was an explosion, and clouds of dust. The earth flew apart. The battle between the opponents began. Two fighters pierced each other with weapons, as the giant thought that since these bastards drew their swords again. Dexter watched the action carefully. He continued to think that history demanded that blood be spilled again. On the towering cliff, at the foot of which lay corpses, a silhouette was visible, shrouded in blue magic. The warriors in the heat of battle turned around, wondering what that roar was. A wave came from the sea. The soldiers paid attention. Questions were heard from the crowd about what it was, a wave or a tsunami. One of them answered that it did not look like it. Creatures with glowing eyes appeared from the water one after another. The soldiers shouted that they were monsters. Yellow eyes were visible behind them. A huge monster perched above all the reptiles. It roared at them fiercely. It was a top-level monster Leviathan. People from the shore noticed the approaching threat and shouted about Leviathan, that it only appears on the 20th floor, not understanding why it was here, because it was the boss of the floor. Theseus watched closely what was happening, listening to conversations about why the other monsters were rushing here. Because they were different types and should not be in a pack, he thought that the one who found the stone would become the god of all the seas. The man's eyes lit up with a different color, as he thought hard that the stories that made his father so eager to get the stone were true. Water splashed in all directions. People were waiting for something questioningly. A guy came out of the water and started apologizing for barging in, because he saw that they were very busy, but he was already tired. The hero was determined, holding a sword in his hand, asked if they could get out of here. Kai squeezed his hand, from which blue energy burst out. Theseus clenched his teeth in anger, and said that the young man was a bastard. The man's legs were surrounded by water when he demanded that he give it to him right now. He shouted that the guy give him the stone of all the seas. Theseus suddenly jumped up from his place, attacking Kai. The hero clenched his fist tighter, which was glowing blue. The young man looked at his opponent intently. The man flew on the water towards his opponent, swinging his trident. He aimed the weapon, in front of which an energy ball grew. A powerful beam of magic hit the hero. Kai smiled and said that it seemed that his power depended on water, and without it he could not do anything. Enraged, Theseus ran to attack the enemy and shouted, asking how he dared to talk to him like that. The hero stood still and noted that he was like a fish. The man's trident vibrated, and he wondered if the young man was right, why his powers were leaving him. There were electrical discharges around Theseus's head as he thought about something hindering the attribute of water and the flow of his mana. The man frowned, thinking that it was because of the stone. He looked at the young man, thinking that he was close to the limit. The hero's pupils turned red. A notification came that the fiery eyes were reading the path, and that the sensory field was activated. Kai swung his fist at the approaching enemy. Theseus's eyes glowed blue from the tension of the fight. The young man struck, which the opponent blocked with a trident. The man extended his hand with the weapon in front of the hero. A magical flash appeared between the rivals. Kai gritted his teeth, looking at Theseus, and thought about not straying from his path. The trident and sword touched, releasing sparks. The man's face was tense, and blood came out of his mouth when he remembered the words that he needed to find the stone of all the seas, and then he would be proclaimed a son. The weapons of the opponents held each other back, when Theseus thought that no matter what the cost, but he would win his father's favor. A message came that the dark spear was activated. The man thought about the hero seeing him as the son of the great Poseidon. Theseus struck the tridents into the ground in front of the young man, and thought about becoming the heir of the god of all the seas. He pulled the weapon out of the ground. Kai activated the sandals of Hermes and jumped away from the enemy. Blood poured out of the man's mouth. The hero landed not far behind Theseus. Pieces of earth flew apart after his landing. The boy held the weapon and thought about how he thought the man's weak point was his fiery temper. But he tries to remain calm. A drop of blood flew from Kai's cheek when he realized that it seemed that Theseus had something really valuable at stake. The man squeezed the handle tighter and said that he would first deal with the enemy and then deal with the titans. He raised the trident, shrouded in magic, and said that the hero had chosen an opponent beyond his capabilities, because he was Theseus, the son of the great Poseidon. Kai swung his sword, standing at a distance in front of his opponent. He squeezed his hand and thought that it was time to put Steve into action. The guy smiled, pointed at the enemy and said that finally, they would do it quickly, and at the same time raise their level. The warriors continued to fight, gritting their teeth. The soldier advanced. The trident and the sword collided in a duel, emitting sparks. Theseus knocked the sword aside. The opponents looked at each other attentively, bleeding. They fought, raising dust and stones around. The hero looked questioningly at the man's next attack. Theseus almost made a strike at his opponent, but Kai, using the sandals of Hermes, jumped away from him again. The young man landed a distance away from him. The man was very angry, saying that he was a nimble bastard, and wondered why this brat was so difficult to deal with, since he dodged almost all of his attacks. He looked at the silhouette of the guy in the distance, and thought that this was not a matter of agility at all. It was as if he could see where his next strike would be. Theseus wondered if it was because the young man's eyes suddenly turned red. Kai looked at his opponent carefully. His eyes were red. It was said that the fiery eyes that read the path. A message appeared, saying that the sensory field was activated. The hero clenched his fist tighter and thought about how Theseus could barely use his water attributes because of the stone of all seas. But he had no shortage of strength. It must be all because of Poseidon's blood, and the difference in level also made itself felt. The guys were standing on the shore when a huge wave rose in the sea. Theseus looked at him and asked why he suddenly stopped, assuming that he realized that he could not cope with him. The hero turned to the side and asked what kind of nonsense this was. The guy lowered his weapon and asked where he was rushing to. Was he really afraid that the sea creatures would catch up with him? Theseus, standing in front of him, noted that he was speaking too boldly for a dead man. Suddenly he was grabbed by the shoulder and called out as he was saying that they would see how the young man would speak when he ripped out his tongue. The man threw his hand away, shouting for him to get out of his way. The warrior informed him that they needed to retreat because the situation was out of control. Theseus shouted back that this was nonsense because everything was going the way he wanted. The soldier's head was cut off. Dexter, swinging his sword, decapitated the enemy. The giant bent down and menacingly shouted to crush them because none of these bastards should be left alive. He ordered their arms and legs to be torn off and taken as trophies. Huge monsters were coming from the water and the people were shouting that something had to be done, asking them to forget about the Titans because if the sea creatures got to them, they would definitely not cope, so they had to retreat and do it now. Theseus listened furiously as the warrior screamed. He frowned, thinking of how he could escape. The hero stood before him, clenching his fist, thinking that his goal was so close to him. The young man watched him closely, thinking that this was the last straw. The two stood and argued. The warrior shouted, asking Theseus. In response, he heard him back off. The man clenched his teeth and in his mind was angry at the boy. Blood was coming out of his mouth. Theseus put his trident on his shoulder and shouted for everyone to listen to him. The fiery chariot was standing nearby when he ordered a retreat and everyone to go to the chariot. Dexter spread his arms out to the sides and exclaimed that at last the day had come when Theseus himself was running from him, wondering if all his words were just a show. The giant attacked with a fiery blow, shouting after him for him to accept the fight and they would end this once and for all. The chariot went up in flames. Kai and Dexter looked at the sky, watching their retreating opponents. The young man looked at the sea, clenching his fist. When the giant asked if they had won, he answered that they had. The fist emitted energy, saying that he had no doubt. Dexter turned around and declared that they had finally stopped hiding and running. The water near the shore calmed down when Dexter announced that the day had come when the Titans had defeated Olympus. Wooden mugs with a drink hit each other. People were sitting at the tables and shouting to drag another barrel here. If they were going to celebrate, then celebrate well. They answered him that he was lazy, and to drag it himself, because everyone was celebrating here. Let him not distract them. The Titans were in a good mood, smiling. There was an empty plate on the table. Kai sat at the table and thought about the fact that they had a feast as soon as they returned. It was not surprising, because for the Titans it was a long-awaited victory, wondering what could come to them. The guy leaned his face on his hand and thought about why he should celebrate if he was clearly losing the fight with Theseus, and if it were not for the stone of all the seas, he would not have lasted so long. The young man remembered their fight and the man's face, thinking about how he almost defeated the hero, and even Dexter would not have been able to tip the scales. If not for the monsters, many Titans would have fallen then. The guy looked at his hand and thought about the fact that they did not have the opportunity to resist Olympus yet. He clenched his fist tightly and drove away the thought in his head that if he thought about it, he was moving towards his goal faster than he expected, and did not think that he would be able to go so far. The hero jumped off the chair and continued to think that now that he had the stone of all the seas, his steps would become even faster. The young man looked into the ball and wondered what his next step was. The guy smiled, looking down. The man sneezed, bowing his head. Oliver stood by the fire and said that he seemed to be standing in front of the stove, but for some reason he was freezing all over. The grandfather scratched his beard and wondered if he had caught a cold, since he was shaking so much. A magic ball appeared in front of him, and he looked at it, wondering who was writing to him at such a late hour. On the ball was written a message from Kai about how the old man was doing, and that the hero was going to visit him. He had something very interesting with him. Oliver said that not only did he catch a cold, but also this. An artifact was shown that emitted blue light around. It was the stone of all the seas. The young man stood before the old man, when the latter asked him if he even realized how valuable the thing was that he was holding in his hands. Oliver looked at the boy and asked how he had managed to find the stone, specifying that he had been looking for it for 1,000 years. The boy smiled and replied that he was just lucky. This infuriated the old man and he grumbled, asking again, and claiming that he was speaking as if he had found it on the road, like some kind of coin. The stone was hovering in Oliver's hands when he said that Theseus had not lived up to expectations and had missed the stone, adding that it was unlikely that Olympus would have the opportunity to climb to it for some time now. The old man smiled, looking at the stone, and said that he was sure that the boy was immensely pleased with himself. The hero looked at him and replied that he did, and now at least he would have time to rest. Oliver frowned, thinking that Poseidon would be furious, and Zeus would have to somehow restrain his anger, and no matter how smart Kai was, he did not know the full depth of the political games of Olympus, and yet he managed to turn the situation in his favor. He looked at the young man, who yawned and wondered how this was even possible. Oliver turned to the side and said that now they will see. The stone was splitting into two parts and the old man thought that, as he thought, its properties, although different, he felt the same power as in Zeus's lightning. The guy watched carefully and asked him if he could process the stone. The old man answered that the question was not whether he could, but whether he would find the necessary materials for this. Kai closed his eyes, saying that everything was the same as last time, that he understood him, wondering how long it would take, to which Oliver replied that it would take about 10 days. The old man smiled, putting his hand on his belt, adding that if, of course, he found adamantium, which was currently unobtainable. The young man said that he would try to get it as quickly as possible. Oliver looked at him in surprise and asked if he would find adamantium. The guy replied that yes, he would. The old man asked curiously if he was sorry for the money. The hero raised his hand, answering that he did not have much money, he spent it all on Steve. Oliver lowered his hand and asked how he would get the adamantium. Kai looked at him from above and said that he would figure it out, although it could take some time. The grandfather looked at him and said that he knew that the guy was not an empty talker, and if he said that he would get it, then he would get it. The characters were standing by a cauldron of molten iron when the old man asked about where and how. The young man replied that as he had said, Olympus would not bother him for a while, so he would focus on leveling up, as there was no time to waste. Oliver held a stone in his hands, asking that the hero was seriously considering going against Olympus, wasn't he? The boy turned around and said that he was against them and everyone else. The grandfather did not understand his words and asked what else that meant, and what he had thought up. Kai replied that he would rather focus on the stone and not worry about payment, as everything would be fine. The hero headed for the exit door, saying goodbye. A cloudy sky hung over the city. The young man walked up the steps and thought about how surprised Oliver was, anticipating that he would have fainted if he had found out what the boy had planned. A notification appeared that the egg was moving. The hero looked at it, wondering why the egg was shaking again, and if it was because the incubation percentage had increased, and that it seemed to have been active for at least half a day. Kai looked at the notification, which said that the egg tilted its head. He reasoned that perhaps they would soon meet his brothers and sisters. The guy walked down the street, saying that it would be fun. All the rotten things of the tower would start sticking their heads out, wondering if these guys were only too happy to nibble on them. Right, it was reported that the egg was nodding in agreement. The young man was shown from behind, when he said to wait a little, because soon it would have a proper snack. One told him where he could arrange a feast for it. Kai looked forward intently and thought that Poseidon was so desperate to get the divine sea crystal, and he must be completely furious right now. The hero thought that now he could only hope that everything would go as Hercules had predicted. Odin looked ahead and said that such a valuable thing should not fall into the hands of Olympus. He gritted his teeth and added that he should expect a counterattack of colossal force, and he would literally hang a target on his back. Hercules stood in front of him and said that as long as Zeus, that is, his father, remained the ruler of Olympus, he did not need to worry about this, because he would not be able to go against a simple player who was not even a ranker, just to get the divine sea crystal. The hero of Olympus looked ahead and said that as soon as the guild leader made a move, the reaction of other large guilds would follow, which somewhat complicated the situation. The heroes stood in the field discussing. Odin clarified, what about Poseidon? Should we expect that he would act without Zeus's knowledge? Hercules replied that his father would keep him in check, so that he too would not be able to do anything. The three greatest gods were shown, and the hero of Olympus said that although they had a common ancestry, they were far from being on the best terms, and their whole life was an endless struggle for power, and his father's fight with Poseidon was the most brutal. In his hand was a stone shrouded in yellow magic. He said that after his father had obtained the divine crystal and created his lightning, he had managed to gain power over more than half of Olympus. The god's eyes glowed with a bright light when Hercules added that he then realized that the divine sea crystal and the divine dark crystal should not fall into the hands of his brothers under any circumstances. Kai put his hand on his knee and asked about whether everything would resolve itself. He was told that it was possible. The hero of Olympus stood before him and said that all he had to do was keep the crystal of all the seas with him until Zeus and Poseidon had finished with each other. The box fell to the floor, breaking. The man was indignant, throwing everything around and asking why he was tying his hands. Orion looked down and thought about how unlucky he was to lose the bet and tell him the news. Now he had to take his father's wrath on himself. He sat in front of his father and thought about how Theseus was a useless bastard, saying that the Lord of the Sky forbade direct confrontation with the giants. Poseidon screamed furiously, asking what the giants had to do with it, because it was all about the player. The god waved his arms, exclaiming that the damn bastard was simply afraid that he would get his hands on the divine sea crystal, adding that he also yelled that he interfered in the capture of Oliver. Poseidon slammed the table, shouting about the arrogant cur. The man turned to Orion, sitting on the floor, about what he thought himself. Did it seem to him that this cunning snake was playing a game again? The sun looked at him and said that such an insignificant creature, as he did not dare to judge the thoughts of the ruler of the heavens. Poseidon clenched his teeth and sent the ruler, thinking that there was no point in asking, because Zeus was always like this, a ruthless and heartless bastard who thinks he can play without putting anything on the line. He imagined Kai in his head and thought that no matter how talented this hero was, he was just an ordinary player, and Zeus decided to give up the annoying block and take out all his anger on him, his main rival. The god squeezed the object tightly in his hand and said that he also wanted him to show submission, even though Poseidon had lost the divine sea crystal, and with it the reason for calling the rankers. The angry man raised the globe above his head and screamed about how he had the nerve to shove it in his face. Meanwhile, in the great guild of Asgard, a question was asked if they had heard that the divine sea crystal had fallen into the hands of an ordinary player. Odin smirked, wondering about some brat finding the stone of all the seas. He sat on the throne and told the characters looking at him that he bet the Olympians were now in hysterics. A rainstorm covered the forest. Someone was walking through the forest, saying that Kai was a simple player, and such a talented one, and he was not even a ranker yet. Elliot looked ahead and wondered, interestingly, if he would have a chance to fight him. There were depicted marble mountains in cloudy weather. A magical glow appeared in the mountains. Symbols surrounded someone's hand. The man sat with his arms outstretched, wondering about who got the crystal of all the seas, and this is interesting. He smirked, looking ahead, and assumed that the hero was just a newbie, and that he could not wait to find out what would happen next. The plot shifts to the first floor of the tower, while someone says that they have arrived at the first floor of the tower, and that he thanks Kai for renting the solar chariot, which is the pride of Olympus. The chariot flies away and thanks him again with an appeal to contact them again, to which the guy thinks that this chariot and the one that he used are just copies of the real one, and he wonders how many more of these there are. He looks into the distance and continues that fortunately with her help he was able to get to this place in an instant. Kai stands and realizes that in front of him is the wall of the first floor called the Edge of the World. The brunette stretches out his hand and thinks that no one was able to break this wall. The guy stands near the wall thinking that someone could even think that one day such a thing would collapse on its own. Kai takes the sword and continues that now he does not have time for deep reasoning on such topics, and that the dungeon should be somewhere here, and the system notifies him that his fiery eyes are reading the path. He holds something in his hand while the system explains that this is a fragment of a sword 10 fists long, and that it is currently in a broken state, and he needs to collect the last fragment in order to restore its original power. He sees a red flash in the distance. Kai looks at it and silently hopes that Odin was not mistaken, because after all, a dungeon of such complexity should not be on the first floor. The guy goes to the flash and thinks that the dungeon is Susanoo, the 57th best ranker of the tower of one of the 3 precious children, and that it is an artificial dungeon that Susanoo created, and it should have been discovered only after 100 years. But he heard that it was found by 2 other precious children, and that they collected all the missing parts of the sword and created a weapon of the gods for themselves. Kai lowers the sword instead of the spark and continues that he is sure that Susanoo created this dungeon with the expectation that those 2 would find it, because after all, the precious trinity were not just friends, but brothers, and that he can only hope that they will forgive him. Kai thrusts it deeper and eats that the sword will go to him. Everything around lit up, while the system says that he found a hidden dungeon of Susanoo and says that after all, Kronos came up with a good idea with his time travel. The guy moved to the dungeon, while the system checks all the requirements, and that he meets all the necessary requirements. Therefore, the entrance to the dungeon is open to him, and he continues that it was thanks to Kronos that he found this dungeon 100 years earlier. Kai turns around while the system calls him to enter the tower and find the hidden relics of Susanoo, and that he will be able to leave the dungeon if he finds the key there. And the guy himself notes that the tower is very high, and that his relics are stored somewhere there. Kai pokes at the screen. Bears are coming at the guy, and he reasons that these comrades, apparently, will not let him near them, and the system notifies him that these are monsters of the 40th floor and higher, and that these are vampire hyenas. Kai calmly watches and notes that this outcome of events even plays into his hands, because the more enemies, the more experience. Kai cuts through the hyenas, and the system notifies him that his level of completion of the fate of heaven does not increase every 3 out of 5 times. The guy plunges his sword into another hyena. He grabs it with his fingers. The hyena hesitated. The guy knocked it onto its back. Kai stands in front of the doors. The guy looks at his level of completion of the fate of heaven and asks himself if he earned only 0.03%, and that it seems that 0.5% for killing a sea turtle was a luxury for him, and he expected that he would knock out 100% even then. Kai looks at the window of his characteristics and notices that at least thanks to the sensory field, his perception indicator has become much higher than it was before. Kai touches the wall with his hand. The guy enters the corridor. He goes down the steps and the system tells him that he has entered the dungeon of Susanoo. Kai enters the tower, and he receives a message with the task of reaching the 100th floor and passing its test. Kai looks displeased and understands that this dungeon is not at all as spacious as the others and will rather look like a labyrinth, and that 100 floors are just a miniature version of the tower. Kai thinks that he has never met Susanoo in person, but has heard many unflattering things about him. While the gods of Olympus are indignant, he continues that along with the negative statements, there was something common in all their opinions. They all said that Susanoo was strong. Kai looks stunned. He sees the inventory window and does not understand why it opened by itself. The sword is glowing. Kai notices someone. A man in Japanese armor asks what is happening. The spirit looks ahead and asks where he is, if he is in his tower, and then realizes that he remembers what happened. After all, he died. Kai looks at him, and he clarifies who he is and that he really found his sword, to which he gives a positive answer. Kai frowns as he questions whether he's serious about saying that, and why he looks like he doesn't even know who he is, to which Kai thinks that the guy looks incredibly ridiculous, but he definitely feels the desire to kill and that he seems to know him. Susanoo begins to explain who he is, to which the guy interrupts and points out that this is Susanoo and that he is one of the 3 precious children and that he is a sword master, a spirit caster, and also a necromancer, and that he is legendary as a bloody killer who became a ranker of the 57th rank in his lifetime. Susanoo frowns and replies that it's good that he knows him well after all, to which the guy continues that he died fighting an 8-tailed serpent. The god's eyes sparkle and he gets angry that he should not bring that up, to which the guy retorts that he knows he was an amazing person in life anyway. Kai looks at him and says that he just doesn't understand yet whether he should address him with all the honors, considering that he lived an incredibly shitty life. To which the god smirks and replies that he didn't think that anyone would bully him after his death and orders this guy to show at least a little respect to him, because he didn't expect such rumors to spread about him. Susanoo flies around discontentedly and calls him and tells him what he wants. But he's wrong about some things and explains that in fact his life wasn't shitty, but on the contrary, it was excellent, to which the guy retorts that he's bragging to him about being a bloodthirsty killer in life and notes that he's glad that he died so early. Kai backs away, while the god says that he knows perfectly well who he is and is surprised that he still continues to hold him and asks who he's from, because he doesn't look like a simple person, to which Kai replies that he's a simple player who recently reached the 21st floor. Kai listens to him mock him about the 21st floor and the question of whether he even understands what he has his eye on, because his personal dungeon is not a place for a weakling like him and that the monsters of the 21st floor are not even close to the creatures that live here, to which he himself retorts that he has already encountered a couple of monsters at the entrance to his dungeon. The guy looks away while Susanoo clarifies whether he killed them and agrees that he was impressed and notes that he almost forgot that he should accompany him while he has a fragment of the sword with him, to which the guy urges him to do what he wants. Kai goes forward and hears a question about what guild he is from and whether he is a purebred at all, but then he himself realizes that most likely he is not, and the guy dryly notes that he is not a member of guilds and that he is not a purebred. Kai gets angry because questions came about where he came from, how he found this place, and where he got a fragment of his sword. The guy turns around displeased at his question why he is silent, because he is asking him questions. Kai frowns and says that such questions irritate him, to which Susanoo asks to say at least where he dug up a piece of his sword, to which he receives in response that if he really wants to know this so much, then he should tell him where to go and that he will not tell him anything for free. Susanoo closes his eyes and listens to the guy hate labyrinths, and that they take up too much of his time, to which he agrees. God glows and answers that he needs to go in a circle until he finds the door to the next floor, and that first he needs to go in that direction, and notes that he will have to go quite far. Kai looks ahead and thinks that the labyrinth is large and extremely confusing and it looks like he cannot do without hints, to which he now asks to answer the question of where he got the fragment of the sword. Susanoo crossed his arms over his chest and heard that the guy found a fragment of his sword on the first floor in the Colosseum test, to which he asks again. Kai concentrates energy in the sword, while Susanoo asks if he means that the fragment of his sword became a reward for the first floor test, To which Kai replies that it is all because of the creature that became the last obstacle of the test. Susanoo asks again about the creature. He realized who he is talking about. God asks if he means the 8-tailed snake. Kai swings his sword. The guy sees spirits in front of him, while the god asks if this guy defeated the 8-tailed snake. Kai squeezes the sword tighter. He goes forward. Susanoo looks at him and grins. Kai looks at him and asks why he is laughing, to which he does not answer and urges him to go further. Susanoo looks at the brunette and mentally resents how the guy with the strange glove was able to defeat that 8-tailed snake and who he is anyway. Kai walks down the corridor, and he continues that he wonders if he can still pass the tower, and that he can't wait to find out. God stood in his way with an interrogation of why he was just wandering around, because he told him where to go, or maybe he has something of his own on his mind, to which he receives a remark to stop with his questions. The guy destroys enemies, while the system says that his endurance, perception, and dexterity have increased by 1 level, while the guy himself thinks that the monsters that live here are undead and spirits, and that something tells him about something. Kai shines his eyes and asks him about the monsters around him, if they are all people he killed in life, to which he asks again if he cares. He imagines Susanoo and thinks that even though he looks ridiculous now, in life he was not only a great swordsman, recognized by Azura himself, but he was also one of the best necromancers and spirit casters that the tower could ever see, and also notes that perhaps collecting the souls of the people he killed is simply a waste of time for him. Kai stands by the door and says that he has a feeling that he is not climbing a tower, but climbing a mountain of corpses, and that he is sick of this, to which he makes a remark to him not to lecture him here. Kai touches the door and notes that of all those he has met on his way, he is the most vile, to which he retorts that he only got to the 21st floor, therefore he will meet worse further. Kai looks at the undead and at the system sign that he has arrived on the 10th floor. The guy looks at the zombies and the system explains to him that he has entered room number 1 and that the conditions for passing it are that he will need to defeat all the local monsters and that the door to room number 2 will open when he clears room number 1, and that he will be able to move on to the next floor only after clearing room number 5. Kai dryly tells the monster that he strongly advises him not to rush at him, while the system says that he uses divine flame, which burns the undead. Kai looks at the undead and asks himself what he is doing. Is he really crying? And the system notices that he has cleared the first room. Kai moves on while Susanoo decides to share something with him. He looks at the burning undead and explains that he has already guessed that all these spirits and undead are people he once killed, and how interesting that the oldest one here is about 5,000 years old, and that he has no chance to save them unless he is a more skilled necromancer and spirit caster than he is. Kai silently watches and listens that in fact when he kills them, he in a sense frees them from this place. Susanoo frowns, and there is such a moment that only from the 6th room it will become much more difficult, and asks what he will do if he is such a moralist, because he will not be able to just pass by them and that they will simply not let him through to the next floor. Kai goes forward and notes that the rumors about him were true after all, because he is such a freak, to which he is indignant and asks again. The brunette looks forward and continues that even knowing this, he will still pass this test, and if he does not like something, then he can just leave and not interfere with him. Kai kills the undead until the system has time to notify him about clearing the floors. He killed another corpse. Kai delivers a slashing blow. The undead cry and ask for salvation. One begs for him to kill him, and the second asks to free them from this place. Kai spins with the sword and the system notes that he absorbed the resentment of the killed, while someone continues that he does not want to suffer like this anymore. Kai frowns and understands that he cleared the 40th floor and does not understand what it means that he absorbed their resentment. Kai opens the box while the system says that he has cleared the 50th floor, and that he has found the first relic of Susanoo, and that he has received the 4 Great Elements robe. Kai frowns as he puts on the jacket and looks at the jacket description card and thinks that it looks solid, and that even if he loses in physical damage protection, he can easily compensate for it by simply dodging attacks and using the sensory field. Susanoo caught his cloak and he thinks that he didn't think he would be able to get such a level of equipment so soon, and notes that the eye doesn't stop there. Kai holds his head and notes that it's already the 42nd day since entering the Susanoo Tower and thinks that he doesn't know when it started at all, but he began to hear voices in his head every time he kills him here. The guy goes up the stairs and realizes that he is receiving these mysterious messages and wonders what it all meant that he absorbed the resentment of these corpses. Kai looks at the glove and remembers that only a high-level necromancer can hear the voices of the dead, and notes that he seems to be losing his mind and asks how this could be connected at all. The brunette walks up the stairs and Susanoo puts it under his arm and notices that it looks like he is tired and is not so briskly dealing with everyone. But this is far from the most difficult part of his tower, and continues that he should admit that he is not so bad for a player from the 21st floor of the tower. He touches his glove and says that it is very unusual for him and asks again why he does not use it properly or just saves it like an ace in the hole. Kai pulls his hand back and asks what he is carrying, to which he replies that he thinks that they are similar, so he corrects why he does not use it. Kai goes on, and it dawns on the god that he probably just doesn't know, to which he asks again what he doesn't know, and how else he should use it in his opinion, to which he says that he himself doesn't know. Kai turns away with displeasure, and asks why he's mumbling then. Maybe he decided to act very smart, to which the spirit continues with the words that he gave him a hint, and he played a dirty trick on him, exclaims that the guy is incredibly harmful and that the younger generation has absolutely no respect. The brunette looks ahead and asks himself what he meant by not using the glove properly, because he hasn't used anything like it at all since he entered the tower. Kai imagines the glove and notes that in fact he knows little about it. It is undoubtedly shaped like a glove, but it is the same thing that Hades used, and of all the three great gods of Olympus, he was the most mysterious. Kai goes further and reasons that this most likely has something else besides strengthening his mana, but he still hasn't gotten the valuable part of information for himself, while the spirit says that he has become much stronger since the moment he got to his tower, but nevertheless, he is still far from the status of a ranker. Kai gave him a flick, while he notes that, in fact, what he does is a miracle, because for a player from the 21st floor of the tower to go so far, but he still should keep his ears open. Kai stops on the stairs. There is a door in front of him. He looks at Susanoo in bewilderment, who says that it will not be easy for him here and asks what this means. Did he really show interest in his words? Kai opens the door, while he is capricious, saying that he will not tell him anything more and that he will find out everything himself on the spot, to which the guy clarifies whether he is offended, because he behaves like a child, and the system says that he came to the 60th floor. The guy looks into the empty room. He looks around with indignation at what is happening here, and why there is no one inside. Kai felt something. Kai peers into the smoke, saying what he feels. There is an undead creature sitting there. The undead have blue glowing eyes. It dissipates. Kai looks around gloomily and thinks that he feels an incredible thirst for blood and that in life this entity was clearly not someone simple. Something collapsed. The guy is stunned by a sign with a task to kill the Death Knight. He looks at it and sees a clarification that this Death Knight is King Arthur. He opens his eyes and Kai wonders if this is Arthur. Kai talks about the Knight Arthur that he met him when he was still a beginner player, and that in his eyes he became the greatest of swordsmen, and that he enjoyed great respect among his comrades. Someone runs to Merlin and asks if he is going to the library again. The boy urges him to stop reading books and instead go exercise with him, to which he awkwardly refuses and says he has better things to do. The books fall to the floor as the boy insistently continues to beg him. He drags him along as the man continues to say that of all the people he knew, Arthur was the most loyal person and that to him, he was a true friend. He jumps back. Arthur is sitting with a sword. His eyes shine as the system notes that he is not only the king of all knights, but also of Britain and that he is the leader of the Knights of the Round Table. The knight stands up. Kai looks at him, and cannot believe that after his death, Arthur ended up as a slave to Susanoo. He looks sadly at the swordsman, and notes that his sword remained with him even after his death. Kai notes that he has his great Excalibur with him. Arthur looks down, and he continues that even though he couldn't reach the rank of top ranker in his time, but if it weren't for his death, this man would have reached his peak sooner or later. He attacks Kai. The guy dodges and wonders if it was ice magic. The guy gets hit in the face with an ice volley. Kai dodges and uses Hermes' sandals and that he activates Heaven's Step. The guy flies over Excalibur. They cross swords while the system notices that his divine flames are engulfing the edge of twilight and that the dark blade has been activated. Kai spins in the air and thinks that in life he would never have been able to defeat Arthur, but since Susanoo himself was able to defeat him. Kai attacks again and notes that this means that Arthur is no longer the same as before. Arthur stopped. He looks forward and Kai asks what he is staring at. He strikes him in the chest. The red-eyed man is taken aback. His sword rests on the ice plate. He is horrified to realize that there is ice in front of him. Kai frowns and notes that his opponent is fast. Arthur inflicts a wound on Kai. Blood flows out of his body, while the guy admits that this comrade was not called the king of all knights for nothing and that he is an example of a knight and a master of the sword. Kai feels the ice under his feet and says that now he understands why Arthur is his only opponent at level 60. Kai prepares for the ice blades, saying that it turns out that this swordsman is his mini-boss. The ice hits one point. Something fell on the floor and the system notices that the body temperature of this user is rapidly decreasing. Kai stands in frost, and the system explains that this is all because he is under the influence of an effect called frostbite. Kai frowns and reads the robe of the four great elements resists his ice aura, and the guy thinks that he managed to dodge his magical attacks with the help of his red eyes and sensory field. But he could not avoid the ice aura and he feels like he swallowed a piece of ice at the moment. Arthur runs at him and Kai understands that his attacks are easy to read, but this is not enough. The guy sees that the attack is from above and continues that all his attacks are nevertheless flawlessly honed. There is smoke around him. A purple flash blinds. Kai stands still while the system says that his body temperature is rapidly decreasing and that there is resistance to the frostbite effect and that the resistance was successful. Arthur attacks from above, to which the guy notes that he chose a successful tactic, except for one moment. The guy blocks and the system tells him that he feels the power of the titans filling his hand and that all of his stamina is temporarily converted to strength, and that his stamina is lowered and partial gigantification is activated, and he says that the course of the battle will now be changed. Arthur is silent in response. He counterattacks the King of Knights. Arthur looks at him coldly. He is left without an arm. Kai attacks from below. His arm glows purple. Arthur takes the hit. Kai looks at the corpse and convinces him that he will not have to fight anymore. Kai stands and the system notifies him that he has absorbed the insult. The guy looks up and continues that he is very sorry that Merlin could not see him again. Arthur speaks up with a question about Merlin. He turns around and Merlin asks again if he said anything about Merlin. Kai holds his hand and hears that he will agree to any of his conditions and is even ready to become his eternal servant, but will ask him for only one thing, that he let him see Merlin again, because he must personally tell him that Lance betrayed Britain. Kai looks forward in horror. The brunette frowns and realizes that he has often heard about this man and that he was one of the leaders of the Round Table and that he is a high-ranking person, thanks to whom the Round Table of Knights turned into a large guild, and is perplexed how he could betray Britain. Arthur sees Kai reaching for the glove and asks again if he can do him such a favor, to which he receives in response that he is not a necromancer. Kai stands next to him and explains that he can hear his voice thanks to one of his things, but he does not have the ability to revive him from the dead, to which he asks how this happened. The guy looks away and convinces him that he will try to do something because he does not think that they are out of options at all and thinks that one way or another he can meet Merlin. Kai rubs his glove thinking that something tells him that Lance will not become his ally, so he will enlist Arthur's help for him will be a good opportunity, and tells him that he accepts his offer. Arthur possesses his glove and thanks him because he is now in his debt to him, and the system says that he accepted King Arthur's offer and that the quest Cleansing Britain has been launched. Kai looks ahead and reads that he should complete it because as a reward he will receive complete obedience from King Arthur, and that they received his soul, and the guy talks about his complete obedience. Kai goes to the sword and thinks that he does not need this at all because he would like to help him for free, while Susanoo flies next to him and says that he did not expect him to finish everything so quickly. Kai takes Excalibur, while the spirit notes that he was even one of his most useful servants, and the guy asks again if he appeared and where he disappeared to and asks him to tell him something. Kai holds Excalibur and clarifies if it is true that he did not just kill Arthur. Susanoo frowns and asks who knows and clarifies what he thinks about this and suggests that they do this. He will answer him this question if he climbs to the very top of the tower. Kai throws Excalibur. Susanoo is indignant at how he threw his sword into the inventory, because who does that anyway? To which he notes that he is guilty and that he was simply lost in his thoughts, and that he was thinking now what a rotten test he came up with and that the sword has a pretty good balance. Kai looks away and notes that this is all fine of course, but it is time for him to move on, and when he is done with all this, then he will finally rest. The plot moves to the 50th floor of the tower in the Rating Management Bureau. Two people in horror ask where this guy is going and where he is now. Someone punches them and orders them to stop mumbling and to answer his questions clearly. Someone from the side calmly asks this person to stop being angry. The girl frowns in response to the question of whether he should call this person a double, to which she herself notes that how she conducts her business is none of his business. The red-eyed man puts his hands on the table and says that he is the head of the administration and that because of this he insistently advises her to remember her manners and clarifies or whether she plans to enter into a conflict with them, given that she simply sent her double here. The head frowns and continues that his questions will remain unanswered since they are confidential information. The girl gets angry and shouts that they are all vain bastards and asks what is so difficult about sharing unnecessary information. Everyone tensed up. The redhead exhales, saying that his gaze alone has left him speechless, and asks if he really is a double, to which the other replies that if he had come in person, the director would have spoken to him. They look at the rating table, and the first one notes that he is not Kai's relative, which means that they have no right to share personal information about Kai, except to tell about his place in the rating, and someone asks if everyone has understood, to which everyone agrees. The blonde eats a lollipop and thinks that if they ignore the fact that they are not allowed to share this information, even for them, as people who know everything about the tower, Kai remains a mysterious person. She looks at the origin column and continues that she does not understand why they do not know anything about where he comes from and that she does not think that this is just a system error, and notes that it is not surprising that the administration is interested in him. She looks away and thinks that he has been on the 21st floor for 3 months already and that she doubts that he will stay there and asks what this guy is up to. Kai walks near the corpses of corpses. He comes out of the door. The system gives a notification that he has passed the 99th floor. Kai looks at the screen of his characteristics on the 96th level. Kai is sitting on the steps and thinks that he has raised his level quite well, only he is very tired, but nevertheless he has the last floor left. The brunette holds his head and remembers that as soon as the 90th floor began, the difficulty skyrocketed and he is afraid to imagine what awaits him on the 100th level, to which Susanoo clarifies what it is and why he is so disillusioned. The guy with difficulty comes to the question of whether he is not interested in seeing what is there at the top, because he is impatiently awaiting his reaction to this, to which Kai understands that he is at it again, but nevertheless he is right that he needs to move on. Susanoo crosses his arms and admits that he didn't expect the player from the 21st floor to get here and that if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, especially what he's capable of, he would never have believed him. The spirit looks at his feet and notes that about his eyes, gigantification, mysterious fire, and he even began to wonder if he was a ranker by any chance. Kai stands in front of the doors saying that this is not true, at least he is no longer a ranker. Susanoo asks again, because if so then he is. The spirit dissipates. The system notifies him that he has reached the last floor. Kai enters and reads a message that if he passes the floor he will receive a relic of Susanoo. The guy looks ahead and wonders if Susanoo has disappeared, to which someone starts talking. Arthur from the glove tells him that here he is, his killer, to which Kai is perplexed, because Susanoo killed him. Kai was taken aback by the fact that he greeted him. Susanoo sits contentedly and asks why they interrupted their conversation with him, and Kai is perplexed by the one in front of him. God looks at him and notes that curiosity is one of his main flaws and remembers that he told him that he is no longer a ranker and clarifies whether he meant that he used to be one. Kai sullenly replies that who would know and thinks that he has clearly gone crazy, because he really turned himself into the boss of his own dungeon. The guy shines his eyes and hears that he should stop dodging questions, because he should better answer his questions in a good time, and the system notifies that his fiery eyes are analyzing the essence of the target. Kai stands opposite and offers him to make a bet, because he also has a question for him. The guy takes out his sword and says that the conditions are such that the loser of the battle answers the winner's question unconditionally and asks if he agrees. Susanoo gets angry because he continues that if a god is not sure about himself, he can refuse the bet, and he wonders what he means by the fact that he cannot be sure about himself. Susanoo takes out his sword and asks what else he wants because he accepts his bet. Kai prepares to attack while the system notes that a bet was made with Susanoo and that if he wins, he will be able to get an answer to one question. The guy frowns at him and reads that the answer in this bet must be true, while Arthur notes that he feels the presence of a huge number of evil spirits, and that he is sure that these are all the souls of all those he killed. Kai concentrates mana in the sword and says that in this case it is time to attack and thinks that he finally understood the reason why Susanoo created this dungeon. The guy attacks and continues that it is not to honor the memory of lost souls, to preserve his relics or the things dear to him that he collected while killing countless people, because such a trifle is not for him at all. A trace of his mana went to the opponent, and he thinks that he used the dungeon system in order to live even after his death. Susanoo shines his eyes, and Kai adds that this is so that he can kill even after his death. Susanoo shines his eyes and the system notifies Kai that he needs to defeat the King of Death Susanoo. Kai stands with a sword and Arthur asks him if he finished him off. The red-eyed man asks him not to talk nonsense, because he is not as simple as he seems. Kai receives a shockwave and hears someone laughing hysterically. Kai looks in horror and realizes that he has never felt such a level of murderous lust. Susanoo holds the sword and the guy thinks that this is the monstrous nature of the one who killed thousands of rankers and hundreds of thousands of players and millions of ordinary people. Kai looks at him, and he says that he is so glad that someone like him got into his tower. He makes a spinning kick and begs him not to disappoint him and offers him to have fun. Kai blocks the blow. They cross their swords. The wave from their blows flies far away. Kai blocks another blow. Susanoo looks at him and notes that he is defending well. Kai clenches his teeth and the system says that his fiery eyes read the path and that he activated the sensory field. Kai steps on his foot and thinks that Susanoo is still strong, even though he turned into his own rotten corpse. The brunette prepares to counterattack and you understand that if he loses his vigilance for just a second, he will be finished. Their blades crossed. Kai enlarges his hand and the system notifies that he feels the power of giants filling his hand and that partial gigantification has been activated. The shock wave flies apart and sparks. Red Ice frowns. He sees that a strange attack is about to happen. The corpse grabs him with its bare hands. Susanoo notices with satisfaction that he has been caught. Kai concentrates his mana and the system notifies him that he has struck the Death Knight with Divine Flame. Susanoo flies back. Kai looks at him and understands that the gap between them is too big. His eyes shine and thinks that he simply lacks strength, speed, and especially mana, and the Divine Flame does not work on him either. Susanoo looks at him and asks if he is using this fire of his again, and who he is trying to make laugh at in this way. Susanoo opens his mouth and thinks that he will admit that he had fun and that there was once a person who ignited such a level of interest in him. He recalls the dark forest and states that he remembers the moment as if it were yesterday. The samurai sits on the grass and asks the man if he wants him to kill Arthur and clarifies that he is a simple brat who is not even a ranker yet. The young Death King looks down and asks why he would kill him and who he is to ask him about something like that. The cloaked man replies that his name does not matter. Susanoo indifferently hears that what is more important in this is what he wants and asks him what he thinks he wants. The death god shuts up at the man's answer that he wants war. The cloaked creature continues that during a war there is no need to worry about the rules of the tower's management interfering, and that all that remains is to simply enjoy the bloodbath. Susanoo remembers looking at him and hearing the question about his opinion on the offer, and that it does not sound tempting, and himself notes that then that guy was able to awaken such a thirst for killing in him, and now he has found that feeling again. He attacks Kai. The guy uses something yellow for a sword. The guy prepares to attack, and Susanoo orders him not to even try to look away. Kai runs under him while he continues that he will not let him be distracted from their fight. Kai runs to meet him thinking that this is some kind of madness, because if he cuts him with his sword, then bleeding is the last thing he will have to worry about later, and the god calls him to stop swerving. Susanoo attacks and asks himself what he expected from the guy from the 21st floor, because if he gets bored, he will finish him off with one blow, so he calls him to fight. Kai blocks the blow with his sword. He flies away. The brunette looks at the attacker. Susanoo is indignant. A yellow spark flares up throughout the room. God looks at this and notes that this is even better, because he finally decided to use his gauntlet properly. Kai shines the gauntlet, and he continues that now he will last longer in battle. Kai frowns and hears about his incredible desire to have fun with him. The guy frowns and realizes that there is a reason why he hears the voices of the dead, provided that he himself is not a necromancer, and adds that it is somehow connected with the fact that the gauntlet absorbs the souls of the dead. Kai remembers his words and wonders what he really meant when he talked about his gauntlet, and that the divine sea crystal is able to control the waters. The heavenly crystal can control the heavens, which means that the dark crystal also gives opportunities. Kai emits a beam of light. Susanoo is ready and says that this is great, because their fight has just truly begun, and asks him to show him everything he is capable of. The system notifies that Steve has opened his gaze and that hell has been summoned. Kai comes at him with a sword. Kai frowns and calls for someone to obey his will. Many eyes glow around the guy. His silhouette is hidden behind yellow sparks. Susanoo is happy because their fight has just begun. He looks down and is perplexed. He looks at his magical eyes and does not understand what is happening. Susanoo is terrified because he is losing control of his own phantoms right now and scolds his comrade from the 21st floor. God looks at him and asks what he did, to which Kai replies that he opened his eyes to the true power of his glove. Kai frowns and notes that this is absolute power over the dead and that he now fully understands what exactly he has in his hands. Susanoo stands and says that it was stupid of him to tell him about this. But it was even more stupid of him to think that he can defeat him with this. Susanoo gets angry and goes on the attack. He looks him in the face. Their blades clash. The centuries-old dust rises from the floor. Kai frowns at him. The blades clash again. Yellow eyes glow around them. Kai smiles and asks again who he called a fool, because his opponent clearly overestimates himself, and reads a message from the system that he feels the power of giants, and that hell has been summoned. Kai attacks, saying that Susanoo is just another stone in his path. Susanoo has lost one fang and thinks that something is clearly wrong with him, because no ranker was so confident in a fight with him. Kai goes to attack from the side, while the god realizes that Kai is different. Their blades clash. Both jump back. The god has lost his last fang and curses because he does not understand why he cannot control his phantoms. He shines an eye. Steve looks at him. The god asks him what kind of eye is that. Susanoo screams hysterically. He looks forward and wonders how a corpse can feel such terrible pain, while Kai points out that Susanoo must have felt fear right now. Kai looks at him and continues that his flames are powered by fear, while Kai asks how dare he. Susanoo goes to attack. The corpse runs and insults him. Kai smiles. He delivers a slash saying that this is the end. The corpse glows purple. Kai touches him while he tries to move his body and hears that it doesn't matter how great he was in life because in the end they all become phantoms. Kai looks at him and states that he has lost. Kai absorbs him into the seal and realizes that it matches his name. Kai looks up and sees signs saying that he has completed Susanoo's dungeon and that he has received its soul, and says that it is over. Kai sees that they have received the relic of Susanoo, and the guy reflects that it took him so much time to complete the dungeon, while the system continues that he has received the title of the King of the Dead and that he can leave the dungeon if he uses the return command. The tower is bursting at the seams and will be completely destroyed in 30 minutes. The plot takes him to the wall of the first floor of the tower. Kai looks at what he received and Arthur admires him because he was actually able to kill him. The brunette sits on a stone and notes that he was already dead and that if he were more precise, he simply separated his soul from his body, to which Arthur agrees. Kai reads the tablets about the items and offers to take a closer look at what he received for completing the dungeon, and that the first is the legendary sword and that spiritual swords like this give the owner power only at the time of battle, and in the long term they destroy his body and spirit, and that is why this is such a reward. The brunette pays attention to the title. The guy reads about the title of the King of the Dead and notes that it sounds familiar, and he will not be surprised that Hades got the name for his ability from this title. He waves his hand and realizes that it looks like this is not a reward for completing the dungeon, but for using Steve, and that for a necromancer this is a very good acquisition, and Arthur asks what it is. Kai looks at the glove and replies that he received a title that is related to necromancy, but he does not even know how to properly use it. Kai looks at the screen while it explains to him that the undead in the tower had physical shells, and he now has his own ability that allows him to control such creatures, which means that he can seal the soul that he owns in such a physical shell, to which he asks again about the act of sealing in a shell. Kai looks at the description and thinks. Kai gets up and says that he understands everything, to which Arthur is perplexed. The brunette says that he is a good teacher of necromancy and thanks him for the hint, to which he retorts that this is nonsense, and asks not to equate him with these worthless people. Kai's eyes shine and hears that he is Arthur and that he is the king of all knights, and the guy refuses, because he knows it perfectly well. Yellow energy flies while the system tells him that he has summoned his first phantom. The entity stands in front of him and the system asks what he will call it, to which he hears the name Arthur. Kai sees that the name Arthur is registered, and the stone goblin is indignant at what is happening and asks him to return his body. Kai looks at him and says that the Susanoo tower collapsed and his body disappeared into the ruins, so he should be content with what he has. Kai lowers his gaze and thinks that he is sorry that he left his body in the tower, although everything is not so bad. Kai shows the glove and asks if it is time for him to appear, because he kind of gave him his word. The guy summons Susanoo. The purple phantom scolds himself, asking when he will learn to keep his mouth shut, because he is already sick of himself. The orc is angry, while Susanoo clarifies what he promised him and whether it is somehow connected with this stupid orc next to him, to which Kai gives a positive answer, explaining that he is interested in who hired him to kill the king of all knights. Kai looks down and hears the answer that he asks for forgiveness, but he cannot answer, because he has no idea who they are, to which Kai is perplexed by the fact that he does not know. Susanoo in return offers him to show his memories. The hero stood in memories. Looking to the side, the guy thought that these were the hero's memories. The man stood with crowds of people, listening to their suggestions. Looking ahead, Kai heard that he would just have to enjoy the exciting game of bloodbath. Seeing the huge space, it was clear that the entity from another dimension was able to become anything and do anything. The outer god was looking at the hero. Sitting on the stone, the guy realized that all this sounded very tempting. Standing to the side, the god told the guy to save these grains. Looking at the creature, the hero continued to listen to him. With a smile, the hero laughed, answering that he liked the idea of collecting grains throughout the tower. Kai looked to the side. His gaze was directed forward. The giant continued to sit quietly behind the guy. The monster looked at Kai. The hero's voice continued to answer that after this god, their meeting was completely different. Kai calmly lowered his head, saying nothing. Angrily looking to the side, the guy answered that he knew who God was and now he would kill him this time. The village. His hand covered his face. Lying on the bed, Kai understood that he thought everything would be fine, but they were already plotting something a step ahead. In his head, he had an idea that about 1,000 years had passed since Arthur's death, and now was the time to dine on the fruits of what they had been sowing for so long. Lying on the bed, Kai thought that the King of Britain was involved in this death. Closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that he would be able to find out something if he got out of bed. The entire tower shook and cracked. One of the magicians was killing the hero. Kai slowly approached this place. Confidently looking forward, the guy understood that everyone here would die except him. The whole earth was covered with dark magic. The warriors stood aside. A few seconds later, blood began to flow from all sides. The warriors ran forward to fight. Running forward, one guy looked at his friend, surprised that he was running with him in the front row. Kai, gritting his teeth, thought about how many of them could be saved if he started right now. Running forward, the hero understood in space that he would always kill them all again and again. The sky was mixed with magic and blood. Kai looked up in fear. Getting out of bed, the guy realized that it was a dream. The mug was on the table. Approaching the table, the hero realized that everything was just beginning for him. Watching the battle of spirits, Kai decided to go to the 21st floor to his uncle's forge. The hammer hit the hot aloe. Kai, lowering his head, went up to the blacksmith. The man looked at the guy with displeasure, asking where he had been all this time. Continuing to stand calmly, the man did not understand why the hero did not return. With a smile on his face, Kai said that he thought he would stop being angry, because it was easier with him when he felt a little remorse deep down. With his hands on his hips, the man asked the hero what he had been doing for the past few months, if he hadn't even passed the floor tests. Kai, looking at his blacksmith, explained to him that he had gone to a hidden dungeon, which was a bit heavy and took a decent amount of time. Walking forward, the blacksmith showed the order that he wanted to break, but always stopped himself. In the box lay a beautiful glowing true stone of the sea god. Looking closely at the item, Kai began to think about what command over all the seas was. Walking to the table, the blacksmith calmly explained that he would make a recess in the glove so that he could carry the stone with him. With a displeased face, the man replied that he wanted to quickly finish what he had started. The glove lay quietly on the table. Drawing something, the blacksmith calmly answered the hero that only one stone can be used for one item. Thoughtfully looking ahead, Kai asked the man if it was possible to improve the glove. Standing at the table, the protagonist said that maybe it could be made better with the help of some item. Surprised, looking ahead, the blacksmith heard how they offered to improve the glove with mana. Turning to the side, the blacksmith said that the hero was a genius. Kai, asking again, could not find out anything. Creating the glove, the blacksmith told the hero that he was very useful. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the blacksmith swung at the guy, asking him about when he was called a genius. The sun rises. Against the background of armor, someone asks about strengthening Kai's glove, to which someone clarifies whether he can strengthen it himself. Dark-Eyed recalls a conversation where he suggested an option, for example, to use other ingredients or strengthen it with mana. Oliver sits at the table and understands that he does not think that his glove strengthening and various ways of enchanting it will be so useful to him, because after all, they remain only temporary and that it is impossible to fix a permanent effect on them. Nevertheless, his blacksmith instincts tell him something. He frowns and continues that they tell him that nothing is impossible for him and declares that the guy he is helping is cooking a skull. Grandfather looks around. He frowns and asks who is so brave, breaking into him since the morning. He peers and guesses who it is. The blacksmith picked up an axe and thinks that there are freaks from Olympus behind his door. The guy came to him and asks if he is serious. Archie looks at him and asks if this is his hideout, to which he calls him a monkey. Yellow Eyes smiles, while Oliver notices his disgusting appearance and asks what he could possibly be doing here and suggests that he is chilling in the heavenly kingdom as usual, and he sent his clone to him. To which the guy notes that the old man is rude and that they haven't seen each other for so long, and he gave him such a cold reception. Archie swings his arm, saying that he wants to admit to him that it's a bit hot here and asks if he hasn't abandoned his blacksmithing yet, to which he asks where that staff went, what he forged for him, and why he carries another one with him. The blonde bows to him and explains that he found a better weapon for himself and threw it away and that he managed to get the staff of the Dragon King and that nevertheless, when it was created, no one could even think that this creation would be used as a weapon, to which Oliver is angry that he threw away his staff, and the blonde retorts that everything is so, but in fact, his visit has another reason. The blonde spreads his arms and explains that he is looking for one person and asks if he knows Kai. He tilts his head and realizes something. His eye turned red and he realized that he still knows him. The blacksmith looks in front of him and sees golden ash eyes that are able to discern the truth and that since he is just a clone, his abilities are not so strong, but nevertheless, this is still the same Monkey King and that no matter how he lied to him, he sees through all his deception. Oliver smirks and understands that he won't give mood to Kai anyway, to which he is perplexed why he is smirking and receives an explanation that he doesn't know him. Archie shakes his head and asks what he is telling him, because he can already see that he knows him, to which he receives in response that he has already answered that he doesn't know and asks how many more times he should repeat it. The blonde adjusts his hair, saying that he wanted to resolve everything with him in a good way and orders him to talk or he will have to beat the words out of him by force. Oliver smiles and replies that he can threaten him as much as he wants, and asks how he is even able to tell him something he doesn't know, and besides, he is talking to him right now. Grandpa smirks and declares that he will repeat to him again that he doesn't know the guy. The plot moves to bare rocks. Against the background of the wall, someone asks if it is really him. Kai is standing in a pyromancer's robe and someone noticed it on him and said that it costs as much as 60,000 points and asks who else from the 21st floor will be able to walk around in such expensive things, while someone else says that no one has seen him for a long time and that there were even rumors that he died, and someone asks if he decided to climb the tower again. The brunette frowns and asks if they have completely lost their fear, because he is standing right in front of them, and they are discussing him and offers them the option of him shutting them up with his own hands. The elf looks displeased and asks himself if this is really Kai, because the guy does not mince his words. The system explains that the test of the 21st floor is beginning. Against the background of a blue crystal, a notification states that a crystal has appeared in the dungeon, which they will have to protect from incessant waves of monsters, and that there are also a number of doppelgangers on their team whose goal is to destroy the crystal, and that if the crystal is destroyed or the number of test participants reaches 0, the test will be considered failed. People are taken aback, and the system continues that they are given the task of finding all the doppelgangers and destroying them, and that the test will end when they kill all the doppelgangers, while the first one asks again about the doppelgangers, and the second one asks if they mean that there are doubles among them. Someone looks at his back and cannot believe there is, because what will happen to them if Kai turns out to be one? The brunette squeezes a weapon in his hands, saying that they are all idiots, and that they were scared of such a simple test. He goes forward and asks if they are afraid of these doppelgangers. Someone stands in front of him. Dark-Eyed smiles at him while he asks why he is staring at him like that. Brunette takes his head off. It flies and melts before his eyes. People look at it in horror and ask what it is, if it is a double, while the guy in the red cape declares that he will go and find all the doppelgangers and not let them near the crystal. Someone trembles while Kai gives them the order to take care of the monsters in the meantime and let them do the same, and notes that they should do their own things separately and most importantly, so that they do not interfere with him, while the light-eyed one thinks to himself that he is crazy and that he feels his thirst for blood right from his place. And the second one denies what is happening with the thought that this is the real Kai, and he no longer doubts it. Dark-eyed smiles and asks if they are ready to begin. The monsters go on the attack. People are blocking them and shouting that they have appeared again, and the second one notes that this wave is twice as big as the last one, and another one asks everyone not to stand alone, but to group up. The man attacks the monster with a sword and asks if someone has a useful buff and asks the tanks to take them on, and he will cover, and someone notes that another wave of monsters is coming. They all look at the crowd and someone shouts for everyone to gather, because they need to concentrate on the monsters and not think about the doubles, because this is Kai's area. The girl smiles and shouts to the elf that she has a good feeling and that her fighting spirit is high, to which he asks her not to relax, because this is not the end yet. Someone hits someone's back and the elf thinks that the brunette in the cape had a huge influence on everyone with his mere presence, and that he definitely has leadership qualities. The blonde looks away and apologizes to him, because he didn't notice him because he got a little carried away, and he replies that everything is fine. The elf realizes in horror who he crashed into. The dark-eyed man turns around and hears his name. The elf nervously turned away and realized that he was mistaken, because the guy behind him looks very similar to him, but his eyes are different, and apologizes for confusing him, and the guy asks him to listen. The brunette does not turn around and asks him if he thinks that all this is so strange, to which he clarifies what exactly he means. The brunette looks at Kai from afar with words about him, that he has not found a single doppelganger, to which he receives in response that it takes time and that in itself it is surprising that he found the first one so easily. The guy stands still and asks if he thinks that it was just luck, to which the blonde asks again what he means and how this can be. The elf frowns at the words that Kai probably has some kind of special ability, and he thinks that he does not understand what this idiot is trying to convey to him. The brunette stands with his back to him, and the elf wonders if he is hinting that the brunette is a doppelganger, but he himself understands that this is impossible and answers that, no matter what, as long as that guy is with them, either monsters nor doppelgangers will get close to the crystal. The dark-eyed one smiles and hears that he should not suspect everyone and everything, because he should just focus on the monsters, and he himself understands that this is all very funny. He looks at his copy and mentally suggests that he should see what happens next. He smirks, and he continues that they will see where that guy in the red cape, whom they trust so much, can lead them. The system notifies the players that there are still 25 hours left. Against the backdrop of a pile of corpses, someone notes that the last thing they need is for everyone to die of exhaustion here and asks how much longer they have to mess around with this crap, to which they receive the answer that as soon as they kill all the doppelgangers, then they can breathe a sigh of relief. Dark turns around and asks why this Kai froze in place and whether he is going to look for the doubles or not, to which he receives in response that at least he did not let anyone near the crystal, which is already good. Against the background of the guy in the cloak, he asks what good he is, because at this rate the monsters will simply kill them all. They go to the guy and he explains that most likely the doubles are very good at hiding and that after they saw that he killed one of them, their plan changed and that now they want to take them by attrition and simply hid in their ranks. Light looks at him and asks again what he said and what he means and that he does not mean by this that he cannot find them, to which he replies that he knows a way with which they can cope with the test as quickly as possible. He squeezes a sword in his hand and says that he wants each of them to point out to him the one he considers the most suspicious. He smiles and insists that if they kill one person at a time, they will complete the task sooner or later. The first one looks at him in horror and asks if he has gone crazy, because what kind of plan is this, to which the second one adds that they can't just kill each other because of some suspicions. Someone raises their hand and says that they have someone in mind and someone else also gives a candidate, but someone in front asks if they have gone crazy and do not understand what this is all leading to. People run under the shouts of one that they will kill each other like that, and that he does not agree to such a thing, and the second one retorts that the monsters will kill them all anyway and that this will happen if they drag it out, in order to herd all the suspicious people into one pile. The double rush from the place, while someone notes that this is just madness and they are not going to just kill each other, because there must be another way out. While he notes that since the majority agrees with his plan, it means it's time to start identifying doubles. The brunette reaches out to someone and asks him to wait, while someone shouts at him not to even think about resisting. The guy swings, and he continues to beg for mercy. Kai stops him. The fake is taken aback by the fact that he intercepted his sword with his hand. The real one frowns and says that he has been waiting for a very long time for the moment, when he finally crosses the line. People look at how the black one says that he lets him get away with everything he did until it interfered with the test. But his ideas suddenly began to ruin everything, to which he asks what he is saying, and the others realize that they are similar. The guys look at each other while someone shouts that they look like two peas in a pod, and the elf realizes that the one in black is the real Kai. The dark-eyed one looks down and says that he will deal with him later. He shines his eyes and the system notices that his fiery eyes reveal the whole truth. The guy hits his double. The guy in the red cape grins. People watch from the side and someone is perplexed by the fact that this was a doppelganger all this time, but does not understand why he is still alive, because the previous double will just turn into dirt, and someone asks if it could be just an impersonator. The man on the ground says that he is not an impersonator, and tries to convince everyone that he is the real him. Kai kicks him in the head and encourages him to call himself whatever he wants. The double flew back. Kai looks at him and notes that now the whole situation has become clear, to which the second one shouts that he is not a doppelganger, that he does not understand who they are at all, and someone else shouts that he does not understand anything either, because he is the most ordinary player. The elf stands opposite, while someone says his name, and where he was born, and someone else shouts that he is not a double. The elf frowns and asks him if this means that he is the real Kai. The brunette brings a sword to his neck, saying that his identity does not matter at all, to which he asks what is wrong and whether he thinks that he is a doppelganger. The blonde stands still and clarifies whether he does not believe him, because he can simply ask his comrades about it, because their words are worth more than his own and that they have stood side by side with them from the very beginning of the test, to which someone replies that everything is so, because they vouch that their captain is not a doppelganger. Kai smiles and asks what else he's going to tell him, because doesn't he understand that just because he has a team doesn't guarantee that he's not a doppelganger. The brunette grabs him by the neck. The elf looks at him and tries to tell him that he really is real and that someone is calling him. The blonde's eyes grow dim while his teammates beg him to let go. The elf breaks free. The doppelganger has revealed its face and is making disgusting sounds. His comrade looks at him and asks what's wrong with his captain. He looks at the sword and asks when he became a doppelganger. The dark-eyed one looks at someone while the man screams, "How is that even possible?" Because he couldn't have been a double all this time, to which he himself is surprised that doppelgangers imitate humans so much that they can even deceive themselves and that he couldn't have known about that. Someone shows his true face while Kai calls out to the doppelgangers to finish this quickly. He stands near the stone and asks them to show themselves to him, while the system notices that the spirit of the heavenly demon has been activated and that he has passed the test of the 21st floor and that he can now move to the next floor and that his level has been raised. The man with pink hair squints. Someone opens his eyes and asks if the test is over. The red-eyed man shines his eyes and asks him to get up quickly because he can already see that he has woken up. The man, horrified, recognizes Kai in front of him, to which he asks his name. The guy sees a glowing fist and begs for forgiveness, to which he insists that he asked him a question and finally hears his name. The brunette looks at him and explains that since the test is over and he is still alive, it means that he is not one of the doppelgangers, but nevertheless he is a doppelganger and asks who he is. Larry looks down and confirms that he is a doppelganger, and that he is at the same time a regular player, to which the guy clarifies whether it means that he is a purebred demon and what kind he is from, because he does not look like those doppelgangers. He looks away and states that his answer is the Demon Lord, to which the second asks again if this is so. In the background Belial, he explains that he is the Demon Lord and the Lord of Two Faces. Kai frowns using his fiery eyes and understands that he is the monarch of lies and that he is a rancor and is one of the 7 demon kings and the heads of the guild of the Lords of Chaos. The brunette imagines Olympus and understands that most likely he is not lying, because the guild of the Lords of Chaos can compete with Olympus in strength and number of players, and in some sense that guy is someone like Kurt. Kai sits opposite and asks what he forgot here, to which he replies that he does not even know how to explain it to him. The red-eyed man listens attentively that he understands that it is strange to admit such a thing in such circumstances, but he is a big fan of his. Kai was embarrassed. He looks at him and hears that he is his most devoted fan. He introduces him in a red cape and explains that he was simply captivated by how he climbs the tower and overcomes all the challenges that stand in his way. But most of all, he was amazed by the fact that he became the champion of the great tournament. Larry looks at him and continues that he understands that this does not excuse his guilt, but he repents of his actions and promises that this will never happen again, to which Kai is angry, because his eyes see the truth and that this is unexpected for him. The brunette gets up and you understand that this is even for the best, because meeting the son of the Demon Lord will not hurt him, and he replies that this time he forgives him, and he replies that he will be grateful to him. Larry listens attentively to one condition. Dark-eyed smiles and says that he remains in his debt, and that in payment he will ask him to help him with something and asks to leave him his contacts. 1 month later. A new message from Leon appears on the metal ball, which says that he also applied for the next test, and he is always faithful. Kai, lying on the bed, comments on the message that he did not expect to meet this motto in the tower, and this guy is quite intrusive. The dark-haired guy, erasing the message from the ball, thinks that it does not matter, adds to himself that nothing will stop him from coping with the tests of 20 floors, and completes the thought, in 10 days he will reach the 24th floor. Kai, raising his head, notes that there is still a chance that Olympus will intervene, and notes that otherwise there should be no problems. The main character frowns, wondering why this guy suddenly decided to write. Suddenly, the magic ball shows a notification from Kurt that he is on the 20th floor and offers to meet. The sun rises over the stone buildings. Zeus's relative is sitting at a table near a cafe in the middle of a busy street. Kai, lifting his cup from the saucer, tells Kurt that he sees that he arrived before him. The protagonist, raising his cup to his lips, says that he has almost finished his tea, and the guy with pigtails says that his friend has finally arrived. Kurt, crossing his arms, says that he had nothing special to do, so he decided to come early and freshen up at the same time. The dark-haired guy asks the fair-haired guy how far he climbed the tower, to which Kurt, closing his eyes, answers that he is on the 34th floor. Kai, having taken a sip of tea, notes that he is fast, to which the relative of Zeus answers that yes, but not without problems, because it is becoming increasingly difficult to climb. The dark-haired guy, lowering his cup into the saucer, says that he did not expect to hear from such a smug person that he would suddenly have problems with something, to which the fair-haired guy chuckles that let his interlocutor say what he wants. An image of a mug filled with tea appeared. Kurt turned to Kai. The guy with pigtails, leaning forward, says that he heard that his friend found the stone of all seas. Kai, sipping tea, listens from Kurt that thanks to him, real chaos is happening in Olympus now, and his father and uncle are in complete collapse. Now and then they attack each other. The fair-haired guy, crossing his legs, tells the hero that he is sure that this is what he was hoping for, because Olympus is now busy with internal strife to worry about him, and then notes that this is only temporary, because they will come for his head. Kai holds out his hand for tea. Kurt gives advice that in his place he would not hesitate, and continues that either let him bow before Olympus and give them the stone, or let him hide in Asgard or the heavenly kingdom, where they will not be able to get it. The dark-haired guy, getting up from the table, asks if the son of Zeus really called him only for this, and if so, then he is leaving, to which the fair-haired guy tells him to wait, because he wanted to talk about more than just this. Kurt, raising his hands, asks if the hero is really going to go to the end, to which Kai wonders how much longer his interlocutor will ask about this. The dark-haired guy, standing behind the chair, asks if Kurt has decided which path to take, to which the fair-haired guy angrily says that he has just decided and that is why he called the hero to discuss everything, but his stubbornness puts a spoke in the son of Zeus's wheel. Kurt says that it does not matter, and then in any case asks the protagonist to be careful on the 25th floor, to which the hero, looking down, does not answer. The blonde guy, putting his hands on his knees, warns the hero to be careful when he gets to the heart of Britain, because this place is a big trap for him. The magic ball, rolling out, shows a message from Apollo, who is interested in how everything went. Kurt, crossing his arms and legs, angrily says that Kai has gone completely crazy, to which Apollo asks if the hero is really going to die, to which Zeus's relative replies that he doesn't care at all. Kurt asks the magic ball how his uncle is doing, to which it shows a message that it looks like his uncle is in no hurry to make a decision, and as he knows, the decision is extremely important. Zeus's relative, bowing his head down, turns to his brother that he is sure that he will not regret it, to which Apollo writes that of course he will regret it, but this does not mean that he will continue to stand aside. God writes that Kurt should focus on becoming a ranker for now, adding that he should use this time to become even stronger, to which the boy with pigtails says that he will do so. Kurt, leaning back, says that he warned Kai to be careful with Britannia, but Kai does not seem to be taking his words seriously, to which Apollo writes that this is not a game that a simple player can win without marked cards, then remarks on what a fool the protagonist is. Kurt, looking into the distance, says that he is sure that neither Chris, Hypnos, nor Theseus expected things to go this way, adding that Kai is not one to be stupid. The blonde boy, smiling, says that maybe these are all his foolish hopes and dreams, adding that he has a feeling that this time will be different. A gust of wind lifts fallen leaves up the meadow. The wind rustles the grass and a notification appears, stating that the 24th floor trial has begun and their goal is to stop the large bulls. An adventurer's foot stomps on the grass and messages come in that the number of bulls will increase with each stage, and at the end of each stage they will receive 10 times the number of points. The adventurers, dispersing throughout the valley, receive a notification that for each bull they kill they will receive 5 points, and by spending 10 points they can summon one large bull and send it to the enemy team. But each team is given their own area that they are not allowed to leave or they will be eliminated from the trial. Lion, his mouth open in joy, receives notifications that the last remaining team has been declared the winner of the trial and that the first stage will begin in 5 minutes. The red-haired youth, clenching his fists, shouts at Kai that this is a defense trial and how great it is that they are on the same team, to which the hero does not respond. The protagonist sighs and says with displeasure that their paths will diverge from the next floor and let the youth mean it, to which Leon objects that this is stupid and asks why they can't stick together, to which the dark-haired guy says that he has said everything. Kai says that his interlocutor will think about his words more than once when he starts the task that he assigns, to which he asks if the hero really plans something on the 25th floor. A circular wind lifts the leaves up. The players receive a notification that the zone boundaries have been created and they will be excluded if they cross the boundaries, and also that the points have been redistributed and their total is 10. Kai looks over the field and thinks that all teams start on equal terms, and each can summon one bull, to which the adventurers confidently say that they can consider that they have already passed the test. The guy notes that they are very lucky that Kai is with them, to which his friend says that he can't remember when he was so calm before the test began. Lion, putting his hand on his belt, says that it seems that his partners believe in the hero. The protagonist, looking at the adventurers, says worriedly that he will hope that they will not regret this, to which the red-haired one looks at him questioningly. The team, standing in the magic circle, receives multiple notifications that large bulls have been summoned. An angry pack of bulls, howling, rushes at the players. The adventurers, retreating, shout why there are so many bulls, notice that they cannot count them, and ask if this is really only the first stage. Lion, smiling confidently, says that everyone must have decided to join forces and unleash their bulls on them, and then comes to the conclusion that he now understands what Brother Kai meant, and concludes that the opponents are trying to eliminate the strongest team. Red Ice, turning his head, says that in this trial, they will face 9 teams at once. Kai, in a stance, casts a multitude of flame vortices using the mana burst skill. Lion, surprised, asks how high the protagonist's mana is that he can release so many mana bursts at once, to which the hero, gritting his teeth, replies that they will save this chatter for later. Kai, waving his hand, throws fiery shards in all directions. A herd of bulls rushes towards the protagonist through his spell. The herd is quickly struck by purple flames. Kai's purple flames rage around the circular area where the entire team is standing. The adventurers, standing dumbfounded, say how is this even possible, and it seems that their help is not needed at all, and then note that the hero should not interfere at all. The guy quietly whispers that maybe it really would be better if they just stand aside, to which Kai, turning around, says that let his allies try to hold out as long as possible. The protagonist, turning his head, says that if his team stands like pillars, they will become a burden and points for the enemy teams. The adventurers, fearfully backing away, ask if the hero really threatens to kill them if they do not help, and Leon admiringly says that it is Brother Kai. Snow-white clouds floated across the blue sky, and the participant of the tournament thought that everything was too simple. The girl from team number 3, looking into the distance, said that it seemed that no one from their team was even thinking of sending bulls, to which her interlocutor readily agreed. Team 5, standing in a field with his comrades, stated that the others must have decided on a similar plan and decided to get rid of the protagonist's team first. Team 9, nodding confidently, asked if everyone understood, and added that the test would begin once they got rid of Kai's team. An image of a menacing bull appeared on the screen, and the system announced that the 9th stage would begin in 5 minutes. The long-haired hero, with his hands on his hips, grimly stated that they had almost reached the stage where 1,000 bulls would be sent at them at once, and added that no team had been eliminated yet, since there had been no such messages, and everyone had decided to target their team. Leon, whose hand was covered in a dark aura, stated that this could go on forever. Kai, with his back to his comrade, stated that they would follow the plan until the 10th stage, to which Leon stated that they would hardly be able to last that long. The protagonist, grinning confidently, asked if Leon hadn't told him that even 100 small bugs were still just small bugs, to which his comrade replied sheepishly that it had been before, but now everything had changed. The heroes stood in the middle of the field, and the system reported that a large bull had been summoned. An image of a huge field appeared, and the participants shouted that this was already outrageous, because there were only more of them, and one of them indignantly asked where they got so many points, because at this rate it would never end. Leon, looking at the protagonist in surprise, heard him say that the others could rest for now, he would handle it himself from now on, to which he asked again if he could do it alone. The team member, frowning worriedly, and Kai confidently replied that he had to do it. The protagonist stepped forward in front of the crowd, and Leon wondered how many bundles of mana he had summoned, because there were more of them each time. Kai looked ahead confidently, and thought that his control over mana had become easier thanks to this skill, but it was still not enough, and then a pop-up notification announced the use of the Mana Overlord skill. Kai stood thoughtfully in the middle of the field and thought that before he returned to the past, he could only create 5 bundles of mana at a time, and wondered how many he could create now. The bundles of mana rushed towards the ground, and the system suddenly announced that the 9th stage had begun. The mana glowed brightly in the sun. The protagonist looked ahead resolutely and declared that it was time for him to act. Purple explosions sent the opponents flying. The bundles of mana quickly flew apart, destroying the large bull, and the system announced that the level of Heaven's Doom had increased by 1,000%. An image of a huge bull shrouded in mana appeared, and the system announced that the 11th stage and the trial area was being updated. Kai raised his hand imperiously, and used the Heaven's Doom skill, and the system announced that the 13th stage was beginning. Wisps of purple mana enveloped the fierce battlefield, and the system announced that the protagonist had destroyed the large bull, and the level of Heaven's Doom had not increased. The protagonist, with his fist clenched in concentration, thought that 10 wisps of mana should be enough, and added that now that he understood how many he could make at once, it was better to focus on controlling them, and called Leon. The protagonist told his comrade to spend all his points and summon the bulls to the other team, to which Leon, with his eyes widened in surprise, asked, "Weren't we planning to save up more and attack everyone at once?" The guy excitedly asked the protagonist if he still had any strength left, to which he confidently raised his hand and replied that he still had strength, but even if they had to strain themselves, they would see their plans through to the end. The masked participant, his eyes wide in amazement, wondered how much mana he had and added how he controlled so many bundles, and the other participant, fascinated, said that he had reached such heights that he seemed like a speck of dust compared to him, and wondered how he had not yet become a ranker. The protagonist's comrade, looking down sadly, thought that it was somehow unfair that he was so much stronger than the others, because even as a pure-blooded demon, he had seen strength that ordinary players could not even imagine, but his strength was simply amazing. The sky was covered with bundles of mana and the hero thought that perhaps he could not compare with the rankers, but I doubt that any of them were as strong as ordinary players. The participant squinted in admiration, thinking that this was even more amazing than when he watched it at the Murim tournament. The protagonist stood in the middle of the explosions, and the system announced that the large bull had been destroyed and that the level of the fate of heaven had increased by 0.001%. Kai looked up and the system notified that the requirements of the fate of heaven had been met, rank A+, the completion rate was 100%, and the fate of heaven had been removed. The protagonist took a martial pose. The system announced that a demonic body had been obtained, a new attribute, demonic energy, had been added, and the demonic energy meter had been increased by 20. The protagonist looked down and the system explained that the demonic body granted the ability to manipulate demonic energy, rank S-, mastery by 1/100%, with the ability to obtain skills unique to a demon, and plus 20 demonic energy, after which it clarified that the attribute could not be increased by leveling up and applied to all skills. Kai, staring thoughtfully into the distance, thought that he did not think that he would gain such an ability after finishing the Star of Heaven's fate. Kai, calling mana above himself, thought that only demons possessed this energy. It was somewhat similar to mana, but its nature was completely different. Kai, decisively clenching his fist, thought that it was much more destructive. A pillar of magical energy struck the ground. Kai's comrade, his eyes wide in amazement, exclaimed the protagonist's name. Leon, frozen in shock, asked if he really came from the blood of a demon and how he became subject to demonic energy, while he answered that he was not sure about the blood. Kai, standing in the middle of his comrades, calmly stated that he was not sure about the blood, but he had only just received the skill, to which Leon, squinting incredulously, asked what he had just received and that was it, after which he thought that it was no wonder that he did not look like a human at all, and was talking about it so casually. Kai, smiling with satisfaction, thought that he had received what he wanted, and it was time to end this battle, and the guy asked what to end. Kai, confidently stepping forward, answered what else, a test of course, and the system displayed the total number of points of 24,355. The system, having consistently updated, reported that 24,350 points had been used. A large number of large bulls would be summoned in the next stage. The system, methodically displaying itself, announced that you would summon 2,435 large bulls in the next stage, and offered to choose a team for which the heroes wanted to summon the bulls. The masked participant, his mouth open in anger, thought how stubborn Kai was. The team member scratched his head in confusion and asked what stage they were at, to which the other team member shrugged helplessly and said he didn't know. The team member gestured irritably and asked how he had held on for so long, and what he was trying to achieve, and the system announced that Team 2 had summoned the big bulls. The armored team member turned around in surprise and wondered if they were still finding time to counterattack. The team member froze in shock and exclaimed a big bull was summoned, what's going on, a big bull was summoned, and asked what was going on. The team member clenched his fists in anger, thinking that Kai had summoned them all, and asked what the hell was inside him, how many points had he accumulated. The team commander, grimacing in panic, ordered everyone to go to arms, and he would go in the vanguard, and said that they would take the rear, to which the subordinate, looking around in confusion, asked what rear. They were pushing from all sides, after which the commander firmly ordered to take up all-round defense. The system, instantly flaring up, announced that Team 1 was destroyed, Team 4 was destroyed, Team 7 was destroyed. The main character, staring thoughtfully at the screen, thought that great, the teams began to drop out one after another. An image of a menacing bull appeared and Kai thought that he had summoned 200 bulls for each, but one of the players could still withstand this wave and 1 or 2 strong teams would remain. Kai, decisively nodding, thought that it was only a matter of time. No matter how many waves they stopped, he would send more and more, until they gave up. The protagonist team member turned around in amazement, and asked his comrade if Kai was a demon, to which he replied that he was getting goosebumps at the thought of how lucky he was to be on the same team with him. The system suddenly flared up and announced that you had passed the test of the 24th floor. The protagonist's team members joyfully raised their hands, shouted that it was all over, and thanked him. The guy with the red bandage on his body, bowing his head to the protagonist, said that without him they definitely wouldn't have passed this test, especially so easily, and added that they thanked him for dragging them, in the sense that he was really cool, and added that they would probably go. The system announced that the hero had earned an additional 54,360 points, and had received the Cloud Step skill, which allowed him to make his steps lighter and silent for a while, leaving no traces behind, and the guy looked ahead in surprise. Kai, looking thoughtfully into the distance, thought that it looked like a variation of Hermes' steps, and added that the variation was worse, it would be better for him to keep his previous skill, and thought that one way or another, 100,000 points was also an excellent reward, and Kai's comrade, looking down sadly, said that well, it turns out they would have to say goodbye here, and added that he was sorry, of course. The main character, smiling in a friendly manner, replied that it was too early, there would be time on the 25th floor, to which the young man with red hair asked in surprise if that was true. Leon, hastily grabbing the main character by the hand, said that then they should go quickly. The heroes immediately took off and shouted that they were heading to the 25th floor, after which the system announced a move to the 25th floor. The 25th floor of the Tower, Britain. A huge statue of a warrior on horseback, standing in the middle of a snow-white hall, towered, and one of the team members enthusiastically babbled, "So this is what Britain is like." The protagonist's comrade, frozen in admiration, said that they say this is one of the most beautiful places, because the entire floor is one big attraction. The protagonist, confidently looking at the team members, thought that these were statues of the Knights of the Round Table and their king. An image of a statue of King Arthur appeared, and the character thought that yes, he was good, Arthur. The protagonist, looking up with interest, asked his alter ego if he was really drawn to nostalgia, to which he replied that it was not nostalgia, but resentment, and wondered if it was really that hard to give him a normal body. The protagonist, looking ahead in confusion, said that if he had met the big bull from the test earlier, he would have given his alter ego the body of the bull, to which he replied that he meant the body of a man, and Kai's comrade babbled that he had heard that the current king of Britain was Sir Lancelot. Kai, staring thoughtfully into the distance, said that Lancelot was only the right hand, to which Leon asked again if he was only the right hand, since so much time had passed since Arthur disappeared. The protagonist, looking down thoughtfully, said to himself, "I wonder what kind of person he is, this Lancelot, since Arthur created an entire country, and in the end Lancelot rules it," and declared to himself that he would soon find out. A horse galloped into the square, and the protagonist thought that no one was sitting at the round table as he knew it. A man on a snow-white horse cheerfully declared that here they were. Percival, standing up straight, asked if they had passed the test of the 24th floor, and introduced himself as the 31st Knight of the Round Table, named Percival. The members of the protagonist's team, vying with each other to introduce themselves to the knights, said their names, and the protagonist, staring at the floor, thought with what vanity the Knights of the Round Table were looking at them. Kai, looking angrily ahead from under his forehead, thought that no guild grows as fast as the Round Table of King Arthur, and added that they will remain at this top for a long time, and Leon asked if these were really the Knights of the Round Table, to which the protagonist replied that not all of them, but only one of them. Percival, smiling in a friendly manner, asked what the heroes' names were. The protagonist, looking at the knight with displeasure, introduced himself, and Percival respectfully thought that the heroes were the two calmest and most self-confident, and also introduced himself as a Knight of the Round Table. Percival, nodding in a friendly manner, added that it was nice to meet them all, because they were always glad to have guests. The Knight of the Round Table, his eyes flashing mysteriously, said that he had arrived by order of His Highness. Kai looked at his interlocutor with interest, and he added that in each newcomer they were looking for someone who could take a place at the round table. The horse suddenly raised its head, and the knight added that he would tell all the details later, but the heroes were probably tired after the test, and they needed to rest first. Percival, confidently waving his hand, said that they were standing on the border of the lands of Britain, its capital was nearby, and offered to follow him. Leon, frowning angrily, said that they were somehow suspicious, and all this seemed to him some kind of trap. Kai, worriedly turning to his comrade, said that just in case, he would ask him for something. The young man, his eyes wide in shock, asked if the protagonist was seriously asking him about this, and added that he never thought that these knights were so dishonest. The protagonist leaned towards his comrade and heard him say that he would keep that in mind and hope that they didn't have any such rules after all, since it was best for them to go along with them at the moment. The high walls of the city towered over the heroes. Percival pointed proudly at the walls and said that behind those walls stood the capital of Britain, Camelot. The protagonist team member, staring at the walls in admiration, thought about how high they were and added that he didn't think Camelot was that big, to which Percival smiled indulgently and replied that, alas, the capital couldn't accept all the guests. The knight, his eyes flashing, heard the guy ask him why they couldn't accept all the guests, to which he replied that there was a specific reason. The man, looking sternly ahead, explained that in Britain they treat demons strictly, so the rootless creatures of darkness are not welcome in the capital, while Leon indignantly froze, wondering if he really said that just now. Leon, angrily looking at the Knight of the Round Table, exclaimed, "What kind of rules are these? What century are they living in?" and declared that this is racism, and the protagonist asked if there is a law prohibiting rootless demons from visiting the capital. Percival, respectfully bowing his head, explained that they came to this after the disappearance of King Arthur, and asked for understanding, because this topic is extremely delicate. Percival, thoughtfully narrowing his eyes, said that but if Kai himself can vouch for his comrade, they will make an exception. Leon, angrily bowing his head, said that no one needs to vouch for him, because his family will say more for him than anyone else, and asked the Knight of the Round Table if he knows who his father is. Percival, confusedly answering that he had no way of knowing, and in general it was not important in Britain, heard the protagonist's comrade, furiously baring his teeth, shout that his father was Belial, calling him stupid, because he was one of the 7 demon kings who led the Guild of the Lords of Chaos, as well as one of the 100 greatest rankers. The guards standing nearby were surprised to hear Leon proudly shouting that he was the son of the demon Lord Belial, and asked if Percival still dared to doubt his identity, and the guard wondered in amazement if this was really Belial's son. Leon, gesticulating threateningly, shouted that he would tell his father everything about the knight, and asked the man who in turn was his father. The Knight of the Round Table, looking down in conciliation, said that there was no point in brawling, and suggested that his comrades let Leon through since they now knew who his father was. An image of a huge city gate appeared, and Percival calmly ordered it to be opened. An image of a huge city appeared, and Leon wrote a message that said that the knights did not want to let him into the city because he was a demon. But as soon as he said who his father was, everyone immediately shut their mouths, and he also asked the protagonist how he knew about the existence of such laws in Britain, to which Kai replied that it was just a guess. A member of the protagonist's team, looking around excitedly, asked if this was really Camelot, calling it huge, and asked if this was King Arthur's palace. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback, and a pop-up notification announced that an egg had shown its teeth. An image of an egg shrouded in a purple aura appeared, and a pop-up notification announced that it was starving, and it burst into tears and fluttered. The protagonist, looking down gloomily, thought that he had known that the egg had something to do with the outer gods. An image of a huge palace under a blue sky appeared, and Kai thought intently that he was done with the fate of the heavens, and the only thing left was the egg, which needed to be accelerated to hatch and find out what was inside. The protagonist, determinedly walking down the street, wondered if this creature would become an enemy of the outer gods or tear out his throat, and a pop-up notification announced that the egg was asking him to hurry, and he angrily replied that he had enough of whining. An image of the protagonist holding a huge purple egg on his shoulders appeared, and the protagonist thought that it somehow started talking after the hatching percentage increased, and a pop-up notification announced that the egg was asking him to hurry. A view of the city from above was shown, when it was explained that this was the capital of Britain, Camelot. The protagonist was standing near the white railings, when he said that he had not said a word since they got there, and then asked why he was so quiet. A cloud of energy was shown, which answered him that everything around was changing, but this place remained the same. A huge hall was shown, when the protagonist assumed that he meant the castle, agreeing that it looked quite old. Then Arthur told him that he was much older than him. Kai looked away carefully when he asked why he came there, because he knew perfectly well what Olympus told them about him. Then the guy answered that he heard that Percival told them then that Sir Lance himself wanted to see him. The brunette remembered the enraged Larry when the protagonist was informed that His Highness wanted to meet him, and that if it was not too much trouble, they would like him and his companion to follow them to the castle. Then the demon asked if anything would happen if such a pathetic and vile demonic scum like him set foot in their noble palace, after which the protagonist answered that they would come. Deciding that it was worth leaving Larry, then Arthur said that the latter also understood what he meant. Kai looked at the cloud of energy when he reminded him that he gave his word that he would find someone for him. Then he asked him again, assuming that the guy was talking about Nicholas and had come all this way so that they could see him. Then the brunette answered that he asked for a favor, and he agreed to provide it to him. They were on the balcony when Arthur said that he was very touched, admitting that he considered him a freak, and that he was very angry with him when he gave him this orc body. Then the protagonist replied that in his eyes it is very easy to change, to which he objected, saying that this is not all. The protagonist was shown in the past, when his interlocutor added that his sharp mind could not pass by him, because he calculates every step and is driven by clear motives, and his every action is filled with confidence, not to mention his general dexterity and skills. However, he would never call this act rational, and then he asked about whether he somehow influenced his cold calculation. Kai leaned towards Arthur when he answered that he would not hide it, and that something flashed in him. Then he asked if he was still susceptible to emotions, suggesting that it was due to a lack of experience, and adding that, despite his skills, he still remains a player of the first floors. The clot of energy was shown close up when he warned that he would not become a rancor if he continued to allow emotions to take control of him, and that water wears away stone, washing away everything fragile and light with a stream. Then the guy explained that this was not the case at all. The brunette's eyes were shown close up when he said that he came there with a specific calculation. Clouds floated above the majestic castle when the guy added that he would soon understand everything himself, and that the ruins that he would leave behind would shake all of Britain. A beautiful garden was shown. The maid lowered her hand when she said that she was very grateful to him. She remembered the angry warrior in front of her, who asked her how she dared to tarnish the image of a knight of the Round Table, threatening that for such impudence it would be enough to chop off her hand. When the girl explained that she did not think that the master would be so angry because of some branch that fell on his head. The maid folded her hands in front of her when she said that she could not have avoided trouble if he had not intervened. Then the man agreed with her, answering that at the Round Table there were also such people with, to put it mildly, difficult characters. The bearded old man's mouth fell open when he advised her to be quieter than water and lower than grass in the future, so as not to anger them unnecessarily. Then she agreed with him and thanked him again. They were both in the garden when the girl said that she had only recently joined the castle and that all the knights seemed to have changed when they saw him, summing up that she understood that he held a high position there, and then asked for forgiveness if she caused him any trouble. The man raised his hand to the plants when he replied that he was only an old man and that if she was truly grateful to him, she should look after this garden. The flowers began to bloom even more when he added that sometimes he walked through it to drive away unnecessary thoughts. Clouds floated across the sky when the man said that times were coming to an end. The old man stood on the stairs when he wondered what had happened to the current generation, saying that everyone had forgotten what chivalry was. The gray-haired man closed his eyes, saying that the knights of the Round Table were once a model of nobility, but it seemed that was a thing of the past. The green-eyed old man opened his eyes slightly when he asked if he agreed with him. The protagonist stood next to him when he answered that he completely did. The protagonist walked towards the bearded man when he said that he was Mr. Nicholas, the great wizard and one of the founders of Britain, as well as the creator of the Round Table, to which he replied that everything was true, and asked if they knew him, since he had not seen him before. The gray-haired old man looked away when he said that he had noticed him a long time ago, assuming that he needed something from him. The brunette was shown half-turned when he said his name, then he asked him again. The protagonist stood before the wizard, who said that his name seemed familiar to him, and that he felt weight in it, but could not remember where he heard about it. Then he explained that he was a recently arrived player. The boy raised his hand to the system window, when Nicholas replied that everything was correct, and that he must have been invited by Lance, and then he inquired what he needed from him. A blade appeared in the protagonist's hand. The sword was shown up close when Nicholas recognized it as Excalibur. The green-eyed old man frowned deeply when he asked about where he got it from, to which the young man replied that they had a long conversation ahead. Kai held the blade in front of him when he added that his story did not need extra listeners, and then asked how about a cup of tea. Liquid was pouring out of the teapot. The men sat in a large room, when the wizard said that he thought it was time for him to explain himself, and asked about where he got the sword of his old friend Arthur. The brunette folded his hands in front of him when he answered that he found this artifact completely by accident. Then Nicholas assumed that this meant that his comrade was dead. The old man introduced the fair-haired youth who led him when he told him that he did not know where he disappeared to and why he decided to leave Britain, and that after 1,000 years there was no news from him, and he fell into terrible grief. But at some point he realized that these echoes of the past were better left in the past, summing up that Arthur was more than just a friend to him. There were dishes on the table when the wizard said that it was gratifying for him to hear that his path had finally come to an end, and then asked how he knew him, and how he learned about them, and why he came to him. The protagonist sat opposite Nicholas when he answered that he met him a few months ago. Then he asked him again and asked that he really wanted to say that he was still alive then. The protagonist bent his arm in front of him when he explained that he wasn't quite. A gray monster appeared at the side of the men when a system notification appeared that he had summoned Arthur. The bearded old man was shown half-turned when he said that Kai had an extremely rare gift, necromancy, and then asked why he had resorted to magic. The orc was near the table with the people when the wizard asked him if he really thought that spirits could do him any harm. Then the brunette answered that of course not, and that he simply believed that he might not believe his words, but the words of this creature would dispel any doubt. The monster's back was shown when Nicholas asked why he needed to talk to him. Then Arthur said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and called the man an old fart. The men were in front of the monster. Tears welled up in the wizard's eyes when he said his friend's name, then the latter was surprised that he recognized him so immediately. The old man in green robes walked towards the orc when he called him a blockhead, exclaiming that as if anyone else besides him called him an old fart, and that he always pushed him around because he was older. Then Arthur asked him to calm down, because he hadn't seen a dead man, and then asked what he was making dust about. The protagonist stood in front of the monster when Nicholas asked if his friend had seen himself from the outside, and why he was like that. Then Arthur answered that it was all the brunette's doing. The protagonist's face was shown close up when he added that he would talk about it later, and that he needed to tell him something. Then the wizard asked what it was about, assuming that it was about the bastard who killed him. The orc stood before the people in the room when Arthur said that he could see the fire in his eyes and that he was thirsty for revenge. But he was not seeking it for himself, because the question was much more important. Nicholas looked shocked and asked again when his friend told him that the man who killed his son still walked within the castle walls. The old man's pupils narrowed greatly when he repeated his question. The dark orc was shown in profile when the king inside him told him that Lance killed his child. The boy touched the wizard's shoulder and asked him to calm down. Kai turned towards the bearded old man when he said that they should not draw attention to themselves and that his mana was easy to sense. Then he wondered how he could remain calm after hearing such things, after which the boy asked him to try at least now. Nicholas looked away attentively. Arthur stood before them in the body of a monster. When the wizard suggested that Lance killed him after that, then he asked about whether his friend really thought that a brat like him would kill him. The dark orc opened his mouth when the old man said that the hand was not what it used to be, and that he was now a rancor and perhaps even stronger than the king once was. A dark silhouette was shown when Nicholas added that he was also the king of Britain, albeit temporarily, and that by coming for him without a proper plan, they could doom the entire kingdom, not to mention the Round Table, concluding that they needed a leader like Arthur. The protagonist looked towards the two comrades when the true king said that no one would believe that he was sitting in the skin of a dead man, and that Lance would make it look like this guy was controlling him and trying to seize power, because everyone knows that the undead only obey their master. A luxurious chandelier was shown as the old man asked what they should do then, saying he had no idea. Nicholas turned to the protagonist, who asked when the next round table meeting was, to which he was told it was in 10 days, then he asked if an outsider could attend. Kai stood in front of the orc and the wizard, who said that usually not, but if he put in a good word, then it was possible. Then the brunette said that it was great. The dark-haired youth looked ahead as he said that they would turn the round table over that day. A red cloak was shown. The man was followed by his subordinates, who called him Lord and asked how everything went, saying that they were glad he was okay. The two boys bowed their heads when he told them it was all thanks to them and that he had been away for a long time, and then asked if anything had happened while he was gone, and they said nothing unusual. The man touched the armrest, saying that then they would continue to carry his word, and that it was all for the good of the people. The cloaked warriors were in front of the throne, when the ruler added that this was the will of the king of all knights, and they answered that everything would be done. The blue-eyed boy looked confidently ahead when it was revealed that his name was Lance, and that he was the Hand of Britain. The two knights of the Round Table looked forward when their names were called, and when Colt announced that, as he had ordered, Percival had brought a player named Kai to the castle. Lance sat on the throne when he was asked if he wished for them to bring him, to which he answered in the affirmative, saying that he would like to meet him in person. His hand tightened on the armrest as he added that he had heard terrible news about this player straight from Asgard, and that while every guild that was more or less known was trying to recruit him, Asgard was being cautious, which was not surprising for a large guild. The huge throne room was shown as the hand spoke of a player who had appeared out of nowhere, pursuing unknown goals and not seeking asylum, and how this made them suspicious and curious, but information about him was very little. Lance glared ahead as he said that he had heard one terrible news about him, and that it turned out that Kai had a hand in the murder of King Arthur. The warriors in blue cloaks turned to the throne, asking him again. One of them clenched his fist, asking if this was true, to which the right hand replied that there was no reliable evidence of this, but he could not ignore the word of Asgard. The angry knights were shown in profile as they talked about how it was now clear why he had invited the bastard to the castle, and how as members of the Round Table they couldn't just stand by and take it, knowing this, concluding that his lordship only needed to say the word. The glass ceiling was shown as Lance responded that he understood, and that it made his own blood rush to his head when he heard this. But as the ruler of Britain he didn't want this rumor to wreak havoc on their kingdom, and the administrator wouldn't like it when he found out that the rankers had raised a hand against a simple player, and it would definitely ruin their relations with Asgard, since they were interested in him after all. The hand introduced the protagonist and his face as he concluded that they couldn't just leave it like this either, and that he hoped they understood what he was getting at. Fred and Colt looked menacingly in the same direction as they replied that they swear on their names and the honor of the Round Table that they will get even with Kai and do it without anyone knowing about his death, concluding that if they can hide it, they will take the blame. Lance opened his mouth, saying that this was excellent. He was in front of his subordinates when he added that their honor will live on for centuries, and that he will never forget what they did for the crown, as will Arthur, who is watching from the sky, concluding that a man who dared to raise a sword against the king and thereby against all of Britain will never escape his fate. Dark banners were displayed. In the great hall there was a man who laughed loudly. He slammed his hand on the armrest as he said that they were still fueled by revenge for what happened 1,000 years ago. Lance leaned forward on his throne as he exclaimed that they were stubborn rams in their loyalty, and that they did not even think to doubt that he was an enemy. The creepy face of the hand was shown close up as he thought about how pleasant it was to control the fate of an entire kingdom, and how the power over all the rankers of Britain was right in his hands. His blue eyes were slightly open as the ruler realized how much fun it was for him to sit on this throne, but now it belonged to him. The sunset sky was visible through the glass ceiling as Lance said that the same goes for the stone of all the seas. Candles were burning near the door. The protagonist stood in the middle of the room. The red-eyed protagonist turned his head to the side, thinking about how not even a day had passed since he was in the castle, and they were already taking the first step. Then a system notification appeared with the words that the flaming eyes show the invisible. Blue auras appeared in front of the door as Kai realized that they were serious, showing up in full plate armor and in the middle of the night, and that he could feel their mana stream ready to crash down at any second. The blue energy was shown up close as the boy added that it was fueled by hatred, and then wondered what Lance had told them about him. Then they addressed him by name and asked if they could talk to him. The training ground was shown. A knight stood in front of the dark-haired boy, who thanked him for agreeing to follow them. Then the protagonist replied that it was not worth the gratitude, and that, besides, he himself was already rightfully missing the sword. Colt squeezed the hilt of the blade as he said that a grave sin hung on him. 3 dark silhouettes were visible when the warrior added that they would ask him several questions, and that if he lied or refused to answer, he would start chopping off his limbs one by one. The protagonist opened his mouth, looking forward, when he was asked who had a hand in the death of King Arthur. Then Kai asked why they were asking him about it, saying that it was a very unexpected question. The brunette's eyes were shown close up. The knight waved his sword in front of him. Then the guy asked where their manners were, reminding him that they were rankers, after all. Colt looked menacingly forward when he said that he would ask again about who killed King Arthur. The protagonist was in front of him when he assumed that Lance had sent them. Then the warrior asked him again and asked how he dared to pronounce his name. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise. His hand reached for the hilt of the blade. The two clashed in a duel. Colt gritted his teeth, angry, when the system notification appeared, saying that the limit had been reached. Kai put his hand in front of him, when he realized that since he had reached the limit, simple threats would not do, and that Lance had ignited the flames of revenge in them, concluding that such a treacherous man as the hand would not stain his own hands with blood. The brunette looked ahead determinedly, when he thought about having to deal with them first. The guy extended his hand towards the enemy in front of him. His palm approached Colt's face. The knight jumped back, reacting lightning fast. The long-haired guy looked ahead, when he wondered what was wrong with him. The warrior in the blue cloak was in front of the protagonist, when he realized that he had only to look at him, as goosebumps ran down his spine. The protagonist's clenched fist was shown when Arthur asked him not to kill them because the lies had blinded them, and he responded that he understood that they were driven by a sense of revenge. Kai was shown in profile when he wondered what he had left to do, thinking about summoning the king. 2 dark figures were seen in front of him when the boy decided that it would not work, because he and Nicholas had a lot in common, so Arthur could prove who he was with one word, and then thought about how he could not say the same about these two, and how they were sure that he was somehow involved in his death. Fred was in front of his comrade when the protagonist thought that, besides, Arthur's appearance should be delayed until the meeting of the Round Table. The knight took a step forward. The cloaked warrior walked towards the protagonist when system notifications appeared, stating that he had issued a challenge to him and chose to compete in single combat. Earthen pillars appeared. 2 silhouettes were shown from above when the system warned that according to the rules of the duel, if third parties intervene, all restrictions will be lifted, and that the duel zone was established. Fred stood in front of Kai, who asked if the second one would not participate. Then the knight replied that his honor did not allow 2 to attack a player. The brunette looked ahead with a grin when he asked him again, wondering if he suddenly remembered about knightly honor, saying that it would not earn him victory, and that by underestimating the enemy, he only signs his own death warrant. The man in armor confidently looked ahead when he answered that the Round Table was built on this honor, and that they were always driven only by it. The protagonist frowned, looking ahead when Arthur asked what kind of absurdity this was. The walls with warriors were shown when he explained that the Round Table was built on the blood that had been spilled for thousands of years, long before the founding of Britain. The rider raised his weapon when Arthur added that they hid behind honor, trampling on the achievements of others, and then asked how he dared to put himself in the same ranks with those who founded Britain. The protagonist stood in front of the knight when he said that he relied on other people's ideals, and that they would not bring him victory. Kai held his sword in both hands in front of him when he said that it looked like he would have to teach him a lesson. Then system notifications appeared that he felt the strength of giants in his hand, and that the endurance indicators temporarily replaced the strength indicators. His hand was clutching the hilt of the weapon when Arthur reminded him that he had asked him not to kill the knight. Then the guy said that he would not. The protagonist rushed towards the enemy when he explained that he would still have to knock out this imaginary pride. A bright flash occurred. A huge shield appeared in front of Fred, and the system reported that it absorbed his blow. The knight frowned deeply, looking ahead, when he realized that, as he thought, he was not an ordinary player. The protagonist dealt a series of attacks to the warrior, when he realized that he really should not be underestimated. Kai looked at the shield, when he assumed that he decided to attack him with it. The guy hit it, when the owner hid behind it. The protagonist jumped back, finding himself in front of the enemy. His hand was shaking, holding the blade, when the protagonist said that he was indeed a ranker, and he himself thought that his fighting style relied on defense. But he had enough strength to easily collapse the walls of this castle. Fred held the shield in front of him, looking ahead. When Kai decided that he was just a walking tank, then he said that if the guy wanted to measure his strength with him, he would give him this opportunity. The boys rushed towards each other, when the protagonist replied that it would be nice. The brunette held his hand out to the side, asking him to attack. Then a system notification appeared, saying that the stamina indicators temporarily replaced the strength indicators. The protagonist clenched his fist, when the system reported that the stamina indicator had exceeded the required level, and that he felt his body overflowing with the power of giants. Kai's eye was shown close up, when he thought that he was finished. The dark-haired guy struck the shield in front of him, when a system message appeared, saying that he had achieved full gigantification for the first time. Fred, gritting his teeth, looked ahead, when he wondered what kind of nonsense this was, and how he could be so strong. The brunette leaned forward, when he thought about how it was not just about physical strength, and that Kinine, who was created by the greatest blacksmith from the strongest metal adamantium, was doing what she was created for. The protagonist swung, looking ahead. He delivered a powerful blow to the shield. His fist touched the surface of the weapon. The protagonist continued to deliver furious blows to the shield. Kai gritted his teeth, frowning deeply. Numerous cracks appeared on the shield. Fred looked away in concern as he cursed in his mind, thinking about how he wasn't even using any special techniques or tricks, and how he was losing to simple brute force. The guy in the white suit was near the shield when the system notification appeared that it had been activated. He put his foot forward. The protagonist stomped, making a distinctive sound. The protagonist swung at the shield, clenching his fist. He delivered an incredibly powerful blow to the enemy. Then the system reported that the shield of the round table was protecting its owner. A small crack was shown when the knight realized that it had pierced his weapon. A triangular gap was shown as he wondered how a person like Kai could do this. He was just an ordinary player, not even a ranker. Rock fragments flew in all directions. A dark silhouette was seen through the smoke as the protagonist said that if they really thought he was in league with those who killed Arthur and were seeking revenge, then it would be better to discard their knightly code. Then a system message appeared saying that the duel was interrupted due to the intervention of a third party. Colt was in front of his comrade as the protagonist added that when it came to such things, it was not a sin for two to attack. Kai touched his clothes as he said that by fighting him alone, they were once again underestimating their opponent. The dark-haired guy tore off his torn sleeve. There were two silhouettes in front of him as the knight agreed that they had indeed underestimated him. Colt pointed the blade in front of him as he added that it was foolish to think that they couldn't handle him alone. The knight's sword became very long as he exclaimed that he would make the boy regret it. Then a system notification appeared saying that the colossal blade's skill had been used. The protagonist ran forward. Colt swung his huge sword. The protagonist jumped high, extending his hand to the side. He lowered his tense gaze. The enemy had carried out many attacks as the system reported that Sky Step had been activated. Kai's boot was shown close up as a system message appeared saying that his movement speed had been increased by 100% for 5 seconds. The player in white moved towards the enemy in lightning speed as the system reported that he could hover for 5 seconds, and that the flame eyes were reading the path and the sensory field was activated. The boys crossed blades. They were at a distance from each other. There was a flash as they collided. The protagonist was in front of the enemy. Blood spurted out of Colt's mouth as he cursed inwardly, thinking that he was pushing his limits further and further, and that he couldn't last much longer. The protagonist gritted his teeth, looking ahead as he decided that he needed to find an opening for a decisive attack. He was in the distance in front of two knights. Colt and Fred looked in the same direction as the former informed the latter that it was time to do it now, to which the latter replied that he understood. The shield hit a pile of rocks. A sword appeared, surrounded by a blue aura. Fred, with blood on his face, gritted his teeth as he realized that he had reached his limit, standing on the defensive, but he didn't care, even if it cost him his life. Colt frowned deeply as he exclaimed, "What kind of Briton is this?" The dark-haired player was shown in profile as he thought about how hot it was getting and how if he acted recklessly he would be crushed into dust. He opened his palm as he guessed that his ability would only last for a minute, as the system message showed that demonic energy had been activated. The protagonist was shown from behind as he decided that if all he had to do was just continue to defend himself, he could easily do it, as the system reported that the demonic energy was 20. The warrior raised his sword in front of him as the protagonist thought that he knew he could break through this impenetrable wall of mana. The blade sank into the ground as the boy realized that he only needed one precise strike. The huge blue sword pierced the wall as the system message showed that the justice of the round table was about to fall. Kai blocked the blade, deciding to unleash his full power on him, when a system window appeared, saying that demonic energy was a special attribute that could not be increased by leveling up, and that it increased by increasing the skill, and that it applied to all abilities. A huge explosion occurred. It was visible from afar. The knight's armor touched the ground. The brunette sat next to his comrade when he asked if he was okay. Colt leaned both hands on his sword when Fred thought about how he had lost all his strength, and that at least he was alive, and that this energy was definitely demonic. There was black smoke in front of the knights, when he realized that he had also felt dark energy at the same time, and wondered if these powers were interchangeable. Thick smoke was shown up close as Fred thought about how Kai shouldn't have survived this anyway, and how they didn't get any answers from him, but at least they got a clue, saying that he probably contacted demons to get this power. A dark silhouette appeared as the warrior wondered how he was still alive. Someone was behind the protagonist, saying that they left no stone unturned. The protagonist looked away indifferently as the knights turned to the king. Someone stopped in front of him as Kai thought about how the personification of betrayal decided to condescend to them after all. Lance looked pleased. The knights were sitting on the ground in front of him, asking for his forgiveness, saying that it was their fault, and he replied that of course it was. The wounded Fred looked forward as the ruler said that they were sinful in that they had tarnished the honor of Britain and the Round Table, and that their punishment would be death. Lance decapitated them with a swing of his blade. Blood splashed on the boy's face. The protagonist stood straight as he said that they had tarnished their country enough. His gloved hand began to shake when Arthur named the traitor, and the protagonist asked him to suppress his anger, reminding him to remain patient. Lance stood with his back to Kai, who explained that if he killed him then and there, no one would know the truth, and in the eyes of the people he would remain the noblest ruler who died to preserve peace in the country, concluding that it was unlikely that Arthur would be satisfied with this. The ruler smeared blood on his cheek, and then the system reported that the egg bared its fangs. The blue-eyed brunette stared forward. He stood in front of the king when he thought about his eyes and whether the outer gods had taken over him, and that he must be another puppet of Olympus, summing up that he didn't know Arthur was with him, so he wanted to get rid of him for the wrong reason. Lance stopped in front of the protagonist, who thought that Olympus must be trying to keep its hands clean or just buy time for something bigger, and that he still hoped it wasn't about the outer gods. Then the traitor said that the knights of the Round Table were still grieving for the loss of their ruler, so he asked to forgive their tactlessness. The pleased king was shown in profile when he added that he must have gotten it, because he was dragged into an ill-considered conflict, and then he asked to accept his invitation to the table as an apology. The legs of the interlocutors were shown when Lance started talking about being the king of Britain. Then Kai said that he didn't care if it happened tomorrow or a day later, and that he just needed to call him, as he himself would be ready. The protagonist passed by the current ruler. Lance silently looked after him. He gritted his teeth in anger when he thought about how this was all his mistake, and how he should have sent 3, or better yet, a dozen knights, realizing that he needed to report everything to the leaders first. A green aura enveloped someone's hand, then a system message appeared saying that the zone was being restored due to the influence of the skill. The right hand turned around, wondering where he came from, remembering that this man usually never left the castle, and whether he had been following Kai, and then asked what he was doing there at such a late hour. Clouds floated across the blue sky. The stick hit the ground when someone asked if they thought the ground was unusual. The warriors stood in a circle when one added that it was as if everything had been dug up, then another agreed with him, saying that he also felt a tilt, and that it was all strange. Then they were all ordered to stop talking and return to the line. In the distance, a majestic castle was visible. When the knights did as ordered, then they were ordered to straighten up and stand at attention. The meat was cut with a knife. The men sat at the table opposite each other. When the protagonist thought that even though the skirmish with those warriors had happened outside the castle, it was somehow strange that after that no one knew about it. The protagonist opened his palm, on which there was a black glove, when he decided that this traitor must have tried, and he himself asked about whether this was really royal food, saying that the meat was not even properly cooked. Kai sat in front of Lance, who replied that he understood that he was trying such dishes for the first time, and that he should be less picky and enjoy their delicacies without denying himself anything. The brunette looked intently ahead when he said that his words would not change, because the food was lousy. There was a glass on the table when the king asked how he met Sir Nicholas, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, because now the wizard was more busy with worldly affairs, like caring for his garden, but since the player appeared, he went outside the castle walls more often, summing up that he also witnessed yesterday's debauchery, because he appeared right after him. The bearded old man held his hand out in front of him when asked what he was doing there at such a late hour, to which the man replied that he had heard a noise outside the walls, to which the interlocutor said that it turned out to be all the younger knights doing, and that he thought he would agree that they should clean up the place. Lance wiped his mouth with a napkin when the protagonist replied that they had met by chance, to which the ruler asked if that was true. The hand opened his eyes slightly when the protagonist suggested that he stop playing these games, saying that he had not invited him there to feed him. An eerie atmosphere filled the room when the current king replied that it would make their conversation easier. Kai stared ahead tensely as he thought about how he had blocked all the signals with his mana, thinking that he didn't want him to take it all outside the walls by sending a message or recording their conversation. Then his interlocutor said that he heard that the guy got the Stone of All Seas, and that someone wanted it, and also that it would be easier for everyone if the player just gave it to him. An angry Lance was shown in profile when the protagonist asked him again, wondering if he was Poseidon. Then the hand told him not to say that name. The chandelier hung from the ceiling when he added that he wanted to take it by force, and that as soon as he set foot on the lands of Britain, he had many ways to deal with him. The protagonist introduced Larry, thinking that he had known that he wanted everyone to see that he had come with him in order to take advantage of this and frame him. But upon learning that the demon was the son of Belial himself, he immediately changed his plan, unleashing the knights. The men sat at a long table when Lance told him that the Lord of all the Seas was benevolent to him, and that if he gave up the stone and bowed his knee, then he promised to forget about the past and grant him patronage. The dark-haired youth's mouth fell open when he asked if the one who had been trying to kill him all this time had simply changed his mind overnight. Kai leaned his hands on the table, standing up when he answered that although he was benevolent, he was not frivolous. Then he was asked again. Lance frowned and shook with anger when the player told him to kneel before him, and that if he did, maybe he would deserve something better. The protagonist stood with his back to the king, who asked if he knew who he was talking to which he replied that he should believe that he knew perfectly well. The protagonist looked away indifferently when he added that he thought that he himself did not understand what he had become. Bread appeared from the system window. Kai was passing by tall columns when he thought about the fact that Poseidon's paws had reached Britain, and that it would not be difficult for him to get it anywhere, so there was some reason for the sudden change of plans to kill him. The guy had a bun in his hand when he wondered if he was really going to go against Zeus. The protagonist stopped between the columns when he thought about how he wanted to get not only the Stone of All the Seas, but also a strong player like him as a lackey. That is, he was building up his strength, and that he would take it as a compliment, but even with him, he would hardly be able to defeat Zeus. The protagonist clapped his hands in front of himself when he realized that he was far from a guarantee for him, which meant there was something else, and that, one way or another, their skirmish would only be for the best. The guy touched the black glove when he asked him to stop being angry already, because he himself was sick of his company. A light sphere appeared when Kai asked Arthur to be patient a little longer, because soon they would play the cards, and he himself would become their main trump card. The ball was in the hand of the dark-haired player, who received a new message that he needed to be ready tomorrow. Clouds floated above the majestic palace the next day during the meeting of the Round Table in Camelot. Arched windows were shown. Knights were sitting at a huge round table. The protagonist was sitting next to Nicholas. Someone noticed the guy sitting in front, when he thought about how this was the same player, and how he was certainly glad that the old man himself was present at the meeting, because he had not seen him for a long time. But was it worth letting him in? And also that the meeting was clearly going to be special, and besides, 2 of their knights were missing, and then wondered where Colt and Fred had disappeared to. The brunette was sitting next to a fair-haired comrade, who said that the right hand looked somehow restless and agitated. Then it was explained that the first was Arthur's right hand and the first knight of the Round Table named Gawain, and that the second was called Jidrak. There were many knights sitting in front of them, when the blonde added that he did not like his expression. Lance looked serious, looking ahead as he said that he understood them, as they usually only allowed those who deserved the privilege to sit at the round table, but that this was Sir Nicholas's request, and that he himself had something to say to their guest. The blue-cloaked warriors sat silently at the table when they were asked if they had any objections. The current king sat with his hands folded when he said that it was worth noting that despite the general agreement, he was still a stranger to them, and then asked, turning to Kai, if he understood the trust placed in him and whose place he now occupied. The protagonist touched the chair next to him when he replied that he did not care about their rules. The blue-eyed brunette looked ahead tensely when he added that he assumed that it was either Colt's place or Fred's. A large round table was shown when someone asked about what he said and exclaimed that it was unheard of impudence. Then the ruler asked if the player could assume that he knew where they had disappeared, to which he replied that of course he did. The knights jumped up, placing their hands on the table when the protagonist said that Lance had killed them right in front of him. Then the warriors turned to his lordship, shouting that this was unacceptable, and that they should throw this insolent man out of there since he thought so much of himself. The knights looked in one direction in surprise when the current king asked them to calm down, explaining that he was telling the truth and that he had indeed had to raise his sword against them. The hand turned his head to the side, folding his hands in front of him as he said that he was sure that they knew perfectly well that he had his reasons for doing so. The ruler's eyes glowed purple as he asked Kai to tell them. The dark-haired boy was sitting on a chair when he asked him to stop playing. The protagonist's eyes were shown up close as he said that this meeting was not for him, but for him to pay for his crimes. The protagonist walked behind the knights as he said that he was not their only guest, and Lance wondered how he could maintain his composure while in the same cage with lions, and what he was planning. Kai stopped near a dark passage as he added that this man would be welcomed much warmer than him. A dark silhouette with glowing eyes appeared. The cloaked warrior was shown from behind. Gawain and Gidrak looked shocked. Tears appeared in the man's eyes. The knights' mouths were wide open in surprise. Nicholas, sitting on a chair, turned his head to the side. The wizard's eyes glowed green. Lance looked away, worried. The fair-haired man in armor plunged his sword into the floor as he was addressed as His Majesty. The knights jumped up from their seats and ran towards him, calling him King Arthur, and he said that he was so glad to see them all again. The blonde turned to Gawain and asked how his son was doing, and if he still had the sword he had given him, and the knight asked where he had been all this time. The true king stood before the blue-cloaked knight, as he said that he was surprised that Gidrak, the brat he had once been, was already sitting at the table with them, and the boy replied that they had been waiting for him for so long. The dark-haired boy was shown, as Lance wondered what he was planning, since Arthur was dead, and that if it was really him, then he was done for, concluding that he couldn't allow that. The traitor pursed his lips, shaking as he realized that he needed to think of something quickly, and then told himself to think. He introduced Kai, Larry, and the knights he had killed, who reported that Percival had let a player of that name into the castle as he had ordered, but that he had also brought a demon with him, and that given his origins, they had to let him through. The man slammed the table with all his might. Lance stood surrounded by knights as he exclaimed that the player had brought a demon into the castle, the son of Belial himself, and that it was not their king, but a doppelganger. The warrior looked at Percival in front of him as he asked again, asking if he was talking about the ruler of all doppelgangers, and he replied that it was true, and that he had seen it with his own eyes, and that the protagonist had vouched for him. There were many dark figures around the round table, when someone asked what they were saying, and that they couldn't see the symbol of the king of all knights, and how could they doubt the one who carried Excalibur. Then the lying traitor exclaimed that it was a lie, and that they were all being deceived. The hand gripped the hilt of his blade and shouted that they would see for themselves. Then the knights turned to him and asked why he had drawn his sword, because even if he was right, it was not a reason. The protagonist frowned in front of him. When the ruler was asked to put away his blade, then he thought about the fact that this player had made a rash move. The enraged Lance held his sword above his head, when he decided that no matter how he dressed up his demon, he would rip off his mask. A wizard with a staff appeared in front of the current king. Behind Nicholas was a blonde doppelganger who exclaimed that he was fast for an old man. Larry looked ahead with a smile as he said that he almost lost his head. Then a knight behind him shouted that it really was a demon, and that they should catch it. Dark silhouettes were shown from above as someone said that no one should be allowed to commit such an outrage. Then the son of Belial told him that he had seaweed on his head and asked if he was being too confident. Larry gestured to the protagonist behind him as he said that it felt like Lance was 100% sure that there was no way that King Arthur could return. The confident protagonist brought a black glove to his face. A goblin appears from the glove. The orc looks forward and recognizes Lance in front of him. Seven, the creature stares right at him, saying that he is addressing him specifically. Lance is horrified to hear a request to tell him why he is so sure that he is already dead, while he himself understands that his whole body is shaking from his energy, and that he can even argue that it is really Arthur in front of him. Arthur insists that he answer the question. The brunette turns to Merlin, to which he notes that he should not interfere in this matter and that this conversation is only for the two of them. Lance shouts with the question of what nonsense is going on, because he only pointed out that this could happen, to which Arthur clarifies about reincarnation into him and states that it is very strange for him to hear such a thing from him. The orc opens his palm and again addresses him, saying that he had previously said that Arthur once gave him the symbol of the king. The guy looks at the ring in his palm and he continues that his ring is still with him. Arthur gets angry, saying that he already knows one thing: there are only 2 of these rings in the whole world, and that he knows where he got the king's symbol from because his son wore the second ring. Lance looks at him dumbfounded and hears that he is accusing him of treacherously killing his son. Blue Eyes tries to justify himself about the king's symbol. People stare. Lance panics while looking at them. The guy starts to run. Lance jumps off the balcony while someone calls him. People are stunned and wonder what is going on and how they can even trust that guy now, to which the second one asks him if he still has any doubts after he stupidly ran away on their own and that they have to catch him now. The orc looks at them and orders everyone to remain calm, because if they go after him one by one, their citizens will panic, and that the people of Britain should be the top priority for the members of the Round Table. Arthur shines his eye and adds that there is little point in chasing him, because Lance will not be able to leave this place anyway. Someone runs and he continues that all that the guy can do at the moment is just hide. Lance runs along the stone floor, and Arthur explains that he will not be able to go beyond the walls, which means he will look for a place where he can hide to wait for his chance to escape, while he shouts with an order to immediately open the gates, and the guards are indignant at what is happening. Lance runs into the open gates. He looks ahead in horror. A flash hits him right in the body. The knights are indignant at what is happening and ask if the blue-eyed one is okay. Lance looks ahead in fear and sees a sign that this area is protected by a barrier, and that he is not allowed to leave it. He imagines the barrier and mentally curses Merlin, while someone orders the knights to move away from the gate. The guy is tied with chains. Merlin has the guy on a leash. Merlin points his staff at him while he asks what this sorcerer is doing, to which he asks the knights not to interfere in such matters because this man is a traitor to the crown. He remembers what Kai once told him, that even if Larry accepted Arthur's mana, the Knights of the Round Table would immediately see through it because they would feel the difference in his mana flow, and that they should envelop Larry in Arthur's mana, and so they will be able to outwit them for some time. The sorcerer orders him to confess his sins in front of everyone, because otherwise he promises that he will hand him over to the knights for reprisal. He frowns and notes something very important that he wants to know from him. Lance is chained and hears a question about whether he went for all this. Lance asks with a smile if he thinks he had some sacred reason for this. Blue-Eyed looks madly and continues that he just wanted to become king. His eyes fill with darkness. The energy from him destroys everything around. He went down, and Merlin remembers that Kai is the same meow that says that the monster that lurks in Lance has such a power that is unlike anything else. He looks at him and continues that it will be such a magic that feeds on King Arthur's own betrayal, while the system notifies him that the King of Britain is laying claim to his lands and that if he attacks him on his land, he will be fined. The sorcerer raises his staff thinking that he cannot allow him to leave this place, and shouts that his tricks will not help him against him. Stones fly at his opponent. Multiple slashes leave only small crumbs. The shock wave spreads far to the sides. Merlin looks around and is indignant that he did not attack him in return, but stupidly aimed at the city and curses him. Against the background of strong magic, he clarifies whether he has completely lost his mind, while the system notes that the sorcerer is protecting Britain. Merlin yells at him for declaring himself a king and deciding to raise a hand against the citizens of his own kingdom, which means that he has no ounce of honor. His opponent's power destroys the barrier. Lance looks at him and retorts that no matter how great a wizard he is, even his strength will not be enough to cope with such a high-level marker as he is, while the sorcerer restores the breach in the barrier. The sorcerer looks at the king and wonders if this was his plan, that he was targeting the city and trying to break his barrier, while the system first says that the breach is restored, then that the barrier is collapsing, and then it is restored again. Dens angrily clenches his teeth. He attacks the mage, but he uses the shield of the Round Table. Kai sees a notification about some egg and notes that there is a terrible chaos, and that they cannot let that freak out, and that despite his penalty, Merlin is still holding on. Lance realizes that Arthur is in front of him and curses, to which Arthur notes that he has been waiting for this day for so long, because today is the day when he can finish him off with his own hands. He goes to attack the newly made king. Lance receives a blow from Kai. Lance looks at him and clarifies if he thinks that he can resist him, because he is just a dead man, and he has not been the Lance he knew for a long time. Kai goes to attack using hell and the power of giants. Lance feels many phantoms around him. He looks around and does not understand what is happening, while Kai activates his divine flame. Against the background of clots of energy, Lance asks in horror who is talking to him, to which he receives in response about death and that he is like them, he is flesh of flesh and that he should run away before it is too late, and the latter is indignant why he should run away from a simple player, but receives that he should listen to his own fear, otherwise he will die. Lance continues to hear voices and screams for him to shut up, because he is a ranker and is not afraid of anything, but he says that it is too late for him, because his body and soul and every part of him will be absorbed. Phantom teeth surround his limbs. He pulls his torn hands to the side. Lance screams while the tower notifies everyone that a certain egg manifests its essence, and it devours a greedy traitor. Lance shines his eyes and thinks that Kai is a freak. He tries to counterattack while someone finishes him off with the Forest of Swords skill. Merlin frowns and realizes that this is a horrifying sight. Lance screams with pleas for help. The orc looks at him, and he continues to ask everyone for help because he will do everything for them that they ask. Arthur looks at his splitting and calls out to different people. Lance finally falls apart, while he marks that he killed all of the above and purely for this he deserves to die. The teeth of the phantom close. Kai receives a notification that he killed a greedy traitor. Amidst dark streaks, the system says that the throne of the King of Britain is currently vacant, and that there are exactly 10 days left until the election of a new king, and that whoever gets the most votes will become the new king. Kai touches the liquid and gets a notification that his level has been increased and that his agility has been increased by 2 points, and his endurance by 1, and that he has earned another 200,000 points on top, and the guy thinks about the fact that he has also earned points, and wonders if Lance is considered a boss. Kai frowns and notes that he was described as a greedy traitor. But external gods describe themselves with such titles, and something tells him that the greed that lurked in the blue-eyed one just gave birth to crazy chaos. Kai looks at the description of the egg and the system notifies that it is stroking its belly and humming a song, while the guy thinks that the incubation of this egg has reached 70%. Kai gets up and continues that compared to Orochi, it absorbs its victim much slower, as if it was forcing food into itself, while someone asks what that was at all. Merlin stood next to him and noted that he felt a force similar to the one Lance had, but much more powerful, and asked if it was she who made him so strong, to which he asked again if he thought so. Kai looked up and explained that it was external, and he didn't know the details, but it was now clear to him who it was. The brunette frowned, while the sorcerer asked again about external forces and noted that he had never heard of them and clarified what kind of creatures they were. The guy looked at the clouds and replied that he shouldn't be thinking about them now. Kai stood and continued that the heavens themselves were ready to fall on them. Mr. Poseidon was strangling someone. Poseidon stood opposite him and clarified what was wrong, because it seemed like they weren't even going to meet him now. Zeus smiled and said that he had let him through and asked if that wasn't enough for him, to which he replied that even if he hadn't been let through, he would have still found a chance to get through, as he did now. Poseidon frowns and adds that there is no point in empty talk and therefore he will say everything directly and moves on to the news from Britain. Zeus looks at him and declares that Lance is defeated and asks again if this is what he wanted to tell him. Against the backdrop of the Olympic architecture, Zeus thinks that, as he assumes, Comrade Kai knows all the moves of Olympus in advance and the Water King clarifies what he is going to do about it, to which he receives in response that it is not profitable for them to start a war now and therefore he will have to stupidly come to terms with this defeat. Zeus looks into the water and continues that they must cut off all the tails that will lead to them and for this they need to do one thing. His reflection is distorted by the words that he will have to destroy all of Britain. Zeus launches several lightning strikes and notes that this is exactly how much is needed to wipe off the earth not only Britain, but also the lands closest to them. Poseidon has and notes that the administration will not allow them such liberties. He frowns and hears that he has already talked to them about this. Against the backdrop of a thunderstorm, he explains that he was allowed to use exactly one lightning strike. Merlin asks what he is talking about, to which Kai replies that the Lord of the Heavens himself, named Zeus, has decided to take his step. Kai looks up at the sky and sees a sign that his test has begun and that it is called the destruction of the city, and the description explains that a lightning strike will hit the city in 10 minutes, and he needs to try to stop it. Kai looks at the clouds and realizes that the administration has decided to turn this into a test and wonders if he himself had agreed with them, because he had to go to great lengths just to reduce his fine for something like this. While someone says that even though he stood for Lance, the reasons why someone of his caliber decided to take such a step still remain unclear to him. Merlin frowns and states that Zeus does not think that if he destroys this city, the penalty for this will be colossal and thus he puts Olympus under attack from their main enemy Asgard and the system says that the blow will fall in 5 minutes. Kai looks at the sorcerer and continues that he said everything correctly, because even the great Olympus fears them and most of all Odin. But this is the reason why they decided to erase all the tales, even despite such a price, to which he replies that he does not understand, but also understands that now is not the time to think about it. He hits the ground with his staff. Multiple seals cover the city and the system says that Merlin is protecting Britain. Kai looks at the sky and thinks that this is amazing and this is what you should expect from such a great wizard who came up with more than 1,000 spells. But this is clearly not enough to stop the author's lightning Zeus, to which Merlin says that they cannot do without his help. Kai's eyes shine as the sorcerer asks him to stop staring at the sky, but he counters that he's not just looking at the sky. The system notices that his fiery eyes are resonating and that Kai remembers that a few days before he came to this city, he received a message and that he was surprised that he found him so quickly. But he wasn't sure if he should pretend that he didn't know him. But he simply ignored the message and notes that he can't ignore it anymore, and in the meantime, there are 3 minutes left before the impact. Kai looks at the sky. He asks for help from someone who is watching them. Lightning flashes as the system says that the 12th eye of a great sage like the heavens is watching him, and he asks why on earth he should help him, and Kai asks if he wants to leave them to their deaths. Kai frowns and he replies that he doesn't care whether they die or not, and the guy understands that he is annoying him and in response asks what is the point of him looking for him then. Kai hears against the sky that he wasn't looking for him, and he himself notices that he has been watching him for several days, and therefore wants something from him. The brunette reaches out to the voice, which says that he can easily escape from under the blow with his own strength and clarifies why he is condemning himself to death then. But he receives in response that the guy cannot allow this place to be destroyed. Kai frowns even more and asks him to help him avoid this, and then he will help him too. Red energy hits the ground while his interlocutor agrees, but on the condition that only this time. Merlin sees the man and recognizes him. The sorcerer looks at the blonde and says that this is the king of monkeys himself. The king gets up a minute before the explosion and is glad that he and Kai finally met, and he notes that they should leave the conversations for later and first they should sort out the problem. The blonde frowns and reminds him that he should not forget that such an action is exactly the first and only time, to which he retorts that he does not intend to ask for help anymore. The blonde smiles and finally agrees to the deal. The system, against the background of lightning, notes that the quest to destroy the city has begun. The blonde is busy summoning. Kai looks at his plate with characteristics. The sorcerer uses his mana. He clenches his teeth until they bleed. Lightning broke through his barrier accompanied by a corresponding message from the system. The thing that Archie summoned helps to contain the lightning strike. The blonde looks up and notes that this thing is a rather powerful lightning rod, To which Kai thinks that this staff is just a replica of the real one, and she made it simply with the help of his skill, and it seems that they will not be able to completely protect the city from the strike. The eye on the glove opens. Kai looks at it, and wonders why it woke up. Kai looks forward and realizes that his fears were correct. Archie is puzzled by the request to hold on a little longer, and asks why he needs to hold on, and what he has planned in the end. The guy steps on his shoulder. Kai runs along the metal pole. Archie looks up in shock and shouts, asking where he is going, and what he is doing. The blonde shines his eye and remarks that he certainly knows well that the guy is handsome, but to rush straight under the lightning, he most likely wants to die early. Archie is taken aback by what he saw with his golden eyes. He sees that the lightning is starting to fade. Kai runs and sees signs from the system that the robe of the 4 elements gives him resistance to electricity, and that his glove reacts to lightning. Kai holds out his hand and uses the divine magic crystal, and it reacts to lightning. Against the background of the phantom, he understands that everything is happening exactly as he thought, that they react to lightning in the same way as the divine dark crystal reacted to the divine sea crystal, and adds that Zeus's lightning was forged with the help of Oliver, and he used the divine sky crystal, and it is to it that his glove reacts. The guy holds on to the lightning in the sky and reasons that it seems to him that he is beginning to understand something, namely, that his glove, which was created with the help of the dark crystal and Zeus's lightning, which were forged thanks to the sky crystal and the stone of all seas, which is powered by the sea crystal, and that initially it was all one solid stone. The glove absorbs the lightning, while he continues that otherwise they would not react to each other so strongly. Kai coughs up blood with a frown and realizes that the lightning, even though it was stopped by Archie, is still incredibly powerful, and the system says that he has been given an electric shock effect and that the 4 elements garment gives him resistance to electricity. Kai is still hanging on the lightning while the system continues that his resistance to electric current has failed, and he himself thinks that he has been through so much just to become stronger. But he is still not strong enough to face Zeus face to face, and the system adds that his electric shock effect has been increased to level 2 and that the garment is still trying to cause resistance to current. Kai frowns and realizes that this is even better for him because it helps him come down to earth, while the system continues that his resistance to current has failed, and the effect of electric current has been increased to level 3. The glove absorbs the lightning while his level of effective current is already 5, and Kai sums up that when his time comes, then he will get to it. The glove continues to absorb lightning. Kai is left alone in the sky with a flash. The brunette falls down and understands that this is the end. He flies next to a huge lightning rod. Archie looks at him and screams that he is an idiot and that he is about to crash, and the sorcerer adds that the guy is not moving and that he assumes that he lost consciousness. Archie runs to him saying that he already knew that everything would turn out like this. The blonde catches the brunette. Kai receives a notification that the destruction of the city has been stopped. Something sparkles and someone understands that they were prevented by the great sage, who is like the heavens. Zeus stands with his back to him and notes that they did not succeed, and Poseidon asks again what happened. The blue-haired one frowns and asks why, because what good would it do him to become their enemy, to which he receives in response that the Monkey King himself is a rather chaotic nature, and that he is sure that he categorically does not care who his friend is and who his enemy is. Zeus stands still and continues that he is the only one of the few whom even the guild of the heavenly kingdom could not kill, and that even if he stood in their way, it is not at all beneficial for them to become enemies with him. To which Poseidon retorts that he is now in such a state that he can hardly move at all and asks how his clone was able to single-handedly stop an entire lightning strike. The blonde turns slightly and explains that Kai turned out to be a much more significant variable than they assumed, to which the second one asks again about Kai and thinks that he did not think that Zeus would praise anyone at all. The king of the seas closed his eyes and thought that they had once sent a ranker after him and even he couldn't handle him, and wondered if his skills had really reached the level of a high-level ranker, and asked his comrade what they should do because what had happened would reach Asgard. He saw sparks and noted that he was sure he already had a couple of ideas, to which he responded positively. Both extended their energy to each other. Zeus looked at him and heard that he was cursing him because he already knew that he would do something like that, and asked if he wanted to get rid of him like a snake from its scales, to which he received a dry apology in response. The blonde frowned. He had used lightning against him, saying that everything he did was for the benefit of the revival of Olympus, and the other one was shouting his name. Poseidon insulted him. Kai receives a bunch of notifications through his consciousness about how his point count has increased and that he has leveled up and that he has received a lightning particle and a high level of lightning resistance, while Archie asks if he is a complete idiot and clarifies why he asked him for help if he himself threw himself to certain death. Archie frowns at the fact that Kai asked again if he is an idiot and noted that he did not expect to hear such a thing from him. The blonde is taken aback. Kai opens his eyes while he clarifies what he is talking about. The brunette is lying in bed. He gets up and asks what it is and whose voice he heard, then realizes that he passed out and does not understand why he is sleeping with a sword. Merlin stands to the side and says that 5 days have passed and says that he thought that he would not wake up and clarifies how he did it, because as soon as he fell from the sky, Zeus's lightning evaporated into thin air. Kai looks at the glove and asks himself what he is talking about, because he seems to have received a new skill. Lightning appears in the room. Everything around sparkles, while the sorcerer clarifies whether he decided to turn the castle into ruins on his own, despite all the efforts that they lived to stop the lightning, to which Kai apologizes and explains that he has just discovered the skill and does not yet understand how to control it. Both turn to the scream of the grandfather. Someone shouts with a question why he cannot sit quietly in one place, because everywhere you need to make a mess, while Merlin notes that he has a guest who has been waiting for him to wake up for several days. Oliver is angry that he is silent. Kai is horrified, while he asks him to answer him at least something, and he himself asks himself where this old man came from. Kai looks at the plate of the new skill and his characteristics. The grandfather screams. Kai receives mental damage from what he heard. Oliver angrily waves his hands. The system reports that Oliver has finished nagging. The candles are smoldering. Kai sits across from him at the table and finishes his story by saying that this is the very reason he decided to rush into the lightning bolt, and that he is absolutely sure that these stones can become one. The blacksmith crosses his arms over his chest while the boy asks where his savior went, to which he asks again which savior he is talking about. Is it really a monkey, and suggests that he is probably sleeping somewhere. Merlin smiles while the boy notes that his interlocutor never told him why he came, and that if he did it just because of the Monkey King, then he should not have worried about him, to which he replies with displeasure that he came to look at the city. The old man jumps up while the boy incredulously says that he had already managed to think about the fact that he was worried about him, to which the old man insists that he came just to see the sights. All three of them awkwardly fell silent. Kai looks at the glove while the boy decides to clarify if it is true that the Stone of the Seas is still with him, to which he answers in the affirmative. Merlin keeps his hands behind his back and asks again about the divine sea crystal and asks if he found it, to which he answers positively, because it happened. Kai looks at him, while Oliver remembers that during their last meeting he hinted to him about an unusual way to strengthen objects, and he managed to think for some time, and he had a couple of ideas on this matter, while the guy in his memories gives an explanation. Oliver looks at the sorcerer and notes that he took all the materials he needed with him, and has already found himself one place in the city for this business, and asks if anyone would mind if he settled there, to which the second old man agrees, because everything is allowed to the best blacksmith the tower could ever see and that he can feel at home, while Kai notes that these two have quite a lot in common. Kai looks at his screen, while Oliver continues that it seems to him that 2 kilograms of adamantium will be enough for him to draw power from the remaining 2 stones, and that in general such materials have good compatibility. The guy looks ahead and sums up that it comes to $1.25 million if he takes into account the costs of all his work, and asks if it is enough for him, to which he clarifies that he yelped because he himself brought the necessary materials for him, and asks again if he is trying to cheat him and sets the price at $1.5 million. Oliver is angry, while Kai tries to bargain at $1,400,000 and thinks to himself that he is outraged that the guy is taking advantage of the fact that he will not beat a man who has only recently come to his senses. Oliver takes the stone, saying that he agrees to this price. The old man frowns and notes that it will take him 4 days and urges him not to be late this time, while Kai agrees and sees a sign that he gave him almost $1.5 million local money. The clouds are flying. Merlin goes and says that after their false king disappeared, the country immediately took a rather shaky position, to which Kai suggests that the round table is not standing on level ground either. The grandfather smiles and continues that everything is as she said, and that it is unlikely that anyone will sit still, provided that they know that news of such a betrayal will soon spread throughout the tower, and that he himself has already seen the doubts in their eyes when they looked at Arthur, and many simply refused to believe that Lance was a traitor all this time, and that everything is simple because everyone was so strongly under his influence. The sorcerer goes further and continues that the round table has also split, and will never become as strong and powerful as it was before, to which the guy clarifies whether he regrets it, and immediately receives in response that he does not regret it at all, because the idea was a failure from the very beginning, in his opinion. Against the background of flowers, Merlin says that they should have pulled out all the weeds a long time ago and let new flowers of life grow, and that this is the natural course of things, and that one way or another he is very grateful to him, because if it were not for him, they would not have had the opportunity to fix everything and start with a clean slate. Kai turns around and says that if he hadn't believed in him, he wouldn't have succeeded, to which he smirks at his familiarity. The sorcerer makes a serious face and notes that since he has already recovered, he would like to ask him to go with him to one place, and asks if he could call Arthur for him. They came to a building with an ornament. Merlin looks at Arthur and says that after Lance's death, he began to go around his former possessions and thus found this place, and that he assumes that he could not just get rid of the past, and that he hid something important in the most secret place that can only be accessed by the king. Arthur is stunned because he recognizes the place. He sees his son in front of him. He touches the glass, and Merlin says that he wanted to give his son peace yesterday, but thought that he should give him permission to say goodbye to his son. The orc fell to his knees as the sorcerer continued that he hid it from the round table because he knew perfectly well that it would only cause more problems, and that the place remained a secret. Kai frowned. Arthur turned around when the guy asked if he should move him into his son's body. The brunette listened to him say that he would never agree to such a thing and that his son had already died because of him, and that such a thing would be an even more tormenting night for him, while the old man agreed that for Arthur such an outcome would be too cruel. Kai frowned and heard that even Merlin thought that this was too much, while the guy himself clarified if he thought that if his son's body became his undead, it would somehow make a laughing stock of himself. The orc did not open his hands and replied that he did not want his son to experience the same grief that he did when he became undead, to which the orc noted that this was not what he meant. The orc listens to Kai say that the King of Knights himself is already aware of his plans for the future, and asks if he thinks that they will only benefit the country and help its revival. Arthur sits next to his son and agrees with him, because thanks to him they had the opportunity to get on the right path, to which Kai asks him to imagine that he will be able to meet this future in such a vile way with his son. The orc hears the addition that his son is the one he wanted to raise as the future king. Arthur is stunned by the fact that he notes that his son is the one who was faithful to the path of his father and was ready to follow him. Merlin stands aside. The father looks at his son and says that his son loved this country and he would gladly accept his offer and no matter how much he would resist it, but for the future of the country he is ready to do something like this. Kai smiles and promises him that he will not regret his choice. Kai uses the glove. His son's body flies up. He looks up. Arthur falls to his knees and makes him a promise. Arthur says that he promises to be completely loyal to his will. Kai looks at him and hears that he is their king, while the system notes that he received the oath of the Death Knight Arthur. The guy looks down and reads that his mastery of the skill King of the Dead has increased, and that the powers of the Death Knight Arthur have increased, and that he has earned his absolute loyalty. Kai remembers that before he lost consciousness, Archie saved him and that he told him that he was telling him such things as if they were not seeing each other for the first time in their lives. He asked him not to pass out. Archie looks at his hand and wonders if it seemed to him that he knew him or not. He sits on a branch and reasons that the brunette is a risky guy and that he did not chicken out and talk to a sage who is like heaven, and so familiarly, as if he were an old acquaintance or even a friend. The blonde frowns and realizes that this is more like a story about old friends. The plot moves to a white building. Kai stands opposite Arthur and asks how he evaluates his new appearance, and notes that as far as he knows, his son became almost a high-level ranker in his time, to which he replies that he will still need time to get used to it. The blonde looks at him and insists that he shouldn't address him like that because he is his king now and not the other way around, to which he agrees. The brunette uses the gauntlet. Kai stands and hears that it is unexpected for someone to see such a picture of a great king serving someone. Kai looks up and from the sky comes a voice that he hopes that he hasn't forgotten that if it weren't for him, he would have been dead a long time ago. Archie lands saying that it is more surprising to him not that he survived, but that he was so sure that he would help him and at first he couldn't understand what was going on. The yellow-eyed man looks at him and notes that later everything fell into place. The blonde stands opposite him asking if all this means that he knows him. Kai frowns. He looks at him and wonders if he was really being followed because of his eyes, because even though they are just as skilled now, they used to be something only the monkey family from the Flower and Fruit Mountain had, and he thought he would start asking him about his eyes after helping him and maybe wondering how a simple player could get eyes like his family's, while Kai asks him again if there is a person who doesn't know him. Archie waves his hand while he insists that he is a great sage who is like the heavens and that he is a high ranker who fought in the heavenly realm, but that was a long time ago and he has retired from such matters, while he notes that this is not what he is getting at. Archie looks at him carefully and asks if he is really an idiot or pretending to be one, or maybe he really does not understand him, to which he bets that he can understand that someone else calls him that, but that he, to which he notes that he is poking him in this again, for the second time. Kai looks at him and hears that he knows him for sure. Archie frowns and continues that he can see what his undercooked yolks cannot see and that his eyes are similar to his, but definitely not the same. The system notifies him that the fiery eyes are trying to resist the golden ones. Kai looks at him and understands that the resistance has failed and clarifies what his wonderful eyes see, to which he says that they see that he knows him. He looks into his eyes and explains that he sees how his true form stands in front of him, and that he knows the true him, and that this is very good. Kai looks down and wonders what to answer in such a situation, because he will definitely recognize any lie and that his eyes see right through him, and that it seems that there is no point in wearing a mask in front of him. Kai shines his eyes and agrees that he is right. Archie puts his hands on his hips and hears an explanation that in the world he came from, they knew each other, and clarifies about the world he came from and decides that it does not matter and asks again how well they knew each other. Red-eyed is horrified to hear that they were friends there. Kai sees a message that his fiery eyes resonate and explains that it was not just friendship, but a friendship filled with rivalry. He thinks about the true Archie. Kai lies on a stone, while the blonde asks if he is asleep, to which he replies that he is not yet. Kai closed his eyes and hears that he should get up, because this is his place, and retorts that he will not get up, because here the sun shines on him most pleasantly. Archie hits him with lightning. The blonde frowns and insists that he asked him to get up. Kai lands. Kai looks at him with displeasure. They start a fight. Kai blocks the blow. He sees a knee in front of his nose. Archie hits him. The blonde goes on the attack. The blow is so strong that it scares the birds. Kai lies on the ground and listens to him say that he didn't expect more from a loser like him, and that with such skills he will never become a ranker, and asks him to thank him for leaving him alive. Archie is taken aback by the fact that Kai is hysterical and asks himself what's wrong with him. Why is he laughing? He gets angry while the guy asks him not to make him laugh. Clouds are flying. Friends spar. A fight takes place against the background of snow. Against the background of a waterfall too. Both fists look at each other. Kai frowns. Archie looks into his soul. One strikes. Kai is beaten, and you understand that the score is equal, that he has 9 wins and 9 losses, but he notes that this time he will finally put an end to it. Kai is preparing to deliver the final blow. Archie is stunned that he did not expect such agility from his opponent. The blonde flies back. He lies on the ground, and the brunette gloats that this time the victory is his. He raises his finger, saying that this is a victory that is different from the rest. Kai looks at him through a black eye. Archie smiles grimly and agrees with his victory. He takes his friend's hand. Archie sees all this and notes that it looks like he no longer holds a grudge against him, and that he does not hold a grudge against him either, to which he receives in response that at first it was very difficult for them, and that it was alien to him that someone was next to him. The blonde continues to look and clarifies why he became this someone, and why he decided to open his heart to him, to which Kai replies that he cannot cope with someone who cannot be killed, so he had no choice and had to somehow get used to him. They look at themselves in another world, and he continues that as soon as the walls between them fell, bad news came that external gods had come to them, namely, gods that the tower had not seen before, and that they were aiming to destroy it. Kai imagines the silhouette of a god. Archie looks at him and clarifies if these are also gods, to which the guy replies that at least that is what they are called. Archie frowns and clarifies whether they gave these comrades a fight with him, to which he receives in response that they were not the only ones. Red-Eyed also frowns and continues that they all fought and defeat followed defeat. Kai remembers how everything was and notes that they were losing this war and that they needed to decide who of them would go to the past, namely the one who could reach the top the fastest and the one who killed the most outer gods. Kai then looked forward and someone decided that he should go back to the past. Archie looks at him. Kai holds his head, to which he finally realizes that he is from the future, and the guy receives a notification that his level of mastery of the fiery eyes has increased significantly. Archie frowns, but listens that this is exactly why he went to figure out what is happening in Britain, because in the future Lance would become a big problem for everyone, to which he receives a question in response as to how his plan is progressing at all. Kai looks at the trees and notes that his progress is so small that he would not even say that he has one at all, and that in small steps, but he is getting closer to pulling out at least one weed. The blonde looks at him and asks how he would rate his chances of defeating him, to which he replies that he doesn't even know and thinks it's about 1 in 100, to which he is stunned. Archie grabs his head and is indignant that he thinks he still has a chance of defeating him, and asks why the monsters are so stronger, and why everything has to be so complicated, and asks again why he can't just get his body back. The blonde is taken aback by the question if his body is still on the 40th floor. Archie is indignant and asks how he knows, to which he asks again if he wasn't listening to him, and realizes that he is even dumber than in the future, and he finally remembers that his interlocutor is from the future. The blonde freaks out and continues that he still doesn't believe it, and asks if he can help him knowing what situation he is in, to which he agrees if he helps him in return. Kai looks at him and hears bewilderment, because he already helped him, and continues that it won't be enough, because they are talking about his current situation after all. Archie frowns and remembers that they agreed that he would help him only this time. He sees people on horses in horror and screams that they are Valkyries. Archie looks and understands that they are from Asgard and asks how many of them are, to which he receives in response that they most likely came to assess what was happening with their own eyes, because the Round Table is the same guild as the others. And Lance conducted his business together with Olympus, as it turned out, to which he still does not understand why the hell they would take the Valkyries with them. Kai looks from afar and explains that they have good reasons for this, because Arthur's return to his throne entailed the fall of Olympus, and that this became a reason for Asgard, and that this is Ragnarok, who led them to death, and that it should have started just with the filing of the Round Table. The brunette looks away and thinks that Olympus' original plan was to use Lance to bring about the fall of Asgard, and that now that he is finally finished, they can breathe a sigh of relief, but it is too early for them to celebrate. Archie angrily asks him again about Ragnarok and clarifies if he means that the Valkyries came here as standard bearers of war, and asks where he went and if he will meet them, to which he receives in response that no matter how he looked in the eyes of Asgard, he will not be of any use there anyway. Kai turns around and explains that they have their own moral code and that they will raise their swords only when they are sure that they will win the war, to which he clarifies when the war will begin. Kai turns around and answers that exactly when Olympus falls and that the chains that bind them are already beginning to crack. Archie is perplexed and thinks that he is talking about this to everyone with such calmness, and that he gives him goosebumps. He thinks about him and continues that his eyes seeing him appear in the tower, and how he will meet them for the first time, and he told him about everything and everything happened exactly as he planned, and that even though he came from the future he wonders if he really controls his destiny when he changes its course in the direction he needs because he is still far from considering himself strong enough, and that the diamond that he should become should be limited by the hand of no one else's greatest rancor, and that then he will be sure that he has passed the right path. Kai pokes at the screen saying that they will reach the 40th floor very soon, and asks him not to worry. Archie is perplexed about his meeting with the administrator, and notes that this way you can get straight to the floor, and Kai receives a message that the administrator is considering his offer. The brunette sees that he does it carefully. The screen shakes. Kai receives consent to accept him for a private conversation. Kai is standing on the wall. The guy notes that he is on the border of Britain. He looks down and realizes that this is the edge of the earth. The plot opens an arc of explanations. The man frowns while the story goes on about how long ago, before Kai arrived in the past, Lance, as the head of the Round Table. Against the background of a hammer, he continues that he gave the order to attack the demonic tribe. The demons are indignant while he says that in response, these embittered demons and titans attack the Round Table. Against the background of lightning, the voice continues that Olympus, which was in league with Lance, could not just leave the Round Table in trouble. The gods came to the rescue, and he continues that the peace-loving Asgard did nothing but wait for their main rivals to unleash a war among themselves and begin a massacre. Against the background of a man, he continues that as a result, the tower lost a significant vector of forces, and if they had not fought each other, they could have fought back the real enemy together, and that is why Kai wants to prevent this. The professor asks Archie if he understood everything, to which he clarifies what he thinks. Chuck was standing right on top of the wall. The boy looks straight ahead menacingly, thinking about the border of Britain. Looking straight at the huge area with all the different relief, the protagonist thought that this was the edge of the earth, when suddenly he heard someone's voice saying that the difficulty, what reward increases, and if he wants to participate in the test alone, then he will have to pay a hefty sum. Kai stood right in front of the old man in a black robe and explained that he understood everything, and thanks to all this obsession with tests, and especially by the will of Zeus, he was able to earn this hefty sum, and he noted that if he had closed his eyes to everything he planned, then one lightning strike would not have been enough. Tyler showed his 2 fingers, stating that the duties of the administrator always remain in the first place for him, and the tower's assignment after, as well as all these sudden tests, and there are roles that they must continue to play, otherwise everything will simply collapse. Looking directly at the tower administrator, the boy asked, so maybe he will reveal them to him. Looking at the system notification window, notifying about the conclusion of a contract with the administrator for an individual floor test, Kai pressed the agree button. The boy raised his head up, looking at the system notification windows, which promised that he was given a year to go through the unknown forest, and was allowed to resort to the help of forest researchers, and an additional reward was given if he completed the test faster than a year. With a serious expression, the protagonist received notifications from the system that the trial would begin as soon as he stepped outside the castle walls, while he himself thought that a trial lasting an entire year meant that they really wanted him to suffer, and was going to try himself as an explorer. Suddenly, Kai noticed a cloud approaching him, asking if he needed help. It was a godman, who stuck out his tongue, saying that he would not wait for this, and was going to laugh when he started running from high-level monsters, to which the boy explained that he could handle everything without him. Looking directly at the godman, the protagonist stated that, anyway, if he used his help, he would not only be fined, but maybe even disqualified, and asked if he had really saved up participation points in vain, paid participation points, to which he replied that he was very sorry, and he was very eager to help him. Looking ahead with a dissatisfied look, the guy with white hair was wondering what it means, he will spend a whole year on this test, when suddenly Kai gave a negative answer. Pushing off with his foot right from the huge wall, the guy was supposed to cope with everything in less than a month. Jumping down, the protagonist stated that he would contact him as soon as he figured everything out, and the system notified that the test had begun, and the remaining time was 8,759 hours 23 minutes and 59 seconds. Immediately after this narration, the stories are transferred to the border of the 25th floor in an unknown forest, in the middle of which stood tall trees. The man with black hair looked straight ahead and asked that this was Kai, and shouldn't he be in the castle, but that his ally did not understand how he managed to get there, because it was 3 days from the castle. The players looked at the boy standing next to the knight in surprise, gossiping that he had made arrangements with the administrator himself for the test, and did not understand how he had managed to do it. At the same time, the third elder of the research team, high-level player Robin, looked straight ahead menacingly, noting that the help of such an experienced player like him would be very useful to them, because they had been asking for something like this for a long time, and asked if he thought he was somehow overestimating his strength. Standing right in front of the other players, he noted that even their entire expedition did not have enough time to go through the forest, and that at least 3 were needed, and asked how it was possible to reduce entire years to some, as he said, month, because he would not go through the forest in such a time. Confidently heading forward, Kai declared that he would show everyone that he could go through. Looking at him with displeasure, the high-level player thought that he was also in the first row, and this test was for him, not for them, so there was no need to take risks. Hopefully, this expedition would not cause them any serious problems. Robin looked straight at the protagonist, who was releasing his yellow energy outward. All the players there were very scared after what happened. People asked him what he was doing, while Kai looked at his hand, wrapped in yellow energy, and thought that no matter how tired he was, he still had plenty of energy, and wondered if this effect was due to his increased stats. Kai waved his hand away, suddenly saying that he was acting as if it was his first day in the exploration team, and explained that if he showed any hesitation for a moment, it could lead his comrades to trouble, which greatly shocked the third senior of the exploration team standing behind him. Then the boy added that the commander must have a cold temper, and the high-level player who heard this looked straight ahead with displeasure. Suddenly, loud sounds of monsters were heard right around the boys. Hearing them, the protagonist concentrated a huge amount of energy in his fist, while the system announced that Steve was reacting to the Divine Sky Stone, and the Divine Dark Stone was reacting to him. Suddenly, Kai created a blade from his energy, while the system announced that the Divine Sky Stone's special skill was activated, and due to the low skill level, it was necessary to charge the skill for 30 seconds to use it, and showed the progress bar. At this moment, the boy looked menacingly straight ahead. Everything around was enveloped in flames and yellow energy, while the system continued to show the progress bar. When the skill preparation for 30 seconds was finished, Kai held the heroic weapon in his hand. A moment later, he rushed forward with great speed. Using his blade skillfully, the boy managed to destroy a huge number of monsters. Robin, standing right behind him, silently covered his face with his hands, while his subordinates next to him noted that now it seemed to them that he had not lied about the month. At that moment, the protagonist asked why he was frozen in place, and the third sergeant of the research team, who heard this, clenched his teeth in displeasure. Turning back, he suggested that everyone move on. Clouds were slowly floating right across the sky. Traces of Kai's energy remained around the earth. The narrative of the story transfers to the 4th day of the expedition, when the players, looking exhausted, fought against monsters with their last strength. The knight approached the commander and said that Kai was in too much of a hurry, and at this rate they would soon lose him completely, to which he replied that they needed to make a stop at sunset, and understood that it was difficult to catch up with him, but they had to try. Robin stared straight ahead menacingly, wondering what kind of monster he was, and he remembered a tale going around the tower that one day a rancor would appear that no one could compare to. Looking at the trail of yellow energy left behind by the protagonist, the third sergeant major of the research team reasoned that the closest to such a title was always considered to be the ruler of the heavens, the god of thunder and lightning Zeus. But now there were rankers in the tower who were close in strength and even to him, but Zeus himself was trying to keep up. Continuing to quickly advance through the forest, the high-level player thought that Kai had a lot of ambition, and they were intoxicating him, so even at this speed he would not be able to pass the forest in 2 weeks, because no matter how strong he was, it was impossible. Suddenly, a purple liquid fell right on Robin's face, while he was thinking that it was impossible to cope with the test in such a short time. At that moment, a huge snake appeared right in front of him, opening its mouth. The monster was approaching the third sergeant of the exploration team at a tremendous speed, while he was just standing there. While he did not understand how this could happen, suddenly someone appeared right in front of him and repelled the snake's attack. Immediately after that, Robin's subordinates ran up to him and asked if the commander was okay. At that moment, the third sergeant of the exploration team thanked him for saving his life and asked what he was doing in this forest, and the man, gritting his teeth, asked if they were really that exploration team. Menacingly looking straight ahead, he introduced himself as the Lord of the Divine Move from Demons, the Heavenly Fist, whose name was Barry. Staring ahead with a displeased look, Barry declared that he came there on the orders of the young lord, and asked where he was. Looking straight at the Heavenly Fist who was looking around, the high-level player thought that he was from the Heavenly Divine Demon cult and was one of the 4 lords of the cult, and he understood that the young lord was their future supreme leader. Robin then asked why he was looking for his lord there, and the lord of the Divine Demon cult standing right in front of him put his hand on his waist and explained that it was because he was told that he was there. The third head of the exploration team standing right in front of him explained that there was only their exploration team in the forest, and without their direct permission, they would not be allowed into the forest. Suddenly, the high-level player shuddered, realizing that he was referring to that person. Then Barry, noticing an unknown silhouette in front, declared that here he was, and asked if they were already there. He was standing next to him all this time, to which he received the answer that he began to worry that he might clash with someone. Menacingly looking straight ahead, Kai asked only not to say that he came alone, and the Heavenly Fist explained that, of course, he was not alone, and all on his orders. Robin watched all this with great surprise on his face, who could not believe that Kai was the lord of the cult of heavenly divine demons. Then the third foreman of the research team looked away in surprise. Looking straight at the huge number of people approaching their direction, the high-level player wondered if they had missed not only him. Seeing how many people were going straight to them, Robin realized that with such a number they would be able to handle it in 2 weeks. A moment later, the warriors bowed to the protagonist and said that they showed him their loyalty, and he waved his hand, telling them to stop. Looking straight at his subordinates, who were full of determination, Kai thought that they should deal with this trial on their own, and he could only ask for help from the exploration team. Remembering the message on the magic communication ball about requesting help in the unknown forest on the 25th floor, the boy saw notifications from the system about the title of the Lord of the Heavenly Cult of Divine Demons and thought that by using the power of the cult lord, he was using his abilities, so it did not violate the rules. Sharply turning around, the protagonist asked to listen to his will and declared that they must help the exploration team in any way possible and lead them through the forest as quickly as possible. Hearing this, all his warriors bowed and accepted the orders of the master. Immediately after that, the words that his will would be fulfilled spread right through the forest. At this time, clouds were slowly floating right across the sky. Warriors were fighting each other right on the battlefield. Suddenly, a fist hit a monster right on the battlefield. It was Barry, who was destroying the enemy's head with a strong blow. Having finished his work, the Lord of the Divine Cult of Demons looked away menacingly. At the same moment, Kai was fighting strong monsters, using his energy. Then the story moves closer to evening, while clouds continued to slowly float across the field. The research team and the subordinate boys decided to stay for a rest and set up camp. Taking out his magic ball for communication, Kai saw a new message from Merlin that he was racking his brains, had disappeared somewhere, and did not think that he would take up local affairs, noting that it was unlikely that any other lord of the heavenly demons would help the research team. The boy responded by writing a new message saying that it had happened and that he had to use his authority among the cult to make sure that the research team would pass through the forest as quickly as possible, and noting that he had heard rumors that he was now the hand, asking if they could count on his help. While a thunderstorm was raging right in the sky, he correctly wrote a new message that Britain was currently going through hard times and that he could help, but not to the fullest extent. A moment later, the warrior from Urim was destroying his opponent, while his subordinates were saying that they were almost finished, and he was asking them to quickly leave the passage. Then the man said that they should let the Lord finish what he started, and at that moment the protagonist put his hand forward. A moment later, a huge explosion occurred right in the middle of the forest. Menacingly looking straight ahead, Kai saw a notification from the system about the end of the second week of the expedition. Then, several system notification windows appeared, notifying him of the completion of the Research World Trial, and the receipt of additional rewards was also postponed, and he would receive them after some time, after which he would gain access to the 26th floor. The story continued to unfold right in the depths of the forest, while the system notified him that he had earned 50,000 points, and due to completing the trial ahead of schedule, he would be entitled to an additional reward of 150,000 points. Shaking hands with his subordinate, Kai received notifications from the system that he had transferred 50,000 to the Heavenly Fist and another 50,000 to the Lord of the Spear. Looking at his master in shock, the man in blue clothes thanked him, and he, sighing heavily, thought that there was nothing worse than a stingy boss, and if it weren't for the cult, he would hardly have been able to complete the trial in such a short time and receive such a joint reward. Closing his eyes, the boy thought that it was probably time to return to Camelot, because he was probably being pushed morally, and would also grumble that he had forgotten about him, and he imagined Oliver asking why he was late again, because he had finished a long time ago. This time he would not get away with it. At that moment, the protagonist was distracted from his thoughts by Barry, who declared that he was grateful for such a reward, but would like to ask for something else. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the Lord of the Fist declared that he would like to fight him face to face on equal terms. Hearing this, the Lord of the Spear tried to stop the Heavenly Fist, asking how he could say so, and Kai stopped him with his hand, saying that everything was fine. Smiling a little, the boy explained that they could duel right now. Standing in front of his master, the demon divine cult lord thanked him and said that he was very happy, and the boy explained that there was no need for thanks, and ordered the Heavenly Spear to make sure that no one interfered, and he immediately accepted the order. Suddenly, the system announced that he had accepted the duel offer, and all penalties for the duration of the duels were cancelled, while Barry wrapped his fists in blue energy. Looking straight at his subordinate who was releasing his inner strength, Kai thought that the Heavenly Fist, one of the 4 cult lords, a high ranker, was known as the strongest members of the cult, and he was the very embodiment of martial arts. Taking a fighting stance, the boy declared that he would not use the powers of the heavenly demon in the duel, otherwise they would not have an equal fight, which he wanted. Thinking that it had been a long time since he saw those blue sparks, he was going to see how much stronger he had become. A moment later, the Heavenly Fist rushed straight towards him, noting that it seemed to him that he was underestimating him. At that moment, the two clashed their fists with each other. Immediately after that, the combined energy spread throughout the area. The Lord of the Divine Demon Cult asked that he would not use the Divine Flame, to which he replied that he decided to concentrate on other skills. Swinging his fist, here his dissatisfaction with what he heard, Barry declared that he would have time to regret this decision. At that time, the Heavenly Fist concentrated a huge amount of blue energy around itself. Then a huge explosion of that same power occurred while the system reported that it was lightning, screaming at the heavens. Gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, the Lord of the Divine Demon Cult thought that he would return, but he decided to block the blow, and he knew that his master had become stronger since then, but this was too much. Looking straight at Kai, who had no wounds at all, Barry could not believe that he was so powerful while the system reported that his body was filled with the power of giants. While the system reported that the durability stats were replaced by the stats and strength in a large coefficient, the boy grinned maliciously, going to see what he was capable of. A moment later, the protagonist rushed forward with great speed and swung his fist. Immediately after that, Kai struck directly at his subordinate. She struck a huge number of blows directly from the Rio Barry's front. The Heavenly Fist blocked his attacks with great difficulty, thinking that he would break all his bones if he did not break them, and did not understand when he had become so strong. Continuing to confront his master, the Lord of the Divine Demon Cult thought that losing to some player from the 10th floor had really knocked him down. Looking straight at the protagonist's fist, Barry reasoned that he had devoted all this time to training, which he did not miss for a day. Gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, the Heavenly Fist wanted to know how strong their lord had become during this time. Looking at Kai's emotionless expression, the Lord of the Divine Demon Cult thought that he wanted to have a fight with him without any restrictions. At that moment, the boy looked menacingly straight ahead. Receiving another blow from his master, Barry understood that he finally had a chance for revenge. Immediately after that, the protagonist hit his subordinate right on the head. Knowing that he could not lose face, the Heavenly Fist released his internal energy outward. He then kicked the ground with great force, destroying everything around him. After which, the demon god cult lord gathered blue energy directly in his hand. Releasing all the energy he had just gathered outward, Barry was about to use the 1,000-step lightning fist. At that moment, the Heavenly Fist suddenly froze in place, hearing someone's voice. A moment later, he saw purple flames right in front of him, and continued to hear someone's voice calling out to him, asking how he dared to look away. It was Defying, who was staring straight ahead with a menacing look, asking him not to pretend that he did not see him. Seeing the demon god cult lord, Barry suddenly became afraid. Staring straight ahead in surprise, the Heavenly Fist wondered what he was seeing, and how he could be so strong, realizing that the lord had restrained the divine flames. Standing right behind his subordinate, Shag asked what he saw, and he explained that he saw the heavenly demon, the lord of the remote control. Hearing this, the boy grinned, thinking that so he is the main fear of the Lord of the Fist. A moment later, the Lord of the Divine Ring of Demons fell right to his knees. Crying to his lord, Barry admitted defeat and asked to forgive him for this tactless challenge, and the protagonist explained that there was nothing wrong with it, because he was having fun. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to a beautiful castle with a blue roof. The old man in green robes noted that he returned quite quickly, and it seemed to him that he had recently gone to an unknown forest, so he thought he would stay for at least a couple more days. Leaning directly on the wall, Kai listened to Nicholas's question, who asked that, as he understood, the Monkey King took him on a cloud. At that moment, the boy became very depressed, remembering everything that had happened, and said that he almost died on the way back and did not understand where the Monkey King was driving like a crazy psycho, and the old man in green clothes standing in front said that it meant that he was tied to the cult of divine demons, and he would never have thought that they would help someone from Urim. Then Nicholas concluded that he had never seen these two worlds standing shoulder to shoulder, and one never knows when Urim will rise to the level of the senior guilds, and the protagonist, hearing this, gave a positive answer, seriously looking straight ahead. Then Kai asked how things were going at the round table, and the old man in green clothes said that Asgard brought so many problems with it, and one of their knights even began to think about leaving the round table. Standing right in front of the boy, Nicholas explained that anyone could leave at any time, and it was all because of Lancelot, while Lancelot assumed that it was more likely because of Olympus, because now the situation resembled the sea after a storm, but the waters would calm down soon. Then Kai declared that he would definitely take care of it, and the old man in green robes, using magic, declared that they were counting on him. Enveloping everything around in his water magic, Nicholas assumed that he was worried about something else now, and asked to take it with him to the next floor. The boy looked straight ahead seriously, while Nicholas explained that Oliver called him Triana, and did not know what exactly he meant, but was sure that he would understand. Imagining in his head the events of the past with the gods of Olympus, the protagonist thought that this was the stone of all the seas, and he would be able to create something unusual from it, not some kind of weapon, but worthy armor. Looking straight at the black cloak that appeared in front of him, he reasoned that he was no slouch, and the old man found the right use for the stone. Holding his hands behind his back, the old man in green robes added that Oliver said that he would not wear heavy armor, so he preferred to create something more comfortable for him, and that is why such a cloak turned out, and the boy noted that it fits perfectly. Putting it on himself for his new armor, the protagonist thought that it was so light and at the same time protected almost his entire body, and Steve was made of compressed adamantium, and that the old man was already able to swing. Immediately after this, system notification windows appeared, notifying about Triana, a strip created from divine sea stone and adamantium, and the passive skill of blessing the ocean. Suddenly, Kai took out his blade, which greatly surprised Nicholas, who saw it. Dumbfoundedly looking straight ahead, the old man in green robes asked what he was doing. At that moment, the boy swung his blade, preparing to strike. Kai deftly struck his own hand with his blade. Enveloping the boy's hand with his water magic, Nicholas asked why he did that, and whether he had gone crazy. At that moment, the protagonist seemed to sparkle, explaining that he was simply checking how well this cloak protected him, and the dumbfounded old man in green robes asked why he had decided to cut off his own hand for that, to which he replied that everything was fine. Kai quickly lowered his head down, noting that although it looked like a simple cloak, it was actually armor made of adamantium, and it would not be easy to pierce it, so he would have to try very hard. Seriously looking straight ahead, the boy declared that even if he were crystal, this cloak would be able to protect him, and it was as if something else was protecting him. While everything around was wrapped in blue magic, the protagonist stated that it could be dangerous, so he asked to stand aside. A moment later, an unknown force enveloped Kai while he was thinking about it. Suddenly, the boy saw an image made of purple energy right in front of him. While the protagonist was wondering if there was someone in it, a system notification window appeared with an egg that was squealing and surprised. Imagining Steve in his head, Kai thought that its aura was different from the aura of objects with consciousness, and this entity was probably similar to the one he saw near his eye. Slowly approaching the unknown being of purple energy, the boy asked who it was. Then the protagonist noted that he saw that it was a person, not a monster, and asked if it had a name and what it was, while the cloud of purple energy just silently stared forward. Blue mana continued to fly right around the same being, when suddenly it was about to say something. When the purple energy cloud declared that it was the second, Kai was greatly taken aback. A moment later, the unknown creature was dispelled under the influence of Nicholas's magic. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the old man in green clothes wondered what it was, noting that it was covered in ominous mana, so he was going to defend himself, and the boy, standing right in front of him, explained that if he knew, he would definitely tell him, but for now he himself does not understand. Puzzled, lowering his gaze downwards, the protagonist thought that he had definitely seen a face, and it seemed so familiar, but he could not remember where from, as if it had been erased from his memory, and this creature said that it was the second, hinting that besides him with the eye, there should be a third, a creature from the heavenly stone of Zeus. Looking straight at the system notification window with information about the unknown egg, Kai wondered why he felt the aura of an external god in it, and why the object had it, arguing that there were so many questions, and it would be better to have an answer to at least one of them, but at least the incubation percentage had increased, and increased significantly. At the same moment, Nicholas, standing right in front of him, was wondering if he would really go on a lonely journey again, to which he received a positive answer, and asked where he was in a hurry, since he did not leave himself even a day of rest. Seriously looking straight ahead, the old man in green clothes suggested returning to Camelot when there was time, and by the time he returned, they would erect a whole statue of him there. Smiling, hearing this, Kai said that he would try, but now he had other things to do. The story continued to unfold in a huge medieval castle with a blue roof, and while the system notified that the remaining reward for completing the unknown forest trial had been received. Immediately after that, several system notification windows appeared, in which the boy selected to increase his characteristics, which happened after. While everything around was exploding, flaring up with bright flames, the system notified that the 26th floor trial was starting, when suddenly a moment later it notified that it had been completed. Using lightning of different colors, the protagonist managed to get 20,000 points and complete the 27th trial, as well as the 29th floor, as evidenced by the system. Taking a confident step forward, Kai received notifications from the system that he had completed the 30th floor trial. With the help of his excellent blade control, the boy also managed to complete the 32nd and 35th floors. In the sky, night was changing to day, while the system notified that the protagonist had completed the 39th floor. When the clouds turned black, Kai passed the tests of the 40th floor. Immediately after that, the story moves forward 6 months, when the boy slowly walked straight through the mountainous terrain. After some time, the protagonist was frying fish right on a stick. He was in the middle of the forest and cooking himself food, while the system announced that this was the 41st floor of the test zone of the Tower of Dominance. Seeing the number 50 right above the boy's head, the stranger said that here he is. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the man with an eye patch declared that they were under a spell of silence, so he should not hear, and the main thing is not to leave him. And the ally standing next to him noted that even though 50 summoning stones are less than they collected, he collected it all alone. At the same time, several system notification windows appeared, notifying about the extermination of summoned creatures, with which you can summon creatures using summoning stones, and their rank changes depending on the number of summoning stones. The bandits surrounded Kai from all sides and watched him from behind cover, saying that nothing was heard from him from the 25th floor, so everyone thought that he gave up climbing up the tower, and there were rumors that he used some loophole to climb up the floor, so everyone decided to stick together and be prepared just in case. Taking hold of the hilt of his blade, the leader began the countdown. At this time, the boy continued to sit in place near the fire. A moment later, all the warriors unsheathed their weapons. The protagonist, sensing something was wrong, gathered energy in his hand, while the gang leader continued the countdown. Kai, at this time, used his magic directly on the summoning stones in his hands. He envelopes a large magic stone in blue energy. At that moment, the order to attack was given, and all the bandits hiding in the forest rushed forward. Looking to the side, the boy immediately noticed the bandits approaching him. Suddenly, the guy with the eye patch was very stunned, seeing something right in front of him. At that moment, the protagonist, using his purple energy, showed his real level, which was 817, which the leader of the bandits could not believe. While he was remembering that he clearly saw that his level was lisp 10, purple magic was spreading around the area and sounds of pain were heard. Finishing using his purple power, Kai prevented that this was a great annoyance. At that moment, the level above his head was 1020, and the boy himself noted that he hoped that the last surviving team would be able to hold out in the divine flame at least a little longer. Holding the 2 summoning stones in his hands, the protagonist thought that if he divided the collected resources, the system would count them differently, and this was a good strategy to surprise the enemy by pretending to be a lagging player, and he collected these 1,000 faster than he expected. Abruptly hiding the magic stones in his hands, Kai thought that multiplayer trials were always easier, and he didn't even have to look for summoning stones because the players brought them to him themselves. Clutching the summoning stones tightly in his hands, the boy thought that it was time to move on to the main stage of the trial, when suddenly the system notification windows appeared, notifying that he had activated the summoning stones, and a question appeared asking how many stones he wanted to use. With a serious look in his eyes, the protagonist declared that he wanted to use everything, and the system notified that he had used 1020 summoning stones. A moment later, the system notification window changed to red, and it announced that the demon Lord Dylan had been summoned while the surrounding area was enveloped in red energy. Hearing this information, Kai couldn't believe that Dylan was in the 41st floor trial, and glared straight ahead. Looking at the huge thing appearing in front of him, the boy thought that the administration had made a pact with the demons for this trial, and he was sure that he wouldn't become the main test subject again, wondering why 1,000 stones would summon a demon who was the guild master and one of the top 20 rankers. The protagonist reasoned that an ordinary player wouldn't be able to handle it, and Dylan completely ruined the balance of the entire trial, not understanding who designed it in the first place, while the huge demon glared straight ahead, asking who dared to disturb his sleep. Dylan towered over Kai in front of him and asked how crazy someone was to use 1,000 summoning stones and if the man even knew who he was. The boy calmly stared straight ahead and replied that he was a player named Dylan, and the demon heard this and asked if there was a reason for his sarcastic behavior or if he was so stupid that he didn't even know what he was getting himself into. At the same time, the protagonist opened his inventory and asked if the reason was obvious to him. Taking out his blade, Kai declared that he was going to cut off his head and earn a whole bunch of points. Rising straight out of the ground, Dylan called his opponent an insolent man and asked if he, knowing full well who he was, dared to be so impudent. A moment later, the strongest demon glared straight ahead, emerging from the ground entirely, declaring that he would turn every single one of his knuckles into smoldering ash, while the system announced that he had entered Dylan's corrupted temple. At the same time, Kai stood fearlessly in front of his opponent, while the system announced that his senses had been paralyzed and he was resisting the dominance effect, and also issued a task to defeat Dylan. With his blade pointed straight ahead, the boy thought that he was being negatively affected and he didn't like it. He thought that he should burn his temple first. The protagonist swung his blade deftly, engulfing everything in purple flames, and the system notified that the fiery formidable one was resisting the corrupt temple. A moment later, the system notification window notified that the resistance was successful, and the divine flame was burning the corrupt temple, while purple fire spread around the area. Immediately after, Kai struck directly at the huge demon with his yellow lightning. Pulling his hand back after the attack, the boy wondered if it worked. A moment later, Dylan extended his hand directly towards the opponent from behind. He then struck, destroying the ground below. Looking at his hand, wrapped in the opponent's energy, the strongest demon laughed, saying that this was starting to get interesting. Seeing the protagonist suddenly appear right in front of his face, Dylan asked what he meant by that. He wouldn't give up so easily. At that moment, Kai was delivering several blows directly to his opponent, who was simply taking them. Immediately after that, the boy struck the huge demon with a blade right on the head. In response to this, Dylan swung his hand, throwing the opponent down. After receiving damage, the protagonist hit a huge block of stone, but immediately got back on his feet. A moment later, the huge demon struck him with its tail, and Kai suddenly jumped to the side. The boy towered right over his opponent and swung his blade, getting ready to strike. At that moment, black and yellow lightning spread right around the area. At that moment, the boy decided to use his purple flame, attacking the huge demon again. Opening his mouth wide, Dylan declared that he did not like his fire. Immediately after that, the huge demon spewed flames right out of his mouth. The protagonist would dodge it deftly and land right on the ground. Kai mused, staring straight ahead, that the divine flames had no effect on him, and while that was to be expected from the great and mighty Dylan, as the flames wouldn't inspire fear in him, his mind was as strong as his body. Staring straight at the enraged giant demon, the boy mused that it looked like the lightning charge with Steve's power had managed to leave its mark. At that moment, Dylan would open his mouth wide to begin his attack again. He would then begin to spew his flames straight ahead once again. Trying to see someone through his own fire, the giant demon was surprised to find no one there. A moment later, Dylan would call his opponent a damn rat and ask where he was hiding, while Kai would fly into the air, musing that at least now he knew what worked on him and what didn't. Swinging his blade to strike, the boy understood that this would be a fight of lightning, when suddenly the system broadcast that the heavenly step was activated. At this time, the protagonist was heading at great speed straight towards the huge demon, who immediately noticed him, and the system notified that his speed was increasing by 2 times for 5 seconds, and he could hover during this time. Immediately after this, Dylan sent a stream of his flames straight towards Kai, and then the two energies collided. Watching directly at the explosion from 2 different forces, the huge demon was very surprised. Noticing the boy gritting his teeth in discontent, Dylan suddenly realized that he was not just trying to survive in this fight, while the system notified that he felt his body filling with the power of giants. Looking straight at the protagonist, who was rapidly approaching him, the demon realized that he was going to attack him. Looking straight at his disintegrating body, Dylan could not understand what was happening. A moment later, Kai cut off his opponent's hand with a deft swing of his blade. After what happened, the strongest demon concentrated energy in his mouth, and the boy who saw this activated the power of giants, which filled his body, which the system notified. Then Dylan made an attack, and right at their place of battle, a huge explosion occurred. At the same moment, the protagonist approached the demon with great speed to deliver another blow. Menacingly looking straight ahead, Dylan declared that this was surprising, because since he accepted the tests, it means he is an ordinary player. He does not like it, because he is absolutely sure of it. Then the demon offered him to join the guild of the Demon Lord and said that he would put him in the position of one of the lords as soon as he becomes a ranker, and Kai pulled his hand with the sword back, explaining that he is a person, so he cannot become part of the guild of demons. In response to this, Dylan explained that he was indeed a human, but that he had the power of a demon flowing through him, and therefore was worthy of becoming one of their lords, and the boy who heard this was greatly taken aback, thinking that, as expected, he had sensed the energy of a demon within him. Pointing his hand directly towards his opponent, the protagonist reasoned that the position of a demon lord had certainly never been offered to another human before, and wondered how impressed he had been by declaring that he was a human and therefore would not become part of their guild or anyone else's. With his mouth wide open after hearing this, the couch could not believe that he was not looking for a guild. A moment later, when a huge explosion occurred right on the battlefield, the strongest demon realized that he was that very Kai. Then, several system notification windows appeared, informing him of the victory of the demon lord Dylan and the earning of 1 million summoning points, and the system notifying him that the trial was over, as the limit of points earned had been reached, and access to the 41st floor was open. Immediately after that, the system notified him of earning an additional 100,000 points and obtaining the Devil Horn, informing him of this artifact. At the same time, several system notification windows appeared, informing him of the level of connection with the demonic power, which had been increased, and also the increase in the level of demonic energy by 20, which was now 40. A moment later, another system notification appeared, asking if he wanted to proceed to the next floor, and Kai immediately clicked the agree button. Immediately after that, he felt like the story was transferred to the moment when the entire sky was plunged into darkness, and the system notified him that he had arrived on the 42nd floor. Finding himself in the middle of unknown ruins, the boy noted that he couldn't stand this place, and the air stinks there, and everything is so irritating. A moment later, a stranger appeared right behind him, who stated that he was right, remarked that he didn't know how his uncle got along there. Then he added that the humidity there was somehow too high, and the protagonist abruptly turned around and said nothing. Kurt pointed his hand forward and greeted Kai right in hell. In this area, there were crows with a half-rotten body. Slowly walking right through these very ruins, the boy asked that he didn't think he sounded a little childish, and why he called this place hell, and not just the 42nd floor, to which the heir to Olympus explained that he was just being childish, because he was happy. Looking straight at him puzzled, the protagonist asked why he was happy, why he welcomed him to hell then, and Kurt, hearing this, became embarrassed, explaining that they were in hell, so he was speaking factually. Looking straight ahead seriously, Kai thought that in the past he had also disliked this floor. Continuing to slowly walk straight through the ruins, the boy reasoned that the air and humidity were not the main problem, and it was simply difficult to breathe there, and the son of Zeus said that rumors had started about him on the 33rd floor, and said that he was impressed, because he did not remember anyone bothering the Olympians so much. Hearing this, the protagonist said that it meant that the news had already reached him, and the heir of Olympus, looking straight ahead with a stern expression, explained that he was simply already on the higher floors, and his rank had risen significantly, as, by the way, had many Olympic rankers, so the ranks were being replenished with strong guys. Following his friend, Kai said that so that's how it was, and thought that if you think about it, he got to this floor before Zeus, and he was at a lower level. He thought that it turns out that many people are trying to show off. The boy saw an unknown passage into the mine in front. Standing right next to the heir of Olympus, the boy asked if this was really the place, because everything there was very monotonous, to which he replied that, of course, he would not confuse it, like any Olympian, because it meant a lot to him, and he had already been there several times. Looking straight into this very hole, Kurt suggested going down and not being surprised, because there are usually no doors there. Immediately after that, the guys began their descent straight into the depths of the cave. The protagonist looked straight ahead seriously, thinking that they were going down too deep. Continuing to follow his friend, Kai reasoned that they had already been walking for about 10 minutes. At this time, the son of Zeus lit the way with a torch. A moment later, the boy waved his head, calling out to the heir of Olympus, and he immediately summoned his lightning. Then Kurt sent his magic straight into the red magic crystal located in the cave. While Kai looked menacingly straight ahead, the son of Zeus noted that this was quite a warm welcome. At the same moment, a huge Cerberus with several heads looked displeasedly straight ahead, while the boy thought that he felt someone looking at him from the darkness, and was sure that this was not an accident, because they were ordered to be met by the ruler of this world himself. At the same time, several hunting dogs slowly headed straight towards the guys. Noticing the approach of the enemy, the protagonist warmed up his hand and thought that he did not know if he would be able to cope with them, but it was worth a try, while the system notified that he would feel his body filled with the power of giants. Immediately after that, a huge Cerberus rushed straight towards Kai. The boy met it with a strong blow from his fist. After the blow, the monster dog was thrown into the air. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the protagonist told his opponents to come out so that they would not waste time. Several Cerberuses rushed straight towards Kai at great speed. Noticing the enemy approaching him, the boy struck him several times with his fist. The monster dog screamed loudly in pain, receiving attacks from the protagonist. With deft movements of his hands, Kai managed to slam the Cerberus's mouth shut. At the same time, the monster dog tried to break free, while the system notified that it doubted his identity. Looking straight at the boy, the Cerberus saw another person, and the system notified that it was frightened by the power of giants, and the cat, seeing this, could not verify that it reminded him of someone from the past. While dealing with the monster dog, the boy thought that long ago, Hercules taught the Cerberus Pax a lesson, and that lesson lasted for more than one day, so the memories of those days were deeply imprinted in the dog's memory, and the power of the giants revived those memories. Looking smugly straight ahead, the protagonist noted that they probably had enough, when suddenly the system notification windows appeared, notifying that the fiery eyes were reading the nature of the Cerberus, and it was failed. Suddenly, an unknown purple energy appeared right in the cave, and Kurt, who saw it, asked what he thought about it. Immediately after that, an alien force began to spread throughout the area. Immediately after that, a man appeared out of nowhere, and when Kai saw him, he thought that he had finally arrived. The boys stood silently in their places, watching what was happening, and the boy thought that he was second only to Zeus himself, the only one of the great Trinity whose mind was not clouded. Reasoning that he was the most important figure, who should release Kronos, who was once imprisoned by Zeus, the son of Zeus, greeting the Lord of Darkness and the great mind of Olympus. The protagonist looked straight at the man in black, realizing that it was Hades. Suddenly, the narrative of the story is transferred to the moment when the boys were sitting together at the table. An unknown liquid was poured into the mugs, and no one touched it. Surprised, looking at his drink, Kai thought that it had a rather strange color, when suddenly Hades declared that it was very good for health. Taking a sip of this drink from his glass, the king of the dead explained that it would help them replenish their mana and restore the connection of the body with the spirit. Hearing this, the boy immediately took a sip, when suddenly the system notified that he drank tea from the grass, so the speed of mana recovery was increased for the next 60 minutes. A moment later, the system notified that his mind had become clearer, and the protagonist who saw this was extremely dumbfounded. The guys just sat silently at the table, while the boy could not believe that this was tea from the hellish grass, which is a very rare plant, and did not understand why he was taking them so importantly. At that same moment, Hades, menacingly looking straight ahead, noted that he still did not believe that such a young guy was able to stop Zeus's lightning. Suddenly looking at Kurt sitting next to him, the Lord of the Dead said that he should stay closer to him, and he replied that, of course, he himself would not mind. With his serious gaze forward, the son of Zeus concluded that he could be trusted, and it would be great if they were there until the very end, and Hades, who heard this, noted that there was no doubt in his words. Sitting at his place at the table, the Lord of the Dead told that when they fought with his Cerberuses, it seemed to him that they were hiding something, but he did not understand the reasons for this. Looking menacingly straight ahead, Hades declared that he did not trust anyone who kept secrets from him, and those who have something to hide are not worthy of trust. Hearing this, Kai was a little puzzled, realizing that, as expected, it would not be easy with him. At that moment, the King of the Dead declared that, however, he kept the one he had infinitely trusted next to him for 7 years, which greatly stunned the boy. Immediately after this, Hades explained that he was talking about Oliver, and when he asked about him, someone said that he could be trusted and that he would never regret it, and there was enough confidence in his words, while the protagonist, listening to his words, thought that they had a lot in common with him, and since they were so trusted, there was no need to release the Cerberuses. Holding a glass of healing drink in his hands, the King of the Dead said that for some time now he has been the ruler of the sect of divine demons, and asked what he could say about them, and whether Ralph was going to do anything. In response to this, Kai said that he did not know anything at all, and Hades, who heard this, looked menacingly straight at him. Lowering his head down a little, the boy said that the extent of his actions depends on power, and they have high positions in the sect with him, so no one would dare to say a word, so it is difficult to say. With his serious gaze directed forward, the protagonist noted that with the exception of the previous candidate for the successor, the others would definitely support them, or at least they should. Looking straight ahead with distrust after hearing everything, Hades asked if they really should, and noted that Ralph, in his opinion, did not care at all. Bringing his hand directly to the glass of tea, Kai said that everything was not quite so, and at least the sect of divine demons would not interfere. Seeing his reflection right in the healing tea, the boy declared that by defeating the King of Britain, Olympus would put an end to it, and one battle, unfortunately, would not end the war. Imagining in his head a house in traditional Chinese style, inside which the main effect was sitting, the protagonist said that when the sect of divine demons took their side, they would declare war on Olympus. Visualizing the image of Zeus, Kai said that just one fight with Olympus would not be enough. Imagining people dying on the battlefield, the boy concluded that Ragnarok was approaching, followed by Gigantomachy, and it would not be any different with them. Holding his hand right next to the healing drink, the protagonist said that defeating the king sounded like he did not consider his power and strength sufficient to stand up to Olympus. Having heard him out, Hades looked straight ahead with displeasure and asked if he really thought he was arrogant. Lowering his head a little lower, Kai explained that he simply could not do otherwise, and the Lord of the Dead, having heard this, said that he had only stopped Zeus's lightning once and now decided that he could deal with everything that was coming. A moment later, the boy raised his head and declared that he was not the only one who had shaken Zeus's position. Sitting at the table with him, Hades, hearing this, asked what he was saying, and the protagonist said that among their trinity, Poseidon had slightly changed the balance of power. Seriously looking straight ahead, the Lord of the Dead could not believe that he knew about all this, and declared that Zeus would find out that they had conspired with Poseidon and wanted to imprison him in the underworld, because 1.5 years had passed since that agreement. Sitting at the table right in front of him, Kai declared that he was not the only one talking about this, and that he was not the only one who had shaken the balance of power in Olympus and the position of Zeus. Menacingly looking straight ahead, he declared that Hercules had also played into their hands, and asked how he felt about making an alliance with him too. Sharply jumping up from his seat after hearing this, Kurt asked that he was really saying all this seriously now, and Hades, sitting next to him, wondered what the likelihood was that he would take their side. Hearing his question, Kai explained that the probability was about 70%, and the son of Zeus, who heard this, was very dumbfounded and could not believe that it was so high. Immediately after this, the boy, clasping his hands together, turned to Hades. Then the protagonist directed his menacing gaze forward and asked what their chances of victory were if Hercules fought together with them. Seeing himself in the reflection of Kai's eyes, Hades thought that this man, who alone was able to shake Olympus. Remembering in his head how he had watched him during his previous battles, the Lord of the Dead thought that he had saved Oliver, defeated the examiner sent by Olympus. Visualizing how the boy captured the magic stone and then fought with his opponents, Hades understood that he had obtained the stone of all the seas and stopped Zeus's lightning, and it would seem that an ordinary player, but was able to undermine his power. A moment later, the Lord of the Dead grinned maliciously, thinking that he spoke with complete confidence in his own words, and this was not the ravings of a madman, and such determination could only be possessed by someone who had done the impossible. At the same moment, Hades declared that this all sounded reasonable, when suddenly Kai stood up from his seat, saying that it meant that everything was decided, while the heir to Olympus, watching all this, was extremely surprised. Looking straight at his ally, the son of Zeus asked where he was going now, and he replied that he was going to the 40th floor, because he needed to sort out something, and this would help them lure Hercules to their side. Hearing this, the heir to Olympus clarified whether he really needed to go to the 40th floor, because something was wrong there, and Hades, rising from his seat, was going to be honest with him, and told him that what he saw in him during the battle with the Cerberuses might be enough to repel Olympus, but it certainly wouldn't be able to destroy them. With his serious gaze fixed ahead, the Lord of the Dead gave his consent, because he saw his ambitions, and with this decision he was making a contribution to what could become part of history in the future. Imagining in his head all the events that happened to Olympus thanks to Kai, Hades stated that with his help, Zeus' plans to destroy Asgard, the forces of the Titans and demons failed, and he himself would never have entered into an open fight with them, so for some time, thanks to his efforts, it became possible to take a break. Walking away from the guys, the King of the Dead said that this was a great opportunity to visit Odin, and stated that he was heading to Asgard, telling Kurt that he should meet with the one who shares the blood of Apollo, to which he asked that this really needs to be done right now. Then Hades concluded that the time was already late, and asked to wait until the sun rose, while the son of Zeus looked puzzledly straight ahead, not understanding what this meant. The heir to Olympus asked with a dumbfounded look if the sun was visible in hell, and the protagonist standing next to him explained that he was just joking. At this time, the cave was illuminated only by a small candle. Kai looked around, thinking that it seemed to be the underworld, and they were able to create some kind of comfort there. The boy took a confident step forward, approaching the door. Looking out of the cave, the only thing the protagonist understood was that this was definitely hell. Looking straight at Steve, imprisoned in his hand, Kai thought that he always wondered why his skill was called that, or how he couldn't get it out of his head. Having summoned his demonic eye, the boy thought that perhaps it was worth trying it out there. Looking straight at it, the protagonist could not believe that the eye was looking back. A moment later, Kai was very dumbfounded when the system notified that he had summoned hell. At that moment, the boy was enveloped in his own black and yellow lightning. Then, he suddenly began to fall somewhere. Out of fear, the protagonist stretched his hand up, looking for salvation. Kai seemed to be sinking deeper and deeper into the water. Dumbfounded, looking straight ahead, the boy realized that he was underwater, but did not know how he could breathe. Continuing to stretch his hand up, the protagonist thought that he had fallen into a river, when suddenly a system notification window appeared, notifying him that he had met Hades, the Lord of the Dead, for the first time, who had come to his kingdom. Thinking that this water was like the ocean, or that it was not water at all, Kai looked straight at his hand. Continuing to sink deeper and deeper, the boy reasoned that this mana and everything seemed so endless, and all this time the eye was a vessel in which endless energy was hidden. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that this was it, so this was the source of the power and the dark crystal. Yellow energy flashed through the impenetrable darkness, while the system announced that the souls of the dead were worshipping him. Continuing to dive deeper into the unknown liquid, Kai could not believe that they were worshipping him. A moment later, he was transported to a space where there was a bright sky. There was a beautiful city standing right around the mountains. The unknown knight was adjusting his cloak. The events of these events took place on the 40th floor, where a man in a robe, looking straight ahead, asked if there was life after death, and answered himself that this was the answer. Looking at the man who appeared right in front of him, the unknown man asked if he was so amazed by the views, or was he simply lost in his thoughts, to which he replied that he should tell him himself if he remembered what happened after his death. Looking ahead, the boy in the blue robe explained that he was sealed in the world between life and death, so he knows little about what happened after its end. Looking away sharply, the protagonist noted that this was not much of an answer, and the knight standing right in front of him apologized for this. Immediately after that, he stated that, as far as I remember, he saw something like an ocean, and Kai, who heard this, was very surprised to hear about the ocean. Standing right in front of him, the unknown knight noted that these memories were fleeting, and the boy looked away, saying that he understood everything. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist thought that it turns out that the waters in which he fell were the souls of the dead, and Steve turned out to be much more useful than he expected. Looking straight at the huge city stretching out in front, the boy in the blue robe noted that the view was truly wonderful. Standing right in front of him, Kai asked if he had really been there, and he explained that a long time ago, before Britain was founded, he had met with a ranker of Olympus, and it was a short visit. Looking forward seriously, the unknown knight declared that everything was almost ready, so he asked the Lord to say just a word. Someone was fighting right in the sky, leaving only traces behind. After such a battle, everything around was greatly destroyed. The guy with a spear in his hands was very stunned when he was asked why he was looking. A moment later, Kai threw his ally at him with great force. Then they collided with each other and fell straight to the ground. It was the same city that the guys saw from the side, and knights were making a loud noise in it. The warriors with spears were very scared and trembled with fear, and the boy who saw them noted that the Olympians were still quite rich and had erected so many pedestals for the sake of someone who had recently become a high-level ranker, asking if it was because he was a direct descendant of Zeus and Hera. At that moment, the guys were surrounded by guards from all sides and asked to shut their mouths, because they were not going to tolerate insults, and ordered to state their name and rank, to which the protagonists replied that since their master did not like it when he was insulted so much, they should go up to him and say something. Looking straight ahead with complete confidence in his gaze, Kai declared that he was challenging the bloodthirsty god of war Ares. At that moment, the narrative of the story shifts to a man with white hair. Looking at his subordinates who were standing nearby on the stairs, he asked what the noise was outside, and they were very surprised by it. Then the god of war asked if they could hear anything, and explained that they could hear the sounds of spilled blood and the clash of swords, when suddenly the doors to his room were knocked down by a servant. Ares watched everything that was happening with a displeased look, wondering who had come to them. At that moment, a guard burst into his chambers, who told his lordship that it was Kai himself, which surprised the god of war. Then the knight said that he dared to challenge his lord, when suddenly someone struck him right in the back. It was Arthur, who deftly wielded his blade. Seeing the sword shrouded in magic, the knights asked if this was really ice mana and this sword Excalibur, which belonged to Arthur himself, and wondered if the Round Table had decided to raise their blades against them. Why all of a sudden? Because they were supposed to be allies. Watching everything that was happening from above, Ares asked to take a closer look and declared that Arthur was a walking dead man, and since he was dead, there could be no talk of a previous alliance. Then the god of war declared that the brave man standing in front of them was responsible for this, while Kai, confidently striding forward, declared that another man was now in charge of everything. Grinning maliciously, the boy noted that the sooner he realized this, the better. Towering over his opponent, Ares asked if he really was that same Kai, and asked if the guards standing there bothered him, since they were all rankers, to which the protagonists replied that they could fight without small fry. Hearing this, the knights were very unhappy and asked who he thought he was, when suddenly Kai declared that a fight for the sake of a fight was not the goal. Then the boy added that the winner would take everything, and the god of war, having heard this, suddenly became interested. Immediately after this, Ares slowly descended the stairs, explaining that he did not need anything from him, and the protagonist concluded that he was still not very smart. Enveloping himself in blue energy, Kai asked if he really did not know what he possessed. Seeing the mana of the stone of all the seas, Ares was very angry. At that moment, the knight standing right behind him told his lordship that he did not have to accept his challenge, because they themselves could handle this impudent man, and he suddenly stopped him. The god of war glared back and declared that they could not interfere until he gave the order, and they knew what would happen if they disobeyed his will. Drawing his blades, Ares remarked that since he had wagered the stone of all the seas, he was confident of victory, and Kai replied that this was indeed the case. Drawing his sword from his inventory, the god of war declared that he then accepted his challenge. Ares then drew his second blade, declaring that the spoils of war would go to the victors. With his weapon raised, the god of war was ready to fight, declaring that he would kill him and take the stone of all the seas. Seeing this, Kai took a fighting stance, telling Arthur not to allow anyone to interfere, and he accepted his master's orders. A moment later, the two rushed towards each other at great speed. At that moment, they clashed in a fierce battle, crossing weapons. Ares seemed to be mad from the battle and parried the enemy's blow. Then he struck back with his blade. The god of war continued to swing his swords, destroying everything around him. Standing right in front of his opponent, Ares noted that he had summoned a dead man, meaning he was a necromancer, and Kai, who was in front, said that he would not participate in the fight, because what kind of a duel would it be if he were to resort to such cheating, while the system announced that the conditions of the duel had been determined. Staring forward with a menacing gaze, the boy suggested that they stop hesitating, noting that the challenge had already been thrown. The system determined the conditions of the duel. Ares stood in front of the hero and asked if he was a necromancer. Kai replied that it was true, but the creature would not participate. He asked what kind of a duel would it be if he were to resort to such cheating. The player grinned and asked if the opponent had decided to give him a head start. He said that it was reckless to underestimate the opponent. He attacked the protagonist with a scream. The fighters exchanged blows. The protagonist frowned. The system reported that the fiery eyes were reading the sword's movements. The sensor field was activated. The god of war's attack pushed the opponent away. Ares soared into the air. He attacked the opponent while falling. The explosion created a cloud of smoke. Lightning covered the player's body. Kai attacked the opponent. The power of the titans filled his body. The system reported a temporary replacement of endurance with strength parameters. The Olympian blocked the blow. He clenched his teeth and thought that the attacks had become stronger. He assumed that this was titanification. He recognized the sparks emanating from the hero. The loner smiled and said that this was the power he desired, just like Kurtz. Ares defended himself from the attacks. He frowned and asked how dare he. He fought with the opponent and shouted for him to shut his mouth. The movement of the spear changed direction. He counterattacked the protagonist. The hero looked at the opponent and asked if he had hit him where it hurt. He said that his eyes were darting around. He advised not to forget to look around. Ares jumped up. Kai used a lightning strike. The skill caught the Olympian. Shards flew to the sides. The protagonist looked ahead and thought that it seemed to work. He thought that he should use another one. The words that he could not be defeated with this interrupted the hero's thoughts. He was surprised. Ares said that the hero's lightning was completely different from Kurt's. It was his father's lightning. The god rushed to attack. He smirked and asked if his opponent thought that he, the descendant of Zeus, could be hit by something like this. The room began to collapse. Cracks appeared everywhere. The players resisted the mana. They shouted at each other. The man watched the duel and thought that it did not look like a fight with a simple player. He watched the riot of energy and thought that they were fighting at the level of high rankers. Kai frowned and thought that Ares did not care about his people. He thought that his mana was filled with death and thirst for battle. He looked at his opponent and came to the conclusion that he clearly had the aura of a bloodthirsty warrior. The Olympian bared his teeth. The god's eyes were bloodshot. He thought that Kai had taken possession of the stone of all seas, titanification, red eyes. He decided that if he killed him and took at least a part of him, he could become stronger than Zeus. He attacked the protagonist. The hero shuddered from the voice that said that it was enough to stand like a pillar. He said that he could chop him off with one swing and only needed permission. The loner looked back and thought it was Arthur. He saw the figure of the knight and thought that he was angry with Ares, and this is not surprising, because the high qualities of the knight prevail in him, and the very sight of the Olympian disgusts him. The hero thought that he was waiting for the return of insight, but there is no longer any delay. The aura covered the blade. The protagonist attacked the opponent. Ares jumped up. He thought about what was happening. He mentally remembered his father. The figure of Zeus appeared in the head of the Olympian. Kai leaned over and asked that his opponent claimed that lightning belonged to Zeus. Lightning burst from the palm. He asked if the opponent knew whose power it was. Lightning streaks spread throughout the room. The system notified that hell bows before the Lord of the Dead. The eye in the hero's palm sparkled. Ares thought about the fact that his opponent had almost infinite mana. The hero swung his weapon. The Olympian thought about knowing the origin of the object and using its full potential. The god blocked the attack. He thought that no one could have expected such a big difference. His eyes sparkled. He assumed that the hero realized that continuing was a bad idea and he was preparing the final blow. The Olympian asked if this was a desperate attempt. He rushed at his opponent and said that the opponent's skills were surprising, but he would never defeat him if he could not hit properly. The place of contact sparkled. Ares thought that he would try to win by protracted combat and decided that the patron of military honor could not afford it. He grinned and thought that he would not waste time and was going to kill him. His feet were firmly on the ground. The hero's eyes shone. He smiled. The protagonist parried the enemy's attacks. The Olympian froze. He was surprised and thought that he could not move. Kai stood in front of his opponent and said that he was not strong in tactics. He could not believe that he gave up so easily. The stump of his arm flew off. Ares looked at the stump and thought what happened. He realized that the hero had deliberately exposed himself. The protagonist raised his sword. He assumed that this was to get closer to the dark element mana. Lightning covered the blade. A lightning fragment reacted. Kai said that he was going to hit. Lightning broke through the roof of the building. Light from the breach fell on the fighters. The player frowned and called Ares. The squad jumped up and began to call their master. A cry sounded that he was going to protect his master. Arthur stood with a sword and said that it would not work, since he must also protect. The players jumped up with insults. The palm tore the object from the loser. The haze rushed to the hero. The system notified that the king of the dead was calling for the soul of Ares. The protagonist looked forward. He held a stone in his hand. He thought that the power capable of instantly transforming even high-ranking owners would be useful to him as he got to know her better. Arthur blocked the way of the Lord's squad. The pendant flew above the ground. Kai looked to the side. The building shook. He looked back and said that he knew they would not miss such a commotion. Figures appeared in the sky. They were carriages with players. Athena looked down and asked if it was true that Ares had died. The Olympians were descending. She demanded an answer to the question. The players exclaimed. The warrior nodded and said that it was true. Kai looked at this scene. Athena said that it was clear to her, and now he was her younger brother's enemy. The hero's eyes lit up. The image of a snake appeared behind the girl. The system notified the protagonist that he heard the call of the Gorgon and numbness began. Kai stood behind the fire. A notification appeared that the sacred fire and ashen eyes were resistant to numbness. The system notified about successful overcoming. Athena stood with a shield. The hero thought that the Gorgon shield was the best defensive weapon on Olympus, one cry of which sends numbness. Arthur got ready, said that she was dangerous, and asked what the hero had in mind. He raised his head and said that it was not their turn now. Kai grumbled that it was slow. He looked into the gap. A notification came about the resonance of the ashen eyes and that the 12th eye of the great sage equal to the heavens was watching him. The pole stuck into the ground. The protagonist looked at Archie and said that he was not nimble and now it was his turn. He stood on the pole and said that the protagonist appears at the most critical moment. The loner closed his eyes and agreed. A notification came that the ashen eyes were trembling. The players behind were surprised. Athena frowned. She turned to the newcomer and asked if they were comrades. Archie leaned over and said that the hero was still a little disorganized to be his companion. Kai confirmed. The players stood opposite each other. The sage said that the hero only chattered. Athena asked if Archie wanted to declare war on Olympus. She waved her hand in order to punish the enemies of Olympus. The player swung the pole and commanded it to grow. The blows scattered the enemy ranks. The girl covered herself with a shield. The sage asked if it was Hephaestus's thing and how much adamant was in it. He twirled the object and said that it would be more fun than he thought. He turned to the protagonist and told him to deal with the rest, since he would take on the main one. He clarified whether the player could handle it. Kai nodded and asked not to ask obvious things. He ordered Arthur to get rid of the enemy and leave. The knight looked ahead and accepted the order. Archie smiled and said that he liked him right away. He rushed towards Athena with a desire to play. The system notified about the activation of the Gorgon's blessing. The blessing of war envelopes the shield. The Gorgon's eyes flashed. The pole hit the shield. Athena covered herself with the object and thought that as soon as the path was cleared, the front line would part. She jumped. Her foot landed on the pole. She ran along the object towards the enemy. Archie grinned and exclaimed. He reduced the length of the weapon. The sage pointed the pole upward and commanded it to grow. The blow threw the girl even higher. The guy looked up and exclaimed. The hero and his subordinate were fighting the squad. The protagonist thought that the rumors were lying and Athena was Ares' sister, not a comrade in arms. He shuddered. The system reported that the ashen eyes were trembling, and that the sensitive field was activated. The squad noticed the characters and jumped up. Kai thought that the battle with Ares had exhausted him, and he had no strength left. Arthur was killing opponents. The blessing of the ocean enveloped the hero's body. He looked at his subordinate, who asked why he was fighting if he wanted to escape. They rushed towards the enemies. Kai replied that he had no other choice and the most important thing was to do everything possible to escape. He thought that they had enough power to destroy everything around them in a day, and they should try to leave them alive. Arthur thought that he could not believe that the word escape came out of this man's mouth. He rushed forward and accepted the order. The players shouted that they cannot let the enemies escape. The hero asked the enemies if they heard about the double core. The fighters jumped up. The player shouted that it did not matter and that he was an enemy of Ares. The system reported the activation of sacred fire and demonic energy. The characters rushed towards the enemies. The protagonist replied that it did not make sense. He said that he was tired and decided to stop playing the role of a shield. Kai smiled. Notifications reported that the ashen eyes and the spirit of the heavenly demon suppressed the heavenly fire. An explosion opened the wall of the building. The foot fell to the ground. The hero thought that the sacred fire was some kind of scam. The characters were running away. He thought that it worked on almost everyone except high ranks. There were flashes in the sky. The protagonist thought that Archie would never be able to follow Athena. But the result was there, and that was enough. The two ran away. Kai thought that they were once victims for Olympus, but today it would end. He looked back and said that today the destruction of Olympus finally begins. Athena's eye was shining. Archie stood in front of his opponent and asked what it was. She replied that Kai had run away and she had no need to fight anymore. The sage looked down. He saw the devastation and replied that it was impressive. The woman asked if the opponents had planned in advance for her to come. The guy threw the pole behind his back and replied that he did not like it when things did not go according to plan. She frowned and wondered what kind of attitude this was. She assumed he had helped the traitor of the sky world escape because he knew she would come. She didn't understand why. Archie made a face and said he wouldn't say a word to her. He grinned and said he would only say it was fun. He rode off on a cloud shouting that they would see each other soon. Athena watched him go and muttered that he said soon. Flowers by the boulder, the light fell on the trees. The hero landed on the path. It was the 38th floor. He took off his cloak and grumbled that it was a bit hot here. He assumed it was because of the volcanoes. He thought that who would have known that there would be a nuclear bomb in such a place. Kai was walking through the forest. He looked down. He saw tracks and said that these were them. The hero pushed the vine aside with his sword. He looked around and thought that the tracks continued. He mentally asked how far he was. The protagonist froze. He saw a glow and said that he found it. The fist hit the trunk. The man was training with a tree. He pulled his hand back. The attack broke the trunk. The hero was standing behind. The training man froze and asked if the protagonist was lost. Kai looked at the man and asked what he was doing, to which he received the answer that he was harvesting wood. They were in the middle of the forest. The character asked if he was a lumberjack, to which he received the answer that now he was. The hero assumed that the interlocutor lived nearby. The man warmed up his hand and answered in the affirmative. The palm froze. Kai said that he was tired, and asked if he could stay with him for a couple of days. The man straightened up. The hero thought that he had not seen this face for a long time, and his aura was the same. It was Hercules. The man looked back and asked again. The protagonist pointed at the trees and said that he would pay for the logs. He looked at the interlocutor and asked to do him a favor. A drop of sweat ran down Hercules' chin. The hero remembered their old conversation. Kai looked at the interlocutor. He frowned and thought that Hercules was the key to destroying Olympus, and he needed to make him become part of his team. He thought that he was a good guy who could not refuse and would listen to even the most incomprehensible and impudent requests. The man was silent. The protagonist asked if he would allow it, and added that he was just very tired and falling off his feet. Hercules sat down and answered that he needed time to collect the logs, and if he could wait, they would go. Kai thanked him. He lowered his head and thought that he was caught, and it was good that there were no surprises like before. The hero looked ahead and thought that it was hard to imagine how he got the title of giant killer. Hercules held a cloth in his hand. A hut in the woods. The hero looked at the hut and thought that at least this place hadn't changed. The logs fell to the ground. The man said that the door was open and invited him in. Kai asked why he needed these logs. Hercules looked at him and replied that someone needed them and that only the players didn't freeze. The protagonist looked at the interlocutor and asked if he was sending them somewhere, and called it a good thing. They answered that it wasn't quite so. The man looked back and said that he would cook something to eat when he finished and asked to wait. He was interrupted by the words that everything was fine. The hero went towards the fire and said that it had sheltered him and that he would cook something to eat. Hercules turned around and said that he was tired. The soup was in the bowl. The characters were sitting by the fire. The man said that the guy had done well and asked if he cooked a lot. They answered that sometimes. Hercules said that he never hesitated, and it might seem like he had been living here for months. Kai was holding food in his hands and said he doubted it. The man looked at his interlocutor and asked his name. The protagonist grumbled that he had asked too quickly. The characters were sitting opposite each other. The hero said his name. Hercules said that he had never heard of such a thing and asked if the guy was a ranker. He was holding a bowl in his hand and said that he had been here alone for a long time. Kai looked at his interlocutor having dinner and suggested going out at least sometimes, and said that it was not very useful to cut yourself off from the outside world. He was told that the hero did not seem like a sociable person either. The protagonist answered in the affirmative. Hercules looked at the guy. The spoon scooped up food. The man said that he understood that this was the first meeting, but for some reason the hero seemed familiar to him. He said that he doubted that he was always so friendly and that it was strange. They were sitting by the fire. Kai replied that he could answer the same about him. The fire illuminated the protagonist. He assumed that similar people get along well. He smiled slightly. The sun was setting. The man said that he had never given his name and introduced himself. Kai was surprised and replied that he had heard of him. Day, logs were stacked on top of each other. The characters are harvesting wood. The light plays on the water. Hercules is washing himself. It is getting dark. The fish is cooking on the fire. The protagonist is overcome by sleep. The man was standing with logs near the hut. He glanced at the hero. Starry sky above the house. Log falls to the ground. After the ranker said that it was not bad. Kai leaned against the tree. The man said that on this floor the trees became stronger, and therefore they are useful. He tied up the blanks. The hero answered that it was clear to him. Hercules lifted the logs. The protagonist thought that it reminded him that he had no equal in strength. He asked himself how he could lift such weights every day without any tools. The ranker looked back at the hero and asked why he was still here. Because he was going to stay for a short time, to which he received the answer that he liked it here. Light penetrated through the branches. The protagonist was asked that he had a lot of time before the test. He answered that something like that. The foot fell to the ground. Hercules told him to leave today before sunset at any cost. The man stood with the logs. The hero thought that the interlocutor's look had changed, and that was usually the case before a fight. He asked why today. He was standing by the blank, to which he received the answer that it would be dangerous here. The two were moving through the forest. Kai said that he could defend himself, and received the answer that he should leave anyway. Sweat was pouring down the man. He said that he was asking him. The protagonist looked at Hercules and thought that he was in pain. He was sure that Hercules was worried that he could get hurt, but he didn't want him to see him in battle even more. The hero calmly asked to ask him something first. He stood in front of the man and asked why he hated the Titans so much. Hercules' eyes lit up. He said that he didn't know what the interlocutor had heard and asked him to stop talking nonsense. The protagonist looked at the interlocutor and said that he used to have good relations with Surt and the Titans. Kai jumped up. The man's mana spread around. The system reported that the ocean's blessing was enveloping his body. He stood frowning and thought that the mana was so heavy that his body would explode. Hercules replied that he was asking meaningless questions. He put down the logs and said that they were not close enough to discuss this. He looked at the hero and said that he had already told him to leave. He said that this floor was different from the familiar ones. Kai thought that he had only spent a couple of days in this time, and understood that there would be no heartfelt conversations between them. However, Hercules dropped the logs and turned around. The protagonist watched him go and thought that it still hurt a little. He said that when he learned the truth, he would regret a lot. The palm caught the lion's head. Hercules threw the object over his head. The hero watched him go and thought that he wanted to hear one more time about his idol, his friend, the most respected story about the hero. The man's eyes lit up. The system announced the beginning of the 16th day. It was reported that the agreement between the Titans and humans had been fulfilled, that the ruler of the world had been replaced. Palms appeared from the ground, and it was announced that strict punishments would be applied to unidentified species that inhabited this area. Monsters emerged from the ground, and the system announced that the Titans were now the rulers of the world. Hercules walked towards the enemies and told the hero to stand still and not move if he did not want to be drawn into this. The Titans shouted the man's name. He aimed the log towards the opponents. The blow caused an explosion. Hercules held the log in his hand. The system announced a generation of punishments, and an increase in the punishment for unidentified species. The man bit his lip. The system's notifications poured in one after another. Hercules was killing the Titans. The palm grabbed the enemy's head. He slammed the monster into the ground. The log hit the Titan. With each kill, punishment notifications appeared out of nowhere. Hercules' eyes were shining. The hero remembered an old conversation about how every time you take up arms, there must be a reason for it. The man was telling the old protagonist that a battle without a reason is just a massacre. The past Kai looked ahead and repeated after the interlocutor. He watched the battle and thought that it was hard to believe even when you see it with your own eyes. A massacre without a reason. This is exactly what Hercules is doing now. We see a forest, and people wanted an agreement, and to choose the ruler of the world. The first half of the month will be ruled by a representative of people, the second half by the Titans. A mountain was also going down, because none of them will ever invade each other's territory. We see a big explosion. He bares his teeth and thinks that at this time it is hard to believe even when you see it with your own eyes. The protagonist looks into the distance, because there is no reason for the massacre. Another blow of the sword occurs, because he has been destroying himself in complete solitude for 1,000 years. A hand tore out the earth with roots. A man with long hair looks up. Standing close to him, he says that it should be safe here, and if he wants to stay alive, he needs to find shelter or sit inside and not move. We see Kai's face, thinking that he is enduring a punishment that would have killed most rankers. There were feet on the ground, one of which was in a boot. Approaching him, Hercules is told that his destination is unknown, but he knows why he is going. We see their silhouettes and the man says that he is looking for a giant, one of the 3 Titans, a representative of his race. Hercules stands next to him and says that the problem is that he is difficult to find, and is also sure that Kai will be safe when he starts fighting. Opening his mouth, he says that he knows the location. We see a red flame. It was the volcano that the guys were heading to. Squeezing his hand, he asks again. The guy takes the protagonist by the shoulder and asks how he knows. Taking his hand, he offers to let him go first. Removing his hand, the guy apologizes. Looking down, Kai says that he is below the lava. We see lava that was rolling down. The guys were walking along the road and Hercules asked to stop. He stomps his foot on the ground. Then we see a man with a green aura. The guy hits the ground. Lava flows down where the passage was. Hercules stands and thinks that he would have managed without this, but it is better to remain silent and wear what was given. Standing near the lava, they ask him how much deeper? Showing 3 times, he asks the same amount. The main character hits the ground with his fist. The lava began to rise because of this. The blow was powerful and that is why the ground cracked. Kai stands near him. Opening his mouth, he wants to ask a question. We see the ground with trees below and he asks if this is really an underground place. His eyes lit up yellow. They are near the flowers and the guy says that he learned the place from one source. Putting a cape on his head, he is told that he will not understand or see anything, even if he wants to. Opening his eyes, he did not know if his friend was there. He looks into the distance and thinks that he heard this from his future, and of course they will not meet, but for his informant this is unthinkable. His eye was black and he is told that he needs to follow him. The protagonist walks through the forest, because for the first time in a long time he thought that he would meet someone with whom he would be comfortable, with whom it would even be nice to be friends. But all this could be a trap, after all. He was wearing a jacket, he was suspected of being a spy. He stamps his foot and says that if this is a trap to kill him, then he will destroy everything around him. Then 2 silhouettes go further and ask him a question, which apparently seems suspicious of all this. Raising his hand, he asks to hit the mountain. Looking seriously, Hercules understands that he does not feel anything, especially presence. The guy squeezes his hand. After that, he hits in some places. The eyes on the mask turned yellow. His eyes turned blue, because he found him. A giant came out of the cave. Looking the other way, Kai thought that this was the beginning of the second gigantomachy and that the lives of others would have to be sacrificed, including those who were supposed to stop the strangers. Standing not far from him, he asked how much he wanted revenge. Opening his mouth, Hercules asked who he was to say that. After that, the giant struck near them. There was a red aura around him, and he knew why the stranger had come here. His eye lit up even more, because it was the blood of the countless titans he had killed that had soaked every inch of the land. The guy frowned and they told him that they would cut off his head and throw it to Zeus. All of humanity would pay for breaking his promise. A ball appeared, where there was a purple aura. The main character stood nearby and said that there would be a battle using brute force. This is extremely popular among different races. Picking up the stone, he asks if they know why they are fighting. We see their silhouettes, and Gareth says that the guy is the conqueror of the titans and killed many of them, decided to take revenge. The amulet in her hand lights up. Hercules looks down, and is told that he just took it. Opening his mouth, he does not understand why it is needed here. Suddenly, his eye enlarged and the user confirmation is complete. We see the necklace of memories. They hold hands and the mother asks him to be a good person and not to abuse force. The girl holds a child in her arms and cries. He took the snake in his hands, but it was dangerous. Sitting next to him, she asks him to let it go. Her mouth was slightly open. Louise stands next to him and orders him to ask for forgiveness. His gaze was empty, because you can't just use your fists. He picks up the bat and says that he passed and now has a rank higher than his dad. We see the ball where a message came from his mother. The girl is standing near the window and notices him. A smile formed on her face, because the equipment suits him. Their silhouettes are standing near the house. The guys open their mouths and laugh. She is sitting on the floor when they approach her. The man holds his hand to his chest and says that the child has become a rancor. With her mouth slightly open, they tell her that it is not time for war yet, and she can rise in rank. She is still sitting on the floor and trying to prove that this is his child, and no matter how much of his father's blood flows in him, but first of all hers. They take her by the chin and call her a poor woman. He sits next to him and says that even if she did not want to give birth, he understood everything from his look. A smile appeared on his father's face, because she loved his son. Louise frowns, asking why she doesn't consider him a son, but just a weapon in battle? Sitting on the floor, she screams and asks how Zeus can talk like that about his own child. Approaching her, he says that he has many sons and daughters, as well as women ready to give birth to new children. His eye lit up, because he says that once he breaks through the ceiling of the tower, he will be able to make a second and third Hercules. The guy makes a blow to the enemy. Someone is standing near the entrance. The guys are holding weapons and talking about Ares. A smile appeared on his face, because he thought about how the guy would take the child and ultimately chose the most appropriate approach. Silhouettes stand near the man and say that his child is poor. He had armor, and he says that a life dedicated to his will surpasses everything in the world. Ares smiles and says that Louise died at the hands of a titan. Then two guys make blows. The guy hits the ground and asks to stop. There was a weapon in his hand when they asked him to stop. His hand is shaking, he calls his mother. Raising his hand, he tells Louise nearby that he will die. He holds her by the shoulders and asks her to listen to her sister, to stay away from Hercules and ignore him. We see the stairs and she says that she cannot, even if she is destined to become a weapon. Opening her mouth, the girl asks how she can let go of small hands to save herself. Putting her hand to hers, she says that it is not because of a sense of responsibility. Louise holds the baby in the cloth. Tears are flowing from her eyes. The child also has tears, the girl loves him, and there was not a minute when there was hatred and every second gave joy. We see something falling into the bloody water. Blood is flowing from her mouth, and she was still thinking about Hercules. There were spears and pools of blood near her. She thanked him for being her son. We see a screen where they were talking about a necklace of blood drops. We see his memories, because he was not aware of these events. The main character looks at Gareth and asks if he made this journey to resolve the misunderstandings between Hercules and the Titans. Opening his mouth, he agrees because he knew about the abilities of the necklace. Turning his head, the guy says that he remembered everything. His face was kind, and he says that he is not in this state all the time, and sometimes wakes up to find out the news. Standing next to him, he asks why he did not stop Hercules. We see his scar from the projectile that Zeus made. The guy looks up and is told that he is preparing for the next battle. The man opened his mouth and runs, because the second Gigantomachy was several times larger than the first. Many large guilds were destroyed and one of the greatest forces, the Titans, Zeus, was to blame for everything. There was a red aura around them, and the Titan realized that he was an enemy of Olympus. Turning his head, he calls him a trickster. Hercules was giving off a red aura, and in his situation, one single decision could change everything. He had enough power to destroy the floor completely, and was now influencing his decision. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asks if he was great. Clutching his head, the guy asks not to tempt him, because he is already popular enough. We see an amulet in his hands because there is still a human choice. Hercules looks up, where the aura was going. He holds the amulet and is silent. After that, he squeezes it. Suddenly, he hits himself. The fabric from his head flies to the ground. He hits himself again. Then he hits other parts of the body and decides to stop. People stand around him and say that he killed him. After that, he gets to his feet and says that apparently there is no need for revenge anymore. Kneeling down, the guy asks for forgiveness for killing his family due to a misunderstanding. Gareth has red eyes and they tell him that his life will be at his disposal, but a little later. Opening his mouth, he says that he will kill his father and return to pay for his sins. The guy looks down and is asked if the guy knows how many of his relatives have died. There was a blue light near them and he is told that he is a victim of Zeus, like his mother, which is why he is not going to kill, but he can atone for his sins. Squinting his eyes, he says that he must destroy Olympus. Then we see explosions on the ground. Hercules puts a chain on himself and says that he will do it for the honor of his mother. The necklace glows on his chest. Squeezing his hands, he thanks, because he is in great debt to him. His face was dirty and bruised and he is going to fly to Olympus. Opening his mouth, Kai asks to give him a gift to cheer him up. Everything around them begins to glow. He is enveloped in fabric and he does not understand who is next to him. It was Ares. He has white eyes. Grinning his teeth, he calls the name of the main character. After that, he decides to make an attack. His eyes suddenly became wider because the dead serves him. Holding the sword in his hands, Kai says that the spirit is stronger than the body, but sometimes the opposite. There was a sword in his shoulder, and he is told that in life he was a marker. Holding the weapon, the guy asks to hit harder. Hercules' eye suddenly lit up. His hand is shaking and he asks to beg for forgiveness, but they refuse. Then he is hit in the face. Sweat was running down his face. There was a green aura around the guy, because he was given relief. Hercules hits him on different parts of the body. He opens his mouth in pain. Kai's hand lit up and the guy thinks, will it not disappear? His face became terrible from the blows. It was already of a different shape and the warrior of war obeyed. Approaching him, he says to get what he deserves. Then he is hit again. He bites his lips, because there is not enough mana and it was necessary to stop. The guy lies on the floor and does not move. The protagonist stands next to him and is told that the guy does not deserve more. Opening his mouth, he asks what else he knows. A ball appears near him and Kai says that he knows who is cooperating with who else agreed to kill Louise, who is currently an enemy, and who is an ally. We see his ball, where the patterns were. He looks away and thinks about his mother. Squeezing his hand, the guy says that he cannot defeat Zeus alone. Hercules leaves and is told that he does not need to wait for a plan. Looking at him, he allows him to destroy everything he wants, except for Zeus. The guy looks away and is told that he will go forward. We see a blue star in the sky. Looking up, Kai realizes that he forgot that he is a necromancer. Ares is sitting on the ground and is told to relax. We see their silhouettes. The main character wanted to call Hercules. Standing near him, we see his aura and how they ask for forgiveness. Grinning, they tell him that they can use him as a mindless doll, like the rest of the undead. We see their silhouettes and Ares says that he is an enemy of Olympus and refuses. He cannot raise a sword against his father and mother. His pupil dilated, because he had no choice but to use it in the war. His eye was white and they tell him that it will destroy everything. Sitting next to him, Kai says that if he helps him, he will not allow him to fight the inhabitants of Olympus. Looking down, he thinks that the spirit of Ares, so rare and talented, is priceless. He had white hair and it is difficult to get, so he wants to make him undead. Frowning, he asks to make a contract and will not be surprised if in fact Kai was going to stab him in the back. Raising his hand, he says that it is impolite. There was a blue aura near the hand, because the spirit completely belongs to the player, and he cannot participate in battles against the inhabitants of Olympus. We see their two silhouettes. Also the spirit is free in case of violation of the contract. We see the temple. This is the 88th floor. People were walking in it and asking about Hera. Two guards are standing and Hector says that one player has finally muddied the waters. We see the walls of the palace, because they said that Hades and Poseidon united, so Zeus acted in advance. As suddenly, a blue explosion occurs. We see the silhouettes of people who are screaming. Hercules appeared, holding a man by the head. Grinning, the guards asked the question, from which guild did he come? Having thrown the man, they asked him the question, what is the hero of Gigantomachy doing here? His eye glows and he asks not to make him repeat, where is Hera? He holds a bat in his hand and they tell him that she is not here and what he is doing. They stand near him and they are told that the time will come and destroy all the temples. The boys bare their teeth and ask why the Olympus rankers would be afraid of some old man who hasn't appeared for 1,000 years. They start running at him and ask him not to forget it. Hercules swings his bat. Hector bares his teeth and realizes that he missed something. Then he hits them. The boys look at the blood and are advised to find more people if they want to fight. He looks the other way and asks to call other rankers. The protagonist is sleeping on the bed when he received messages. He opens his eyes and pokes the ball to write that they attacked them first, and now it's their turn. Then Kai throws the ball and ignores his messages. He opens his eyes again, because Hades wrote that the boys are ready. The guy sits down on the bed. He looks at the ball and thinks that the answer has finally come. The protagonist pulls up and is asked what floor he is on. He looks at the ball and understands that he needs to knock the ground out from under Zeus's feet. A notification comes asking him to come to the 42nd floor. We see trees as well as a red sky. It was the 42nd floor of hell. Kurt stands next to him and asks to repeat. Approaching him, the guy says that he wants him to take part in the battle with his father. Standing next to him, he asks if he is not ready, and he is told that this is not the case. Looking calmly, they tell him that he is faster than other players, but in terms of strength compared to his father, he is dust. Opening his mouth, Kurt asks a question: isn't it pointless to take part in a battle in which he will not be able to help in any way? Standing next to him, he says that the main character knows more and will listen better. Opening his mouth, he says that the first proof will surprise him. Frowning, the guy asks to tell already. His pupil dilated, because Zeus has only one favorite child, and that is himself. We see their shadows when Kurt was called. Everything around him was white because of such information. Clutching his head, he wants to tell him something. His pupil dilated and they tell him that this is his only child, that he is protecting him, trying to overthrow him. We see red lines, because it sounds more absurd out loud. Raising his hand, he asks a question: why would his father love him? We see a girl and a guy is grateful to his father that he was born, but his mother raised and brought him up. He looks into the distance. There is a man behind him, and he knows perfectly well what path in this life his father chose, and the Olympus he knew set goals, results higher than reason and righteousness. Squeezing his hands, he asks a question: does he love? He had black clothes, and the main character says that if he does not believe, then he has nothing to say. He sits down on the ground and says that everything he said before has always miraculously turned out to be true, as if he was from the future. He clutches his head and says that he needs to think and let him give a couple of minutes. There was a ball next to him, and Kai was thinking that he should make sure that he makes the same decision as before once he listens to everything. He looks into the distance, and sees Kurt talking to himself. When suddenly, his eyes widened, someone said that they were in trouble, because his father told him to attack the heavenly demon cult. We see the ball with this message written on it. Someone was riding a horse through the air. It was the main character. Kurt is sitting behind him, saying that the preparations are not finished yet. We see their silhouettes, and he says that he can't sit and watch as hundreds and thousands of people just die. With his mouth slightly open, they tell him that he told the others that he was going to the 10th floor and advised them to be careful. Looking in the other direction, the guy says that everything will be fine. His eye glows a little, because he was not calm. He controls the horse, because the brothers and sisters are targeting Hades, so Zeus will not use them. It was dark around him. Kurt sits behind him and asks what he knows but doesn't know himself. The carriage was fiery, and they tell him that a rancor has been imprisoned on Olympus for a long time. No more than a dozen people know his name. We see people, because there won't be another Gigantomachy. Hercules has changed sides, the big three have fallen apart, they couldn't even lure Oliver to their side, who would supply weapons. Looking at the guy, he says that although he has a trump card, he can't imagine his father exposing himself to danger. He holds the belts for the horse and says that they need to hurry. We see an Olympus outpost. The tower was shaking very strongly. A man is standing next to it. Shadows are visible on the ground, and they were ordered to bring Kai here and then destroy the heavenly demon cult. He stands behind the man and says that there is a man who is a traitor to the heavenly kingdom and is on Kai's side, and he needs 4 rankers. The guy looks down and is told that sooner or later they will get them. His eye glows and he is told that his father had to call them because of something so unpleasant. Holding the staff, he explains that he does not like to fight. Hermes opens his mouth and says that he will try and end everything quickly and with a minimum of bloodshed. His eyes widen sharply. We see how their ship is being destroyed. The outpost begins to fall due to the impact. There was a red aura not far from it. With his arms outstretched, he is told that he could not move the ship to a safe place and never saw anything like this even during the Gigantomachy. We see the man's face. He thinks that he serves as a monk in the mountains, but has become stronger. The ship was broken and people are lying on the broken parts, because a man with half the power of the world of Murim appeared, and perhaps the status of the heavenly cult will change. A man with a sword comes and says that this is a worthy welcome. His eyes glow and he says for the followers to protect. People begin to run in one direction. There was an aura near the staff. The guys look at this and bare their teeth. Next we see a green attack. Standing with a shield in his hands, he orders Hermes to defeat the heavenly rulers and those who have slandered the word divine. With his mouth open, he shouts about the army of Olympus. People ran at each other. One of them hits another. Many began to bleed because they were hit. A man holds a staff and makes a blue aura. Grinning his teeth, the man asks that they create someone without blood ties on the heavenly mountain. His eyes turned red. There were 2 snakes on the staff. We see 2 people standing and casting spells. Closing his eyes, the guy asks to stop them. A hole appeared in the wall. The tower was slightly broken, and he is asked if he will be pulled out if something happens. A girl is standing next to her, and she is asked if she will let him out. A sound was emitted from the tower, where they were talking about his father. A green star appeared in the sky. Where the tower was broken, a green light appeared. We see his back and he asks for forgiveness, because he was wrong. There was an egg nearby, and someone asked to free it. The egg became wider and they shouted from there to free it. We see someone's eye. A notification appears that the egg has bared its teeth. People are still attacking each other. The girl reaches out to the dead guy. Her hand was in the tower. We see a purple aura, because she saw this light. The box had a silver pattern, it was a gift. The man is standing next to the girl, she asked not to open the box under any circumstances. Tears are flowing from her eyes. The box was glowing slightly, the gift was a gift from the enemy who killed her parents. There is a man with it glowing. The guy bares his teeth, explosions happen behind him. A girl in a white dress is walking. Her hair was red, and her name was Pandora. The guys are standing and saying that she must be tired of living, since she came without a weapon. Their faces turned red and they are told that she must be scared. Their eyes began to turn purple, because in a couple of minutes there will be a painful death. The heavenly demonic cult will not leave Olympus alone. They will destroy everything in their path to the very foundation. Nothing else can be expected from them. The guy looks up, and she will not even be buried in Olympus, she will just dissolve and disappear. He opens his mouth, because he is dying and can be tortured. They hit him on the body with a sword, maybe after death it will become easier. Blood comes out of his mouth. Two guys are now lying on the floor. Her eyes glowed purple. Athena looks in the other direction and they ask her what she brought with her. There was a silhouette in the air, because Pandora could not wait any longer. People are still fighting and if she gets to the battlefield, the heavenly demonic cult will be destroyed in an instant, but so will their troops. She bites her lip, because she did not know what to do. Something was burning in the air. It was the main character, and his egg was hurrying him. Grinning his teeth, the same notifications come to him. There was a green aura around her, and the egg was reacting to Pandora. The horses stopped on the ground. The guy opens his mouth and says that there is nothing interesting here. Kurt grabs his ear because it was a strange feeling. The guy waves his hand and orders the guy to go to the heavenly mountain and help the Lord. Pandora tilts her head and asks about Zeus. We see the horses fly. The guy squints his eyes and is told that a stranger has no chance of winning. Squeezing his hand, an egg appears on the screen, which closed its lips. The egg was purple and silent. The girl puts her hand on her face and asks why it stops her. Her hands are still on her face, and she is told that her very existence is causing harm. We see a large discharge of lightning. There was a strong blow to the ground. The protagonist goes further, putting on gloves and thinks that this will not help and that it is necessary to continuously attack, not giving the opponent a chance to catch his breath. His eye suddenly lit up. Suddenly, the guy falls to the ground. Pandora removes her hands from her face. Kai is bleeding from his mouth and says that it is powerful. Suddenly, he gets up. Then he runs to the girl. The guy makes attacks on her. Her eye looks down. We see a green aura and how it was pushed away. Raising his hand, he thinks that it is better not to engage in close combat with her, because the movements are too abrupt. Raising his head, the protagonist reflects that during his activity, Pandora was stronger than Athena in terms of ranks. He takes up a weapon, activating demonic energy. There was a green aura near her. The girl takes her face again. We see how the aura becomes larger and she screams. He raises his sword to find out everything. Not far away, everyone was still fighting, and Pandora's powers are growing from negative emotions, and there are plenty of them on such a field. He begins to hallucinate, because another force gets rid of negative emotions. The man hits the enemy on the head. Athena frowned when she was attacked. The explosion was quite powerful. The two guys were next to each other. They moved to different locations while they were fighting. Athena looks at him and thinks that the man is fast and cannot believe that he is able to throw compressed mana at such a speed. Theophanes' eyes are glowing, because this justifies his title of a heavenly demon. Then an attack is made near him. We see a large explosion. Athena is standing with a shield. Everything was in smoke. Looking to the left, she understands that the man will not survive Pandora. Theophanes is sitting on the ground and says that she continues to be distracted. The girl is in the air, and she is asked if she can see with his shield. Opening her mouth, she says that on the way to the world of the dead, let her regret her connection with the main character. A smile appeared on his face and he says that the heavenly demonic cult has long been inactive, and judging by how the bandits despise them. Where he was sitting, a black hole appears, because Kai received the position of deputy lord due to his outstanding abilities. His eye lit up, because Kai's greatest gift is his will and strength, never giving up, even when faced with the impossible, and ultimately finding a way out. Then there is an even bigger explosion, because she wanted the guys to die. There was a purple aura near Pandora and she was screaming. Taking her shoulder, the girl realizes that it is hot. The main character is near her, who understands that he is weak, but he works. Then he makes another attack, because the sacred fire is a monster that grows from other people's fears. All the negativity from the girl will be fed by it. The guy takes the object in his hand, increasing the effectiveness of the fire. Then he gets hit and an explosion happens not far from the girl. Blood is flowing from his mouth. There was an egg on the screen and he was screaming to get it. Suddenly, a smile formed on his face, because the guy is leaving, because she will find him something to eat and let him swallow it all. Pandora looks up, where the teeth were sticking out. Her eyes turned black, there were teeth near her. We see a purple aura, because the development progress was going fast. The teeth were approaching her, and the development process was about 98%. Frowning, he thinks that the development progress is moving at a terrible speed. We see monsters, because if it tries to Pandora, the result will be different. There were patterns on the egg and we do not know if a god will appear when the development is full. Kai looks at the egg that began to develop. 2 eyes were visible from it. Sitting on the ground, the main character asks the question, was it he who brought it here? There was blood on his face, and the guy did not see anything. His eye began to glow, because they offered to conclude a contract. He looks at the little man. Rick had a tooth showing and calls the man Dad. End of Season 2. A smile formed on his face. Suddenly, he aimed at his chest. Kai's eye turned red. We see a black hand, because it reaches inside him. Something blue appears near him. Pandora is lying on the floor and apparently everything is over. Hermes comes to him and asks the question, what was that and who did he even summon? The guy grabs his face, because goosebumps appeared on his skin. The guy runs to him and says that he has had enough. Opening his mouth, the guy says that he is not a fan of battles, unlike his sister. Turning his hand, he asks a question, what could be the reasons to fight if Pandora is here? The main character's legs were in blue lines and he is told that these are Hermes' shoes, but he asks that he will not return them, but it is better to say what happened. We see their silhouettes and the guy asks the question, does he not want to tell? Someone lands near him. It was a man who bares his teeth and calls the man a cunning fool for daring to stage an escape to attempt on the life of their deputy. He raises his hands and decides to surrender. A yellow light appears near him, because he does not want to fight anymore, and it does not seem that this will do his sister any good. Suddenly, we see a large explosion. The protagonist looks at the silhouettes. Athena comes, asking what he did to make the hero of Olympus turn his back on him. Sitting on the ground, he says that he told about the deeds of Zeus. Blood flows from his head and he understands that Athena apparently does not know what happened between Zeus and Hercules. The girl goes to him, and she apparently really does not know. The guy looks at his hand because he does not care. The man stands next to her. Raising his head, he thinks that Athena had enough skills to become a true commander of the Gigantomachy. Her power and experience in warfare can play into their hands. People are standing near Kai, and he is addressing the followers of the heavenly demonic cult to take Athena and Hermes. He bows his head and says that they have lost. People spread their arms and ask to gather all the survivors. Pandora is still lying on the floor. Through her pupil we see the main character. 3 people are standing near the palace. They look down and think that they were called in time. A man in white clothes came to them. People were visible in the ball, because he will need another 3,000 years. Leaving them, the guy says that it is necessary to give birth to many children and raise them. Frowning, she is told that it will take so much time to restore the strength of Olympus. Zeus looks into the distance, and called them to hold back. Kneeling, the guys understand that they need to run. Apollo frowned, because it is necessary that their father does not catch up with them. Artemis also frowned. We see a hand, as well as the sky where horses are flying. A bright golden line appeared. Suddenly, there is an explosion. The guys turn around and are told that it is a shame, because they have not seen their father for a long time, and they are already leaving. Another explosion occurs and they are asked if they were whispering behind his back. Opening his mouth, he asks again whose side they are on. Night has fallen, the lights are on in the tents. We see one of them, where they ask themselves, why? Kurt points to Pandora and is told that the girl will not leave, even if she asks. The girl looks down, and is asked to throw her out with hysterics. Looking at her back, the main character sees that Kurt has escaped. They grab his cheek and make sounds. He opens his mouth and calls the guy. Sitting on the table, he orders to guard the barracks and make sure that no one goes. Pandora turns her head and says that she heard everything. Closing her eyes, he does not understand how it came to this. A question appears on the screen to give a name. The boy waves his hand. Looking at him, he decides to call him Rick, like in the game. He sits on the table and Pandora says that this is a strange name. Opening his eyes, Kai is told that this thing is scary. He takes Rick in his hands, because it is about instinctive rejection. There was a pattern in his eye. The protagonist is in that very space. Looking up, the boy asks what he did, to which he just heard sounds. Looking in the other direction, Kai realizes that he is saying the word dad. Teeth appear near them. We see his hair, because the baby showed his dad his teeth. A powerful aura, similar to fangs, hovered around the protagonist. Looking at the cloud of mana, Kai assumed that their baby Rick showed his dad his teeth. Squinting, he heard Rick's voice. Mana emanated from him, while the protagonist asked if the teeth hurt. Touching his chest, Kai realized that the teeth were passing through him. A notification popped up that the Predator skill had been acquired, which contains the power of a Titan, summons a monster that hunts unknown creatures. The stats grow according to the size of the target. The protagonist remembered Rick hugging him on the cheek and came to the conclusion that when they talked about separation, they were talking about Rick's abilities. Stretching out his arms, the protagonist noted that it was the Predator skill. Looking at the baby, Kai began to reason that the unknown creatures were aliens. Because of them there was a truly terrible wave. He needs to hunt aliens to become stronger. Smiling, he noted that it sounded like a great feast. Looking at the window with the stats, the protagonist noted that Rick had a level and stats. He was more of a player than a mythical beast. This ability could change all his plans. Kai remembered discussing with the deity that his chances of winning were about 1%. He imagined his comrades standing in front of him and asking what the chances were now. Clenching his fist, the protagonist replied that it was not 1%, but 10. Smiling, the protagonist said that Rick was his talisman. Surprised, Kurt asked who it was. While Kurt was playing with Rick, Kai thought that he really believed that he was a mystical beast. He did not know whether it calmed him down or not. The protagonist pushed Kurt away and asked him not to come closer, otherwise he would be eaten alive. Walking away from the guy, he added that all parents worry about their children, after which he thought that if the guy knew what it was, he would run away, flashing his heels. They sat on the boxes. Kurt frowned when he heard the request to tell about his mother and asked why. Kai said that Zeus would soon intervene. You need to know about all the trump cards. Sitting opposite, the guy asked if the protagonist considered him a trump card. Looking at him, Kurt listened attentively, that the other half of Zeus was with him. His power was unknown now, but there was definitely a second half. The guy continued listening with an attentive look, that how they used it would be their key to victory, so he had to tell them what his mother was like. Looking down, Kurt said that he didn't understand what was going on, but he always had a plan. He believed that it would help him somehow. He imagined water dripping into a pond and told them that his mother was beautiful and pure. She devotedly loved only one man in her life. The upset guy saw his reflection in the water. Kurt splashed water in the pond. Looking at the pond, the guy told them that one day he saw his reflection in a way he never wanted to see. Standing in front of the fountain, Kurt reasoned that he would learn everything in the fountain of truth. He stood quietly and wondered why the faces of those he knew were distorted in the reflection of this water. Kurt's father imagined touching his wife's hand and wondering if it was normal to be yearning for love when so many people were connected to him, noting that only two faces in the reflection remained unchanged. Looking at the woman's back, he added that the face of Hera, who had always felt disgust towards him, and the only one who smiled at him. Lowering his head, the man emphasized that this was stupid. He was once again tempted by her sincerity, and gave the other half. Kurt's face was sad. Sitting opposite, Kai noted that to sum it up, his mother was the only one who had ever used Zeus, to which Kurt replied that no one knew if she was the only one, because there were also Nemesis and Themis. The protagonist calmly said that he heard that they sided with Hades. Perplexed, Kurt said that his mother would be on his father's side even if the heavens split, and the protagonist noted that he was not at all like her. Flicking his fingers, the boy replied that it was because she valued love above all else. His mother knew what was right, but she was blinded by love. He added with a sad look that his mother had said so herself. She did not want him to live the same way she did. Looking up at the night sky, Kurt said that Olympus was created to restore order to the tower. He was simply trying to revive the origins, what Olympus was. Holding the sphere in his hands, Kai asked him to go, because he was tired after such a hard day. Looking at the sphere, the protagonist said that his uncle Hades had begun to act. Rick ruffled the boy's hair while he said that now it was their turn to strike. His father said that he would also begin to act. Olympus was cornered. Standing in front of the protagonist, he asked if he thought this would be the last fight, to which he received the answer that this was probably the last fight with Olympus. Kai remembered their first meeting and asked if he remembered his words when they first met. Kurt was taken aback, thinking that the protagonist had said that he would destroy the top of the tower. It was incredible. He had met a man who had the same goals as his father. Putting his hand on his hip, he asked why he and his father were so eager to get to the top, to which he received the answer that it was too early for him to know. Kai shifted his gaze. A powerful blow was heard. Green mana was emanating from the log. Hercules was fighting on the 32nd floor. He looked back. Looking at Orion's corpse, he noted that Zeus was using his nephew as a weapon. The guy imagined the protagonist's face and remembered the words that when he destroyed the second tomb, he would not stop him in the third, because he would understand that it would not help him anyway. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, Hercules added that Kai said that on the 5th time, Zeus would send troops and rankers from Olympus to weaken him as much as possible. Right before the fall, he would see Zeus. There was an explosion in the air and Hercules remembered the words that then he would understand that the god of lightning is smart and careful. So you need to not be blinded by the thirst for revenge and act according to the plan, by some time. The guy stood surrounded by warriors. Looking at the knights, Hercules thought that everything was going as the main character said, as if he was one step ahead of his father. He began to kill opponents. He suddenly turned his gaze. The guy delivered a powerful attack on the ground. The warrior stood in the distance and said that he had not seen Hercules for a long time. Raising his finger, Dionysus clarified whether he was ready to accept a lesson from his father. The earth began to collapse. Covering himself with his hands, Hercules said that Zeus sent a rancor and used his power. Apparently, he was almost out of troops. Grinning, he said that the prelude to the battle for the fate of Olympus had finally begun. Zeus extended his hand, enveloped in energy. His eyes glowed brightly. He wondered with a serious expression how much time had passed, noting that he thought he would only emerge from the temple in time for the next Gigantomachy. The battlefield began to crumble. Watching Hercules, the man noted that he was withstanding all the lightning strikes without any skill or dodging. It was incredible and worthy of being called the greatest masterpiece he had ever created. Releasing the lightning bolts from his hands, the man wondered how much he could withstand and how close he could get. The man looked at the voice that said that he was like a needle in a haystack, always hard to see. Turning his attention to Hades, the god of lightning replied that he could say the same thing. Hades' face was serious. Standing before him, he announced that the war had begun, and Zeus stated that it was too grandiose to call something like this a war. They would consider it a family quarrel. Creating a lightning bolt above his head, the man noted that this would be a battle between brothers. But his rebellion was long over. He smirked, pointing out the fact that Hades had never defeated him. He hurled a lightning bolt at his brother. Standing in a cloud of dust, Hades said that he knew this, but calling it a brotherly squabble was missing the point. A stream of water appeared behind him. The water surrounded the battlefield. Holding his trident in his hands, Poseidon cried out that he had been waiting for this day. He stood in front of his brother. The enraged man asked if Zeus dared to imprison him. The lightning god dodged the attack with his trident. Hades watched them and thought that it was partly luck, but everything worked out as he had planned. He remembered sitting at the table and listening to how he needed to take Poseidon, who was in Asgard's prison. If it seemed like they would never let him go, he should try to negotiate with Asgard and say that he needed Poseidon to deal with Zeus. Standing in front of Odin, Hades recalled the words that Poseidon was causing them a lot of trouble, so there was no point in refusing. It would provoke a civil war, which they were most wary of. Sitting opposite the protagonist, the man said that Odin would be worried that the Big Three might join the attack on Asgard, so there was no time to waste on persuasion, to which he received the answer that if Hercules took their side, it would no longer matter. They certainly knew about Zeus and Hercules. Sitting at the table, Kai declared that he could defeat him this time. He added with a serious look that he was sure of it. Zeus was fighting a powerful battle with Poseidon. The god of water raised his trident above his head. He released powerful streams of water. The man was suddenly taken aback. His gaze fell on the streams of electricity. Watching the energy, he wondered if his opponent was sending electricity through the water. A powerful discharge struck Poseidon. He was taken aback by Zeus's words that he was no match for him. The lightning god punched him in the face. The man flew to the side. Mana swirled around the lightning god. He looked at his brother and wondered if he was smiling. Poseidon smirked and called him a slippery fool. Hades grabbed his opponent. Frowning, he asked how they were equal. Hades held Zeus by the throat while he said that he liked his drive. His eyes began to glow, and he declared that he could not reach him. A powerful surge of electricity was heard. The stunned god of death thought about how his brother could barely block blows, let alone attack. Raising his hand, the Lord of Olympus assumed that Hades was lazy in training, because he had not even started yet. He released a devastating lightning bolt. A flash was heard in the sky above Hercules. The mountain was destroyed. Poseidon stood up and said that Zeus was playing with him. He looked up with a frown and listened to his brother say that he was disappointed and didn't think that they hadn't become stronger in all this time. Hades' face was furious. Landing on the ground, the god of lightning said that they hadn't done anything. Looking at them, he asked if they had ever thought about climbing higher than the top of the tower. He frowned and said that he would climb there no matter what, because that was the only way to become a true king of the tower. Hades, dumbfounded, asked if it wasn't enough for him to be the ruler of Olympus. Standing in front of him, the Lord of Olympus said that life without aspirations was no different from death, especially in the tower. Lightning swirled around him as he said that they were all content with their places. He despised that. With a wave of his hand, Hades asked if that was why he wanted to have a second Gigantomachy, to begin to calm his ambitions, adding that there was no floor above. Zeus, angry, emphasized the fact that there was definitely a floor above. Kai was hovering above them. He thought with a serious expression that he was finally going to meet him. His gaze fell on the god's face. The protagonist patted Rick, saying that this was great work. Poseidon looked up and thought it was Kai. Hades stood in the middle of the battlefield, thinking that he was finally there. Zeus looked at him and asked what he knew. The protagonist said that he knew a lot while flying above them. A wave rose above Zeus, while he asked to say that Kai knew about all this. The stream of water collided with lightning. Hades stood on the battlefield, saying that he would not even get close. Rick was flying in front of the protagonist's ear, while he thought that the pressure was too high. Standing above Zeus, he noted that he saw that he was curious, even prepared a scene for him. Frowning, the protagonist emphasized the fact that what he knew was too different from what Zeus knew. The man listened carefully, that it was because he learned everything from someone, and Kai figured it out himself. The god's face was serious. He introduced many people and said that he now understood why a simple player, who was not even a ranker, was able to turn everything upside down, including Olympus. He had more than just talent. The Lord of Olympus flew into the air, saying that the protagonist had climbed even higher than him. He apologized for ignoring him all this time, and was now his enemy. The barrier reflected the lightning strike. The man frowned. The girl covered the protagonist with herself and said that all the suffering in this world fell on her because of Zeus's box, and then asked what he had done to her. Looking at the god of lightning, the protagonist said that unfortunately it was not his pawn, it was there because of his karma. Poseidon and Hades watched what was happening and asked why Pandora was on Kai's side. Frowning, Hades thought that the move had changed. Zeus was no longer paying attention to them. He imagined the chessboard and noted that it was like chess. The game ends when the king is defeated. Zeus was targeting the protagonist. Lightning was flying on the chessboard. Pandora reflected the man's attack. The guys flew to the side. Poseidon flew up to his opponent. They began a fierce battle. Swinging his hand, the man was preparing to throw lightning. Their energies collided. A powerful explosion was heard. Poseidon watched Zeus's movements. A dark aura was hovering around Hades. He made a series of attacks. Dark mana hit the ground, after which a message about summoning hell popped up. Dark energy mixed with water magic. Pandora rose to her feet. Kai stood behind her and asked if she could continue to fight Zeus, to which he answered positively. Extending his hand, the protagonist mused that he was there to increase their chances of victory, which required creating conditions in which Poseidon and Hades' powers would be strengthened. Landing on the ground, Hades asked if he had used the Stone of All Seas, noting that it had affected his powers. Smiling, the protagonist asked if he would accept him if he told him. Looking back, the man asked if Kai would send him to Asgard like Poseidon and label him a sinner if he said he was interested, to which he was told that he would never do that. The god of water listened attentively, saying that they would not be able to defeat Zeus, but would increase their chances of victory from 0 to 10%. Watching the enemy, Hades reported that it was too little. Streams of energy struck the ground. The settlement began to collapse. Frowning, Kai read that the sense area had been activated and demonic energy had been released. The three gods began to fight. Hades and Poseidon attacked their brother. Energy surrounded the god of lightning. Jumping back, Pandora and the protagonist reported that it was not enough and it did not work. An aura began to emanate from the protagonist's hand, while he remembered the words that the most terrible thing was the indestructible armor of Kurt's father. The lightning discharge was not just a weapon, it was a spear, a shield and a weapon at the same time. Kai watched the enemy. Cracks appeared on his armor. With a wave of his hand, the man released lightning. Hercules grabbed the protagonist by the shoulder. He collided with Zeus. The enraged guy said that he was dealing with his gifts, so he was late, but he finally met him. Kurt watched the fight from above. Lowering his head, he noted that such a battle of rankers. Frowning, the guy remembered that he only needed to do one thing: bring him a part of Zeus's lightning discharge. Looking at his hand, Kurt thought that it was possible for him, because he inherited half of his father's strength. Swinging his club, Hercules called out to his father. Their blows collided. The guy flew to the side. Looking at the enraged Hercules, Kai received messages that he had witnessed complete gigantification. The power of giants requires a fight. The guy rushed back into the fight. Watching him, the protagonist thought that even skills are trying to win, and he really is incredibly strong. He went there after the fight with Zeus's rankers. Watching the fight, he added that now everything depends on who gets tired first, or when Zeus runs out of mana, the second is less likely. Turning around, Kai noted that even without discharges, he still has an almost inexhaustible supply of power. Looking at Kurt, the protagonist emphasized the fact that the chance of victory is already 30%. It was finally his turn. The guy stood on a fiery chariot. His face was serious. He looked at his hand. Kurt had clenched his fist. Zeus was taken aback when he read the notifications that said that a part of the lightning bolt was reacting to the new part. It wanted to return to its original form and was choosing its master. He was horrified. The man's gaze fell on his son. The boys pounced on Zeus from all sides. An enraged Poseidon asked if his brother had lost something. They released streams of energy into the man. The ground beneath the god of lightning shook. Lightning sparked in the sky. Kurt released mana into his father. He held his hands above his head. The boy frowned at the powerful force he was trying to contain. Looking up, Kai thought that it was working. Kurt was handling the bolt perfectly. He frowned and noted that even he would not be able to withstand the power of the rancor for long. If they missed this opportunity, another would be too hard to get. Lightning struck Zeus. He was furious. Pandora rushed into battle. She began to strike the man. The god of lightning caught her leg and slammed her to the ground. He thought with an angry look that he shouldn't have given half of himself to such a fool. The Lord of Olympus prepared to dash and noted that he shouldn't have any feelings and shouldn't have regrets. A trident flew in front of his face. Poseidon's eyes glowed brightly. Their energies collided. Zeus put up a barrier in front of himself. Poseidon tried to destroy the defense with the trident. He pierced the man's chest. Drops of water flowed down his armor. Hercules pounced on him from behind. The enraged god began to scream loudly and call for his son. An electric discharge struck the battlefield. Kurt continued to hold the lightning. The boy's eyes glowed brightly. Zeus was enveloped in a golden aura. Memories of his beloved appeared in his head. The man bit his lip. Kai extended his hand. He hit the god in the eye. The protagonist looked at him with a serious expression. He dodged the explosion. Blood was running down the god's face. Looking at the protagonist, Poseidon asked why he took his eye. The guy tried to hold the lightning in his hand and remembered the words that his father never hid the discharges. On the contrary, he often bragged about them to them. Kai held the eye in his hand with a satisfied look and wondered who would have thought that a man would place a divine celestial crystal and a lightning discharge in his eye. Holding the eye in his hand, the protagonist said that he took the lightning discharge. The chance of winning increased to 70%. Zeus held his face. The man's face was furious. Hercules hit him with a club. He seriously said that his father had changed a lot in just a few minutes. He looked too weak. They began to fight. The guys tried to hurt each other. Zeus stepped hard on the ground. A clot of energy appeared in his hand. An electric discharge struck the guy. Gritting his teeth, Hades asked if the protagonist had really stolen the lightning, since Zeus was still full of strength, to which he received the answer that he was strong in himself, since he had managed to reach the rank not only thanks to the equipment. Holding the eye in his hand, Kai emphasized that the god was no longer the same as before. Examining the artifact, the protagonist read that the lightning rejects the one who uses it. The blessing of the ocean does not withstand resistance. Taken aback, the protagonist mentally noted that he would not have enough such a weak lightning. No one except Zeus can activate it. He did not think about it. Perplexed, Kai began to think about the power of the ruler of Olympus. Lightning began to sparkle in the sky. Looking at Pandora, he asked to be thrown there. Examining the sky, he added that he should be thrown with all his might, all the way to the clouds, after which he noted that it would be faster if Pandora threw him than if he jumped with heavenly steps. Taking the girl's hand, the protagonist noted that the lightning god's stamina was off the charts, judging by how quickly he dealt with him. Pandora looked at him and said that she would not throw him too hard. He threw him into the sky. The protagonist flew to the chariot and read that Cinder's eyes were gone. His legs were enveloped in green energy. He jumped towards the chariot. The protagonist found himself in front of Kurt. Looking at him, Kai asked him to rest, because he had done a good job. Looking at the sky, he received a notification that the lightning was reacting to parts of the lightning, and thought that this was the desired reaction. Squeezing the eye in his hands, the protagonist used the combination. Lightning began to spark around him. Raising his hand above his head, the protagonist tried to contain such power. Holding back mana, Kai noted that as he thought, controlling real lightning was a completely different level, a miracle that he could even hold power of such caliber. He folded his arms and concluded that he could endure it, adding that he thought he would only be able to destroy Olympus when he reached the rank, but now it was right in front of him. Raising his arms above his head, the protagonist began to create lightning. Smiling, he read that the lightning was slowly accepting him and asked if it had an ego, noting that with such endurance, he could only use the lightning once. He threw the bolt at Zeus. The lightning flew onto the battlefield. The Lord of Olympus turned his attention to it. A powerful explosion was heard. The earth was destroyed. Raising his head, the protagonist's comrades said that this was a huge brute force. Frowning, Hades noted that it was not only about strength and weakness, the strongest equipment, the power of the strongest. Green energy began to emanate from the man. His eye glowed purple. Watching this, Hercules said that this was strange. His father had regained his strength. Pandora lowered her head. She bit her lip and thought that it was just like the inside of the box she opened. Grabbing the trident, Poseidon cried out that he was taking too long. He rushed at his brother and declared that this time he would finish him off. The god of water was suddenly taken aback. Looking at Zeus, he wondered what this was. Kai flew to Zim and asked to step aside, because the ruler of Olympus was his opponent. His face was serious. The protagonist landed on the ground. He rushed into battle and received a notification that Cinder's eyes revealed the truth. The dumbfounded protagonist called Rick. Advancing on the god, he asked Rick to absorb it all. The spirit's face was pleased. Pink energy surrounded the protagonist. The man was taken aback by what he saw. He watched Kai with fear. Zeus extended his hand, from which mana emanated. The protagonist grabbed it. Standing in front of him, the man asked if the protagonist had power from above. The guy answered with a serious look that it was a force from outside, not from above. Rick began to absorb mana. Fangs devoured the mana of the god of lightning. Looking at his opponent, Kai thought that he had made a mistake. Watching Rick devour Zeus's energy, the protagonist noted that he had no idea how it should be, but now he was much more powerful than him. Green energy hovered on the battlefield. Suddenly, there was a splash of pink mana. Rick stroked his stomach with a satisfied look. The protagonist stood in front of the ruler of Olympus. Hades' face was serious. Poseidon frowned. Kurt landed on the ground. He bit his lip in anger. Hercules stood next to Kai. Looking at him, he thought that this was the end of his battle. They had to put an end to this. Blood was running down the man's face. Raising his head, he thought that the sky was very far from the earth. Turning his attention to Hercules, he asked if the boy hated him. Closing his eyes, he added that he did not regret anything, not anything he had done during all this time. Standing in front of him, the boy listened to him say that he should be grateful to Zeus, because he was leaving him alive, as a purebred, with the blood and strength of a king. Hercules looked at him. Clutching the club in his hand, he cried out that his father had no rights over him. He hit the man with the club. The face of the ruler of Olympus was furious. He tried to stay on the ground. Hercules suddenly backed away. Sunlight enveloped the battlefield, while the plot told us that the guild that had walked over heads for millennia to become the greatest in the tower fell apart, but compared to how quickly the restoration took place, this was nothing. The warriors rode there on horses, while we were told that Asgard, who showed the greatest interest in this battle, arrived, led by the Valkyries and Thor. A powerful blow was heard. The man's eyes glowed brightly. Enraged Poseidon called out to the protagonist. Looking at him, he asked to give him the divine sea crystal. Looking at the god of lightning, the protagonist told us that what was left of Zeus's mana was imprisoned in him, and he was put in the deepest prison cell of Asgard. Standing next to Hercules, he clarified whether he regretted not killing Zeus, to which he received the answer that a little. The guy calmly noted that he just wanted to leave everything in its place. His father had lost power, dreams and a future. He did not want to think about revenge anymore, because he was too tired. Kai listened to him with interest. Hercules left there. Hades watched the destroyed battlefield. Kurt clenched his fist. He lowered his head and thought that Olympus would bloom again. He frowned. The protagonist put his clothes on the table. Oliver was sitting at the table. He remembered standing in front of the protagonist, who said that it was absolutely normal to break down from failures. You need to enjoy yourself and not limit yourself in anything. Smiling, Kai added that only in this way will all the best come out. Oliver slammed his mug on the table. He began to talk with a satisfied look about the most powerful item created from a combination of divine dark, sea and sky crystal. The protagonist held a golden brooch in his hand. Examining it, he noticed that it was a ticket to the sanctuary of Valhalla. He remembered how Thor came to him and asked to take it from his father. Smiling, he added that this was an entrance ticket for him. Odin said that he would be glad to see him if Kai survived. They would wait for him as an honored guest. Clutching the brooch in his hands, the protagonist came to the conclusion that it was better to put it aside for now. Meeting Odin could wait. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist said that it was time to save Ogun. Fog enveloped the mountainous area. Passers-by walked around the city. The warriors ran away screaming that this fool did not even have a rank, he could not do anything. The angry bandits added that he used some strange technique. He still looked like something could be taken from him. They would attack him together. A powerful blow was heard. Looking at the destroyed wall, the bandits asked what it was. The protagonist stood in front of them and asked them to stop running, because he only wanted to ask, not fight. Warming his fists, the protagonist added that he heard that there were 3 sacred treasures there, after which he clarified whether anyone knew about them. He began to beat the guys. Enemies ran at him from all sides, shouting that he couldn't be killed, but that they should take his glasses first. The protagonist's face was calm. A scream could be heard in the settlement. The beaten man asked why Kai assumed that the 3 sacred treasures were there, noting that if that were the case, he would have taken them long ago. The protagonist approached him and asked if he was serious about not knowing. He calmly listened to the man say that he didn't know. He smiled when the stranger asked where he got so much power without a rank. Kai fell onto the bed. Looking at the building, he said that he couldn't believe that he got a house for 12 points. It was cheaper to live there. Looking out into the street, he thought that the rights to manage the land were given to 3 precious children. This world, abandoned and forgotten, rolled into the abyss of chaos, worse than hell on the 42nd floor, and all for the sake of freedom. He remembered beating people and added that there was no public order there, and fools on every corner tried to steal glasses and items from others. It was the perfect bait. He was sure that everyone already knew that he was looking for the 3 sacred treasures. Imagining various objects, Kai emphasized the fact that the 3 precious children only had one treasure, Yasukani no Magatama, in the hands of Amaterasu. Holding a katana in his hands, the protagonist stated that one of them was in his hands. Rick held his shoulder and listened that they would be furious if they found out that Susanoo's treasure was there. He covered Rick's mouth, who began to scream. Looking at him, the protagonist noted that screaming would not work. He sat on the spirit. A dumbfounded Rick listened as the protagonist explained that in the place where he used to live, there was a so-called marshmallow test. The idea was that he had to leave and leave 2 treats next to him. If he didn't eat them before he returned, he would get 2 more. Rick's eyes lit up. Smiling, Kai noted that he would soon eat something better. He came to the estate. The dishes fell to the floor. The protagonist dodged the warrior's attacks. The spear pierced the floor. The protagonist's fist was enveloped in green energy. The warrior flew to the side. Lying on the floor, he said that the rancor was knocked down in one blow. Looking at the men, he asked to finish drinking and leave. They ran away from there. Stretching his arms, the protagonist suggested talking elsewhere, because it was a mess. He frowned when he heard that there was no need. Looking at the guy, the protagonist thought that a big catch had bit the bait. Looking at his face, Kai added that this was Amaterasu, the 52nd rank, the master of Yasukani no Magatama, and the middle one among the 3 precious children. Amaterasu sat at the table and said that he couldn't believe that he told him why he was there, after which he asked where the treasure of Yata no Kagami was, to which he received the answer that the protagonist had no idea. He was also looking for it. Standing in front of him, Kai clarified if that was all. Placing his hand on the table, the boy asked how the protagonist knew that the 3 sacred treasures were there, to which he received the answer that he found out after the test reward on the 43rd floor. The executors told him about it, so he was sure of it. Looking at him, Amaterasu said that it was surprising. He didn't seem like someone who would willingly answer all of his questions. Lowering his hands, the protagonist said that he was sure that he knew more about the treasures. Frowning, the protagonist said that this was Amaterasu, the owner of one of the treasures and the highest-ranking precious child. Watching the other man, Kai noted that they said he didn't show his face, and asked if it was because it wasn't his. The irritated guy said that he heard that the protagonist had defeated Ares, and it must be true. There was a fiery aura around them, and Amaterasu then remarked that the protagonist was arrogant if he thought that the heavenly demon cult would have his back. The protagonist calmly thought that the guy was already getting on his nerves. Rick was hiding behind his collar, and Kai was telling him in his mind that they would lose this fight, adding that as long as he had information about the 3 treasures, he wouldn't harm him. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked why the guy was holding back, and if he wanted to take the treasure when he found it. Touching the table, Amaterasu said that the treasure belonged to 3 precious children. Standing over the protagonist, he asked him to tell him what he knew and then he would let him go alive, to which the guy replied that it was too risky to give everything away, refusing to cooperate with him. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist listened to Amaterasu say that Amaterasu was its rightful owner. If he got it, he would simply take it, even destroying the heavenly demon cult, so it was better to act without tricks. Kai imagined the emblem of Asgard and asked if his interlocutor thought that the heavenly demon cult was the only force supporting him. Amaterasu looked at the symbol of Valhalla and emphasized the fact that it is not given to everyone. Frowning, he thought that this is problematic. Things will get complicated if Asgard interferes. He will not be able to pressure him for so long. Standing in front of the protagonist, the boy said that he still does not have the Yata no Kagami. He must say what you want. Looking at him, Kai clarified if the boy can give him something that will bring him closer to the 3 treasures. Unperturbed, Amaterasu stated that he will kill hundreds of people that the protagonist wants, meaning that he will be his blade until he finds the treasure. Smiling, the protagonist thought that he has the highest rank. Using him as a weapon would be a great opportunity. He wants to get the treasure at any cost, after which he asked if the boy can save people and not kill. The divine child extended his hand and offered to make 10 saves, as he hated killing. They shook hands. Morning came. Entering the house, Kai told the spirit that he did not trust Amaterasu at all. Standing in front of the spirit, the protagonist stated that he had no reason not to shake his hand. Both of them were hiding behind masks. Closing the box, the protagonist listened to him say that he was a cunning fool who used the 3 sacred treasures to trap him and force him to join him, which is why he always started these useless fights, after which the samurai asked what he wanted, if he was planning another big adventure like the destruction of Olympus. Standing in the middle of the room, the protagonist replied that the spirit had misunderstood one thing: hunting without bait is useless. A smile appeared on Kai's face when he heard the question of whether he really had Yata no Kagami from the 44th floor. He imagined the bait on the hook. The protagonist said that it was true. It was right there. Susanoo appears from the ball and says that Yata was on the 44th floor and that the protagonist does not have it. But he used this information. The black-haired guy replies that this is exactly the bait for Samuel. The small creature straightened up and said that it was cunning, both the way the protagonist fights and the way he speaks. The ball hovers above the protagonist's hand. Susanoo says that he hates people like the black-haired guy, to which he replies that he hates people like him. The purple aura is near the table. The creature replies that it hates those perfectionists who will not enter the battle without being sure of their victory, and continues that you need to fight, being on the border of life and death, then the blade will become sharper and stronger. Susanoo looks at the protagonist. The black-haired guy said that he was not convinced. The first one answers that he did not die for that reason and that he is very ashamed of it. The creature stared at the guy. The second one asked what he meant. The creature answered that Samuel made him fight against Yamada with his techniques. The orange dragon flies over the city. Susanoo continues that he said that they would fight together, but in the end he escaped and that it was a trap to steal Frank. The guy in the hood stands and thinks why he cannot surpass the creature. Above the three characters is a list of rankers. The man said that he is sure that the ranking bureau simply made a mistake and that when he collects the three sacred treasures, he will grow in strength, rank and power, becoming better. The guy in the hood smirks and says that he is almost there, just a little more. Gloomy clouds fly in the sky. Sounds are heard in the forest. The protagonist stared. The protagonist stands and asks how long they are going to follow him. The man walks and says that this is an order from the three precious stones. The gang looks at the guy. One says that they are not going to fight and that they should not be afraid. The other adds that the protagonist should continue doing what he is doing. The protagonist stands and realizes that Samuel must have hired them, and then concludes that he left and then sent 300 men to follow him and that there are quite a few of them, and tells the gang that there is no need to pay so much attention to the black-haired guy. The gang members have their hands ready. Rick says that Samuel is as sneaky as always. The protagonist replies that he agrees with him. They clutch their weapons. The man in green armor asks the protagonist that he intends to fight against the three precious children. The other asked what the protagonist thinks he is doing. The black-haired guy replied that he is not their lackey. They are just cooperating and that there is no need to even follow him. A purple aura flies around the protagonist. The protagonist looks at the gang and tells them to choose either life or death. Dark clouds fly across the gloomy sky. The gang members are lying on the ground. The protagonist realizes that of all the things he usually uses, he only has a helmet, which is very inconvenient, and that the items are really important. The ball with the creature is hanging. It is glowing. Susanoo asks the protagonist what he is doing and adds in surprise that the black-haired guy said that he will cooperate. The protagonist turned away from the lifeless bodies and said that he does not intend to mess with the likes of them. The creature said that it sent them, to which the half-dead gang member replied that he knows it. The protagonist's face is glowing from the ball. Susanoo asks that the black-haired guy did it anyway and that he is seeking a fight. The protagonist replies that they are bandits who kill and steal from others, and that he does not care how the creature commands them, and that he should not involve them in his affairs. The black-haired guy pointed his finger. The protagonist walked away to the forest. Susanoo said that the protagonist was hot-tempered because he went and blocked the ranker's message and added that it was so nice to hear Samuel's excited voice and that he liked the hero for the first time. The black-haired guy lowered his hand and realized that he continued to act as if he had screwed up, ordering subordinates to do all the dirty work. The protagonist moves on and realizes that if Samuel manages to collect all three treasures, then the power will become comparable to Olympus and that this should not happen. Green and purple auras fly near the protagonist. From the first one you can hear that you need to stop, because the king is angry. From the second one, that she can't, because this is too much fun and that the protagonist is not her king. Two creatures fight each other. The protagonist tells Rick not to eat it and for the two to calm down. One of them hits the other. Susanoo says what the protagonist will do next. Will he search? The black-haired guy says that he has the main clue. The forest stands against a background of cloudy weather. The creature asks which cave they need to go to. The protagonist answers that the cave where the one he is looking for is, to which the first is very surprised. The weapon passes across the screen. Susanoo asks the protagonist where he learned such a thing, to which he answers that he has his own methods. The black-haired guy straightened his hand with the sword. His eyes turn red. Cinder's eyes open the way. The sensory field is activated. The forest lights up orange. The protagonist says that they need to go here. Sounds are heard there. The protagonist strikes the branches with his weapon. He realizes that the spirit of the sword is enough to cut through obstacles. It is not for nothing that it is a spiritual sword, Susanoo objects, because the black-haired guy uses it to cut branches. The protagonist raised the sword up. The creature continued, saying that the weapon is designed to cut the living and that it is the best sword of all, and then asked if the protagonist is listening to it. From the blows of the black-haired guy, everything flies apart. He claims that these trees are alive. Susanoo replies that the protagonist is crazy. Everything staggers from the blows of the sword. Leaves fly everywhere. Sounds are heard from the blows. Branches break. The sky darkens. They are near a cave. The protagonist goes there. He and Susanoo are standing at the entrance. The second asks if all this turned out too easy for them. The first answers that the entrance is easy to find. Both look inside. The protagonist states that the problems will start inside them. The black-haired guy grips the sword tighter. Susanoo states that the sword is shaking. The protagonist says that this is such a reaction. Many stones are lying in the cave. The protagonist states that the forms of the three treasures are completely different, but they used to be one whole, that they can only show their true power when they are united together, and continued that Amaterasu knows this well, which is why he is so obsessed with finding them. The protagonist raises his head. Susanoo says that he really knows a lot. The second creature says something that he decided not to delve into. The creature stared at the protagonist. The second said that he will never meet Amaterasu again when he gets James. The first replied that if it does, then Amaterasu will try to steal him from him with his dirty tricks. The protagonist goes further. Susanoo says that he would rather die twice than allow James to be supported, to which the first replies that this is why he hit him like that. The protagonist stares at the creature. It tells the hero to try, to not let Amaterasu get them, to which the black-haired guy replied that he will not allow it, but he will need to take the treasure. Susanoo illuminates the cave with its light and states that it never thought that the day would come when it would root for the protagonist, to which the protagonist replies that the creature would root for him more actively. It hovers above. The protagonist says that when there's an opportunity to attack Amaterasu, then it is necessary to help him and adds that it should happen at least once, because after that he will not ask for help anymore. The protagonist looks at the aura and realizes that the completion of the undead creation can only happen when the soul is subdued and that having the body and soul of Susanoo, he cannot control it completely, even forcing it to act. The creature froze. The protagonist stated that he needs to make a decision himself. The protagonist looks at Susanoo. The second one says that it will only be once, and that it is a one-time action, to which the first one replies that it is enough. The protagonist creates blue mana. It condenses and explodes. An explosion occurs. A blue aura flies out of the cave. The protagonist understands that the only thing left to do is to relax and go through the labyrinth inside the mountain range and relax. It stretches over a huge distance. The search, day 1. Rocks fell from the sky. Debris broke on the floor and walls. A rumble was heard throughout the cave. The search for Yata no Kagami, day in. Kai was enveloped in blue mana. The protagonist held a sword in his hand. A huge cave unfolded around the guy. The man turned his head and thought that in the last few days he had not seen a single person, monster or even a bug. He remembered that the monsters from the 44th floor did not even bring experience, and they would be easy to deal with, and added that it was not good since there was no one here. The guy's sword glowed blue. The guy said to himself that the sword was reacting, which meant that something must be nearby. Kai stood motionless. Rick opened his eyes wide. The spirit jumped up with a scream. The protagonist, waving his sword, asked the kid what happened. The guy lowered his eyebrows and thought that since Rick was acting like this, something was clearly wrong. Notifications popped up, which said that Cinder's eyes recognized the truth and the sensory field was activated. Kai's sword touched the floor. Messages appeared indicating the activation of demon energy and the strengthening of Cinder's eyes. The floor reflected the weapon. A notification appeared, reporting the strengthening of the sensory field. The cave was enveloped in blue mana particles. A message materialized, which said that the protagonist had found Yata no Kagami. A bright light illuminated the cave. Kai guessed that this whole place was Yata no Kagami. There was a mirror in front of the guy. The protagonist asked what could make a mirror so big. A notification appeared, which reported the activation of the mirror dungeon. The particles gathered into a huge mirror. An information window appeared, which told the protagonist about the beginning of the mirror test. Kai directed his gaze into the distance. A table appeared, which reported that Kai needed to defeat himself. A man came out of the mirror. The guy immediately realized that this was his future self. A copy of Kai was moving towards him. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth. Rick said that Yata no Kagami reflects not only appearance, but also what is inside. Teeth were visible from under the guy's lips, and he thought that something was wrong here, and this guy was no longer him. The two warriors stood opposite each other. The protagonist thought that since he came from the future to a test where he had to defeat himself, it meant that he couldn't accept his current self, and came to the conclusion that the future him was creating chaos here, even though they were in another dimension. Kai lowered his eyebrows and asked if this was his double. Tables materialized, which reported the use of a sensory field and recognition of the enemy's true nature. The wind stirred the guy's jacket. The protagonist thought that his opponent did not look like an ordinary double. The copy asked Kai who he was. The opponent took a blade in his hand and said that he would cut the guy into pieces if he did not answer. The blade shimmered with a dark color. The fighter thought to himself that he guessed that the opponent would start by drawing the blade, but this was strange. The wind swayed the cloak of the guy with the sword. The protagonist thought that this was an acceptable answer that would make him tremble. The fighter raised his eyebrows. The copy said his name. The guy's eyes were burning red. The fighter thought that this man was a clone of those monkeys. Both opponents were standing in the middle of the cave. The warrior said that he did not believe that his opponent was a clone. The protagonist frowned. The guy told him that no matter how you look at it, his body is real. The protagonist pounced on the opponent with a sword. A table popped up, which reported that the supreme sword of the arcana and the sacred fire were activated. The pink flame of the blade spread around the fighters. The opponent repelled Kai's attack with his sword. The copy turned its head to the side and asked that an ambush was not a good move. The guy repelled the opponent's sudden attack. The eyes of the copy were covered by dark hair. The wound on his face burned with blue flame. The fighter said that his opponent was a necromancer. A notification appeared, which reported the highest regeneration. The protagonist stood behind Ares and Arthur. Ares said in his defense that it was hard to measure distance in someone else's body. Kai said that the fighter should be grateful that he received the body of a rancor. Arthur was once in the body of an orc. The spirit sat on Kai's shoulder. The guy asked if Rick was going to help, to which he replied that it was not Amaterasu, and he did not care, because he would only help with him. Flames splashed around the warrior in all directions. Rick said that if the protagonist died here, he would forever bury the 3 sacred treasures with him. Kai thought that the spirit did not really like being associated with him. The spirit's mana hovered in the air. The guy asked what he needed to do for Rick to accept him, to which the spirit answered that he had to become stronger than him, and clarified that his rank was 57th. Kai smiled and said that it was not that difficult. Particles were flying in the air. The protagonist thought that sooner or later he would increase his rank. The fighter swung his sword and said that it was unfair, that the mirror showed him before regression, and added that this way the difficulty increased dramatically. A copy of the protagonist appeared at his side and asked what he was muttering. Kai gritted his teeth. 2 fighters clashed in battle. Ares, with his hand behind his back, held a weapon in it. A long-haired man stands surrounded by 2 warriors. The god of war strikes a blue-haired guy with a sword. A guy in a long cloak, with his right hand to the side, holds a sword in it. Kai turned his back and heard a sharp sound. The blonde man strikes the guy in the green cloak. Arthur glances to the side and is surprised. Kai turned his head to the left and thought that his opponent blocked his sword with mana. Shards, shrouded in a blue aura, fly apart. The blue-haired boy put his right hand behind his back and told his opponent that he has the eyes of those monkeys, but he is not their clone, and added that there is no doubt about it. The clone stands in front of Kai and asks him if he should beat the truth out of him if he does not want to talk about himself, after which the guy in the cloak thinks that his clone is very arrogant and wonders if he was like that too. Kai touches his clothes with 2 fingers and thinks that one thing is for sure, that the mana he spends on the Ares and Arthur clones is the damage of their attacks, and apparently, they are weaker than the originals, because even one of the 3 sacred treasures is not enough to perfectly duplicate those who are in the top 10 in rank. The clone put his right hand aside and replied that he is not giving up under any circumstances. The guy with red eyes takes out a sword and says that he is changing weapons. The clone holds the sword by the handle and thinks that his hands are itching to cut something, so he is not friends with spirit swords, and added that he must control himself, because he should be the main character in this battle. Kai stands in front of his clone and says that the spirit sword is a disappointment, because he thought that his opponent was not so bad, but since the clone expects that it will help him, and added that he is still stronger. Huge fragments fly apart, and the double thinks that he cannot object, because his chances of winning are not so high, and added that he will be the winner, because he knows all of Kai's moves during the fight. The clone, pulling his hands back, attacks his opponent. A red stripe flies after the blow. The protagonist, standing with his right side in front of his opponent, takes damage. Kai frowned and told his opponent that he looks tired. The red-eyed guy smiled and told his opponent not to hope, to which the guy in the cloak replied that he didn't need to hope, because he was clearly better, and added to himself that he hadn't had a drop of modesty before. A notification appears about the mana level of 118. 2 traces fly by, white and red, after the blows. Kai is annoyed because even 100 units are not enough for him to replenish his strength. The clone attacks the protagonist with an ability with a green aura. Notifications appeared that the entire body of the double is imbued with the power of a giant. His hand is endowed with the power of a giant, and he himself has achieved partial gigantization. The guy in the cloak looks forward and wonders if this is gigantization. The blue-eyed guy, taking the sword behind his back, is preparing to strike. Kai, swinging, tightly gripped the sword in the handle. The protagonist struck Ares and Arthur. The double, gritting his teeth, holds his red spirit sword with both hands. A notification appeared about the increase in speed. Many attacks fly into the dark silhouette. The clone waved his hand and thought that he was not agile enough to catch up with his opponent, even knowing his steps in advance. A pink aura envelopes the hand. Signs popped up notifying that the holy fire protects the protagonist's body, and Cinder's eyes pacify the holy fire. Kai, putting his hand to the side, holds a sword in it. The double's eye lights up and he thinks that he should be more persistent and grab the opponent. Attacks fly at a fast speed. The clone thinks that time will tell who will win this fight. The guy flew back from the blows. 2 opponents, delivering attacks, approach each other. Signs about the activation of heavenly steps appeared, which said that the hero's speed increased by 100% in 5 seconds. Kai comes face to face with his clone. They hit each other. The clone, gritting his teeth, received a notification that his entire body was imbued with the power of a giant, and the demon's energy was activated. Many blue and red attacks of Kai and his enemy rushed through. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows. The opponent's attacks collide. The blue-eyed guy reflects that the longer they fight, the more he is convinced that his skills, technique, and next move are known to his opponent. 2 dark silhouettes fight each other. The guy in the cloak reflects on how a fight with a person who can barely keep up with him can last so long, and how their attacks can be so similar, and adds that he looks like him, but is definitely not his double. Drops of blood fly. The protagonist glances to the side and thinks to himself that his opponent is himself. The clone holds his red spirit sword in front of him with both hands. The red-eyed guy, holding the sword in front of him, looks to the side. Kai, dodging, gets wounded. He stands in a fighting stance and thinks that his opponent is himself. The hero holds the sword in front of him. The two characters clash with swords. Kai thinks that this is why he is losing the battle. The protagonist clenched his teeth. A notification about the strengthening of the sensory field appeared. The katana rises into the air. Kai, holding the weapon forward, guesses that if it is him, the clone will attack from this side. The enemies hit each other with their weapon blades. The protagonist creates a flame in his hand. He hits his duplicate with the flame. Kai presses his burning hand to his body. An explosion occurs. Both characters collide face to face. The copy's eyes glow blue with rage. The black-haired guy's eyes glow red with anger. The double swings his sword. The hero hits with a katana. Kai, rushing, hits the double's body with the katana. Blood gushes from the wound. The clone activates super regeneration, but a notification pops up that he cannot recover. The double, jumping to the side, writhes in pain. Kai raises the clone's blade with magic. The double, covering the wound, looks at the blade rising in the air. The clone, looking at the blade in confusion, asks what the key sword manipulation is, to which Kai asks if his opponent really knows about it. The protagonist, standing in the middle of a white cave, says that manipulation uses up too much mana, but he always saves it for emergencies, and adds that it's not bad for an assassin. The clone, lowering his head, says that they've gone too far, and all he can do is accept defeat, because losing a fight against himself means he's a fake. Kai, reaching out, turns the sword to strike. The clone suddenly grabs the sword. The protagonist's eyes widen. The fake opposite the original pierces his chest with the blade. The double, closing his eyes, says that he doesn't know what he's trying to do, but let him do it at any cost. Kai stands in the middle of the cave. A notification comes that he's passed the mirror test. The protagonist, putting the katana away in his inventory, says that it's over. Kai, examining his wounded hands, comes to the conclusion that this sword takes away the life force of the one who uses it, because the energy of the blade strikes down both friend and foe. Kronos, holding out the magical mechanisms, says that if he goes back, there will be no way back, and adds that he should live a full life and not allow himself to dwell on his feelings for this place. Kai, examining his palms, says that he lives less than before the regression, and it seemed to him that he was only concerned with the present, and then asks himself if he is still attached to the past. The magic mirror approaches Kai. The hero, turning around at the noise, says that he finally found it. The artifact falls, and a notification pops up that Kai has received Yada no Kagami. A metal ball shines in his hands. A man in a cloak, standing in the middle of the path, reflects that the protagonist has not contacted him for several days. Images of Kai appear. The stranger assumes that he is dead, but this is impossible, because the protagonist is a person with potential and high-ranking power. The man in the cloak mentally asks that they just not tell him that the protagonist found the mirror. The stranger, grinning with anger, says that an ordinary player will not be able to betray him so easily, and then guesses that Kai has been planning to strike since he contacted Asgard. Leaves fall from the trees in the wind. The guy in the hood concludes that if he allows the hero to get what he wants, there is no doubt that he will try to climb the floors. The man in the cloak, holding out his hand with a hovering ball, mentally says that Kai simply cannot stay in a place with such power, and then commands to watch the training ground and make sure that the protagonist does not rise to the next floor, and concludes that he is still on the 44th floor. The water in the cup quietly ripples. Kai puts the cup to his lips. The protagonist lowers his hands against the backdrop of the girl's close attention. Leia looks at Kai with a serious face. The dark-haired guy straightens his back and asks the Titan what's wrong with her, to which Rocky replies that she has been like this since he disappeared, leaving her to him. But it seems that she is better now, and the hero replies that he is glad to hear it. The red-haired girl warms her hands on a cup of tea and the giant says that he should visit them from time to time, at least for the sake of Pandora, because he and his little creature, who follows him around, calms her down, and then comes to the conclusion that she needs him. Rocky, sitting down on a stump, asks what he is doing here, and wonders if Kai was on the 44th floor. The dark-haired guy says that he went down for a short time because there was a small fight, to which the Titan frowns. The characters are sitting near a bamboo house. The dark-haired guy says that he will be in the giant's care for a while, to which Rocky replies that again, to which the hero asks what he means again. The characters are holding tea in their hands. Kai wonders if his comrade can't do that, and then adds that he is rich, and nothing will change if another mouth is added that needs to be fed, to which Leia adds that he is greedy, to which Kai says that is not what he meant, and notes that they are both somewhat similar. The Titan asks that he didn't plan to go up further, because he heard that his goal was to go beyond. Kai brought his hand to the inventory. A mirror and a blade fall from the inventory to the ground. Rocky, slapping his legs, asks what these are, to which Kai replies that they are the 3 sacred treasures and that they somehow came into his possession, to which the giant exclaims that they are not simple things that cannot appear out of nowhere. Rocky asks if the hero was being chased by the three precious children, to which Kai replies that they were. The Titan, sitting on a log, notes that the hero will have a lot of trouble with high-ranking people, and asks which of the three precious children are Amaterasu and Tsukuyumi, adding that he does not know about Tsukuyumi, but Amaterasu is of a very high rank. Rocky, narrowing his eyes, asks if the hero needs help. Kai, straightening his back, thinks that the Titan does not enjoy fighting, but he still offers to help because he trusts him, and finishes the thought that the Titan should stay here and does not need help for such a matter. The bamboo house on the edge of the forest is illuminated by the sun. Kai says that everything is fine and he does not want to involve them in this. But the giant interrupts that it will be hard for him alone. But he says that it is not that he did not have a choice. Rocky says that usually such fights end in obvious, but he thinks that the hero will win, to which Kai asks if his comrade really thinks so. Leia stands with his back. The protagonist says that in any case, he needs time if he wants to defeat the enemies, because he entrusted something to one person, and he needs to wait until it is ready, to which the Titan, getting up, asks again what he entrusted. The dark-haired guy, looking closely, says that this is why he intruded a little to them, and asks for help with something while he is here. In the thicket of the forest, Leia eats chips on a stump that Rocky brought. The protagonist, crossing his arms, says that as he knows, his gigantization is still too immature, so he should learn from an adult, that is, from him, to which the giant says that he is not very good at teaching someone. The hero, lowering his head, says that he does not need to teach him, and then adds that he will figure out the method with time, and asks if the Titan will help him with the practice of gigantization. Rocky, straightening his shoulders, asks if his interlocutor asks him to fight with his fists, to which Kai answers positively and adds that Rocky just does not kill him. The Titan, examining his hand, says that he will not kill him. The giant sharply clenches his hand into a fist. Rocky puts his fist forward. Kai is sharply thrown back by the shockwave. Drops of blood fall from Kai's mouth. The dark-haired guy, twisting in pain, spits out blood. The ground in front of the Titan breaks from the impact. Rocky, standing in front of the hunched-over hero, tells him to forgive him, but not killing Kai will be problematic. The young guy, raising his head, smiles confidently. The green forest is illuminated by the sun. Rocky swings his fist to strike. The dark-haired guy and the Titan are swinging in a fist training session. Kai swings from below and thinks that each blow is fatal. The protagonist punches Rocky in the face. Kai notices that the Titan even flinched after the blow to the jaw. The giant does not take his eyes off his opponent after the blow, saying that those eyes are annoying, as expected. The guy in black clothes takes Rocky by the hand. The Titan hits the hero in the body. The giant swings. Rocky hits the protagonist in the chest. Kai's eyes light up with flames. The two characters clash with fists. Kai, breaking his arm from the blow, receives a notification about gigantization. The blow sends energy threads throughout the forest. The dark-haired guy, looking at his broken arm, asks how strong the Titan is, because this is madness. Kai, falling to the ground, asks why his friend is so strong. The dark-haired guy, lying on the ground, quietly mutters to himself that they need to repeat the fight. Rocky, standing next to the fallen student, notices that Kai says that it is not the end yet, being unconscious. Leia, carrying a first aid kit, says that he is just a fool, to which the Titan asks that she said the opposite. The red-haired girl applies bandages to the main character. The practice of gigantization begins. The rays of the sun illuminated the forest clearing. The man clenched his hand into a fist. The guy with the white belt struck. Plates appeared, saying that the mastery of gigantization had increased and that this ability had reached a new level. Kai stared ahead. Notifications appeared, signaling an increase in gigantization mastery. The fire burned hot. 3 people were sitting in front of each other. Hercules said that the ability to gigantize involves muscles, to which the guy in the black t-shirt asked how. The man without a t-shirt tensed his hand and said that you just need to use your power like this. Titmouse raised her head. Her fingers were holding a seed. The red-haired girl watched the training. The bird flapped its wings. Kai looked ahead. A sign appeared, notifying that the body was imbued with the power of a giant. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. Notifications appeared, signaling that the right hand was filled with the power of a giant, and the hand of a giant materialized. The guy in the black t-shirt stood in front of Hercules, who said that his opponent was focusing gigantization in one place, and also noted that this tactic was quite smart, but in this case there was too much strain on the hand, to which Kai replied that now everything would be different. The protagonist kicked the ground and shouted a call to move forward. The guy in the t-shirt moved towards his opponent at high speed. Part of the wooden house stood on the ground. Leia bandaged the protagonist's hand and called him a fool simply, to which Kai asked her if she said these words in reverse order, and the guy without a t-shirt thought that she was doing it on purpose. The redhead stood in front of Hercules and said that he was a fool, just, to which the guy asked if she was saying the opposite. There was a plaque signaling that the event was in the previous chapter. The women's hands were holding Kai's bandaged hand. Leia told the hero not to strain his hand, to which the protagonist asked again about the meaning of the words he had heard. The door opened slightly. The girl asked the injured man to sleep and addressed him by name. The shirtless guy grabbed his head and asked if he had gone too far. Hercules noticed his hand covered in scratches. The guy in black shorts looked at his hand. Leia noticed that the guy's hand was injured, to which he stated that he was fine, and that the body should recover on its own. The guy and the girl stood in the corner of the room. Hercules once again stated that he was fine, to which Leia reluctantly agreed. Hercules looked forward. Blood was coming out of his hand, and the gray-haired guy thought that he didn't remember bleeding, even when he fought the Titans. The girl stood next to the pumped-up guy, and he asked himself if he would create a monster, to which Leia asked in surprise what his words meant. Hercules stared ahead and said that his previous words were about Kai, since the guy in shorts couldn't teach Gigantization, but the hero himself catches everything and his skill grows, and also added that an ordinary player would hardly reach the 10th floor, even if he spent as much time in the tower as Kai does. The red-haired girl stared ahead. Her interlocutor continued to talk about the protagonist climbing high and learning everything on his own, giving his all. The guy and Leia looked at the wooden door. The girl in white asked if Hercules was afraid, to which he answered that he was a little. The door was hanging on its hinges. The redhead asked what he was afraid of, to which Hercules replied that the protagonist's goals. Images of Kai appeared. Hercules said that the protagonist looks at everything much more broadly, because Olympus and the 3 precious children are just an obstacle in his path, and then adds that the hero never says what he is preparing for and what he is fighting against, and then concludes that Kai does not need only strength, like other players, and he does not try to become stronger for no reason. The guy without a shirt looked ahead and said that Kai has a goal, a serious goal that does not give him even a day to rest. The protagonist opened the door. Hercules said that he does not understand what the protagonist is trying to catch up with, to which the guy in black replied that he would like to know that too. 3 silhouettes were standing in the corner of a wooden building. Leia said that she had also said that he needed rest for about 3 days, to which Kai replied that it was okay if he moved a little, since only his arm was injured. The protagonist threw the ball up. The girl asked if it wouldn't be better to rest, to which he stated that he was not going to fight and that some event had happened earlier than he expected. The ball showed information about a new message from Oliver, reporting that everything was ready. Kai said that he needed to go down to the first floor for a while. White clouds floated over the city. The wooden door was closed. There was a black hole in the door. The gray-haired old man asked what was wrong with everyone present. Hercules held the door handle. The red-haired girl looked ahead. The protagonist smiled and called the old man Piapia. The 3 who entered looked ahead, and signs appeared stating that Leia was the Lady of Ruins and a cutie. The protagonist was a super unusual player, and Hercules was the god of destruction. A gray-haired old man stood in front of the 3 who entered and asked them who they were and whether they were the tower destroyers, as well as about the door handle in the hands of the guy in shorts, to which Kai replied that the blacksmith did not answer even when they knocked. Oliver grabbed his head and turned to the hero with the thought that he was overdoing it, and also said that these 2 next to the hero were tiring him out even more. The protagonist stood in front of the old man and asked if he was sleeping, to which the gray-haired man replied that he was having too much fun to sleep, and later he felt the desire to finish the job quickly. Kai turned his gaze. Oliver asked him to follow him. The protagonist thought that he would finally be able to recognize the true appearance of an object that had never appeared in the tower before, which was created by mixing 3 stones together. The ladder was attached to the wall. The company entered the passage in the wall. Oliver looked away and said that he always gave names to the created objects himself, but this thing got its name when he created it. The blacksmith took the artifact in his hand. The hand in the jar began to shine brightly. Kai looked ahead. The gray-haired old man said that as the hero can see, the object has self-esteem and continues to reject the creator from the moment he finished the work, as if it already has an owner. The hand in the flask emitted blue light. Oliver said that he heard how the hero controlled lightning when he defeated Zeus, and also used the divine sea and dark crystals, and since this object is created from 3 stones, Kai is its owner. The protagonist looked at the artifact. The protagonist touched the flask and asked what the name of the object is. Kai looked away. The protagonist stared ahead, and the old man answered that the artifact is called the Heart of Uranus. The guy stood in a white space. The protagonist stared ahead. The protagonist looked away. Someone said that Kai had arrived. The silhouette stood in front of Steve. The blonde put his hand to his face, called the newcomer Zeus, and was surprised that his grandson had grown so much. The fair-haired man looked ahead and said that he seemed to have adopted his appearance. A plate with a rating of key characters appeared. Zeus strangles his enemy against the background of the sun. The man says that his father, Kronos, was a tyrant. The gods against the background of gears look up in fear. He continued that his father devoured his brothers and fed on strength, and also absorbed his uncle Pontus and devoured giants who were locked in Tartarus. Against the background of a gear that levitates above his hand, the man says that he had to fight to survive. Dark figures appeared, and he adds that one of the Asgardians gathered all the high-ranking representatives who had existed since ancient times to kill his father. An image of a house appeared. The man says that they won only at the end, but half died. A man with a hood covering his eyes says that Zeus is not comparable to Kronos. He, looking at the dark-haired guy, adds that his father is the cruelest and most powerful ranker in history, and he was truly the sky of Olympus. On a light background, Zeus raises his hand. In a white space, a man, looking at a stranger, claims that the stranger is Uranus, and the stranger asks him that the man sees him for the first time and adds that it seems to him that he has met him before. Uranus, not taking his eyes off the guy, says that he could not recognize him because he only saw his form, but if his grandson looks like him, then this image should be familiar to the guy. Benches appear, and the god says that the guests should feel comfortable. The guy sits down on a bench, and Uranus asks why this surprised him, and adds that he is just an old man stuck in a small utility room. The guest's face is dripping with sweat, and he thinks to himself that Uranus doesn't look hostile at all. The god is sitting on a bench, drinking something from a mug. The guy addresses the god by name and Uranus looks up. The guest, looking at his opponent, asks him if he knows Kronos. Kronos, holding out his hand, tells the dark-haired guy to go back to the previous timeline and start over, and maybe he won't be in this world anymore. This is the only way, and this is the price for turning back time and turning the world line inside out, so he shouldn't waste time searching. The guy asks that Kronos will cease to exist, to which he replies that even he doesn't know what he will become. The god replies that due to the side effect of using the clockwork, Kronos' existence was erased from this world. Then he asks if it is possible to forget your own son who killed you. Uranus says that the guest did a good job collecting all the pieces and he didn't expect that someone could collect them all like that, and the guy, not taking his eyes off the god, thinks to himself that he thought so. Kronos was erased by his own father. In the bright light, the benches cast a shadow on the floor. The guy shows a transparent hand with an artifact, and says that he heard that it was his heart. Uranus, holding a cup in his hand, replies that something like that, and this heart supplied him with blood while it was in his chest, and the guest asks to explain what something like that means. The god raises his hand, around which colored streams of magic appeared, and says that the heart was his everything. A bright flash appears in Uranus' hand. The heart is enveloped in streams of magic, and the god continued that for it he devoured his brothers and wanted more. Greed is truly an insatiable beast, more and more, and after pursuing such a force he will turn into a monster without realizing it. The guy, sitting opposite the god, asks what he is trying to say, and Uranus says that he should be more careful not to become a monster, and no one, whoever he is safe from this. The guest put the heart to his hand, and the old man told him to try to protect himself if he is so curious. The heart connects with the hand, and a blue notification pops up, which says that the heart of Uranus has been acquired. A bright glow illuminates the guy's face, and a pink notification appears, which says that the ambitions of Uranus have been acquired. The place where the guest was is covered in green smoke and tongues. He thinks to himself that it is something familiar, but different, that it is too stable and primitive to be a seed planted by stupid chaos, and that it is like a child who was stupidly raised as a pig for slaughter. The guy, getting up from his seat, says that the monster that the gods spoke of is a joke. Rick appears, and a blue notification pops up, which says that the predator has revealed itself. Crane throws his head up and asks if the guest received a blessing and adds that there is something interesting about him. God's eyes became wider, and he said that it seems that he worried in vain. The guy, looking at Uranus, asks what he is talking about, a small thing protecting him, and the god asks a question that it looks small to him. The little man's eyes are wide open, and a double blue notification appears, which says that Rick has grown up. The guest holds his hands at his feet and other blue notifications appear, saying that Rick's divinity has increased to 8, growth rate has increased by 9.12%, arcana power has increased by 2%, and that he has defeated Uranus' ambition. The guy looks over and asks what it looks like for a god then. Uranus stands up. The god looks at the guy, to which the guy shouts his name. Uranus walks towards the guy. He smiles and tells the guy that they will meet soon. The guy opens his eyes wide. The girl slaps him on the cheek and tells him to wake up, and the old man with white hair asks if he is okay. The guy looks at them and replies that he is okay. On his hand is Uranus' heart, and a brown notification appears saying that it is a heart that has been filled with ancient mastery, having absorbed countless masters, and that the power stored in the heart can be used. An information window appeared, which contained a description of the heart of Urasnos, and the guest remembers that the Gangnir was one of them, so there must be similarities. The guy looks at the hand, thinking to himself that this is a short description, and usually such things are useless or have a power that is difficult to explain, and it reminded him of something. The blue-haired guy approaches the protagonist, who thinks that since it says accumulated energy, it must be a type of energy source, and he believes that there is only one way to check how much power it has. Rocky opens his eyes wide. Leia and Hephaestus are eating cookies in front of the bushes. Rocky pounds his chest with his fist and tells his opponent to worry about his hand. He stands in front of the protagonist and states that he can take everything, no matter how strong it is, and that it will not harm him, and the guy in black clothes replies that he believes that his body cannot be hurt. The boy wraps his arm in bandages and thinks to himself that he called it training, but he was the only one getting hit, and despite lasting a month, he was still unable to leave a serious mark on his body. Blue magic covers the protagonist's arm and he continues to think that this time will be different. A blue notification appears stating that the heart of Uranus is being used and the blessing of the ocean is protecting his body. Blue lightning appears and a notification pops up stating that Tartarus has been summoned. Against a dark background where greenish smoke develops, the boy continues to think that the name has changed from hell and that it is the dark ocean that swallowed him up on the 42nd floor. A pink notification appears stating that the protagonist is under the influence of corrosion, and standing in a stance, the boy thinks to himself that this unbearable pain makes him feel better. In the bright light, a pink notification appears, which indicates the state that the corrosion has increased to the second stage, and the hero continues to think that a little more is needed. The guy's eyes turn white. The protagonist strikes Rocky in the chest. The ground beneath his opponent's feet breaks. Blue energy is released. Lightning comes out of the bushes. Hephaestus covers himself with his hand from the explosion and says that it is Uranus. The god looks from under his hand, and the protagonist reflects on the fact that he thought he created a masterpiece. But this power is much greater than he imagined. Rocky's body is enveloped in a blue glow. His sparring partner is surprised that he managed to withstand it, and that Rocky is a real monster. The guy with the bare chest, looking at his opponent, says that he was serious about blocking this attack. The protagonist, stretching out his hand, mentally asks what the hell he did. The guy in the black t-shirt looks menacingly at his opponent. The guy in bandages said that his friend can't control herself when she sees injuries, and asked if she knows anything about healing, and added that she handled the bandages and medicines deftly. The red-haired girl put the box down and said that it was enough and stated that he needed to rest now, and the black-haired boy thanked her. The black-haired boy looks towards his friend and asks if he is okay. The young man in the black suit holds out his bandaged hand and states that, as he can see, not quite. The young man looked at his hand and thought that most likely the slow healing is due to the mixing of the dark element and mana. Sitting, Kai thought that most likely the same thing happened to Hercules. Rocky, throwing a blanket, said that the power can be dangerous for the owner, and that everything depends on the level of mastery of it, to which the young man replied that without trying you will not know. The black-haired boy, looking at him, asked even if she feeds on his flesh, to which the boy with brown hair says that this is a risk that he needs to take, adding that he cannot avoid danger. He says that he just needs to learn how to use this power, then he can use it, to which Rocky, looking at him, does not answer. Squinting, the protagonist thought that he only gets involved in strange and interesting things. The creature with large eyes stretches out its hands. Kai thought that it is too different from what could be called a divine beast. The black-haired guy prepares to strike the figure. Kai says that it is a thing with a power that he has never encountered, and that he can handle it perfectly. The heroes are sitting in a lit room. One of them suggested to continue. The golden-crusted chariot is burning. A man stands near the chariot and asks if they are just going up, to which the guy replies that he should leave them on the 38th floor. Oliver throws the people out and shouts that since they survived, they should get out, to which one of the people replies that okay, they will see each other later, and thinks that he, as always, did not even say goodbye. Leia tells Kai that he has trained enough with Gigantization and got what he wanted, and asks if he will climb the tower, to which he replies that he must. The girl, clutching his jacket, asks him if he is leaving, to which the guy mutters that he is. The boy looks down and remembers Leia telling him to visit them from time to time, if only for Pandora's sake, and adding that he and the little creature that follows him around calm Pandora down, and added that she needs him, after which the boy thinks he should tell her that he is not leaving forever. The girl looks at the boy, who says that he will visit the 38th floor from time to time, and adds that he does not know how often that will be. She takes his hand and says that she understands. They all head to the chariot, and one of the men says that it is time to move. Rocky is asked what happened to Apollo's relatives, and adds that they died before the battle against Zeus, to which the interlocutor, sitting, replies that his uncle freed them from an underground prison in the Temple of Zeus. The gods look into the distance, before continuing to say that as the new Grand Master of Olympus, he freed them without any problems, adding that he does not know about Artemis, but Apollo is in critical condition. Kai lowers his head, stating that he realized that they were hurt badly, to which Rocky replies that they both fought tooth and nail. Turning around, Kai listens as the other guy says that he thought he was cold-blooded and uncaring, but he worries about others, adding that they are not the kind of people he should worry about. The guy replies that they entered the tower much earlier than the other guy and made it to the top, and are strong enough to withstand something like this, advising him not to try to bear all the burdens alone. Kai, turning his head, thought that even though he knew he was different, he was still comforting him to ease his heart. Smiling, he decided that he was exactly the same as in the future. The boy waved the reins and thought that he was always filled with kindness and warmth. It occurred to the young man that for a moment he felt like he had become a future version of himself, and he mentally thanked him. The 44th floor. Green trees stand against the cloudy sky. A shadow appeared on the swamp. The roof has faded with time. A squad of people walks with weapons. Someone says that all this mess is because of one scoundrel. Crossing weapons, one of the people says that the price is quite good, and adds that if they just catch him, then they will not have to worry about money until they become rankers, to which the answer is that he is not who they are, and stops. The weapon pierces the enemy. The man falls. The bald man looks at the corpse and says that he should be searched. The black-haired man looked at the dead man and says that he is a productive bastard, and that he cannot sit still. There is a pool of blood on the floor. The killer says that time is money and that instead of wasting money he should make money on the side, and wonders what law can stop him from killing there. 2 spheres with a purple aura hover above the hooded man. He ponders that they are also supported by 3 precious children. The man frowns and thinks that the criminals who have nowhere to go, the players who could not join the guild, those who stopped climbing because they could not create a normal team, holding on to their desires, are now at the side of 3 precious children. There's a squad of killers, of which the guy thinks that these poor, helpless, starving creatures will do whatever is necessary for a single goal, because the stronger the unifying force, the stronger the organization becomes. A pink ball lies on the table. The man states that Kai will not escape from the 44th floor. A ball with a new message appeared, which said that Kai appeared with the Yata no Kagami. A bandage mirror hangs on his hip. The character says that he is being watched quite well. The hero, looking out the window, thinks that in order to gather all the enemies in one place and deal with them at once, he let them know of his presence, and he has been running around for several days just for this, like some kind of shepherd. Moving closer to the window, he noticed that there are tens of thousands of them. He did not expect so many criminals to gather in this city, so Odin was afraid that all the criminals on the 44th floor would work together. The hero looks at the trees and thinks that he has not seen the main culprit, Samuel, anywhere. James thinks that it is good that he is not there, since this way he will preserve his strength, and begins to eat jerky. Suddenly, he tenses up. A figure appears behind the guy. Looking at it, the guy notices that it is not Samuel. He grabs his katana and listens as he is asked what he is thinking, since he turned over the 44th floor, and added whether he wants to die. The fog covers the katana, and the hero hears that he is in no hurry to answer. Stella comes into the light, and asks him what he is thinking. They look at each other. James thinks what Stella is doing here, and adds that he did not expect this. The sword in the guy's hand begins to vibrate. He thinks that she is not interested in the Yata no Kagami, but the sword. The sword begins to vibrate stronger, and James wonders how Susanoo got to this point. Pulling out the blade, he asks what is wrong with him. Is he really so happy to see a friend after thousands of years? The guy looks at the girl, and notices that her face has changed. He watches her and asks Susanoo if he likes the girl, to which he receives a negative answer. Stella kicked the ground, and Kai told the sword not to try to deceive him. The guy dodged the girl's blow. The girl frowned slightly, and the hero thought that for Susanoo this is not an easy thing to do. The hero frowns and thinks that if the girl is interested in him, then she will be a powerful figure to defeat Samuel. The heroes begin to fight in a dilapidated building. The guy states that Samuel used Yamada no Orochi to kill Susanoo. The sword began to be covered in a purple aura. Susanoo asks Stella which side their friend will take. 2 dark silhouettes move in a dilapidated house. Samuel used Yamada no Orochi to kill the guy with a pigtail. Stella looked down. James asked the girl which of the 2 friends is on her side. The wind blows the white-haired girl's cape. She suspects that the young man with the katana knows something and asks again if it is true that the dark-haired man killed Stan, to which he said that he did not kill, but contributed to it. The guy, opening his mouth, said that Samuel was one of those who forced the young man with a pigtail to fight Yamada no Orochi. The girl slightly bows her head. James says that they agreed to fight together, but the dark-haired guy did not appear, leaving Stan to fight on his own, to which the girl confidently replied that the man with the pigtail, although maddened by battles, is not so stupid as not to admit his own death. The blue-haired guy looks into her eyes and replies that he heard it from Stan. James's katana emits a magical aura. Stella asked if he saw it personally, to which he says that if the girl does not believe, she can ask him herself. Stan suddenly appears in front of Stella. The girl, looking at him in surprise, does not believe her eyes. Stan smiles and asks why she is so surprised. Is it because the dead man came back to life? Stella stands in front of the guy in armor and tells him that he looks stupid. Although a lot of time has passed, Stan agrees. The 3 heroes, standing in a dilapidated house, are surprised by the noise. Hiding his eyes behind his bangs, James says that it seems they found out that he is here. Stan says that they do not seem to have time to talk. The girl lowers her head. The guy with a pigtail tells her that she can ask one question. Because there is enough time for this, the girl asks if it is true that Samuel is involved in his death. Stan lowers the corners of his lips and answers that he is involved in this. The girl opens her mouth in surprise and makes sure that she was not deceived, and then asks if he was forced to say this. The guy thinks that she does not trust him and does not want to suspect her last remaining friend. Stan stands in scratched armor. Stella asks him why it happened. Because they are all friends who have spent more than 1,000 years together. The guy with a pigtail tells her that she should also understand that Samuel changed after receiving Yasukani no Magatama, and then adds that at first Stan believed that he would come as promised, but after a while, something went wrong. He gave him a bunch of excuses, saying that he would be late. And in the end did not come. Samuel's silhouette stands in the field in front of Stan lying down, says that Stan was not the same guy with dark hair. He was sure of it, but hoped that it just seemed to him. But he appeared when the guy was dying in search of Kusanagi. The eyes of the new Samuel glowed red. Stan stated that he had greedy eyes wanting to get the sword. Stan lies in blood and cuts. He told that the distraught guy did not even look at him when he died. His eyes were riveted to Kusanagi, and then added that since the guy risked his life for the sword, he hid it in a place that is difficult to find. Covering his back with a pigtail, Stan tells Stella that she has the right to decide for herself who to trust, but he did not lie to her. The girl sadly looks into the void. Stan turns to James. From somewhere screams are heard that he has disappeared. Let them continue to look for him. The guy with the pigtail says that it is time for the second one to go. The guy surrounded by a purple aura, turning around, said that they will meet again, and that they still have to do something. Stella looked ahead and agreed with the guy. Kai is standing alone in a dilapidated house. He, putting his hand in his pocket, remembered that they will see each other later and thought that he had acquired a worthy ally. Many different weapons are aimed at the blue-haired boy. Shouts are heard that he is here, that it is Kai. The boy smiled, asked why there were more enemies and concluded that it was probably time for him to run away again. The ball shimmers with a red aura. A crowd of people are chasing Kai. He mentally explains that he continues to walk in circles over and over again, but does not understand its purpose. A dark silhouette emits a red aura. The protagonist explained that he went around everything, but did not find a hint of Asgard. He doubts whether the signs of Valhalla were false. Many players gathered in the forest. Kai realized that there were enough of them here. Although they are not the best, they will not lose to anyone from a large guild. His hand clenched into a fist. Samuel extended his hand with Yasukii no Matagama. People with glowing eyes bare their teeth. Notifications appear that the sky of Yasukani no Magatama has been activated, and that the hero's stats are decreasing, while those of his enemies are increasing. Axes and swords glitter in the light of the bloody sky. Kai exclaims that this is Yasukani no Magatama, and that one of the 3 sacred treasures and 3 precious children are in place. The red eye narrowed its pupil. A notification appeared that Cinder's eyes are resisting Yasukani no Magatama. A red katana cuts through the air. System windows materialized, which said that the predator is resisting the green stone, the heart of Aurenas is resisting the artifact, and the resistance itself is successful. A crowd of dark silhouettes attack one person with a call to die. 2 black-haired guys get cut by a katana. The man's head flies off his body. An information board pops up that Kusanagi absorbs blood and mana. A guy with a katana stands among a pile of corpses. A notification appears that the stats have gradually increased by 10%. The young guy smiled, noting that he hasn't lost his shape that much, but he hates that he enjoys it. A window opens, which says that he killed 100 people and consumed part of the body. Blood splashes in all directions. The hero wondered when the Samuel will get off his ass, and then added that he should recognize James, but is still watching, hiding somewhere. A long sword is stuck in the frame of the interface. The man said that he will make him appear. Kai raised his hands with the weapon up. The katana is stuck into the ground with an explosion. Stan and the bald knight stand in shock. The knight asks what the protagonist did, then realizes that the sword is being sucked into the ground, and asks what his opponent is trying to do. The man opens his mouth wide, and shouts Kai's name. The stone wall explodes into pieces. The man in gray clothes spreads his arms. He is asked where he sent James, and Kai thinks that he expected him to be angry, but not angry enough to show up here. Samuel frowned. The people behind him intermittently told him that they were his allies. Signs popped up saying that the penalty was activated during the attack of a high ranker. A huge explosion thundered nearby and Samuel shouted the protagonist's name. Kai appeared in thick smoke, and Samuel asked him where he sent James, and thought to himself that, of course, he expected the protagonist to be angry. Samuel, looking at the protagonist from under his forehead, activating the penalty skill, thought that he did not expect him to be so angry that he would even appear here, and Kai declared that they are allies. Kai, taking a belligerent stance, stated that James had not disappeared, but had simply returned to where he was supposed to be, to which Samuel responded that the protagonist should stop this nonsense. An image of a long katana appeared, and Kai stated that it would be wise for Samuel to abandon his comrade right now, and if he did so, he would pretend that nothing had happened. Kai, smirking maliciously, asked if he was pretending. Kai, glaring at his opponent, asked if he really thought he would believe his words after he had used all those people to kill him. Samuel, angrily materializing a huge fireball in his hand, said nothing. Suddenly, a huge fiery explosion fell on the hero. Dennis, standing in a huge robe, watched what was happening. An image of a man's figure standing on a tree appeared, and the hero thought that it was Dennis. Dennis appeared in the frame with a shield in his hand, and a pop-up notification announced that Dennis had been reflected and sent to a certain coordinate. Samuel materialized multiple fireballs in the air. The fireballs exploded with a roar on the ground. The fireballs exploded right above the heroes' heads. Kai created a huge pillar of energy, and a pop-up notification announced that he was summoning a lightning strike. The lightning strike struck the ground. Samuel, shielding his face from the billowing smoke, stated how dare he do such a thing. Samuel, impaled by the pillar of fire, screamed how dare he mess with him. Dennis, confidently covering himself with his shield, stated that his opponent had summoned something terrible and asked if he was going to burn everyone gathered here, adding that because they were on a high floor, the effects would be less severe, while a pop-up notification announced that the blessing of the ocean was strengthening his body and the hero was using a fire resistance skill. The fire monster, menacingly spreading its paws, said nothing. Samuel, standing menacingly in the midst of the fire, ordered the enemy to give him his comrade, to which he replied that if he wanted him so much, let him try to take him. Dennis, stepping forward, heard Samuel shouting at him not to embarrass himself again and use his other friend. The fire monster looked at his new opponent in surprise. The fire monster raised its burning paw up. The blow caused a huge explosion, which destroyed an entire block of rocks. Kai, seeing the huge purple monster swirling around, thought that this was Odin's strategy, while a pop-up notification announced that Yamato no Yuroki had awakened from hibernation. The protagonist, standing on the head of the huge monster, thought that he could not allow the bandits from the 44th floor to unite into one, and he needed to use Yamato no Yuroki to eliminate them. The protagonist, looking down with displeasure, thought that this was the plan, but for some reason he listens to his commands, although he was going to give him free rein, and the monster asked him if he was James's master. Kai, confidently standing on the head of the huge monster, thought about James, to which he replied that he was James, and James was him, and they were one. Yamato no Yuroki, showing a huge yellow eye, heard Kai ask if he was helping his sword master, and replied that he was not the one who would help him. An image of a happy boy appeared, and the protagonist thought of Orochi and Danpun and said that it was a good job. The boy's eyes lit up with mysterious signs. Kai, looking forward in surprise, said nothing. The boy pointed his finger at the approaching monster, and Yamato no Yuroki said that it turned out that the guy was his enemy, and added that, of course, he would deal with him and understood why he left him to him. The boy saw the monster's severed head, and it said that that was it, since it had lost its heart and head earlier. Danpun, holding a picture of the monster's head, saw a notice explaining that the monster's 18th head had been cut off back in chapter 33. Samuel, raising his hands up, shouted at the protagonist, was this really the reason why he desired Kusanagi? Samuel desperately summoned fire magic in his hands. Suddenly, someone's sword cut through the air. Stan dealt a colossal blow to the antagonist. Samuel, desperately looking at his opponent, shouted his name. The long-haired guy, glaring at his opponent, said that he had always wanted to fight him to the death, and was very glad that he had such an opportunity. Samuel, abruptly stumbling back, angrily remained silent. The boy, with his head down in anger, heard Stan ask why he did this, since he needed a reason, calling him a dear friend, to which he asked if he didn't understand why he did this. An image of the hero's shadows appeared, and Stan stated that his opponent was a very big coward. However, if he weren't such a coward, he would be much stronger. Samuel, with his teeth clenched in anger, heard Stan smugly say that it was dangerous, so let the hero stand behind him and he himself would clear the way, to which the hero asked if he had anything else to add. Stan, covered in a fiery aura, stated that he was no longer needed, while a pop-up notification announced that he had dropped his mask, returning to his true form. Samuel, with his burning hand raised up, saw a pop-up notification announcing that he was dropping his mask and returning to his true form. Samuel caused multiple explosions to rain down on the ground. Stan, grinning maliciously, thanked the hero for telling him all about it, because now everything became clear to him. An image of the battle between the heroes appeared, and the hero angrily shouted that now he would definitely not doubt. Samuel directed a fire spell at his sworn enemy. Stan angrily raised his katana to parry the blow. The heroes, fiercely fighting each other, were angrily silent. Suddenly, a huge explosion thundered on the ground. Samuel, raising his hand up, menacingly shouted that he was bored with Stan's strategies, because he was still rushing forward. Samuel, raising his fiery fist, said that it would have worked in the past, but it will not work now. Samuel dealt a cruel blow to his opponent. Samuel, looking furiously at Stan, shouted that, unlike him, stuck in the moment of death, he was going to become stronger. Samuel caused a huge explosion. The guy crossed his fingers angrily. Samuel confidently bowed his head, dodging many blows. Samuel, suddenly turning his gaze to the bloody hero, wondered if he would really attack from behind. Stan, with an angry grin, flew at his opponent. Samuel, deftly jumping to the side, shouted that an attack from behind was very mean, to which Stan replied that he would do everything to win. The hero, turning back heavily, said that this is exactly why he does this. The antagonist caused a colossal explosion on the ground. The antagonist abruptly raised his hands up and shouted the name of the main character, and a pop-up notification announced that Samuel's flame was absorbing lightning. Black smoke covered the blue sky, and the hero thought that the lightning was very strange, and added if there was a dark artifact involved, and he knew how to wield two elements at the same time, calling him a crazy idiot. Several more explosions were heard, and the antagonist suggested that Stan was much more dangerous, because his rank was higher, since Kai would not be able to support the undead of his level for long and would soon run out of steam, so he decided to ignore him. Stan deftly swung his weapon and said that he would regret focusing only on him, because Kai was actually much smarter, and his first attack was probably just a reaction test. A huge explosion thundered in front of the hero. Samuel clenched his teeth in anger, and a pop-up notification announced that Samuel's flames were absorbing lightning, and the lightning that was not absorbed dealt damage to him. Kai raised his burning hand and asked Samuel if he really planned to withstand attacks of even this level. The protagonist looked at the situation indignantly, thinking that perhaps because he also possessed a dark artifact, he could not deal the damage he expected. More fire explosions appeared on the ground, and Kai thought that he had to choose between retreating for a moment and using the monster to drag out the fight, or trying to stop the fight and use this chance right now. Kai, seeing the mane of the huge monster, thought that it was wasting too much mana to support it, even though it was using enough fire, and added that as long as the monster was rampaging under the command of a boy named Danpun, his chances of winning would be increased since everything was dragging on. The protagonist, clenching his fist in anger, thought that for some reason he did not want to do this. Kai, opening his burning palm, saw a pop-up notification announcing that Uranus's heart was shaking and Tartarus was opening. The protagonist, looking confidently at the enemy, thought that for some reason he felt that he could do it, although he did not understand where such self-confidence came from, but he could prove everything. Kai, materializing a spear in his hands, thought that it could even injure Hercules, while the pop-up notification announced that he had created the lightning strike Gungnir. Samuel, watching what was happening in horror, remained silent. The man suddenly looked away. The antagonist, angrily pursing his lips, thought about what was happening and where the protagonist had so much mana. Suddenly, a huge explosion thundered in the place where Samuel stood.